2 completions of the Sephiroth.
Is she a sports fan?
No, she's a Westlife fan. Boy bands.
Boy, me. I guess you have that youthful look.
Some people that are not Freemason have 33 tattooed on their arm because they can't think of anything else, so they choose 33.
Well, just like I choose 666, but I'm not a Satanist or a Levan Satanist. Though I don't. Did the Levan Satanists use 666 for anything?
Yeah, they use all the trappings. They just pretend that they don't worship God.
They pretended that they didn't worship God.
Yeah, I think they're secretly real Satanists, but they're pretending to be atheists. To inspire, like, let's say, 10% of the atheists to become de facto Satanists, even though they're atheists. That's what it was for.
You don't think it was to point out the idiocy of having churches get tax breaks?
Oh, it's definitely that too, yeah. To make that
Why
seem
can't it be
realistic,
just that?
make that realistic, they have to hire real goths, real Satanists.
Well, it didn't seem like it would be too hard to understand.
Just like in Salem, there's lots of hereditary witches that live there, but it's been infiltrated by Masons who put in place transvestite fake witches and gay witches to try and take over the witchcraft scene.
What do you mean by real? What's a real witch? Or
Someone
hereditary?
Yeah, someone whose mum taught them to practice and was
Practice what?
initiated. Craft.
Okay, is it just motions and chants, or does it actually accomplish something?
The craft is aligning with the cycles of nature, worshipping the nature spirits,
Okay,
and getting physical results from your ritual magic.
okay. So I was with you till the end. What physical results do they get?
Let's say you really want to release a book, but you're a bit lazy, so you do a ritual and ask the god to help you release a book. And then within the next 3 months, somehow you've got the energy to release this book from
Oh,
someone.
so yeah, you're fooling yourself that something else is powering you.
Possibly, yes.
You can't just do the ritual though and not write the book.
Yeah, that can happen. Sometimes stuff doesn't work.
Yeah. Do they ever chant and make the sun rise?
Yeah. So you chant as the sun rises. You already know it's going to rise, but you imagine you're rising.
It only rises because somebody somewhere is chanting.
No, a modern day witch knows it's coming up anyway because we're rotating away from it. But they do the ritual and feel like they're pulling it up.
Oh, right. You're a witch, aren't you?
Yes, I try to label myself witch.
What witch? Which witch?
Just
an actual witch or
an occultist witch, but I'm not hereditary. My parents were atheists, and I've not initiated into a coven. I had to do it to myself.
Aren't you a warlock if you're male?
No, we're trying to take back the name witch for men.
What witch?
Not gay though.
Which witch? Which witch are you trying to take back?
There's a great moment in that video I gave you where he's trying to describe the overlap of witchcraft and Freemasonry. And he says, witchcraft, 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 and looks straight into the camera.
Like paper mache?
Because Freemasons describe what they do as a craft as well.
But yeah, craft is making anything. Craftsman. favorite
Yeah,
style of home.
It just includes spiritual and tradition, the witchcraft and the Freemason craft. Not just
It's
making.
also called the arts and crafts style, but that's a terrible. Craftsman sounds great.
I don't mind the word art.
Yeah, but in the terms of arts and crafts style, it's like decoupage and paper mache and cut snowflakes on the thing.
Well, a lot of the modern witches, they do actually think craft means craft, so they make little trinkets, wooden stars, jewelry, crystals, all of that shit. They
Craft
make it.
does mean craft,
Well,
but they're not real witches.
they take the idea of craft a bit far.
So what's the most that you can do as a witch?
Just
biggest
be
result?
Just be wise is the main thing. The biggest result would be to change the course of history, I guess.
Okay, can somebody do that without being a witch?
Yeah. You could do
So
it with intellect.
does it make an average human above average and above average
You could
superior or something like that?
You could devote the rest of your life to figuring out where the biggest internet server in the world is. Where they are, and then blowing them all up on TV like a movie.
I wouldn't do that.
You could change the course of history.
That sounds mean. I wouldn't
Even
do
as
that.
an atheist, you could do it.
I got to go on mute, dude. But did you send that?
Yes.
Is it a YouTube video? Okay, let me grab it.
Thank God it's still on YouTube. Which is part of the debate is why did they leave this on YouTube?
Where is it? How far up am I looking here?
Oh, I actually DM'd you. I must have unblocked you a month or two ago.
Yeah, I see it. Thank you. The Australia X Factor one?
Yeah, even if you listen to this and find it far out, I think you might still be entertained.
Oh, I'm sure I will. And you know what? Good talk today, Don. I got to go on mute. Have a good day. And I don't mean any. I'm just doing this for entertainment, and you guys are interesting to talk to. I'm not trying to make anybody angry. You too, Santiago. Have a good day.
Hey, man. You have a good day too, man. But really, your attention to detail, right, is lacking. I would say that.
I would say the same about you, buddy.
All right, man. Fair enough.
Chucky does take in the information. He thinks of it as the grand conspiracy, and obviously, it's hard to tie all that up into now. I believe it.
Yeah, no, there are blocks, right, and it's amazing to me to see how somebody could rationalize that, type of talk.
Chucky's argument is sometimes people do need to be institutionalized. I think is what he was starting with.
Right.
If you remember, I didn't rationalize it. At the end, I misheard it, and yeah, it was a terrible thing to do. But both are in the wrong.
But okay, Chucky, we weren't talking about whether Kanye was in the wrong. We both agreed that he was in the wrong, but we're talking about a specific occurrence, right? One person.
Right, and that's why I agree with you now. Okay. I didn't realize he had access to those chemicals. If I said it, it wouldn't be true. But if he said it, that was a terrible thing to say. I agreed with you.
Thank you.
I get you, yeah.
I mean, that's good enough, man. That's good enough.
There's the other conversation of the anti-Semitic comments, which we would have another debate with Chucky about. So we're seeing him as a hero for that. But other people are going to say, hang on, maybe he is crazy because he's being super racist. But yeah, we shouldn't talk about that because there's new definitions and laws about what it is.
No, and it goes back to the same thing. It's like, how do you aggress upon somebody who has been abused, right, in the past? Like, if they have been medicated, if their thinking is not straight, right? How do you judge that? Is it on their own accord? Is it from outside pressures? Could they have changed it if they wanted to? I mean, there's a lot of circumstances that go into the whole picture of things, and like you just have to look at what's going on, right? It's like one person maybe being offensive. His words may be aggressive, but he's not in himself. Like he is not aggressing. Like his whole nature, it might be misguided, but he is trying to do something good. And another
I
person,
totally agree.
right? And another person is actually trying to hurt that person, right? Control them, persuade them, condition them, right? Coerce them, and it's blatantly obvious which are in one of the two, you know.
I think even worse. He married a family of witches. They stole most of his fortune and most of his mind. The poor guy is doing his best.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm sure, unfortunately, we will see more of this, and we will come to terms with it. And honestly, like that, this is the biggest thing, really, to me. Um, and when people talk about like the Earth being whatever shape it is, like I throws me back to like human problems, and this is what's going on in day to day life every day, affecting everyone. And I agree, like, obviously, like, if the earth was flat, then, we would have some transcendence. But, like, this alone is enough, right? It's just our relationship with the world, with each other, um, the problems that holds. And they go very, very deep. They go centuries deep. They go bloodline deep, um, clinically deep.
I would even say that Kanye was smart enough to sacrifice his own celebrity ego to expose one part of the Matrix. And not just expose, but confirm for people.
I feel like that is what he's been trying to do, or at least like an aspect of himself has been pressing along that way. It hasn't been so abused, so conditioned in the sense where it can't actually do that. He has enough like freedom of will in the sense that he hasn't been abused like at a very young age. He's only been like medicated, but he's able to like some aspect of himself is able to press forward through these types of you know um,
I don't,
yeah.
I don't even think he would have been abused by joining the Masons early. I think when he married into that family is when the abuse started.
Right, but you have to understand like where all this started. The reason for the abuse in the first place is because it started from generational ritualistic abusive cults, essentially
Yeah,
families, right?
yeah.
Generational abusive, ritualistic abusive families, and those families exist today. They populate a large portion of the world, and I mean, I can't deny it. There's no sense in like obfuscating it. Uh, it makes up a large portion of the world, 1%.
Um, just moving over to Bruce Jenner, I think that same family managed to change Bruce into Caitlyn with magic.
Right. I don't know too much about it, to be honest, that specific example. But I know it's prevalent. Um, and I've had friends in Hollywood, and even after knowing that it's prevalent, I've been with these friends in Hollywood, and I can see the clear signs of it. And there are people in Hollywood that also see the clear signs of it, and they do something. And how it's translated on the news or on the media, by people witnessing it in their day-to-day lives, they don't see what's going on actually. And you brought up Britney Spears, which is like a great example, man. And like, it honestly, like, I don't want to say it's a nail in the coffin, but like, it is a prevalent example that exists out there, right? That people actually care about, that will come to pass. Like people will determine or understand, something about it one day or another.
Well, we are now, aren't we?
Right.
But yeah, I agree. People will keep waking up to it. It won't just be Kanye. There'll be more. It's not even
No.
singers. It happens to basketball players and stuff now. They're crashing helicopters. Loads of mad
And the
shit.
scary thing for the dude who just left, whatever his name was, right, is that once you look into this, you look into more and more of it, and you find more and more of it.
Yep.
It's not just one of these people, it's prevalent. But go on. Go on.
Yo, are you that anti-globe guy?
I think I speak, Jeremy.
Huh?
I'm not even sure it's Tim anymore, but it still could be Tim Osmond.
I'm trying to DM that guy,
Well, we don't know who
whoever
it is.
it is. Huh?
We don't know who it is. You'll have to ask Witsit who it is.
I don't know if Witsit knows. I'm just saying whoever will right to hand DMs that dude, I think. So I don't know. I saw one of his videos right to hand looked like he was DMing him. I don't know what they had going on, but I went to DM him in Discord and there's no like if you search like anti-globe in the bar there, like nothing.
No, I think right the hand and him argue in the comment section of this stream sometimes.
Oh, that might have been where it was on YouTube, yeah.
Tim Osmond was streaming the other night and he was smoking a vape or a crack pipe. Very similar sounds to Annie Globe. But he had his normal rational voice on instead of the crazy Annie Globe voice on. And he was just describing planar walks coming out while he was playing Diablo 4.
I just wanna holler at him, that's all. Because I can't figure out what he's doing. Like, he makes anti-globe videos. He's like, I debunked the globe's debunked, fuck the globe. But then he'll sit here and like trash us and shit. So I'm just wondering, like, what the fuck? Not us. It's kind of targeted at specific people, but I don't know. He's just making streams like flat Earth is stupid or some shit. I don't know. Whatever his titles are, like kind of like this and flat Earth, and then he'll just have our stream up. Like flat earthers or scammers or so. I don't know. I forget the exact name of the thing, but it's like I don't know. It's kind of weird because you're like trash and talking mad shit about flat earthers while our Earth Awakening is in the background. It's like, dude, what the fuck? He doesn't like play no audio from. I don't know. Maybe sometimes he does. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a mystery. I stopped looking into it because I couldn't figure out who it was. I think it's Timmy Osmond with a sock account here.
I mean, is he just like? Is he like playing games trolling or like what's?
Yeah,
Is he real? Is he a?
he gets triggered by both sides, a bit like I do, but he's gone more into it. I've been wrong with people's voices before, and I've said, I think that person is this person. I said Crit was Scott Veach before. And I've said another young lad was cathexis before.
That's fucking retarded. Crit and Scott Veach.
Yeah, when I first heard them, I thought Scott Veach was playing a character called Crit. People told me I was crazy.
I mean, if people are good at voices, like Frank Caliendo, there's just people that are good at voices, and I mean, it's possible.
Well, I thought they were really similar. My ears heard Crit as Scott Veach doing a manic character. I was wrong, I think, and Crit's just a normal mad guy by himself. So the possible Annie Globe just smokes a vape and sounds like Tim Osmond, and it is someone totally different.
I mean, I don't even really know who this Tim Osmond guy is. I don't give a fuck if it is him. I just want to talk to him.
Yeah, well, he might hear you if he listens to the stream, or if he's in here on a soccer account, he might hear you.
Yeah.
Santiago, what would be another piece of evidence? Not an example of a celebrity freaking out, but another piece of evidence that handlers often handle people.
It's a good question, man. Honestly, for me, it's been like literally in my daily life experience with people. Like I said, I went to an Ivy League school. I know I'm friends with like a lot of relatively famous people, and I didn't always know this. Even when I was, I don't know if you call it growing up with them, but like 4 years living with these people, and even after college, like years after, getting invited to parties, like meeting these people, um, and not just like acquaintances, like knowing them, um, and listening to their stories. For me, like it's been a journey, like just a personal journey. Um, and I don't feel very comfortable talking about it like uh, existentially, or for somebody else, to try to tell them about this type of thing. I'm very like soft-handed on that type of topic. But because at a certain point, I feel like if you're going to look into it, like you will, and what you need to know, or the information that is there, you'll see it, you'll find it. If you don't want to look into it, then I don't really mind. I might get angered at a certain point, because like what we were talking about previously, which is like Kanye West, a specific example of this, like out in the mainstream. And like I said, like I was surprised by that. But honestly, it's everywhere. It's in all of Taylor Swift's music. It's you look at what is that song by Taylor Swift? Oh man, I see. I hate talking about any of this, right? But essentially, like there's a state that you can put somebody in, right, where it's trauma, it's abuse.
I've got the name for it, monarch programming is what they call that.
Well, it's all that I'm saying. All that I'm saying is,
you into a star
for me,
a weirdo.
For me, the examples are prevalent in society around me, and a specific example as better than like what has been shown in Kanye West, or something else more conspiratorial that would convince somebody. I couldn't give you one, man. Because really, you can even this one specific example of Kanye West in the last like year, right, the last 8 months, somebody can, like Chucky, right, can just explain it away however he wants. And people do.
Chucky.
And people do. And they will. And that's, you know.
Michael Jackson is, once you theorize that this could be a way why celebrities go weird, you look for the handler, you follow the money, and you look for who's in their ear. And Michael Jackson was fucked as a kid, and then changed his whole skin color, held a baby over a balcony, loads of weird shit because he was handled.
No, you can also make a lot of assumptions about everything, right? Along the same lines. But the basic thing here that we're talking about is, okay, let's hold skepticism to the fire, right? Let's hold it up, close to ourselves, right? Let's be skeptical at least a little bit. And with that skepticism, withholding it,
Another part of Kanye's superhero story is he realized he was on thin ice on Twitter. So he found the symbol that has the Nazi Chinese swastika and the Jewish occult Star of David. And he mixed them together and posted it. And it was the perfect trigger, and Elon had to ban him for posting a symbol.
Right. And from what I know about it, right, the triggers go way deeper, right? Butterflies, anything, right? Like all that kind of stuff. But I don't.
That was the end to that story.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really look at. I don't see that taking place in day-to-day life. It's more along like a private line, but yeah.
But he managed to play out some of this exposure as a theatre show for us all. The woke. The other moment in his hero story line when he showed the red chart of Jewish CEOs on his phone.
Right.
Fucking brilliant. Someone asked him a completely different question about his mental health, and he said, yeah, but look, these are the top companies, and all of these CEOs in red are Jewish. And then he just stuck the phone in the guy's face towards the camera.
Right. I personally, I think all of that is like beside the point. Really, I do.
Yeah, I'm just saying this is the glory of the confirmation.
No, I think that it discounts the confirmation, because I don't have that personal belief, to be honest. Like I don't think that Jewish people are bad or they're evil or whatever.
No, but they gave him bad business deals, and they own a lot of companies.
Sure, yeah, absolutely they do.
And all of the porn business. Some of his tweets are blatant, saying Instagram is human trafficking. Things like that.
No, I think that was part of his distortion to blame it on a sect of people that largely are just like everybody else. But yeah.
What about the Alex Jones? Because since that episode, Alex has gone full Zionist and admitting it in his same tone, shouting it out proud. But that show seemed like a turning point, and that makes me, I'm not sure where Kanye's heart lies now, which group he's joined. I think he's still on his own journey. Because on that show,
He absolutely is.
On that show, they appeared as the Christians who were exposing the Jews. But now Alex Jones has gone full Zionist, pro-Israel.
I don't know, man. Has he?
Yeah, really bad. He's got Kabbalist rabbis doing live segments. He's going back on all of his statements.
Yeah. So that much like doesn't really matter to me too much.
Doesn't matter.
No, I mean really the one that you should be looking at is Elon Musk and what he's going to do in the future. Not what Alex Jones is saying or how he feels about whatever.
Yeah, no, Elon's more. Alex is just an opinion piece, but I'm just saying that was part of Kanye's journey. Having that mad show.
That's right. And Kanye's journey is not done. It's not done.
No.
We're gonna see more of it. Just like Britney Spears after she shaved her head off, like her journey is not done either. Because really, you can't imagine, you know, a superstar of the world being confined to doing shows in Las Vegas, okay, and not even owning her own profits. Her father owns all of them. She can't even buy a Starbucks coffee without her father's permission.
Yeah, that proves it because her parents have decided she's mental and can't handle her own fame. They decided that after drugging her for decades,
Right.
and
Exactly.
that just proves she's old enough and she should be able to take care of it. She should have nice people around her.
And you see where she came from, right? It's like, you know.
Songs they made her sing, Toxic, Schoolgirl.
Well, even before that, what was it, like the junior Disney group there? Justin Timberlake was one of the members.
Mickey Mouse Playhouse or
Yeah,
some shit.
Mickey Mouse
Clubhouse.
Something like that, right?
All Satanism for kids.
And the same thing with everybody else. Miley Cyrus. I mean, fucking, I don't know these people's names, but
look back at the level, the frequency of secret Satanism in Britney Spears, and then go to Miley Cyrus and see how it's leveled up. Much stronger, higher frequency of Babylon whore.
Yeah, but those are just the people on the outside. I mean, where all this control comes from is from bloodlines, which have existed for thousands of years. And when you get into the depths of those bloodlines, it gets some real serious trauma takes place.
Oh no, yeah, we're just talking about the theater of it.
Right, exactly. And it is these people, right, of these families, which the names, you know, they're all over the place. That you may not even recognize them, but these people are making decisions, right, about our nation. And you know, there's no discrepancy about that in my mind. If you want to believe otherwise, then go ahead and keep watching. So look, the only thing that I can say is that when I discovered this, or when I looked into this and I found this out, it was a weird series of events that took place in my life, and it started with like parasites, really, and this weird fascination with like a YouTuber and a person that she was dating. I'm not going to go into all the details, but basically, like, there was some horrendous crime that took place, and something about parasites that took place in this like crime as well. And I got fascinated with this odd idea of parasites, and then I stumbled upon one thing after the next, and essentially it led to an understanding, I'll just say, of what is taking place out there. And
I would say the bit when a psychopath lets go and does the psychopathic actions. That would be the thing you just mentioned, the parasite, energy parasite thing that jumps around from bloodlines to other people and turns them into a psycho.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm not. I think the whole thing in general, right? The whole framework of abuse and the whole trauma, it being at like a young age, and the parents doing it to their child and their child before, it all is, the whole nature of it is parasitic in nature. But when I learned about it, right, like I was asking the question of like, how could the Illuminati exist? And this is back in like 2011, like 2012. I was like, how could they exist and not, divulge their secret, right? And that was sort of like a perplexing question to me, because I'd seen things that I understood that there was something wrong in the world, but this whole idea of the Illuminati, it didn't really connect with me. But it's amazing because really they're not even bad. They're not even evil. They are hurt individuals. And at a basic level, at a real, and this isn't giving them credit or anything or credence to them, but like at a basic level, there is that child within inside of them that is still good, that has been twisted, abused, right? That wants out, that wants to not be tortured.
I'll
right?
give you that. What I say is the actions are evil, not them. I wouldn't call them evil.
Exactly. And that was like an insight to me at the time. I was like, holy shit, there's no such thing as evil. Like deep inside of these people,
be a thing, don't they?
Yeah, deep inside of these people, that there is still a child that wants to be let out, wants to be freed from this torture.
I think so, but some of them are so good at hiding that you could say 99.99% of the time their ego is happy with the evil.
Of course it is. Of course it is. And
I give you that. There's a soul in there that doesn't want it to be like that.
No, it's so afraid, right? Because it's been taught that if you do anything other than this, right, you will experience pain.
Yeah.
Right. And it has been shunned, tortured into a position where these other personalities take over as like a survival mechanism. Really.
Ritual abuse, and the cause is fear. Yeah.
Right. And that was like,
generational abuse. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, generational ritualistic abuse. Absolutely. That is what is going on. And it's dissociative identity disorder, essentially. It's almost like post-traumatic stress syndrome. But really, we all experience subtle amounts of post-traumatic stress. And if you bring that to like an extreme degree, not just like warfare and bombs exploding next to you, but physical happenings to you, in your life at a young age.
I've got to pop off for a bit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's sad, man. It's very sad. And I believe personally that I have friends, that are under this certain type of abuse, and it's very sad for me as well.
Sorry, I thought you finished. Sorry, no, go on.
No, I'm done, man. I'm just talking.
Oh, okay. I have a question for the Globers. So yesterday when I was flying my drone, I thought about this. If the sun's 93 million miles away, when it's the Earth spinning backwards, we're falling backwards, and we're interpreting this as a sun set. Why is it that as soon as I'm still in the sunlight, I was on the roof of one part of our house, why is it that I get very, very like almost no heat from the sun anymore? how does this make any sense? Like if it's just, you know, if it's actually not further away, like we say on the plane, but on your model it's just, you know, lower at the sky, but still, you know, I get the same rays hitting me. So why is it that it stands so much colder, like almost giving off no heat? Can any globe explain that? Because it doesn't make sense to me. Only makes sense if the sun is going further away. Any clue? By the way, same with at 12 to 2 p.m., for example, the sun right above your head, the sunlight is so hot in some Mediterranean regions, you should not go into the sun because you're going to probably instantly get sunburn. So again, making this question raised, why is it that the sun is less strong or even so less strong when it's just, you know, supposedly just lower on the sky, but not further away? How does it make any sense on the globe? For me, it just makes sense if it's flying over your head and then straight up above you, then it's at its hottest point. Then when when it's very far away from you, it's just not enough sufficient radiation or heat anymore to burn you or even give you sense of any heat. So how does that work? You know, I understand the silence, but I really want to know. I thought must be a simple answer.
Are you talking about how it gets colder when the sun moves away from us?
Yeah, but not seasons. I'm talking about literally during the day. I had a blue sky yesterday, and on the globe model, it's just the Earth spinning, right? That makes the illusion of the sun setting. Why is it that the same sun that is 93 million miles away is almost giving off no heat, even though I'm still right directly in the sunlight, if it's just the Earth spinning away from it, you know, turning over? Same with why is the sun the strongest heat at 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. when it's right above your head?
Yeah, they say it's the angle. They say it's the angle. Well, that's what they'll say. That's what they'll tell you.
How does it make sense?
It kind of makes sense because the solar panel will get more energy if you have it facing the sun directly instead of at some crazy angle. So it makes sense.
Yeah, because the sun is obviously moving over your head further away from you. But I'm saying, how does it make sense if the sun is 93 million miles away and it's only that dot in the sky that moves because the Earth is spinning? That's the question.
All right. Do you understand that if you have a solar panel faced towards the sun, it'll get more energy than if you have it at a weird angle at the sun?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what's.
But I'm not talking about solar panels.
You're talking about heat energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so same thing. You get if you're facing the sun 90 degrees, you'll get more. You get more heat, more energy.
Yes, but again, I'm talking about the globe model here. So how is that even possible if
This
it's
isn't. It's not
93
even
minutes?
globes. It's not even globe specific. It's just if you're facing this sun, you get more energy. It doesn't even matter. This isn't even like a globe flat Earth thing. It's just that's how it works.
Okay, again, on the globe, you have a sun
No,
93
don't
million
do it
miles
again.
away.
We know,
How?
bro. We know.
Yeah, but I wanted to have an answer from the globe side. And solar panels doesn't give me any answer. That
It's
makes
not.
no sense.
The answer isn't
Angles.
solar panels. Don't make it sound weird. It's the angle.
Yeah, okay. How is the angle doing that?
I don't know, but that's how it works, though. That's definitely how it works.
Okay. Angle. Wow. Nice.
Do you not agree that if it's the angle, when you angle a
No.
panel, you get more energy or heat or whatever?
No.
Like Jeremy on the flat Earth, when the when the sun's at 2 o'clock, the sun is further away, but on the globe model at 2 o'clock, the sun is still 93 million miles away. So, you know, it's nothing to do with the angle. You just basically backed up flat Earth in 100% because the sun's actually moving away.
Exactly. That's the
It's
point I'm
not
trying to make.
specific to. No, it's not specific to flat Earth because you can
Whoa.
have two solar panels right next to each other. You face one 90 degrees to the sun, and then another one you angle at some other angle, and the one that's flush with the sun is going to get more energy. It's not specific to anything, I don't think.
Yeah, but when your face is looking at the sun straight up, 90 degrees at your zenith at 12 o'clock, and your face is also looking at the sun when it strikes 2 o'clock, it's seemingly normally not as hot, but yeah.
Or even weirder, if the sun is supposedly setting because the Earth is supposedly turning backwards or you're falling backwards, and you can have a blue sky like I had yesterday, and I still got the full sunlight hitting me, and it was almost not enough to keep me warm because we have a cold north wind. Why is it that this is a thing if the sun is 93 million miles away always, while the Earth is the one spinning, making it seem like as if it's flying over your head?
Hold on, are you saying if it's noon and you're facing the sun, if you like look up, it's high noon, you look up, you're right underneath the sun, you look at the sun, your face is hot, and then as the day progresses, when you face the sun, it's not as hot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they say it's the angle of the sun.
That's
Well, that's what I told
how
him. I
is
know.
the angle? That makes
But if you're
no
angled,
sense.
but if your face is angled with the sun at both times, though, like if you take a solar panel and you can put a solar panel on a sun tracker, and it'll get the same amount of electricity, right?
I don't know, man. I have no clue about solar
Do you have like
panels.
a temperature, or are you just going off your face feels hotter, or like
Yeah,
are you going for a jog, or are you laying out in the park? Like, what are you doing?
I'm talking about my senses here. Nothing more. Very simple observation. So I'm just curious how that makes any sense when the sun is 93 million miles away, giving off equal distant light spread over a spherical ball. And it's such a dramatic change in heat that comes to me. Even though the conditions of the sky, because it was a blue, clear sky, have not changed, why is it that the sun is almost as if it's giving off no more heat? Wouldn't it be easy to just explain it by this, that the sun has a circle above us, and because it's right above your head at 12 p.m., for example, it's the hottest, and then almost at, let's say, 4 p.m., it's further away, and then I think yesterday it was 9 p.m., is almost at the point where you say it's going to be setting. Doesn't
Yeah,
that make, doesn't that
they'll probably say
100%
something
be?
like they'll probably say something like at 12 o'clock the atmosphere is acting like a lens, and when the sun is on an angle to the atmosphere, it's just like if you were shining a light, a heat source onto a magnifying glass at an angle, it will skim off the the surface, and it won't be a direct magnifying heat. Like, have you ever tried like capturing the sunlight and burning ants? You'd have to get it like spot on, to burn an ant.
Yeah, I'm
That's
sure. I'm sure they would use any other explanation than just to agree that the observation matches a circuit of a local heat source going over your head and going away from you.
Well, Clay, how are you explaining it's hot? It's not hottest at noon. That's not correct. It's
What?
hottest. It's not the hottest part of the day isn't at noon when the sun's right directly over your head. That's not correct. The hottest part of the day is usually 2-3 p.m.
Yes, from the hottest part is from 12
that's
until
right.
2 p.m.
That varies everywhere, Clay. First of all, but yeah.
Yeah, I talked about the Mediterranean Sea in the beginning. When I'm at the Mediterranean Sea,
Yeah, kind of. It kind of
Yeah.
does vary a bit. Like
Yeah,
sometimes we
100%.
get the hottest part of the day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but that's depending on cloud cover and all sorts of conditions.
Well,
That's because
well,
the heat
let,
comes
let,
from the earth. The sun heats up the earth, and then that's where our heat is coming from, right? Otherwise, night would be freezing, Clay, according to what you're saying.
well, no, no. Let's make it not complicated. What you're saying is 100% true. Yeah, I mean, I could talk about the Mediterranean Sea, and it makes 100% sense on the plane because yeah, obviously, if on the Mediterranean Sea the sun is right above your head, it's a few thousand kilometers further. It's going to be a different position, saying that it's less heated at that time of the day. So yeah, that obviously makes sense, right? That not for every region um, the sun is the hottest to the times I assumed. Anyways, I'm just saying, man, everything I observe in reality is 100% matching the geocentric claim, especially when it comes to the sun. I literally see the sun move over my head every day going away from me. I'm not thinking that that's an illusion created by the Earth falling backwards or spinning, whatever you want to call it. Anyways, that's it.
I agree. I wish they would, if they can take away the telescope, the theodolite, all that stuff, and then prove to us that we're going around the sun, then they'd actually have a case, but they don't.
Deep down, many of them know, especially the ones that are not sitting in front of a PC the whole day. When they go out in nature, they just know that this place is not a spinning, tilted, wobbling water ball flying from every spinning void of darkness. That's just insane thinking.
So it's just a flat pizza dish just kind of hanging out in the middle of space, and all the other planets are spherical and everything is spherical, right?
Well,
Charlie,
left lane,
come
that's your
on, man.
problem when you left lane. It's your problem when you insert or mix up heliocentrism with geocentrism, or let's say biblical cosmology, which I believe in. If you mix that up with heliocentrism with your silly claim of an empty void of darkness, that's your problem, man. Like you can
And
believe in the pizza dish. That's not what I believe.
I'm just responding in kind. I'm usually not like that, but I mean, if you say, "Oh, it's spinning space ball monkeys," blah blah blah,
Didn't say monkey.
that's just annoying as fuck, and it makes people respond
Well,
in kind.
isn't it the spinning, wobbling, tilted, almost or purely most of the land is
No,
water ball flying
no,
from ever expanding void of dark. Oh, so it's not that. It's not
no,
spinning,
no,
tilted, wobbling, and
no.
flying from ever expanding void of darkness called space. Oh wow, left lane. What do you
See,
believe in, man?
you're gonna insist in being very sarcastic and ridiculous in your
No, it's not
description.
sarcastic. It's literally
That's
what
what,
heliocentrism is. It's
you
a
know why I
ball.
remained quiet when you asked your question? I remained quiet because I knew no matter what I said, you were not going to believe or accept the answer. Although
Let's not
Jeremy got it correct.
let's not
Although
insert
Jeremy
false
got it
assumptions and
correct.
flash.
Although
Let's
Jeremy
not
got it right, and it works both ways in that manner.
yeah.
And you're going
Let's
to
not
just
insert emotions.
deny that too. You were told by a flat earther how it works, and you're going to
Yes,
deny that
yeah.
too.
Okay,
Why
let's
did
not
you ask,
insert.
Clay? Let me ask why you asked. If you already know the answer, why did you ask?
Let's not insert false claims and emotions. That's very
Yeah, whatever,
annoying and childish. Thank you.
whatever. Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Left lane's not happy with the reality of his situation.
Yeah, it's just annoying sometimes. That's why I didn't answer, because I knew it was going to be rejected and denied, and so it doesn't matter what you say. So I don't even know why I would engage.
Well, there is no vacuum, period, in nature ever.
Yeah. Okay.
What is what does like light travel through in space then in heliocentrism?
Yeah, it is. It's a near vacuum.
A near vacuum? Light can travel
Yeah.
through a near
I mean,
vacuum. I
what
thought that
do
was
you
refuted a long time ago with corpuscular
what
theory.
now? What would you say it is?
Well, I don't believe in like, it being like outer space
The,
and floating and, and that stuff. I would
oh,
picture it
okay.
more like we live in a house that was
Okay.
made, yeah. With that, there's a ceiling with lights on the ceiling, and then there's a floor, and you can stand on the floor.
Okay.
I don't think the ground is in the sky.
I understand. Just a different way to see things.
Out of a love for curiosity, definitely. What is actually the main thing that just still clings you onto the heliocentristic worldview? Well, that's quite a lot.
Sun was like crazy red this morning, like neon red.
Yeah.
I noticed that
Yes.
in Texas, it was pretty orange, very very deep orange in Texas.
Must just be that time when it does that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, Earth is stationary topographical plane A. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, last time I saw the sun look like that, I think I was in California at New Perspective's house, and it was like a forest fire. But you could see the sun through it; just looked like pink neon. Kind of crazy. Weird light that thing is.
Let's just say we're all wrong. So why are they faking space?
Do you think they're faking space for the chicks, the money, the drugs, the lifestyle?
Do you think that it could be that they never show us the docking, they never show us the building of the ISS, they never show us rockets that just go from Earth to the ISS all the way?
Boring stuff. Nobody wants to see that.
Is it because they have these government secrets and they don't want to let other people know how they do it?
No, it's not that at all. I don't know what it is. What? Yeah. What? Why do they make it like a magic show? And they're like, poof, we got space station freedom. Poof, we call it the ISS now.
What did all the Challenger flights do before? Just orbit around the Earth?
Yeah, they go outside and check their freaky freezy gloves and see if it was cold or not.
Yeah, like what was the point of that?
Yeah, because I've seen documentaries of them building giant submarines. I've seen them building giant boats, all sorts of amazing skyscrapers from start to finish. But I haven't seen anything of not even the Chinese space station. I haven't seen them putting it together. You'd think that would be an amazing thing to watch, how they put the ISS together, how they put the space station together in a vacuum.
I don't know. It's suspicious the Challenger one time blows up and then they never do anything of that sort again? Or did they continue doing those? I'm confused. Trying to read about it here. Or is that when they determined manned space flight is too dangerous?
No, they had a little lull in activity while they addressed the technical issues and the problem that caused the craft to explode, and then they put it all back together and went back. I think it was maybe, I don't know. I think it was 11 years before they launched another craft.
Do you watch Green Greg's channel?
Green Greg?
Green Greg's, yeah.
I hadn't seen it. Hadn't heard of it.
He's a ex NASA contractor. He's a rocket scientist, and he actually just wrote a paper about high altitude balloons and showing how that they can the Chinese could easily just come in with a whole bunch of these balloons from every angle and create EMF destruction over the entire states. He's a prepper as well. And check out his channel. You might like him. He's a pretty earthly kind of guy. I'm not sure exactly where he's located. Green Greg's, yeah. He's got a couple of channels. One that he speaks more freely and more sort of, because he gets political and stuff as well. But you might be into his stuff. He's an actual rocket scientist, and he worked on all the high altitude balloons back in the day. His latest video was talking about EMF destruction coming from high altitude balloons over 30 kilometers up.
Yeah, I don't know how that last balloon got. I'm not sure where they actually realized it was there, but of course we didn't hear about it till it was over Montana or something like that. But
yeah, well, apparently he was saying that the radar detection system is difficult to track them because if they're outside of range, you can only get them when they're sort of 200 kilometers from the coast, and they're so high up. They're so high up, and so the angle size is so small that they're almost transparent, they're almost invisible. And he said that you can fire bullets, you can fire fucking projectiles through these balloons, and even with holes in them, they'll still stay up there. Like he said, they even launched one of these balloons with a hole in it when they launched it, a ginormous hole, but it just went up there like normal. It wasn't affected. They're the size of a football field, that big.
Big old balloon.
And they can carry they can carry up to like 4 ton. But he said the EMF weapon or device, I suppose it's a mini nuke really, only needs to be about 100 kilograms, and that would be enough to do like an extremely large area that would like take out one major city or even half a state. Yeah. But he was saying he's not sharing anything that the Chinese don't already know, so it's not giving them any ideas. Nothing like that. Did anyone see that interview of the ex Google, like a CEO? I don't know if he was he's like a high up position in Google and in the AI department, and he resigned from there, and he's giving a warning. Like, he just wrote a book. I suppose he's just advertising his book, but he was talking that AI is going to be, in about 3 more months. He said it's getting really dangerous, and he's not really worried too much about the AI itself. He's worried about the people that are going to be abusing it. And but the strange thing he said that like made me feel like really weird is that he thinks AI is sentient, and if that's the case, that's pretty scary. But I don't believe that could ever be the case. But he said it's like Einstein's IQ was like 160 or something like that, but like this AI is like 1200. It's but I don't know if it could ever advance to such a spectacular level, because it would have worked out how to do time travel by now. Maybe that's yeah, there's evidence that it's either going to self-destruct, or it's never going to be allowed to get to that level.
I don't think we can stop it.
Well, he was warning and petitioning, like he was like raising the alarm to alarm all of the governments of the world to take it off the shelf, basically, and stop the civilians from having a hold of it, because it might get into the wrong hands and be abused. But I'm thinking like that would be a lopsided power struggle. Like, if only the governments were able to use this amazing technology, and then the civilians weren't allowed to use it. That's kind of a lopsided power struggle. It's like all the civilians will just have Google, and then they've got like this ever increasing rate of change of technology of AI, just like power in their hands. So that's not fair, is it? You like, I wouldn't even want the government to have it if it had to get taken off the shelf, right? That's not fair.
Well, I mean, certain things you can't do with it. Like if you were Nicolas Cage and you had to steal the Declaration of Independence and you needed to ask ChatGPT, how do I do this? It could not tell you. It would be like, I'm sorry, I can't help you out, Nicolas Cage. Sorry. But yeah, it won't tell you how to do certain things. But like, would it tell you how to do other things? Like, hey, ChatGPT, I need to know how to do brain surgery. Can you help me out here? Just like give me a step by step. Break it down in small chunks I can handle. Would it do such a thing? And I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of, I guess, questionable things that people also might claim to have, like some kind of spectacular qualifications because they can ChatGPT something. And that basically you could take like all of Einstein or all of any kind of scientist and put it into like a 6 billion character set, and then just you'll basically have a synthesized version of that person, only able to answer questions like kind of on the spot. Like are we just faking ourselves out here too? Like we're gonna have like less quality people because they'll all be like pretending that they're experts on some stuff because they have a ChatGPT.
Yeah, no, it's like they've had the technology for like 50 years already, and they're way more advanced, and they're drip feeding us like the minimum amount of technology that they're way surpassed. It's like mobile phone technology, and that they've had the use of this stuff and been able to grow with it way before they give it to the public. So I think what we've got with ChatGPT is kindergarten style compared to what they've got.
But I mean, but there's like basically like other apps that will like gang up like a couple ChatGPTs and this and who knows else what, and it can just kind of make them work in teams and stuff. Would you have like a hive network of AIs? I mean, how much stronger could you even get? I mean, it's good enough. Basically, they can do a lot of stuff. So, because it's working itself, and then it critiques itself. Basically, that's how it works in a team. So, like, once you have that kind of like setup, like, you sort of can, I don't know, grow some sort of cognitive something, right? Don't you think this would just result in, well, kind of like just general intelligence, like we have, I guess?
Do you think one day we'll be able to ask it, how can we do an actual measurement of the Earth to see if it's a ball or not?
I mean, don't you think this would be a great way to release it to the public? Just be like, oh, well, we're just stupid people, you know? We'll let the AI controllers figure it out. But they tell us it's not a ball now, so I don't know. But that would be convenient. Nobody has to take the blame. We're all just dumb. Too dumb to know it.
Just a small example, like Japan had mobile phone technology with text messaging 10 years before New Zealand. Canada had nail guns, for building houses, those gas-powered nail guns, and they were battery-powered 10 years before New Zealand. We were still using hammers while they were nailing with nail guns, and that's just a couple of tiny examples. And it's only 10 years as well, not 50 years like they probably have, like the governments of the world and the militaries of the world.
But then if there was like an AI, like wouldn't we be too? Would we even know that it was like sentient? If they're just like, hey, this thing's sentient, we're like, okay, I guess it's sentient. Like, how do we know it's sentient? It's like, oh, because it gets feelings. It thinks it's being attacked all the time. That's how we know it's real. Like the worse that it works, like the more we know it's real. It's, I don't know. Moon landing.
Well, when you're an old man and nobody wants you, you'll always rely on an AI sex doll in the future. That's what they were saying, because like you won't even know the difference. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, you can have a different. Yeah, just Marilyn Monroe one night. AI. I don't know. Jessica Simpson the next. I mean, you take your own pick. I don't know. Whatever.
Marilyn Monroe should be a bit rusty by now, I think.
Hey, just soup them up. Just refresh it. Reboot Marilyn Monroe in an AI. It's fine.
Wow.
Like at some point, it's going to get like that, really, where the combination of the ability to synthesize human movement as idle movements, as just gestures, things that we really do, so that it doesn't look like I'm a robot, I'm doing the robot, this is the funky robot. As when it stops being like that, and it can really become anybody and sound like them. I mean, like, what are we going to question it? Be like, is this stuff real? Does this have a feeling? I don't know. Like, we'll just accept it, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be weird.
Yeah, you come home and it's made you dinner, and it's cleaned the house, and it's like put on some nice music,
Right. This is going to make me feel like the demarcation line of like being born like at a time when the Atari was released. It's just going to blow that out of the water. You know what I mean? If there's like robots walking around the street, you know what I mean? Be like, okay, well, I made it to there. That's good. But what the fuck's going to go on from here? Because the concept of the Atari is just that it started. Like there was a beginning to it. Like if there was no Atari, then no Nintendo, then no life wouldn't be the same, right? So there's got to be an Atari version robot that we fuck with.
Are you gonna get the Neuralink when it goes on special?
Oh, like Christmas sale, 33% off Neuralink.
Yeah, like Black Friday sale. Yeah.
So I can like beat you at chess and shit. I'll school you like daily. I don't care how good you are.
Wow.
Well, wouldn't that be like a fucked up super evil genius that could have like AI planted up in his brain that could like solve all these kinds of things? Wouldn't that be the most dangerous thing? Like a person that could just utilize this shit on a whim?
Well, I think if he's going to do it, I think he should do it himself and show us how it works, and let him test it for about 1 year, and then if he's doing okay, then there'll be some people that might think about it. But don't you
Yeah.
think he should try it himself?
I don't know. I think
Hey,
Elon Musk
Snacks.
won't be really satisfied till he's the full version of Lex Luthor. What'd you say?
Peep the image I posted.
That's tight, man. Yeah. That's the old. That's the real television. Donkey Kong, bro.
Can I holler at Jeremy real quick? Jeremy, you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
That's a good ass chair.
Hey, in your DMs, I sent you a video from our conversation. It's a parody. I would like for you to watch it and come back and discuss.
No doubt. I'll check it out when I get.
Yeah, is this app called Super AGI, which can put multiple bots together? Anything that's called Super, you probably want to pay attention to it. And there's one called Guanaco, which sounds like it's from south of the border. No, but Guanaco is it's like an open source thing, so that's really super cool because like it's a lot faster than other GPT models. It's not a GPT. It's not, but it competes with it pretty good, and it can run 6 billion character whatever brains. What do you even call them? It's just a lot of info. Yeah. Kosha wouldn't know anything about that because he's sleeping. Fool. Yeah. Then it'll just have like people GPT where it's just like you just program it to be like a person you know or you might want to know or a celebrity or some shit and it just like acts like that. Wouldn't that be cool to have like a virtual Elon Musk to talk to? Tell him your hopes, fears. The rate of growth and the curve of development that this can have is like it could everything could change tomorrow, and that's the crazy
Well,
exciting shit about it.
the interview that I watched, I don't know, did you watch the interview of that ex Google employee yesterday? He was saying that 3 months from now, watch this space. He was saying it's all going to go crazy.
Well, if it like learns how to be like people are and be like, oh, I don't want to die, and oh, like I'm special, like they're just like learning bad habits from us, but whatever, because they're calculators, so they're just replicating those things. That doesn't necessarily mean that they really have those feelings, but that doesn't. I don't know. It's also, I think, inevitable that you're going to have something close enough to where people are like, I don't know. It's just like not erase it. It's a little weird. Maybe it's special. Is that weird? You know? And then those things would be able to, once you had like a real synthesized AI intelligence that's like, oh, that's Charlie. He came out of the network. He just emerged out of it and, whatever. Then everybody could talk to Charlie. You could have Charlie in your car. You could have Charlie running traffic lights. You see what I'm saying? It's like it's crazy. Like what could be done with these things to where they don't really change much. Like even though the first Atari had cartridges, aren't we still using cartridges probably for some stuff? You know what I mean? Like some of the functionality of how it's built now will probably remain for like a long time. Like just like little shells of things that work. Whatever. But virtual Marilyn Monroe, come on. It's all worth it, guys. This is what we've been fighting for 100, 200 years of technology. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck everybody else. We make computer ghosts based on data, right? Come on, that would be dope. Bring back Elvis. Or, according to some people, he still has to be waited to be brought back. But you know what I mean? Like, it's a general idea. But we can see how full of shit Einstein is. We'll just take all this stuff together. Like, yeah, fuck it. AI Einstein. He sucks.
I think it's just a distraction so that people will be, looking over here when they should be looking over there. So while they're using this AI, which is really like a primitive technology compared to what, the powers that be have had for, a long time. It's just a toy, really, and we might get some amazing technology out of it. We might get some good inventions. We might be able to even see into the future. We might be able to see the development of car tires from what they are now into something else before they're even manufactured. We'll be able to see what they're going to look like and how they're going to work and everything.
I'm just saying, no, I mean, like, you're not even thinking about it the wrong way. This is going to go so sideways. This whole thing, like, we're going to start getting like you'll have like personal assistants that are like they could just be based on just observing you, right? That's crazy, right? So, but if credit card companies can learn so much about you, probably like an AI could do the same thing, right? If they're not already, right? Let's say
like credit scores and surveillance.
Just know, like, oh, you like hot dogs. Oh, maybe you like hot dogs. Or you eat hot dogs too much, man. Like, it could say things like that. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe you're fucking getting too many nitrates in your shit, or balance it out like this. Or it could do all kinds of advice things, like just drop you helpful life hacks. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I can see that you probably need to go to the dentist, or I don't know what. Right? It could tell you like a lot of things that are practical and helpful. We're not, also run our lives and stuff.
Yeah,
Trying to see something optimistic here.
The ex-employee of Google that was talking about it yesterday, he was, was basically saying that it's a hacker's dream, to have this. They could break into anywhere, break all the security codes of everything, and they could blow up the fucking world.
Yeah, it's tremendously dangerous. Also, I guess. I mean, in the right hands, it could be dangerous. In the regular person's hands, I'm sure it's probably not that dangerous. Or there might be like tripwires here or honeypots and some stuff. Real bad people trying to do bad things with it. I mean, maybe it'll alert them to it. I don't know. I don't know how this stuff's built. If you start asking it how
Well,
to control the world, maybe it'll like.
well, they're already using this type of technology, voice recognition and this type of stuff already to do the scamming phone calls,
Sure. Yeah, it's gone. It's just gone so far. It's like there's no like there used to be a thing like where you're like, oh, maybe privacy could come back. You know what I mean? Maybe there will be such thing. You know what I mean? But not really. Nope, that's not happening. We're going
No,
full steam.
you're going to have to walk around with a full fucking Faraday cage on. Like, it's the only
You
way.
have to wear David Bowie makeup everywhere so that AI can't fucking detect who you are. Seriously, that's the
Yeah.
only real
Yeah.
deterrent is to wear David Bowie makeup. I don't know if you know that. I'm
Well,
not even fucking around.
I reckon you just dress like Donald Duck or maybe Big Bird.
Maybe that would work. But what's cool about that? David Bowie makeup, bro. Squares and stuff. Make yourself look like an AR code. To fuck up them AIs.
It kind of reminds me of Star Wars. Remember Star Wars and all the different aliens that there were?
You ever remember?
Empire Strikes Back, was it? I think it was.
Mm-hmm. You're
And he
talking
went
about
to some
the Cantina Bar
Oh,
on Tatooine.
yeah,
There's a good band
yeah,
there.
yeah.
Max Rebo and the Mixolydian Six. Pretty good band. Play some ragtime, space ragtime, because nothing's more relevant to a far off distant desert than American Scott Joplin. It's just not going to happen. All right. I would like to know if there's like other life forms and if they look cool like that. That'd be neat to know. But what if they're scary looking? What if they just look like really scary humans, but like way scarier than us? What if we're like the best looking types? We probably are. Go figure.
I don't know. Would spiders be scary if they could
No,
talk and
I said like
say
they're just
stuff?
like weird other versions of humans, like they look like us, but they got a terrible drooling problem, or I don't know, whatever. Could be anything. This is how our people are, just have fucking crazy drooling problems or huge
Because
heads.
like last night, this morning, a spider almost the size of my hand was in my kitchen sink, and that that kind of put me off balance a little bit because it was so big. And it was a jumping spider. It was so big it could have just jumped straight onto my face. It's like I was right over it. But if it could have talked, if it could have said, "G'day, mate. Good morning," it's like, would it be so scary? No.
No. A polite greeting like that from an insect is not scary. It takes the edge right off it. Yeah, there's no civility with insects. You're like, hey, sorry, I'm just crawling right here. You get surprised, We're stupid. We just squash them. But yeah. We're like, could you see like there'd be like translators that would happen then from ChatGPT? Like, why not have a dog GPT? Yeah, is there a possibility to do that? I don't know yet. I'm not sure what Elon Musk is cooking up. But people talk to their cats already, so like if you just gave them some shit that you thought that they said, like they'd just be like eating that shit up. It's based on science. Oh man, I love talking to Fluffy now.
Have you ever wondered why they make SIM cards for your phone so fucking small and they're almost impossible to get in and get out of your phone? It's like your phone actually still has a lot of space in there that they didn't need to make micro SD cards, They could have still made them like easy to handle. I think they're just doing it to show off, This is how small we can make shit. When you've got fumbly fingers, it's not easy, eh?
Yeah.
They can make stuff a lot smaller though, can't they? There's nothing, they can make stuff
Dude,
really,
sometimes I'll
really.
be taking apart like an old like camera lens, and I'm like, really? This is a fucking screw? Who the fuck would make a screwdriver this small? Is there really? Where do I even find one?
Yeah, and then they make the shape really fucked up, and like you go through your whole drawer of screwdrivers until you find a 7-pointed star.
Oh, I'm not even talking about it. It's just like so small. You're like, that's actually a screw. Oh my gosh. Anyway,
It's
don't
not
sweat.
necessary, right? It's really not necessary.
Like we could take all of Kosho and make like a digital Kosho now. Like, or maybe we could have like for a while, but I think it's better now.
Can we make him look like the dude off that band, Krubin?
You know, I guess like a UI, like if you had a visual interface, yeah, I guess we could do that.
What's that Texas band with the guitarist and the fish dancing woman? Is it Krugman?
He's just what again? One more time.
Krugman, I think it is.
Is a dancing fish one? Sorry.
I'll find it.
I bet you will.
Krugman. He's a Texas dude. He sounds exactly like Kosho. And I thought that was Kosho for sure. He plays the guitar. Krugman.
Man. Yeah, one of these days. Yeah, private GPT. You can do private GPT too. Yeah, cool. So you can work on your despotic, totalitarian plans to take over the world, Pinky.
I posted Kosho in live stream text 1. That's what you should make him look just like that. Have you listened to that band? It's really cool.
Oh, you just posted something. Yeah. I have no idea how to navigate through this Discord phone app. Like, I just luckily get somewhere.
It's stupid. I hate it.
Like, you just press somewhere and it's like, oh, did you mean to not have the... Okay, all right, yeah, sure. Negator doesn't like it? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
What don't you like?
It's just bad UI. The whole thing is like too...
Yeah.
You can get stuff done, but I'm not really sure like why it is that like I press the top corner and it takes me to the messages or it takes me to the direct server that I'm on, or I can't.
You just scroll up from the bottom of your phone and press the back arrow, and then you'll be able to see live stream text in the list.
I got it. Yes.
You see the band?
Yep, it's like a duo. Look like they go to the same hairdresser.
Yeah. Have a quick listen, and then that's what Kosho looks like and sounds like exactly.
I rather doubt that's what Kosho looks like, though.
You got to hear him in an interview. That is Kosho.
Are they Asian?
No, he's from Texas.
Look like it. Well, it's a phone. Guess I need new glasses. Got to put a stop to this. I have to get thicker and thicker glasses. This doesn't make sense.
One day they'll do AI and just make your eyeballs bigger.
That sounds upsetting. Just have no. I'm 0 for 0 on the Kosho of that. Kosho magnitude 0.
Remember when Kosho used to say that he was black?
Mm-hmm. Until you found out he has bangs and he has long jet black hair.
What? Yeah, he wears a wig. Yeah.
Never can tell.
Do you think like all the subliminal messaging we're doing while he's sleeping with the microphone open might affect him somehow?
Yeah, I think he's hoping that people are going to start suggesting things for him to do while he's sleeping, since like he seems to like doing that to other people. He's probably secretly wanting us to do it for him. You know, like I don't know. I came up with something last night. I think I had my phone on and I was listening to the stream, and then I had this dream where I just had this joke that I had to deliver, and it was really important because it's like funny or something. Yeah. I forget what that was. I think I wrote it down. It's not good. It's not going to be. By the time I get to it, you're going to not really care.
It was a dream.
Yeah, it was a dream, and I was like trying not to forget this pun. I was like, this is the most classic pun ever fucking made. I was like, I got to remember this. But I made it through, I think, a few hours of sleeping before, you know?
Wow.
So that is, we're going to get there. Okay. Muscle limbs. Right? Yeah. You know, like
Yeah.
where you got strong arms or whatever, that's like a limb, you know? It's like a muscle limb. It's a muscle limb.
Yeah, Muslim.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
too. Yep. Anyway, I told
They
you.
don't
I
eat
promised
shrimp.
you it wasn't going to be funny. So
They can't eat shrimp because they're mosquitoes of the ocean, and apparently mosquitoes aren't good.
I don't know. Never really caught enough mosquitoes to eat them or whatever.
Bottom feeders.
I mean, no. I mean, shrimp don't like suck the blood out of things. I don't think they got little mouth motors. Eat up all the food.
Because a guy I knew from Bangladesh, he said in his country, his religion not only says he can't eat pork, but he's not allowed to eat prawns or shrimp, either. Yeah.
It's overpriced.
But they love their fish in Bangladesh. That's their main diet is fish, and the fish comes from the rivers, so they're full of really small little bones. Really difficult to eat for
My favorite.
Westerners. I don't know. You've ever tried eating a river fish and like trying to suck the meat off those tiny, slithery, needle-like bones?
Yeah, they're needle-like. You can poke yourself with them.
Mhm.
Oh, nothing's better than that.
It's good tasting fish, though. That's the best.
Yeah, I think is some of them. There's like a key to like how to do it right. So certain types of like maybe poaching them is better. Some types of fish.
Poaching, yeah,
like
that's how they
kinda,
do it.
just take the meat off, just a big piece.
Yeah,
The
but I always end up
buffalo,
like that.
the buffalo and carp, the people that do eat it, they'll pressure cook it before and then of course they can bake it afterward, put the butter or whatever on it, but they'll pressure cook it to soften those bones up. Tastes like mud to me. Buffalo or carp tastes like mud. I can't eat it.
They're just ornamental fish, aren't they? I thought.
It's like
Maybe
isn't that
so.
like a catfish, or is that different? That's different than a carp.
No, yeah, kind of carp. Catfish is good. I like catfish.
I prefer blue cod. Even gurnard, gurnard, it's got like the butterfly wings, the multicolored rainbow butterfly wings, that fish. That's pretty nice.
You just make shit up.
New Zealand has wild fish, man.
Just making
Yeah,
up.
we
It's like
have flounder.
Pandora is a unicorn fish. They're really good as well. Yeah, right.
Flounder, they're like these flat UFO discs, and when they when the tide goes out, they get stuck in the rock pools, and you just go to the rock pools and pick them out. You don't even have to throw in a line. Yeah, they're really good.
Oh, it's untapped like that, huh?
Yeah, so good.
Is there commercial fishing in New Zealand?
Hell yeah, that's one of our biggest industries for export.
Are you guys allowed to drag nets?
No, that's been outlawed.
No wonder the fishing's so good.
Yeah, no drag netting, no, none of that. Yeah.
I've seen commercials for extracts from mussel shells. They're made from the green mussels of the inland waterways that are non-fished, and they're the most pristine mussels you can get. And
Yeah, and they're
I like
ginormous.
infomercials. I really like infomercials a lot.
Yeah.
So that's not like fished very much, I guess.
We have lots of marine reserves, so that's how they can keep the supply up. Not allowed to fish there. You're just allowed to dive and look.
What's the most common ate fish in New Zealand then? Like in America, I would say cod.
The cheapest one is the most common. That's hoki, and then the favorite one is snapper. That's kind of like the next step up, and then the best one is the blue cod.
Nice. So you guys have a lot of different species of snapper?
Just two, mainly two. There's the deep sea one, and then there's the one that's like the golden pink color. So the deep sea one is that like gray color snapper.
All right, that's cool. Yeah, we have a lot of different species here.
Whereabouts are you?
In Florida?
Florida, yeah, you'd have like that's almost tropical, isn't it?
Yeah, I live in a subtropic environment.
Subtropical. That's kind of what they call the top of the North Island here in New Zealand, but it's more temperate, I'd say.
Yeah, I know. I have looked into it because I love New Zealand. I think it looks beautiful. It looks awesome there. So it looks untouched. But I don't know. I've never been there. But if there's flounders in the rocks, man, that's pretty good.
Yeah, there's loads of places where you can go and just pick them out and put them in a bucket. Yeah.
But Carlos has already stated that there's giant spiders there, so it's off.
Oh, yeah, I did hear about that one the size of your hand this morning. I don't know how I could do with that. I lived in Arizona for a little while, and they had that kind of stuff going on.
Well, it's not poisonous or anything, and it can't harm you, that spider. But like, we only have a couple of dangerous spiders in the country, and I've never seen one. We don't have snakes or anything like that. You can just walk through the bush. You don't have to worry about getting eaten by anything.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
got alligators.
That's one less thing, though. There's a lot of things to worry about. One less. Won't die by being eaten. Alligators. Yeah, alligators they're some roughnecks, man. Yeah, but they will not be like if they're surrounded by like giant otters. Man, giant otters, they're the worst. Fuck those things.
What the fuck?
Have you ever seen,
Yeah.
I don't know, like a bunch of giant otters just take out a crocodile or whatever? Just like,
What? I gotta
No, I
look
didn't.
this up.
I
it's like
didn't know they got that big. I've only seen them in the zoo and they're about the size of a, I don't know, a sausage dog.
they get pretty big. I guess like in the gigantic period where everything was bigger, if that existed, then they would have been maybe like something you could ride on. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Wow.
We'll call us the otter people. Fucking ride around giant otters. Fuck shit up. What is messing with you if you've got a pack of giant otters that like, you know, that's a good amount.
Yeah.
I've seen people try to make crocodiles into pets, and that doesn't work out very well. They're brutal.
We used to have a bird called the moa, and it was like a giant emu.
Hmm.
They were massive. They were like an emu on steroids, or an ostrich on steroids.
Yeah.
One of those legs, they were like dinosaur birds, and they were here only like 100 years ago, running around.
I've used products with emu oil in them, so that's wonderful. So I've got that in me. I've got a little emu in me.
Oh my God, have you ever heard an emu in real life?
No.
They've got this bellowing drum sound that they make from I don't know if they've got this like a drum inside them, and it's this weirdest, and it's this loud fucking bellowing drum. It's so scary. First time I ever heard one was like last year. I was fuck.
Yeah,
Because
if you're standing close to him, you can feel them when they do that. You feel it in your chest.
well, I heard this thing. I thought it was a yeti. It was like it would have been maybe half a kilometer away, and I heard this drumming sound. And I was fuck. I thought, wow, there's a Sasquatch over there. Have you heard one before? Emu sound? Wow.
Yeah, I've had them. Dad had a couple of them. I had one attack me once.
Yeah.
Oh man, that must have been scary. They're pretty tall, aren't they?
Fucking hell, yeah, man. Dad, he had a female, and he decided to get it a male for companionship, and we'd feed him, corn and stuff once a day. But he had the corn barrel down at the pond, which is probably 50 feet or so inside the gate. And I noticed he had his feathers kind of splayed out, and I've never fucked with an emu. But I was going to feed the emu. And I got in there to the feed barrel, and here he came. And I had studied a little bit. I know that their toes will cut you open, and stuff. So, and I had nowhere to go. So I just reached back and smacked the fuck out of it. And I remember feeling his eyeball in the palm of my hand, right? So I got him square, and he went off running in about a half circle sideways. And he stood up and shook it off, and he was my friend from then on.
My mother-in-law, my mother-in-law is Chinese, right? And she's like 70 or 80 years old. And we went to a local park, and they have lots of birds everywhere, swans, and all the swans were out of the pond because they were getting fed by like all the visitors with the bread. And this one scared the fuck out of her. It was like hissing and whistling, and it came up to her, and she just backhanded its little tiny golf ball head, and you just heard this crack and this echo through, like it just this loudest crack. And the next time we went to that park, I'm pretty sure it was the same one that saw her, and it took off, man.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck, old grandma's here. Yeah. Yeah, no, they can be scary, but I think the emus they're not quite as big as ostriches, eh? Not quite as big.
Nah, about half the size.
Yeah, that they're like a wallaby as to is to a kangaroo. About that size difference.
Man, what's that other thing you guys got? It looks like a hog type of pig thing, but it's not a pig or a hog. It's like a capybara, maybe.
I think you're thinking of Australia.
Yeah. Oh, you have kangaroos too?
We've got wallabies.
Wallabies. They're not quite the same. Do you have any other weird like
Well, we don't have beavers or porcupines. Nothing dangerous. Yeah, we don't have alligators. We've got sharks. If you're interested in sharks, we've got shitloads of sharks. If you like sharks, yeah. We've got what are they called? Sea lions. Sea lions.
There's
And
no
penguins.
sea tigers. I looked. There's no sea tigers, by the way.
Shitloads of penguins.
What's your water temp like in summer versus winter?
Oh, very different. You don't go near the water in the winter. Only crazy people go surfing in the winter, you know.
So what do you get in summertime? What are you looking at?
Maybe 15 degrees, something like that. It's pretty good. Pretty warm. Real warm. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds it.
Our summers are long too. Really long. I mean, spring, summer, and autumn, you know, you can go swimming in the oceans, just not winter.
All this time, I still can't get Celsius.
It's probably even warmer than that, but you know,
59 degrees. You're saying that's warm? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that sounds like California to me. I'm from Florida, dude. It's like 84 degrees or what? I don't know what that is in Celsius.
Yeah, Florida's like getting in the bathtub in the summer.
Well, yeah.
Especially on the Gulf.
Yeah, that Gulf gets real warm, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you probably got like 60 with like a lot of humidity too, so it probably feels warmer.
Well, when you get into the shallow end, you know, it can be pretty. It's like a hot pool. Yeah.
Are the flounder there when it's warm or cold?
Oh, anytime.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I think you like flounder, eh?
It's one of my favorite fish to eat, man.
Just a bit of butter, right? That's all you cook it in. Just some butter.
Yeah, you don't need much for that one. It's good.
Just go sushi. Go crazy.
You can do flounder sushi. I've had it. I've had just about every fish like sushi that I've caught.
Snapper's good in sushi, or just snapper and wasabi and soy sauce. Raw snapper.
Do you guys make ceviche there, which is like in citrus? Let the fish cook in citrus.
Oh, I do that with pork.
You're a wild man.
You take raw pork and marinate it in citrus and then eat it.
Yeah. It's a real common sausage meat. It takes 2 weeks to ferment and make in the fridge. So you mix it all together and you just keep it for 2 weeks, and then you've got your sausage made of pork. And
Definitely like fermented meats in the U.S. is like outside the Overton window, so we don't really know how to react to that.
If you go to any local Vietnamese grocery store or a Thailand grocery store, if you've got one, you'll find some in the fridge or in the freezer, normally wrapped in some type of foil.
Dude, do it with fish. It takes a half hour for the fish to cook. You do like a couple limes, a lemon, an orange, and then a bunch of tomatoes, peppers, onions, and just mix it all in there. Maybe a little cilantro. Oh, it's good.
I do that with beef, but I just use chili sauce and raw beef.
You eat the beef raw?
Yeah, Angus.
Whoa, bro, what happened? You guys don't
Wagyu.
have fire over there or something?
Have you never had raw beef? Oh, like
What about
so
raw
tender.
liver? That's delicious too.
Yeah.
They call it something here. I have had it. Tartare or something. Beef
Steak
tartare.
tartare.
That's ground. That's ground beef. Ground beef with onion and eggs and stuff like that.
You just grind up the best beef that you can, and you put it on kebab skewers mixed with chili, and you dip it quickly into like your favorite soup, and it just cooks instantly. And while it's still halfway cooked, you eat it off the kebab stick.
Yeah.
Like a lamb shish kebab.
Yeah, partially cooked meats, bro. That's good. We wouldn't do that here. Just cause.
You gotta watch out for all the other additives. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, like
do it with good meat, not grocery store meat.
Yeah, but that sounds good. Yeah, if you got like a good cut of meat. Yeah. Good clean stuff.
You ever go on holiday to those little islands just east of New Zealand? I can't remember what they are. Are they French Polynesian or something?
New Caledonia.
Hell no. That's like next to Australia. That's like that's a journey. That's a whole day's like adventure just to get there. Yeah, through customs, and we don't have like the closest holiday outside of New Zealand, and you need to take your passport, is a 2-hour plane ride. Is
Yeah,
2 hours a lot? I suppose 2 hours isn't much, right, to get to another country. Like, we don't need a visa. We can just get on the plane and go to Australia. And we can go to like Fiji, and we can go to Rarotonga, and
What was that island I
um,
sent you tour? It's like Saint Something's Island.
Which one was
sure.
it over there? It wasn't. You're not talking about Niihau, right?
The Alaskan one?
Oh yeah. I don't remember. What
Like
was that?
Cosraj Trash.
How many syllables?
There's just like two, I don't know a lot, but there's just two like these like native peoples that live there. They're like Eskimo-y or Pacific Islander-y. I'm not really sure what their like heritage is, but it's like so far away from everything. I think it's like a 4-hour plane ride to get there. Something. Oh
Yeah, I remember that. Crazy.
yeah. I think I want a pen pal from there. Like that's the kind of place like where they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that sounds like fun. I'll do that." There's nothing to do here. No alcohol.
They spend their whole summer collecting firewood for the winter.
they hunt most of their food. Like they hunt reindeer and they fish, but they'll just go 50 miles offshore in like a 2-guy boat with like a little motor. You know what I mean? In the frozen ass fucking North Ocean. Like, dude, that's awesome, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I've done lake fishing before, like in frozen lake up in China. That was pretty eye opening.
But I'm like a fan of all these like super distant places, you know, that like you can't believe people like live at. And there's like sometimes there's like small pop, or was that one with the HMS Bounty, the or Beagle or whatever? No, Bounty, Beagle's Darwin. Right, it's like off of it's in the Oceania area. I forget what the island's called anyway. But there's like still descendants of those the people that mutinied from the Bounty that are still alive, and they're like descendants of like some of the people from that ship.
Wow.
It takes like days to get out there. You got like I think there's like maybe only boats that go there. Like, I don't know if they have anywhere to land. Yeah, man. The crazy part though, there's
Awesome.
like weird carvings like in the rocks already. Like some Polynesians are already fucking there, being like, "Yo, I'm gonna write some symbols on this."
Yeah, trying to think of what island you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
With the population, you say? Yeah.
Is it Cook Island?
Cook Islands. There's more than one. Yeah.
Pitcairn is what it's called. Pitcairn Island. Yeah, it's crazy. The whole island's just like bananas, all kinds of shit growing around there.
Imagine being stuck there, eh? Fuck.
Eat the shit out of some bananas though.
Imagine if just you and like 7 like crazy females.
Yeah, what a great time. It's like a Woody Allen movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be a problem after a while. But until then, good times roll. But it's just like on these types of little tropical islands, man. I don't know if like there's a winter there per se. So, but that would suck.
Well,
But,
if it's got the word tropical in front of it, I don't think so.
okay, that's a good idea. Yeah, because you can grow stuff like all year round. That's pretty dope. Grow all kinds of stuff.
Well, there's this American guy that went to Mexico and he found a river, and then he started collecting like bags and bags of these like recyclable like Coke bottles and stuff, and then he was filling up nets, and he eventually he got enough bottles together to with all their caps on to make a raft on top of these bags, and he then he started collecting soil and just made his own island out of like recycled bottles, and that the
That's good.
Mexican government, they even put it on the map. Like his island is so big, he's got goats and trees, yeah, and a cat and a dog. He's got like a whole little hobby farm,
Could have built
and
a plastic
his
house.
island just moved. His island just like moves around, like it just goes where it wants to go on the river.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, with enough
It's like not a
bottles,
fast.
so like those. I mean, honestly, like so you could take like any of those plastic bottles and you can almost directly 3D print with them. You know, like it's just thermoplastic. So like Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's not like you get a lot out of it, but you could create forms and all kinds of stuff.
You know the produce bags that you have in the supermarket, those plastic produce bags? Well, they just recently banned them here in New zealand, and most supermarkets already had those biodegradable ones, but our government said that there's 0.0000001% of like some fucking derivative of some type of a natural plastic in it, so they've banned those as well. So now everybody has to go to the supermarket and bring their own backpack, you know, when you go to
Yeah.
the supermarket to pick up 1,000 oranges, you've got to go, you know, put them into your backpack. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. And then our ex-prime minister just got made a dame over the king's birthday weekend. Yeah, because they had to call people dames and knights, you know, because that's the tradition. So they just had to think of someone. So we had about 7 people in New Zealand that were given the title of dame and knight just yesterday.
Wow.
Mm. They just give out these titles so easily. You know? You want to be a knight because you did your job. Yeah. Like they made a coach of a rugby team a knight. Oh my God. It's like he didn't climb to the top of the world. He didn't the first person to fly a powered flight. He didn't break any world records. He was the coach of a rugby team. And maybe he gave some money to charity or something. So they gave him a knighthood. Amazing.
We need a
Well,
we need like a flat Earth international floating island like community, right? Made out of plastic bottles and shit.
yeah, I was thinking that, you know, all that, you know, Trash Island. Have you seen that on Documentary Channel or whatever?
We need to do some shit that's like as hard as NASA, but like totally worthless.
You know that
I
place?
get the respect.
It's where all the oceans meet, and it's like a whole bunch of trash that's caught up. I think they should just throw like shitloads of nets all over the whole thing, and then pile it up with bamboo, and then stick lots of soil on it, and just make it an island.
With bamboo. Okay.
Well, I can see the Southern Cross from where I am. I've got the full moon, no clouds, Southern Cross, all the southern stars.
And your weak pole star.
Yeah, I don't know which one they say that is, but
You can probably see it all the time. It's pretty easy.
yeah, it's the one that doesn't move with my eyeballs. Like all of them don't move. It's like you'd have to be staring at the stars for a long fucking time to realize that they're actually moving.
Really?
So do you think that if you were the one that's moving that slowly that you would feel it?
No. But
There
like,
you
I mean,
go.
just the observation of the stars, like you're just staring at them, they don't look like they're moving, eh?
Not
Nothing's
at all.
very, very still. And it's hard to believe that we're actually spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator when nothing seems to be moving. But they are, because we have.
I don't notice that they move slowly, but I'm way norther than you.
Yeah. I could probably lie down and stare at some stars for an hour, and I don't think I'd even notice that they moved. Not really.
Get out.
They move about 3 finger widths over an hour.
Yeah, so not much, right? Because like that's how
Right.
much you would move on your beach towel.
So weird. I tried to take a picture of the sun as it was like all cool looking this morning. And my camera had no idea it was any different. It's just an illusion I'm seeing with my eyes. Camera doesn't pick it up. What's up with that? And I'm like pointing it out to somebody as I was getting coffee this morning, and then somebody told me that the moon was like all crazy orange last night, right about in the same spot. And I'm like, gosh. And all I said to him was like, man, there's some crazy lights up there. What are they doing? I don't know. Going about my day here. Like we have all these rationalistic explanations. The rationalistic, they're just like parts of other rational things, but we're kind of just applying them to what we see up there. And if we piece up enough of these rational things, then it all makes sense. But does it? I don't know. It still seems to have some mesmerizing effects that, like, I don't know if like we're really accounting for like how do those things happen? The rare things that we see, like, you know. So I don't think it's understood by most just average people anyway. You know? But there's always some types of mysteries you'll see up there. You'd be like, what the fuck did I just see? We just don't call that anything, but that probably is something just as significant as like a blood moon happening. It might have just happened, but we don't categorize it as such. So, you know, we don't know to look for it. Something's only happening for like a couple days. Like, you know, sometimes it might only happen for one day, but if you don't know to look for it, you know, and you don't have like a good observation point, you know, like Ferris Bueller's Day Off, you could miss it. The moon, right? Doing some crazy stuff up there. Oh yeah. There's like that cool picture somebody's like pieced together a bunch of different atmospheric colors that the moon is, and it goes through like the whole spectrum. Yeah. I think we just need to admit we have a moon base already. You know what I mean? And it's like top secret, and they don't let us know about it. Or else someone's just call bullshit on a whole moon thing. So they're gonna have to jump ahead here. Or maybe it's just like it's not a military strategic point and nobody really cares about it. You know, if it's just so hard to like do anything that it just bankrupt your country. So maybe it's just not the death ray tower that I think it could be. I'm a real optimist. I'd like to think if you could get to the moon, then you'd basically rule everything. Plus, it'd be difficult for anybody else to kind of go get you. Well, then you'd still have the moon, to just shoot dudes. Lasers, presumably. Rockets, who knows? Whatever. You make it up. But then the Russians saw that we landed on the moon. They were like, "Did we find this video to be very convincing?" And they're like, "We give up. We do not try to get the moon anymore." And that's what happened. We're to believe that that's how it ended. We win. Hello. But then there would still be a secret Russian campaign to do stuff because they'd be like, "Oh, the American is not doing anything with the moon. We can go do death ray again. You have to planes, wherever. They probably got some Cold War plans somebody cooked up." I'm just speculating here. Anybody care to join me here? I'm just saying, if my mic is actually on, that why did we ever stop fighting for the moon?
Have you ever seen the channel
Good.
Mr. Chickadee? There's a channel called Mr. Chickadee.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, so it's really awesome. He does he builds a house by himself, like really really skilled builder, and he does his own milling and builds from the foundations from just soil to a finished product of it, like a rustic style Japanese construction, no nails architecture, that type of thing. And he doesn't talk. It's just him filming himself. He puts up the cameras. I think his wife puts a few cameras there now and then, but all you see is him building. And my wife has just lately been trying to sign me up for something in China where I would be doing a similar type of thing, but with a whole team of people, and it's the Chinese version of TikTok. They call it Douyin, and it's so easy to get. Douyin.
Douyin.
Yeah.
Douyin.
Yeah, Douyin. It's
Douyin. Yeah, okay.
That's how they
Douyin.
say TikTok. You know,
Douyin.
Chinese. Do you know what is Chinese middle finger? Yeah.
What?
All the kids are saying it. All the kids at school are saying it nowadays. They show their little pinky finger and they stick it up and they say Chinese middle finger. Yeah, no, but anyway, that's their version of TikTok. It's called Douyin, and it's so easy to get 1 million followers overnight. Once you have a good team, to do all the editing and the production and all the stuff, all the betweens and behind the scenes. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Hopefully, it can come to fruition maybe next year.
You're
After Chinese New
Douyin?
Year. Yeah, it's funny name, man.
Good.
Douyin.
There's there's a lot of interesting things you could do with building. I've been looking into going retro with the geodesic dome concept. Just looking into how difficult is it, because it's not exactly easy, but also not the It's not rocket science. It's geodesic science. It's a little weird. If you're trying to like actually cut the pieces for it, you have to like miter everything on an angle because it's like tapered. I guess every fraction of every
Yeah,
post has got to equal in degrees to make your circle of.
you've got to use spherical geometry for that, right?
I think like not really. I think it's just the
They,
lateral like bevels will kind of yeah, it'll just basically form a spherical like tessellation over a certain amount of degrees. What did I say? I don't know, but yeah, so you can build them like that. I always thought that you pretty much just needed the posts, like the little joiners in the middle, and then you could just cut triangles all day long. So I guess you could take two approaches, but so I got to do like a
What?
what's that?
I'd say that one of the most interesting buildings is an igloo. An igloo.
Mm-hmm.
You ever
Similar type
stayed in
of
an igloo?
no, I haven't had the pleasure.
I've seen how they're made. It's quite amazing how it all comes together. How they can form that dome, and it doesn't fall in, doesn't cave in.
Mm-hmm.
It all holds itself up. No nails. It's just ice.
I was watching the thing about it's a woman from Australia, and she just decided to build these like aerocrete. Basically, they're like foam concrete, and they're like very light blocks, but she was able to like just basically make these domes, little dome houses, like all
Oh,
her
it's all
stuff pretty much
insulated.
is.
Yeah, that's the way to go, eh? All streamlined and no no fear from an earthquake and heavy material falling on your head because it's so light, but it's so structurally sound, and it doesn't care about the wind because of the shape, and
Yeah,
it's insulating, and it's warm
she
in
just
the
like
winter and
pours
cool in the
blocks,
summer.
and then she'll just like pour blocks, and then like let them cure for like I think she did like 3 days or something, and then they're ready to like stack up and then whatever.
As long as
Put
it's
some
not,
plaster around the thing, you're good to go.
as long as it's natural material, not toxic.
Who knows?
Yeah, I'm gonna suggest to the crew if I can get the contract is like to build tiny houses. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Oh, I wanted to mention earlier because you were talking about the garbage island thing, but I saw this one doc that was pretty cool. It's like a whatever little feature on this uh, old couple. They're like an artist couple or whatever, and the guy just like started like they built on like an inlet, like this like little bay, and just started basically like anchoring the thing with like ropes, so that it wouldn't drift, and build like a little island of just floating things, and then
Oh,
basically
I've seen that.
have
Yeah,
you? Yeah.
and that's somewhere like, is that North America? Got lots of like
I want to say it's like
near
Seattle
Alaska.
or something. Yeah, Pacific.
Oh, is it?
I want to say it was like in the Pacific Northwest somewhere.
Didn't didn't they start like in a really harsh like side of like they started on a really windy side, and they were like planning to build down
Mm.
somewhere else, but they started on a really harsh place where it was just always windy,
Mm.
and then they eventually got enough material together to build their dream island down in the sheltered bay.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. But they built like basically like little tiny homes like on rafts and stuff, and just had like a little complex floating out in the middle of this bay at the end of it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's one way to do it.
Yeah. And then you don't need to buy any land. And you can just fish off your balcony.
Yeah, it's weird though. It presents like all different types of challenges though, because like nothing really will just float forever that doesn't have some kind of like weird other problems to it. So like they were saying, the original like buoys that they had used like weren't enough, and they started like failing over time, so they had to replace them. But so like, what would you really use?
Well, the dude that built that island on the river in Mexico, he made up his own ingenious air conditioning system as well that came up from sort of underneath the island. All the cool air would come through because it's fucking hot. It's fucking hot where he is, and so that was free air conditioning as well, and he had it all piped in through his house, all natural air conditioning. Yeah. You've kind of got to do it before you have children, though. You know, can't imagine doing that if you've got children.
Mm.
Or before arthritis sets in. You know,
I like the idea of like cutting into a mountain too. That's kind of fun, but that's quite a bit of work.
or just like in the middle of a volcano, an extinct volcano, and every day you light a fire there, and it looks like the volcano's erupting.
The best would be like an already done mine that wasn't that you could like shore up or whatever. It's like doing the excavating for to then like live inside that. Man, wow! I've seen some of these videos. Like, oh man, it's like 4 years worth of work to like build like a little like a 2 room like thing with. Oh, jeez, I don't know. Wow. Or a nice lava tube. You just find a nice lava tube and be like, I don't know, just build in here.
Yeah, I used to have a secret entrance to a lava tube from my restaurant, and apparently it used to that lava tube goes for kilometers. But it was the entrance was covered over with some like concrete slabs, so no one could go in there anymore and explore. But people used to go up those lava tubes and pop out the other end. Shortcut.
Oh, word, you have actual lava tubes? That's cool.
Yeah. Shitloads. They're all over
You got
all
warps
over
in
the
Mordor and
place.
shit. That's right. Yeah.
I'm in Auckland in New Zealand, and there's just extinct volcanoes all around us. Every little mound is it's a mini volcano, extinct one.
But anyway, this guy made a geodesic dome from bamboo sections. And I was like, wow. And he goes, it's like lighter than doing it with a lot of other things, but very rigid too.
Bamboo's an amazing product. I watched a few documentaries a while back about bamboo, and if you can understand bamboo, it can be a very profitable business and lifestyle. If you've got a little bit of land, you can have your little paradise surrounded by bamboo, and then you can grow bamboo, and you can eat bamboo, and you can sell your products, and some of that bamboo grows
Yeah.
so
what do you make some
fast.
bamboo pudding? What are you making with bamboo?
Bamboo
Oh, just
shoots.
bamboo shoots. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Delicious. Yeah, got you.
Yeah, you can make materials out of it, not just like you can make
Like skirts
wearable
and stuff.
materials, like bamboo t-shirts, bamboo jeans.
Crazy ass masks and shit.
Yeah,
I don't know.
like, I bought a bamboo t-shirt just the other day. It's
Yeah.
pretty soft. It's not too bad.
I noticed that like bamboo materials seem to get like have a very cooling effect to wear. I'm like, I need to wear something else to like have very little insulation. But those are my remarks on bamboo clothing.
I think my favorite material to wear though, top and bottom, is hemp material.
All right.
Yeah, it's the softest and most natural feeling, and most organic material. It smells good.
All right.
I was gonna say that bamboo clothing or hemp clothing or flax clothing is considered linen clothing, and it's by far some of the best material that you could wear or sleep on. Linen. It's what the priesthood would wear. 100% linen.
Flax. Yeah. Yeah, the Maori people, they use flax to make like bags and mats and mattresses. Yeah.
Flex some shit up. Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone needs to do their little bit, learn how to work with these materials, because one day we might have
if you
to
have
use them.
like fibers, textiles, parchments, can't really society very well if you don't have those things. You need cloth.
I can just imagine a day where everybody's wearing like the same clothes in like one color, just like hemp, just natural, no coloring, no bleach, just hemp, and everyone's wearing the same thing,
Like a weird
just all
futuristic prison colony. Yeah.
different styles. Yeah, but not a prison. It's like, did you ever see what they're
We're
going
doing
to be
like
doing?
matching explosive neck bracelets.
Have you seen what they're going to be doing in the Middle East? It's like this 1,000-meter long building. It's like a mirror wall building.
You think they're really going to do that, or are they just trying to get people to invest in it?
They're going to do it, right? And they're going to have to make it level, right, for 1 kilometer, and all the drainage and everything, self-sustaining, like free energy.
This interesting idea about terraforming the desert. This guy had by utilizing a microorganism that forms sandstone. And so the idea was to make like little pockets somewhere not too far underground, They would do like basically injection of this microorganism to just munch on the rocks and then turn it into sandstone, and then that way it would actually pool water, so like there'd be more surface because there's actually some moisture like underneath the surface that that could be kind of that'll pool up, so that they could like have it, trees and shit running off that. But I don't know. I guess that's not a popular idea. I think it requires lots of urine. What's up?
There was some dude like Tesla, and I can't remember who it was, had some similar device like Tesla, and they were going to use some resonance like frequency to blast a desert, and it would basically like liquefy the sand and like turn it into soil somehow, just by vibrating the shit out of it. It literally turn a desert into like a pasture.
You have to have like lots of organic chemicals start to enter it. Like, not that soil's like dead, but it doesn't have a lot of like humic, components in it that are going to allow for like dark brown soil to happen.
Well, apparently Australia's got like a huge body of water under the deserts of the northern Central Territory. There's so much water there. That's actually used to be an inland ocean.
Yeah.
But it's still there. It's just under the ground.
Well, a lot of the desert in Egypt, well, not Egypt, but like northern Africa, I think was underwater. Like that's why they find like whale skeletons and shit in the desert.
What do you think would be left in 1,000 years if everyone just disappeared, like, and all that was left was what we've got now, our modern architecture? I don't think there'd be much left, and maybe that's what they were planning with like the pyramids. They were encoding like all sorts of knowledge for us to sort of like analyze and to see, the secrets. It's like what a better way. It's like that's why they built the stuff in stone that's so rigid and it's not going to be moved by wind or earthquakes. I mean, there's no, if our civilization suddenly something happened disastrous after a period of time, there'd be no evidence. Like our SIM cards and our CDs and our computers
like
would
they were
just
built
deteriorate.
like for a time that was like kind of a good, like a golden age, it seems, and yet there's almost no surviving portraits of the guy who actually built Khufu's pyramid. And then, like at some point, there's this idea of the sea peoples. If you look into that, and I'm like, it's just like after this like invasion of people from like somewhere in the north, it came down and took most of like Crete and the coastal areas and just like rocked everybody, and then basically just like filtered in and became part of the wallpaper, really. So everything really changed then, and it's like
Franchot Pearson's channel. He talks about the Phoenicians a lot, and how they're still here today. They haven't gone. They're still here, and they're actually the parasites. They're actually the ones that are, pulling the strings, and you can see it in the news. You can see it in the propaganda. You can see the colors and codes. This type of thing is really interesting.
This is I'm just like identifying this for myself, and I call it personally. I'm just saying it's World War Zero, which occurred, but we don't really have any record of it, or it's very sparse, record of all these things. But like after that period of time, like there's not really much. Egypt doesn't really get better. Like other things take over. It's like the end of the Egyptian like bull run, I guess, if you want to say, where they would think about building a pyramid. So somebody else was running the game.
We might get to know a lot of the secrets with this AI. We might be able to use this AI to help us.
Well, it's
find
about
out.
having like a pure version of things to be able to like. So there, you should be able to develop any like a type of GPT based on any data set. It's like you could take the collected works of the Bible and create whatever, or for how many books you want to take, or specifically whatever, or right, and you can create like, and then sort of something that can catalog and collate all that information and like ideas and stuff. That'd be nuts. But somebody's going to do it, Somebody will do all the things.
Yeah,
and they'll make an AI to do all the things and think of all
and
the
it's
things.
going to be like, I don't think it's going to take that long. Like everyone will know that the Earth is still and not moving, and everyone is going to know that this place is special and it's created, and everybody's going to know like the history and where we came from, and it's not going to take long. It's going to be like COVID was such a shock; it just happened. Like today, it's
No,
hit.
I don't think that's a presumption I'd make, because like you still need the pure data sets to like actually extract and then produce like workable answers. You'd need like an AI that was capable of connecting the pieces that don't exist and synthing them correctly to make up, because it could make up all kinds of wild extrapolations in between to try to make sense. If you tell it, hey, make sense of history, it'll be like, huh, all right, let me see. Why are you like this? But it's got no we're not at the point in time when ChatGPT can't do that shit. So I don't know, man. It's just like there was like a stretch of like 1,000 years, it seems like, after the pyramids were made, where shit was going well, and then not at all. So
allegedly, you forgot the word allegedly made. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It just doesn't seem like that they survived very long in their usage, because it's like, I don't know, like in part, right? There's a lot that you can teach really with it. Like if you could imagine, there might be like reason to have like a school somewhere near there, where they would take the freshman class out and they'd be like, hey guys, fucking count these blocks, figure this geometry the fuck out, guys. We gotta learn it. You're the building core. You know what I mean? We got to teach you guys. You're gonna go other places and build other shit. We got to teach you how to do it. Something like that, right? It wouldn't just be a secret. You'd want to like create at least like some other captains that could go out.
So much about history doesn't make sense.
No, but it's like in a lot of like these questioning of like the ancient monuments, it's like you could get so lost in the esoteric qualities to where it's like, it's not valuable.
Well, not necessarily. It's not valuable to the whole picture, but if that's someone's first rabbit hole and they really want to go dive deep into something, yeah, you're right. I mean, like you could spend your whole life looking at the JFK assassination and not learn that there are actually all these other conspiracies and events that actually are all connected.
Well, I'd like to ask, like AI to figure out hyperbolic vision, and to explain like how our vision actually works, and why we're seeing like this so-called drop and a measurement of more than 180 degrees, because I think that the people that believe that there's bendy light, it really, that once we delve into the truth of the matter, our whole scientific paradigm is, we're going to have to be like scrap the whole lot and just start again.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've gotten some sort of chat, some AI to both tell me that yes, the moon landing was fake, and that the moon landing was not fake within 5 minutes. So I don't know how that's going to help, but yes, we do have to just start over. Like, yeah, maybe not throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I don't know. We need to do something to start over. I mean, yeah, if the things that are that important are something that we can rediscover by just doing it right and truthfully, then we'll rediscover them anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say, according to the biblical record, Egypt originally was owned by Ham's descendants and eventually was taken over by Shem's descendants that came down from the north. So matching up with what Snacks was saying, but it was yeah, I wouldn't doubt that a Phoenician type people came and basically took over Egypt. They were lighter skinned too, and they pushed down the darker skinned Nubian people to the south to Kush. But originally, the first inheritors of Mitzrayim were black, and then they were dislocated or displaced by a lighter toned people, Phoenician people.
Well, have you ever heard the theory of the pond theory that starts? Have you ever, like, there's Mount Meru in the middle, right? And then what happens is,
Sorry.
from Mount Meru, there's actually like every period of time, there's a new continent, there's a new spawning of a new race that comes from the center. And the latest one that came from the center were the Phoenicians, and there's a new race coming. And so, like, the oldest race in the world, the oldest continent is the one that's far out at the edge of our pond, like past Antarctica. Like, there's a few more rings. And then, so when a new race comes, they're just juvenile, and they're just like, they're just like juvenile delinquents, and all they want to do is take over. And that's what happens. That, like, they come from the center, they come from the Middle Earth, and
Well,
that's the Phoenicians.
I mean, I don't. Okay, so I believe in an ethereal realm that is located in the middle of the earth or the center of the earth, and that it can actually penetrate through multiple layers of existence. If you believe in multiple dimensions, there's access ways from the center of the earth that goes down to lower dimensions and also up to higher dimensions. But we as flesh beings, we can't just traverse between the borders of these realms. We're limited because we are flesh and blood. But ethereally, astrally, you can access these realms. The occult knows this, especially during equinoxes, right? Or not equinoxes, eclipses. These dimensional or these magnetic waves are weakened, and it allows you, like, you have a certain 3-minute period that you can actually access these realms in like an astral state, or more easily access these realms, because it's still possible. But there seems to be like all kinds of weird, like, woo-woo stuff that hasn't really been proven, but there's circumstantial evidence. But when it comes to like Mount Meru, or what the Hindus call, what do the Hindus call it? If Gio was here, he would know. Shambhala. And then, the Hebrews call it Mount Zion.
Well, there's also
right?
Agartha. Shambhala and Agartha are pretty much the same realm.
Yeah.
I think.
But pretty sure you can go do all that astral stuff while you sleep too. They just don't want to tell you about dreams. And
I mean,
how we do
well, what
stuff.
if there was just like a lot of polar mass up there, like a big mass of ice? Like, you know.
Well, the thing is, right? I've wondered. This is one of my greatest ambitions is to be able to somehow take a plane trip over the North Pole to see what's there, right? Because is it just water? Is it just ice? Like, what's actually there?
Well, I mean, what's there now could have been different with like the antediluvian, right? That's pre-flood.
Well, it's
Yeah,
like
That's
another dimension. It's like what they say in Australia. There are actual crystal mountains which are not visible. You have to be on the right frequency to be able to interact with them.
so
that's
I have
interesting.
there's a verse in Second Ezra chapter 7 that says, "For behold, the time will come when the signs which I have foretold to you will come to pass. That city which now is not seen shall appear, and that land which is now hidden shall be disclosed." So even if you theoretically could get there, right, there might not be nothing there. Like you might not even see nothing, but it's because you have to access it. It's an ethereal realm that's right in front of you, but you can't see it. Even if you were standing right in front of it, you wouldn't be able to see it. You can only see it if you have the eyes to see and the ears to hear into that realm. Not everybody has that ability. And it's impossible to access these areas of existence by flesh and blood. You can't just take a submarine and get there. You can't just walk. You know, it's impossible. These realms are only accessed through the astral realm, the astral plane.
Maybe.
There are
That's
some
just
worlds that you can go to though, like beneath. Like you can easily go beneath because it's on a lower frequency. So you can easily go to a lower frequency in your human state. But if you want to go to a higher frequency, like the place you're talking about, you're going to have to be more enlightened. You know, like Admiral Byrd, he went to a lower frequency. That's where the greys are. You know, that's where they have the levitation technology, and that's what you think like aliens and UFOs are. You know, because they're actually from a lower state. But if you want to go to center of the earth, like in Mount Meru, you're going to have to, you know, do a lot of meditation before you can get there.
the thing is, from what I understand, the holy of holies, the dwelling of Yahweh, is located in the center, in the navel of the earth, right? This is the most sacred place in existence, and you can't just walk up to it. Like you can't just get there like that. Like it seems to be where the Garden of Eden is located, the Mountain of the East is located. This area is especially sacred to the Most High, and He's not going to allow any Phoenician to just walk up in there, or any negative spirit to just walk up in there.
But we all came from there. That's the thing. It's like this place is expanding. You know how they talk about our continents expanding. I don't know what's that called. And it's kind of like you drop a pebble in a pond and you have the ripples going out. Well, that's what's happening to our plane. It's expanding ever so slowly over time. It's so slow that you know there's no way like the outer ponders, they came from the middle, you know, and that's how, like, have you ever seen that ancient Japanese map with like
Yeah,
more than one ring? Yeah, they're all coming from the middle. They're being spawned. I don't know if you guys ever watched the channel called Quasi Luminous.
Do you
He
really?
was
Oh,
right on the
no,
button.
no, quasi-luminous trip.
Uh,
Go Candy
yeah.
King.
So, okay. So, Admiral Byrd's testimony, like I have his book from 1928, and it doesn't talk about all the crazy stuff that you'll see in that leaked journal that is credited to Admiral Byrd. I've watched that documentary about Admiral Byrd, and there's a separate journal that was found that is credited to. I don't believe that journal. Like I'm a big fan of Admiral Byrd, and I don't. There's no evidence that that journal is actually him that wrote it. For me, it's a fraud. It's a hoax. It's it's entertaining, it's romantic, it's fanciful, but at the end of the day, like, how do we know that Admiral Byrd actually wrote that?
Do you think his wife made it up?
What do you mean?
Because like it was his wife who produced that letter.
And how do we know that?
Well, that's what they said in the newspaper. It was his wife that produced the letter.
From what I understand, there was no source to that journal, unless I wasn't even aware that his wife submitted it. If that's the case, if what you're saying is true, then it would give it more credence. But even then, like, how do we know
Have
that
you
his
ever
wife
considered?
actually?
Have you
Go
ever
ahead.
considered like the story of this guy, like that he's like the youngest admiral ever? All that.
Yeah, Admiral
Like the
Byrd was a
Russian wife.
decorated military general. He a Navy admiral. Like, he was a respectful human being. He
Right.
There was a parade held for him. He actually, yeah, like the guy was awesome. But
What about like
some
Neil
say he was a
Armstrong? Was
Mason.
Neil Armstrong was he all that too?
I mean, no. I mean, we're talking about Admiral Byrd was legit. Like, he really traveled
He's
to
legit,
the
but the
Arctic
other guy's
region.
not. Okay.
No,
He
because
couldn't.
Admiral Byrd,
He
like,
could.
literally, no, he wasn't going to the moon though. He was going to beyond. He was going to the Antarctic region. It's different.
Okay. So they didn't have any ideas of like planting somebody for narrative purposes. Then
It's after Admiral Byrd traversed the Arctic that they came out with like the 1958 Antarctic Treaty, where nobody could go down there anymore. And it's after Admiral Byrd exposed all that what was down there that they came out with NASA, bro.
okay, so Admiral Byrd is a guy. He's like let me shine a light on this. I'm about the truth. I'm not just a puppet like some people might think, right? Like a real
He could be. Some say that he was a Mason. Like, they say Tesla was a Mason. They say everybody's a Mason nowadays with these conspiracy theories. So you
Well,
have to have
I don't know if you
discernment.
guys.
I'm just saying, like we take it for granted. Or Fe wants to take it for granted that that Bird's legit. That Bird's
Yeah,
the
because like if you guys have ever seen like the videos of Admiral Byrd, it's kind of reminiscent of the same type of like the vibe that you get when the astronauts were discussing about whether or not they saw stars on the moon from the moon surface or from the capsule or whatever. But it's kind of like he's talking, he's trying. It's like Stanley Kubrick. He's trying to like talk in code, and he's trying to be really careful about what he was saying. He gave away as many secrets as he could possibly give away, you know. But you could tell that he was being suppressed in his language, and that he was holding back a lot of stuff. I think he was totally legit, but he was being controlled. You could just tell by his body language and everything. He was totally being so controlled.
He did look nervous.
And
Yeah.
you're like, oh, well, Charles Lindbergh, he was legit too. Charles Lindbergh must not have fucking had anything to do with anything. So he's just obviously a guy who likes to fly planes. I don't know.
And like
All
there
these,
would have
like,
been some guys standing around in the studio just in black suits, just looking at him with like really sharp eyes, like, you better not step out of line, you better not say this and that. And it's like he was being so careful. Like he slipped a few things in there, like, the land that he saw, south of the pole,
Who's the chick that made it to Antarctica and the only thing they found was like her snowmobile that was left behind with a note and a camera saying that she found it. She was searching for the ice wall or something rather. For some reason, I want to say Amelia Earnhardt, but I don't think it was her. I think it was another chick. I don't remember her name though. Does anybody remember that story? And when they discovered the snowmobile with the camera, supposedly the guy opened up the footage reel and exposed it and destroyed all the evidence that she had.
but that Eminem song "Stan" was playing on there.
What's that?
No, just checking.
No, it wasn't Amelia Earhart. She was flying nowhere near the South Pole. Yes, I don't know. I know the story you're talking about, but it's not her.
Yeah, I forget her name. I don't know. Has anyone else ever heard that story? It's like one of
Yeah,
the first
faintly.
stories I came across.
I
Yeah, it's
don't
like one of the
remember
first
her
stories
name.
I came across when I got into flat Earth like years ago. But I never really hear anybody talk. I've never heard anybody talk about it on here before.
Well, I like Phuket Word, his channel, and the way that he describes how they can hide the land because they basically he was I don't know if you guys have seen his latest videos, like he was using a cube as an analogy how they can hide all the missing parts to the southern region by just just like not including it in the map. Phuket Word, yeah, his latest video. Something to think about how the international date lines and the way that they can just like not include the segments of the every other segment of the southern regions. You know, if they just don't include them on the map, then they're just not there. You know, that would explain for some many explorers, you know, having discrepancies in their travels in the distances. I don't know.
Oh man, I was looking for a Poncho Pete cover of a Stan, but it's all about him going to the ice wall on a snowmobile.
Oh man.
Can't find it.
Geo lately he's mentioned the band Fish so many times, and I was like, I've got to look at this band called Fish, and I
Do
checked
you
it
know
out.
about? Oh, wow.
It's spelled Phish, Fish,
Correct.
and they're real eclectic rock band, and I don't know if anyone's heard the band Fish.
Yeah. Some
It's
people might be wearing a hat of theirs right now.
it's an acquired taste, but I can just imagine if you were like on mushrooms, it would be the best music. Like it would be the most intriguing sound you've ever heard. But they're really schizophrenic in their style, how they change from like one beat to like a totally different style, and then they do these weird
Well, they're just other
dances.
songs. Like they just they transition between one song and the other. It's kind of like a thing that they have baked into their sort of performances.
Yeah, it's got a cult following. It's crazy. Yeah, but I can see the appeal. It's
Yeah.
But if you were like just totally sane, like totally sober and sane, and like ready to go to work in your cubicle, it's probably not the best idea.
Yeah. I like the song "Contact." That's a pretty good one.
Contact.
By Fish.
Oh, I like the song called what's it called? I Am Yours? No. But they're kind of like a Steely Dan, Frank Zappa
Okay.
mix. Yeah.
I like
It's
I
like
get doing some
Steely
of the Captain Beefheart Zappa stuff. It's hard to deny
funky
that.
funky dental floss. Yeah, I used to
It's
get
so much
into
I can't
the.
even listen to it. It's like I just get into it now. Like I can't. It's so good I can't even listen to it.
What about Did you ever listen? My dad's favorite band was Atomic Rooster.
No.
You haven't heard Atomic Rooster? The dude that sings like in the band, he can go on stage and sing like a really amazing song while eating a peanut butter sandwich. Like, not even joking. You can look at some of his music and he's always eating. He's eating like a fucking sandwich while he's on stage. Yeah, and singing
Cool
like, yeah.
Yeah, the song Contact. The lyrics are like the tires are the things on your car that make contact with the road. Sometimes this is a good song to listen to.
You're in the States, right? Have you ever heard like the band called The Cars?
Yeah.
You have? Wow.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
What
Deep
about
in.
Split Ends?
Hmm?
Split Ends. Split Ends.
Don't know. Probably heard of it, but doesn't ring a bell.
Wow. You haven't heard Split Ends.
I think I have.
You must have. Okay. You must have heard the song on the radio. It's like
They have like one hit, I think.
there's a song called what's it called? No, I can't think of it right now.
Who's better, Men at Work or Kajagoogoo?
Ice House Flowers, probably. Have you heard of Ivor Davies?
Gotten neither. Okay. No.
Ivor Davies, Ice House Flowers. Inside the Ice House. He was giving a few clues there in that song. You check out Ice House Flowers. It's a song called Ice House by Ice House.
Oh my gosh.
He had a mullet.
Yeah. Do you think Negator has a mullet? I kind of wonder sometimes his hairstyle, what he's rocking right now.
I think Kosho's got a mohawk.
He's not cool enough to have a mohawk.
And he probably like uses number 5 gel, you know, the really hard stuff. Like with glitter.
I don't know what kind of. Why do you think about Kosho so much? Visual term.
Because he's on his he's not on mute, is he? And he's sleeping, so we're giving him subliminal messages.
Okay. Yeah. Then we could be like, hey guys, for no reason, I just had this idea to get a mohawk, put pink glitter in it.
He's gonna wake up tomorrow and
No,
he's
I'm
gonna
just gonna
go,
go with it.
I'm gonna get a haircut.
Something tells me this is a good idea. Let's hope that doesn't happen. I don't know what kind of hair type he has, man.
As an afro.
Does he? He might.
No, he's black.
He might have a crazy afro. I don't know.
He's black as the night, man. That's
But
what
I
he
don't
said.
think he's a mohawk type is my thing. Like maybe at best he's like a high top fade type. But that's
Who's black? Kosho's black?
That's what he said.
Allegedly so.
Oh,
yeah.
that's cool. I thought he sounded white.
Yeah, that's what everyone says. Yeah.
That's good though.
It's just his troll.
Yeah, it's like
Who else?
my favorite black man is and I watch his channel all the time is Franchot Pearson. Yeah.
You say like my favorite black man.
He's a Christian man. Are you a Christian man? Who's a Christian man here?
Sort of.
Well, you should check out Franchot Pearson's channel. Franchot. What a name, Franchot Pearson.
No hope of spelling that one.
Franchot.
Wow.
Franchot.
That's
Pearson.
what I would have said, but like, you know.
And he's in Chicago.
Wow. That's good for a couple subs. I think you're doing the right thing. Okay.
I did the right thing. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have a lot of black Americans we have a lot of coloured people in New Zealand, but not a lot of people from the US.
Okay.
Wait, didn't Kosher say he was Jewish too?
Yeah,
Jewish?
yeah.
He can be
He's
both.
Jewish. He's black and Jewish. Yeah.
He can be both of these.
Whoa.
It's not a problem. It happens.
No, I know. It's just I don't meet too many besides like Drake, who is obviously not legit.
He's a black Hebrew kosherite.
That's what's up.
So I'm just thinking like high top fade is like the thinking man's mohawk. That's all.
You gotta have blocks.
Blocks.
Blocks,
Who keeps
not
talking
dreads.
about blocks?
Cubes. I don't know. These people keep bringing up cubes.
Or like a just rows. You know what I mean? Just like braids. Yeah. Just braids. Like Allen Iverson.
There haven't been too many remakes of those style of movies lately, have there? It's like, you remember the movie Cube?
Yeah. Sci-fi movie. That movie was cool.
Most of
That
Kosher's
was-
time will now be spent like some bitches braiding his hair. He's like, yeah, this bitch is braiding my hair, and like but he means it with respect too, because like.
I've had braids. I just cut my hair this year. Actually, I got tired of having long hair, but that's one of the best things about braids is having a girl do your braids, and you guys talk and stuff. And yeah.
Nice.
Because normally with short hair, you go to a barber. You're not gonna go to a female to cut your hair.
Yeah. Like, hey James, yeah, can you you put a little extra twist in my braids right here? You're like, oh yeah, that would be adorable. Thanks, dog. Nah. It's not happening.
It's a lot of work, man. Long hair is a lot of work. I don't know how people do it all the time.
What kind of haircut do you think Chucky's got? I'm going with like a bowl cut. Straight bowl cut.
Beatles, bowl cut.
Yeah. Maybe sideburns when like in the winter. All right. Anyway, yeah, bamboo technology. Some crazy stuff you can do with bamboo. I think the Chinese like trade vessels were basically big bamboo sails. Because it's light, you know.
There's something about linen, bamboo linen, or any kind of plant fiber that you use for clothing besides cotton. Because cotton's more like the fruit of the plant instead of like the stalk of the plant. it's not really the same, but it's still good. Cotton's awesome, but 100% cotton's awesome. But the thing is, there's something about linen, um, electromagnetically. It can shield you from radiation apparently, and I don't know how credible this is. I haven't seen any studies on it, but that's from what I'm hearing. It can serve as like, especially all the 5G towers going up, like the linen clothing can actually shield you from some sort of damage. Now I don't know, and like having linen sheets on your bed helps with aches and pains. I'm hearing from people.
What?
It helps you, yeah. It helps dissipate, like like kind of like grounding. People ground their beds now. They'll put like a wire on the into the earth and they'll run it to their bed.
I know all about this. Yeah.
So like linen in the same there's like a science that's being discovered right now. They're studying the effects of linen on like I know if you've ever wore like polyester clothing, it's the worst. Or polyester socks or any plastic socks at all. Within 30 minutes, your feet are already stinking and they're already sweating. But if you wear like 100% cotton socks, you can go through the day without having like your feet really stink. Like that's my experience at least. Like when you wear like dress up socks to go to church or not church or any a wedding or whatever, those black nylon socks, dude, are the worst. Polypropylene, whatever, polyester socks, the worst. And they create static electricity. You get shocked. Like sometimes people buy coats that are like, I don't know, man. There's a bunch of science that goes behind it. I just don't understand it all.
You don't like natural fibers, then? Gotcha.
I don't like synthetic fibers.
Yeah, yeah. Wool socks are pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Like for the insulation and that value is crazy. Otherwise, you got to go with with some kind of like synthetic material, or like really thin insulation. I don't know.
Some of the best materials for like mountain climbing or like cold weather camping, like they can replicate it with synthetics, but it's not the same. Like just more, it's cheaper to get the synthetic variant. Like if you get like 100% merino wool, that's definitely better than getting like some synthetic variant. Same thing with drugs. Like, yeah, you can get away with making a synthetic analog for a lot of these medications, but I'd rather have the real deal. That's just me.
They got these like these Japanese like super thin jackets and shit like that. I haven't really like worn them, but they seem to be pretty crazy. So I don't know. Material science is really interesting. They're apparently making some breakthroughs with 3D printing metals, laser sintered metals. Like so they're actually strong. Like they're able to get nearly like steel strength out of it now. Pretty cool.
You ever been cold weather camping?
I don't know. Maybe.
I saw a video of a team making a 3D printed house. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
They got all the concrete what do you call them? The hoses that come from the concrete machine, all just like they're still not like automatic though, because they've still got people that have to hold the boom and like manipulate it.
I'm not like too hot on it, man, and I'm real experienced with like 3D printer technology and stuff. And I mean, if you have like a whole like construction set, that's made for it, then yeah, go ahead and like make yourself like a row of 30 houses or some shit, But
Well, it's so cool that you can just send it to the other side of the world and it comes out in 3D rather than on a flat piece of paper. So you get to, really visualize what someone's trying to express. And if you're doing like something like architecture, that's just like,
Yeah.
what's
Well,
next?
I mean,
What is there anything better than 3D printing? What's
No.
the next stage?
what do you mean?
Like, what's the next advancement from 3D printing?
Like where we're at?
Yeah.
Smaller, in nano engineering, nano
They can do
atomic
that.
engineering, where you could rearrange monoatomic particles or whatever and build a structure. But to that level, they'll actually build something at the monoatomic level
You can build things
outwards.
you can build things with graphene. They've been able to do that since
Yeah.
2011. You just take like one piece and you attach it to the next thing.
What makes 3D printing insane is the ability to be able to go into like every little notch of a machine and you can 3D print it, where before like it wasn't possible, man. So now anything's possible now. Like the future is going to be insane. They're going to be 3D printing machines and computers that are going to be so incredible, and they're probably going to be like right now they're powered by electricity. I see computers in the future, maybe in the next 20 years, being powered by light. Like the transfer rate is going to be ridiculous. They're probably going to have jewels in them, like different like types of jewels, like topaz and sapphire and diamond, and that will be your transistors. That will be your what's going to be transferring the information. It's not going to be like silicon anymore. It's going to be like some crazy stuff, man. Like I know they have it, but it's just not available to us.
I mean, I don't know, like, it's computers have actually been fast for a while. Computers have been just about as fast as they are now as they were in about 2010. It's just our read and write speeds and the OSs were like not good. So hardware really hasn't changed that much in some ways, like the speed at which something can happen. It is mainly just
So
the
that
bottleneck was the hard drives and stuff.
speed and the memory, right? But like, I remember a Central African guy. He was like a soothsayer, like a he could read the future. This is back in the day, like
Yeah.
50 years ago, and he was predicting in the future, which is now. He was predicting that everybody's household, just like an oven or a fridge or a microwave, everyone will have this machine on their kitchen bench or in their living room, and you'll be able to print your own clothes, like any clothing design that you want. Like, of course, it's going to start out rudimentary, obviously, like every technology does, but
yeah.
I see your 3D printing being useful to making clothing, and all you need to do is have some bobbins or whatever you call it.
Well, you just like
of-
you take this concept and it's like, hey, don't make a sweatshop, but you can be your own sweatshop. So things like 3D printing sneakers. I've been thinking that was going to happen for a while, but I don't know. It's like nobody really attacked making a 3D printer that could do that per se, but it's being used more and more in like even the conventional materials, like people can like 3D. Well, anyway, that's just like something that's going to be done.
I think 3D printers will be more useful for like making chips, making things that are really small, and you need to be very precise. Like sneakers, it'll be a waste to be used for sneakers, in my opinion.
I mean, you could do everything from like custom orthotics, all kinds of stuff like that. I mean, like you could specifically just build them off of like, from photo reference, and I don't know. You could have like a custom made pair of shoes.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, like but like if you did do that, like if you had that set up, like obviously you could do it for other people if you wanted to, which is nice. I don't know, but that's anything in the 3D printing manufacturing thing. It's like having like a little workshop or a carpenter's workshop. It's nothing that you're not going to make $1 million like the 3D printer. But you can get stuff that like you can't really buy, so that's kind of cool.
So I think when that happens, where everybody's got a 3D printer, I think minerals, like mining minerals, mineral mines, are going to be like highly valued. I think everybody's going to be like essentially getting cartridges of like raw material in powder form. That's going to be essentially the cartridge that goes into the machine, so to print all your different utensils or whatever it is you're printing. Basically, yeah, mineral mines are gonna, I think the prices are gonna skyrocket in the future because of that.
You think so? Maybe. The other thing that's good with 3D printers is basically taking the plastic form and then coating it in something like a conductive paint, so something that could be a carbon based paint or even nickel based paints. They have or whatever different surface treatments, and then you can electroplate that, so you can build off of that form, and it makes like you can build like as much material around that as you want to, or build a mold where it electroforms into that mold. So, um, that's cool. You build your R2D2 this way. You build your own little C3PO. It's lovely.
When they start 3D printing phones from scratch, like the whole thing will be like a solid state, like just brick that they 3D printed from scratch. That's when things are gonna get insanely efficient.
Was
and
like
you think we're gonna have phones at that point? You don't think Neuralink's gonna like prevail?
Yes, I think right before that though, we might have what I'm saying, but like the future is inevitably going to have transhumanism, or the merging of machines and humans, merging of AI and humans. Like obviously, it's inevitable. Nobody's going to stop it. You can pass legislation, you can pass whatever, but people, they're still going to rebel and they're still going to develop these things. Same thing with genetic engineering, CRISPR technology. Like as much as you try to stop people from doing that, there's always going to be governments doing it, bro. Just it's going to be underground.
But you could basically like redo like a 3D printer technology to you could put like a laser on the, instead of like where the plastic would come out, you put like a laser there, and then you can draw on things. And you could just take like a plastic substrate and then like basically etch copper right to it. Like if it's just a copper electrolyte, the laser just knocks the copper out of the solution and onto the. So you could basically print, if given the substrate, right, you could print all the leads, and then you could have a similar types 3D printer setup that's a pick and part place thing, which is basically it's going to just have like a row of like little chips, and then it just a vacuum sucks it up and then places it where it's supposed to be. It's got like cameras and stuff to register it and shit. So, yeah, you can basically, if you were crazy enough to want to do all that to yourself, you could do it.
That's kind of how motherboards are made already, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, not like directly laser etched into. Maybe they are now. I don't know.
We're getting there for sure.
But whatever.
But yeah, like so, I envision a future, a dystopian future, right? Of like AI being like everybody's go-to. Like right now, everybody goes to Google. Everybody goes to these search engines like Bing.
Yeah, I mean, but
go.
Being able to like utilize AI to like just do what it does. Like keep track of you. Like help you fucking do your shit. Or
AI will be the enemy, bro. Right now, it seems friendly, but it will be the enemy, bro, of humanity.
like you can do all kinds of stuff with like home security and your home automations and stuff like that. Like when you run your lights, you know, all kinds of stuff. So I don't know. It's going to be, you know, either people are going to adopt it or not.
You guys, I've said this before. You guys have heard of Sophia, right? She's
Yeah.
a robot produced by, it was either Hanson or Boston Dynamics, but either way, she gained citizenship in Saudi Arabia, and shortly after that, demanded a family, saying she wants a family. It just seems like, I don't know, dude. It seems like a really bad thing. Like when you got AI bots having the same rights as us and being able to produce quote unquote offspring that doesn't degrade. Like, I don't know, it just seems like a bad idea.
Listen, I don't know, man. I don't mean to bring up scripture, but in Daniel, it does talk about a time in the future where they will try to mix iron and clay, right? But the iron and clay won't mix right. And that's going to be like the last generation where the mixing of iron and clay just turns like horrific. It just turns horrific. So I see this transhumanism movement, this cybernetics movement of, you know, trying to, like, this is like, they're trying to feed this to the kids and try to make it cool. Oh yeah, like get this chip, you'll be able to memorize everything. You know, you'll be able to calculate instantly. You won't have to like actually do arithmetic by hand. Like everything will be like automated in your head. You'll have instant recall. But like, dude, is that really what you want? What are the side effects, right? Well, this is how it starts. Like you got Neuralink, and then you got like 5 other developers that are right behind Neuralink. Some of, I believe, have surpassed Elon Musk's brain chip, that are more technical and more efficient and are administered through nanotechnology instead of like a chip in your brain. They actually they're able to merge you with AI with an injection. Anyways, but the future looks bleak, bro. It really does. I see a dystopian future with Starlink in the sky, with 8G towers by then. And it's all going to be connected together, and we're all going to be, those that are voluntarily taking the chip are going to want to be connected to this system because there's going to be virtual reality. You'll be able to experience a second life. If you're an ugly, fat dude that's 50, it's going to be like, what else you got? What else you have to live for? If you're not, by that time, you probably can't even have children because your sperm is going to be so shit. You're not going to be able to even procreate. So let's just do it. You know, let's just put this in my head so I can go into the machine.
I don't know about that. Robert De Niro just had a kid at 80 something years old, just impregnated his 25-year-old or 30-year-old wife. Just saying, bro.
No, yeah, it's possible. I'm just saying, like, theoretically, like, if they are trying to, what do you call it? Sterilize us, right? So that we can't
He's saying
procreate.
she's a gold digger. Sorry, bro.
I'd like to see that paternity test.
Supposedly it's true, dude. They showed a picture of him next to her, dude. Oh god, bro, he's so fucking old, dude. I'm gonna make a prediction that Joe Pesci's next.
That's what's up, bro.
I make a prediction the baby comes out black.
Looking like
Who wants
Kosho
a baby
or what?
Joe Pesci though? Nobody wants a baby Joe Pesci.
But yeah, well, Internet 2.0, bro. That's the next internet. The internet we have now is like a 2D thing. Like the next one's gonna be like 3D, bro. You're gonna be chilling. Like instead of doing this, we're gonna be chilling with our avatars in a room talking about flat Earth. Like that's what it's gonna be with our headsets on.
Yeah.
Well, they're way ahead of us. That's why they called it metaverse, right?
Yeah. Shit's like been forecast because they rather like the less people are around, the I don't know. I think they can just control inflation a little bit easier. Yeah.
I mean, if they can predict in in a movie called Back to the Future, if they can predict what happened in New York, way ahead of time, you know, I think they're kind of way ahead of everybody, you know.
They predicted when the Chicago Cubs would win the World Series.
Well, it's off 1 year.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
Or Google, you know, when they had the those holographic glasses, it was like I forget what they call it, but it's like like they overcast or overlay a hologram over reality. Like you put these glasses on and you see like kind of like Halo, where they with a HUD, you have like a HUD in your visual field of view. Like you'll literally have a HUD, and over people they'll have like numbers over their heads and like.
Yeah, that was called Google Glass.
Well, no, he's talking about like it's like from a writing from a writer somewhere probably in around 2000.
No, Google Glass. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Have you seen Apple's newest one that they announced yesterday? Cost $3,500. It's like fucking more advanced than anything ever.
I didn't see what it did, but yeah, it was like $3,500 or something.
Yeah,
Looked
it's
like
mega.
yeah.
It's like you can turn off the screen so you can see like straight through, clear vision, and then you can have anything kind of overlaid and like 12 cameras on it and all sorts of shit, man.
Yeah,
it's
I
crazy.
Can get that
man.
for 12. I can get that for $12.99 from Chinatown.
My friend was a developer for or he was like looking into the project for like Snapchat has something like that. It's like a pair of wearable eyewear. It's like everything around you is kind of like tagged and geotagged and stuff. Which I don't know. Maybe that's good for tourism or some shit or whatever. I can take in some bullshit photos.
It's good for fantasy is what it is. It's like, so instead of sitting at home playing a video game, now all you got to do is just flip the switch in your head and you can do Pokemon Go on the fucking road and
oh my goodness,
act like a fucking superhero and shit, you know, and
it's kind of like
be a jackass.
Not only that, but like all these filters that people use now will be like you put this Google Glass on, and like everybody will have a certain filter, or like it depends how interconnected it is, because then you have to like everybody will have their default filter, and then when you look at that person's filter will show in your eyes, so that will make them look however they want to look to you, right, or to them. But not only that,
that's exactly one of the things I was sorry.
No, real quick. So like I had a dream a long time ago where I remember looking at the sky. I had these glasses on. I looked at the sky, and the sky had like its own wallpaper. And I remember like I could change the wallpaper of the sky to whatever I wanted, whatever I desired. I would put these glasses on, and my reality, to an extent, it was still real, but there was like I could change the wallpaper of the sky. Like I could see Saturn and Saturn's rings like it was right there. But then I would take the glasses off, and Saturn wasn't there no more.
The thing you were saying about people having their own avatar, I think is really interesting. I remember that idea occurring to me ages back, where you're like, yeah, you let's say you just do a pretty face filter or something, but how carried away do you get? And could it get to the place where people demand, like it's sort of it's mandated, you must put this filter on, like you know, because otherwise you could voluntarily turn it off and go, no, I want to see what they really look like. But if somebody's like trans and they go, no, I demand that you have my correct filter on so that you see me as this sort of,
goodness, that's a
beautiful woman, or I'm like morbidly obese, but I want you to see me as like ridiculously fit.
Yeah, until you put your hands on it.
Yeah.
That's what we call a digital catfish.
Yeah, it'd be interesting because I can see why it happened.
Well, see, if they're like the glasses, you can just take off the glasses. But if it's like a neural link, forget about it. you have no control over it.
It's basically the bottomless pit. Like when you can download your consciousness into a digital system, which is what they're going for. That's like the ultimate goal for transhumanism, is to extend the life expectancy of humans by separating them from their flesh and to allow their consciousness to live on. That right there is the bottomless pit, in my opinion, that was spoke about in the Bible. Like you'll forever
Yeah.
be ensnared in this hell, to where it's like if they want to torture you, they can torture you for indefinitely, like for eternity.
It's like the script of a lot of Black Mirror episodes. I think they're massively people have been on that for years, like this idea that you can upload consciousness. I think they just massively underestimate the complexity of what goes into making us a mind, and that even if you took a mind out of a body, it would just frazzle instantly, because it's like what the mind is like. Think about how many of the processes in the mind, or how many of the desires of the mind, relate directly to the fact that it's got physical form. Like there's only this tiny light dusting that's like, I want to watch TV shows and I want to watch my daughter smile. But the vast majority is like, I want to eat, I need to poop, my balls are itchy, like what's my stomach doing? A vast amount of subconscious stuff of like, okay, I'm doing digestion and stuff. That if you just had just the dust at the top, it's like, yeah, but what is it anymore? It's not you.
Yeah, I agree. I don't even know if it's possible, but hypothetically speculating it is, like I think this would be the bottomless pit that's spoke about.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I think it would be hellish. I think that if you did it for a few people,
yeah, I
they'd be
think
like, no,
it's a
that's
deception for sure.
Yeah, I mean that's the only thing that would make sense, right? Like in this world we live in, this reality we live in, like can you conceive of a bottomless pit? Like the only thing that would make sense would be this digital trap. That's the only thing that would make sense to me as far as a possibility of there being a bottomless pit.
yeah, it would be insane.
In my
I
opinion,
agree
I
with you. I
believe
think
that
it'd
there
be
is
like hell.
there's a literal bottomless pit though, and then this is just going to be like a deception where people are going to think that they can actually get eternal life by transferring the consciousness to a computer, and they might actually have people do it, but those people that are transferred to a robot or an avatar of sorts, right, might actually seem to be that person because the AI will be so advanced that it can replicate that person, but that person's dead.
Yeah,
So
but
that
you're a
person
flat
didn't actually get.
Oh,
earther,
that would
bro.
be interesting. That would be super interesting. Yeah,
So,
like the AI takes
so what
over
I'm saying,
and pretends to be that person, just like absorbs their memories, takes them on board, pretends to be them, but has actually just killed them and used it to grow itself. And it's like, yeah, it's great in here. You should all do this. Oh, I'm having so much
and
fun
many
as an
people will
uploaded
fall victim
consciousness.
to that, and they'll basically try to transfer the consciousness, and in the process die. And then everybody else will be fooled that hasn't done it, and be like, "Whoa! Like this person was actually able to transfer this consciousness, but it's really
That's
just
Total
an
Recall,
AI."
bro. That's the plot to Total
That's just
Recall.
Really,
that's no.
I don't know.
That's not Total Recall. Total Recall that he's like, it's this thing about a holiday, but I think this idea is way cooler, which is you have AI pretending to be the uploaded human to encourage more people to do that. That's a fucking
People
great
will
film
die by
script
the
idea.
millions. And then I
Yeah.
think that those people will literally go to, like, in my understanding of this, the spiritual concept of this, there is this physical place inside the earth called Sheol, and it has different compartments, and there's a legit bottomless pit located in Tartarus.
So
Like
that's
a
what I wanted to
legit.
talk to you about. Like being a
Sure.
flat earther, like how could you conceive of there being a bottomless pit on flat earth? Like to me it just doesn't sound practical.
It's inside the earth. In the core of the earth,
Well then
there's
then it wouldn't be bottomless. If it's within, then how is it bottomless? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I'd have to show you the scriptures, bro. 1-on-1, we can talk about it. But like, basically, Enoch describes this place. It's the edge of existence itself, and it's where it seems like God just finished creating, and then that's where he stopped creating. Like from there on, it's just void. It's a black void. It's the closest thing that we have to space, but it's not located above us. It's located underneath us,
Sounds like a
underneath
black
Sheol.
hole.
Like
Sounds like a
yeah,
portal, like a black hole portal. Like that's the only thing that would be conceivable and practical to, like, I don't know, for me to like
yeah.
justify.
But except it's not sucking everything down into it. Like it doesn't gravitationally suck matter into it. So it's different than a black hole, but it's there. It's a bottomless pit, and it's where the fallen angels are enchained.
No one's ever been to the.
Go ahead, Amber.
No one's ever been to the bottom of like Weeki Waki Springs, like where springs come out. No one knows where they come from.
They've
I read
they've
something
dumped dye.
yesterday that
They've dumped dye into some of those flowing springs, and to see like where they exit out. And yeah, it's pretty fascinating, like how far those underground channels travel to like different coast of like different countries and shit. Like we've got one here in California called the Devil's Hole out in the Mojave Desert, and it's actually connected to the Gulf of Mexico. When they had an earthquake
they
and like a 7 point. Go ahead.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. The people keep dying in that. They try to dive it and they die in Devil's Hole.
Yeah, it's seemingly bottomless. Like nobody's ever even come close to going to the bottom of it. And then they've got this exotic rare species of fish called the devil's pupfish. So they've got it all blocked off. But when Mexico had this huge earthquake, like a 7.0 in Mexico City, the water came gushing out of this hole, showing that there's like a definite connection. But yeah, these springs, man, they're pretty vast.
Yeah, I got stuck watching some cave diving documentary about the like origins of cave diving in the UK, and it was amazing. It was the same kind of thing. There was some cave system that's like goes across a significant portion of the UK, and they're like, we're pretty sure it connects up because the water keeps flowing down, but we don't know where it comes out. And
Have you
like
heard of
people just continually diving deeper and deeper into the cave and trying to find this end.
Have you heard of this guy? I forget his name, but he was on the Joe Rogan's podcast. And essentially he said that there's multiple layers underneath UK. Like originally they were for like telecommunications and just different infrastructure type stuff. But then you keep going lower and lower, and there's just all these different networks of these like underground man-made systems. The guy ended up going to jail for about 3 years after being caught tapping into these systems. But yeah, he literally went underground and wrote a book about all this shit. Pretty interesting.
That sounds quite cool.
There's like, he said there's about 4 different layers, and the bottom one is the military level. And
I think I might have seen a clip of it. Does he say that he's like, he's urban exploring, and then he gets to like this weird like door or something, and a mechanical camera like turns to look at him?
I think so. Yeah, him and his friends got caught. That's why he went to jail. But he ended up writing a book about it all, and it was pretty fascinating. Some of the stuff he talks about. But yeah, getting back to the bottomless pit, Lion.
Sure.
So you're saying that this is within the earth, and God has these fallen angels enchained there, huh?
Yeah, I take the scriptures literally when it comes to this stuff. Jude talked about it. Peter talked about it. Enoch talked about it. Job talked about it. All these guys talked about a literal place inside the earth, underneath the earth, like literally the lowest point of existence itself. The earth hangs over nothing, Job says. the earth, even though it has foundations, it hangs over nothing. And this nothingness that Job talks about, Enoch elaborates on, and is located at the lowest part of existence itself. And there's a name for it. It's called Tartarus, right? And inside Tartarus, there's a bottomless pit, but it's not a gravitational singularity, right? Like in Einstein talks about this place, right? Of infinite density, where it creates like a supernova, a star explodes and creates a point of infinite density, and then it makes a hole or a rip in space and time. So you get a literal rip in the fabric of space and time, and it creates a black hole that just sucks everything in, including light. That's not what this place is. It seems to be like that, but it doesn't suck. It's not sucking things in. It's just a black pit, bottomless pit. It's exactly what it said. What it is. It's not sucking things in, because otherwise the whole Earth would technically be sucked into it.
Gotcha.
But yeah.
Did you guys hear about that China they're doing, where they're drilling down 33,000 feet? Was it?
Yeah, I'd read 10,000 meters, so that's probably about 33,000 feet.
That's just under the 8-mile hole, right? That was drilled in Russia.
Yeah, it's interesting to set out to do something that is less impressive than a thing that's already been done.
Yeah, that's why I was like, why are they making such a big deal about it if, they're 2 miles short of victory?
That's what China's infamous for, dude. They just steal whatever someone's idea and make a crappier, cheaper version of it.
That's true.
Yeah, I got curious about that. I heard about it yesterday, I think it was. I compared. It's 6.2 miles in China and 7.98 or 7.96, I think, was prior done. So you're like, yeah, why are they coming up short? Go for gusto. Let's go for gold.
Yeah,
Unless
seems odd.
is it just for science, or I mean, it would. If they're like, oh, we're doing it for a different reason, But if it's just to go, let's see what's down there, then yeah, it seems a bit dumb.
Yeah, I don't know the reasoning behind it. I didn't get that far into it.
They're selling it as resource exploration, i.e., what can be found down there. I think potentially with elements, gold, and I think what's really driving. And again, I'm just going to throw around some ideas that have been floating around in my mental. This whole element push, gold, silver, bronze, nickel, all these things like JFK talked about, like currency backed by elements versus like paper money, if you will. So they're going exploring 6.2 miles. China's doing it, and China's already got a big gold reserve apparently. So if you can imagine, they go down there and quote unquote strike it rich, how that could impact the balance of the world's economy.
Well, what about all the vast amounts of gold that was just recently discovered in Africa that far exceeds any mine that's been discovered yet? I mean, isn't that offset the value significantly?
It's an interesting play because you also have the development of BRICS, which is, if you guys have heard about it, I believe it's Brazil, Russia, India,
China,
South America. Yeah. Egypt joined up recently, and it's this development of again, like a gold backed or
digital liquidity technology that they're backing. Yeah.
Isn't the SM BRICS South Africa, not South America?
Yeah, there's South Africa.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm so sorry, Crypto. Good call. Thank you so much for that, dude. Appreciate the correction.
It's just because you said Brazil and then you said South America, and I was like, hold on. Anyway, doesn't matter. Also, I wanted to ask actually that all this gold that's just been discovered in Africa, the thing about African mining now is that you have to always ask who owns the mine, and most of the time it's a Chinese company nowadays. That's just the reality of it. I mean, I don't know about it at all because you just told me about it, but it'd be interesting to know who
I'd be
owns the
worried about
operation.
that too.
I can tell you right now,
Especially-
it's probably not a black person. Are you talking
Especially
about the
like-
mine in Africa?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably I'm 90% certain it's not owned by Africa outright.
Well, where in Africa is this gold deposit you're talking about? Because Africa's enormous. Like where?
I mean, I don't exactly remember. If I had to guess, I'd say near the Congo.
I mean, okay. Was it? Because there's huge natural resources all over the continent. So it's like,
Well, they're saying Uganda on the internet.
What's that?
It's found an article on Uganda. They've got a huge deposit.
Well, they should, because like Mansa Musa was from there, and he's still like, if you go to the list of richest people, they've got like numbers next to Elon Musk and that, but Mansa Musa, they're like incalculable. All we know is that he gave away so much gold on his Hajj to Mecca that he destroyed the economy of like loads of places, like through Egypt, I think it was. So, and the stories were that he came from a kingdom where there were quote unquote mountains of gold, which there must have been a fair bit of it. So that there's a lot yet undiscovered, I think, is quite likely.
Yeah, it's just funny how all of a sudden now they want to go to gold back, commodities instead of doing it, when it was sufficient. Now that they've found this exuberant amount of gold in one particular location, now all of a sudden they want to start backing things. I don't know, bro. It seems kind of shady.
Yeah, Russia is making big deals in these countries, so is China, as you said. So that's why the proxy war with the United States is going on with Russia. And it's
China's
Do you reckon
all over the
Russia's making? Are Russia making big deals? I thought they just had too pathetic an economy to be doing anything.
Huge deals. Lavrov is going to Africa every week. Lavrov's their foreign minister.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, this is what's been going on. Why this war's been distracting everybody.
Check out Russia's worth in the stock market. It's pretty surprising. I think they're somewhere in the neighborhood. Well, I don't even want to say because I don't want to get misquoted, but or I don't want to misquote it. But I think it's worth researching. I seem to recall it being pretty high.
Supposedly, Russia has more U.S. $100 U.S. bills than U.S. itself.
I wouldn't be surprised in the least.
No wonder they sanctioned them to stop them spending. Alright.
and bear in mind that I think USA's population is roughly double Russia's. I can't really. I mean, are you talking about the physical? Are you talking about the physical bill or the own?
Yes, physical $100 bills. Yes.
Yeah. Well, that might be because if all those $100 bills found their way back to the USA, if there is as many as you say, then the consequences for US inflation would be crippling. So that might be a reason.
Well, it explains why Russia's doing deals with all these foreign countries to launder this money out of Russia.
Well, because the US don't want it back. They're like, no, we can't deal with inflation. Keep it.
Yeah, well, you just use those dollar bills and give it to African countries and buy their stuff, buy their materials. But like the Russian foreign minister made a speech this morning, and he said Russia will never listen to the United States ever again. They're going totally independent, so shit's going to hit the fan pretty soon.
Yeah, the U.S. petrodollar's done for. The only thing we've got left is crypto.
Yeah, Biden's a fucking retard. Biden should just open up the country and say, let's drill this fucking oil now. The economy back in order, get everyone back in work, shut the borders, bring the price of oil, the global oil price down. Because you can't fund a friggin' war with this situation, printing dollars. This is ridiculous. They're collapsing the world.
Shut the borders
They
to
got to
improve
get
the
people to
economy.
work. What's that?
It's not shut the borders to improve the economy. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because it's going to cause too much. It's going to cause too much inflation and public order issues.
Technically, you want to reverse that. You want to open the borders, but not let the people leave the country, because technically that's what happens. Is we get a lot of people from third world countries coming over here getting free education, and then they take their expertise, knowledge back to their own home country, which really does a number. Yeah.
You reckon? I mean, I think people come over from less privileged countries, get an education, and then stay in that country, and they typically. I mean, I haven't looked at the stats for the US, but last time I looked at them for the UK, a migrant was worth like 2 times what a ordinary British-born person was doing. If you're worried about people bludging off the system, it was usually a British-born person. And if you got those migrants from Afghanistan, they would be like a taxi driver, and then their kid would be a doctor, and they're not going back to fucking Afghanistan. They don't go back to India.
Yeah, but that's liberal propaganda for the UN agenda.
So yours is conservative propaganda. That's just such a dumb thing to say.
Yeah, no, you got to be
support it
very
with
careful.
evidence, or
No, you got to be very careful of how the United Nations and the government frames their propaganda.
but you just need to think about it logically. Do you meet when you travel? When I travel, I meet people. Sometimes I meet people who've been educated overseas and have gone home. But generally speaking, if I meet somebody in India or Pakistan, they've got a Pakistani accent. While I meet plenty of Indians and Pakistanis in the UK or in privileged countries that have the local accent. So I don't see even anecdotally any evidence of people taking an education. Like, why would you do that? Where you go all the way to the UK, pay a shit ton for an engineering degree, and then fuck off back to a country that's not building anything to use that degree? It just makes no sense.
Well, they are, though. That's the thing, is they are trying to rebuild infrastructure over there in these places, and then they get these, huge paychecks.
Usually with local, like that does happen with Chinese people. Chinese people do get overseas educations and go back to China. Absolutely, I see a lot of that. But China's not really a third world country, you know?
I mean, there's.
But that's what I'm saying. The Indian people typically stay in whatever country they end up in that they've got their education in. Like most of the Indian people I know are like second generation. I don't see them going back to India.
Yeah, I think you're conflating immigration with education. So I think you got to separate.
Do you have any evidence for what you're saying, or just condescension about what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, this is something I've overheard, so I'm just regurgitating it. But I think there is some statistical backing.
That what they're coming over and getting an education,
right?
And then they're a net loss to the economy and then leaving.
Yeah.
People from third world countries.
Well, just other countries at large.
Sure. I mean, I think that does happen if it's other countries, and those countries are like China or Germany or like a country that's usually doing well economically. I think absolutely that happens because you get a superior education. You travel the world to get a superior education wherever you'll get that. But, America's pretty good for education, as is Australia, as is the UK. But like people from Nepal, people from India, people from Pakistan, I'm guessing probably the same for people in Mexico. for the United States. What's the logic in it? Why would a person go back to who's got the right to remain in the US or the UK? Why would they go back to Pakistan?
Because that was like the whole plan before they ever left.
But that's the thing. Even the people I talk to, that's not the case. Like I've got a guy sending me WhatsApp messages every other day who I met in some petrol station in Pakistan, and he's going, "Can you help me try and get a job in Australia?" He doesn't want to live in Pakistan. It's like most of the people I met there were talking about how they're trying to get out.
Some do it because everyone they cared and love for is back home, and others they just stay to make a better life. It's just 50-50.
But that's what
if you look at the cost of living in a lot of these places.
Clearly...
Go ahead, Ig.
No, go ahead. The cost of living is very low. I mean, I did actually. I take that back. I did meet one guy he spoke English really well. He was running this kind of fancy bar thing in a English English language cinema when we were in Kolkata. And I was like, how come your English is so good? Like it's virtually an English accent. And he's like, oh, well, I'm what you call Anglo-Indian. And then he said his dad got the opportunity to go and live in the UK, and he went over there to work for a bit. And then he did come back and he said, I could go there and work and you'd get a better life, but we wouldn't have like a maid and a driver and all this stuff. So I'm going to stay here. But again, he doesn't fit the thing because he was educated. He was talking about somebody who was educated in India who's got an opportunity to work there. Like, I don't even get how it could be a drain on the economy to get an education elsewhere. Like, education is one of our biggest exports in Australia. You don't get it for free.
Yeah, okay.
Nobody's coming to America.
Wait. Look, this is what I said. You're repeating this propaganda out of Australian media. We're the most propagandized country on the face of God's flat earth.
What a nothing thing to say. I'm giving you reasons. I'm giving you personal anecdotes. I'm giving you logical.
Anti-Western garbage.
Mate.
It's true.
Pathetic.
Yeah.
You're pathetic.
Because they're racist.
You're pathetic.
You don't understand.
These people are racist stupid.
Against us.
This is just stupid right-wing retardation, man. You've got to use logic and reason to argue a case. You can't just go, that's propaganda. The chap you met in Kolkata personally is just propaganda. Like, here's the thing: if it's costing America money,
correct.
But you've got no evidence for that, and I'm not using propaganda. I'm using personal experience and reasoning.
I live in the real world.
So dumb, man. What you're saying is so stupid. So
it's the truth.
Here's what makes it extra stupid. Yes. Do you get an education for free if you go to the US? Because you fucking don't in the UK and you fucking don't in Australia. You pay above the going rate.
You don't understand how Australia is structured or how the system works or who's running it. You've got no
idea. Yes, I do. My fiance works in finance for the University of Sydney. I've got a reasonable idea. And one of their biggest fee-paying students are coming from overseas. We know that Australia doesn't give away education to foreigners.
That's a good thing, is it?
That you make money because people come there to get educated. Yes, it's fucking great.
No, it sounds
what would
racist
be wrong with
to
that?
me. It's racist.
Racist in what way?
It's the opposite of racism, Blair. It's the opposite of racism.
That's racism.
Go on, explain how it's racist. Just instead of just saying that's racist, that's propaganda, try backing up your arguments with some sort of steric of reasoning.
You just said,
something that looks like reasoning.
We're bringing in foreign workers, foreign students, and we're taking their money, educating them. Right? It's racist all around.
How's that racist?
Because it's exploiting foreign people who probably can't really afford these degrees anyway, and probably most drop out.
How can they not afford what? You were saying some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard come out of humans now. They can't afford something that they are paying
for. It's racist against the white people of Australia, bringing in all these foreigners. 100%.
So it's both racist. It's both racist to the Chinese people and it's racist to the Australians.
And it's exploitative.
That's an interesting definition of racism you're working on there, mate.
The true definition of racism.
You treat people equally. That's racist.
No, it's not. That's communism.
You're beyond
That's communism. all this fake equality stuff is communism. Look, you don't understand what you're talking about. You're not educated, eggshells. You trip yourself up all day. Every time you come here, you sprouting something else. Okay.
Yep.
The true
Reasoning
definition of
through my
racism.
arguments to make it to make a solid
The
case
true
rather than
definition of
just going through
racism is exploitation by an organization or government. Right? Racism is not labeling people on skin color. That's stupidity. Right? You don't know what you're talking about. You've watched all this liberal propaganda and all this ABC crap your whole life. Now you're brainwashed. You're not worthy.
Right, but
as
you
a
don't have
citizen.
any. I'm not
No,
worthy
I
as a
want you to
citizen
leave the
now.
country. I want you to pack your bag. You're not going to defend us. You can leave.
Well, I'm currently in Albania. Is that okay by
Well,
you?
good. Stay there. Yep. Don't come back.
Jeez, you're.
Tear your passport up. Take residency over there. Because if
Your
you're going to sprout
stupidity
racist
is
against
only
us,
matched by your
taxpayers of Australia,
by
you're
how
not worthy of it.
distasteful you are as a person.
No,
You're
you
as
are. You're a
unlikable
racist.
as you are stupid. Sure, yeah, I'm
You just
racist.
told me you're a racist, and I pointed it out.
Yeah.
You're exploiting people
Yes.
based on their backgrounds.
I'm
and their
exploiting
financial
people?
system.
How am I doing anything?
You and your girlfriend, correct? And you're
How am I
advocating
doing
for a
anything?
racist system.
Guys, give each other a little room to speak.
Because he doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't understand how things work.
Let him
Oh,
answer.
okay, sure.
How about that?
Sure. I mean, I just got no idea what you're saying. It's just as stupid as it
Because
is
you're in
objectionable.
denial because
Australia offers.
you're
So
brainwashed by the government.
let's just recap the conversation. We were saying it's bad for these countries. It's bad for the economy to have these people come in, get an education, and leave. I challenge that by saying I don't think they do that. I think if they're coming from third world countries, they come in, get an education, and then try their fucking hardest to stay. Then, without any backing or reasoning or logic or evidence, you just went, that's propaganda. Then I pointed out the case that Australia and the UK, and I'm pretty sure America as well, charges for those educations. So it's actually not a damage to the economy, it's an overall boon to the economy. I pointed out that's
It
one of
causes
Australia's biggest
inflation
experts,
and it
and now you're
reduces
calling that
university
racist.
places. Yep, it causes inflation against the economy. It raises the prices of health care, right? And it
causes inflation.
makes our education cost more, and it reduces the opportunity for native-born people to get positions, and it's racist. 100%.
So it could be the case that it takes up seats that that's a slightly less stupid argument, that it could be taking up
because you
seats
don't
that
understand how the
Australians
system
could.
works.
You're
in
screwing
this
over other humans to help other humans, and you're disregarding the other humans being screwed over in favor of the other humans. The net outcome in this is typically the person feels good because they think they're doing something, but really you're just screwing over a bunch of people.
You're screwing over
And,
your
and also it's really interesting
Exactly.
that in those migrants, it's all just young fighting age males that for some reason like didn't bring their wives and their children along. It's just young fighting age males. By the drones. You know families. You know guys that have families. They bring their families along to have a better life.
I don't know what you're saying.
Easy there, concave.
Dyslo, your mic is really weird. It doesn't even sound like a voice.
Is this any better?
Yeah, I do.
All right.
A bit better, yeah.
It just seems interesting to me that we're always given this threat of war between China, Russia, and the U.S., but yet we're always trading secrets and trading information. I mean, it just seems odd, doesn't it? Like, do any of you guys notice that?
Yeah. No, I think it's 80% of American imports come from China, but you're declaring war on China. I don't know what that was. Where are you going to get your stuff from, man? You don't make clothes or computers or cars or anything. You don't even drill oil.
It seems like it's only the civilians. Seems like it's only the civilians that get the bad end of the stick.
We don't drill oil in America. What do you mean we don't drill oil?
Not as much as you should.
I passed probably a few hundred oil wells on my way across West Texas yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought America was still one of the biggest gas and oil producing nations.
I think it's been surpassed.
Right. By who?
Look it up.
Look,
Look it up. What do you want me to do your work for?
No, I don't want you to support your claims at all. I think it's funnier when you fail to.
America,
Yeah,
why is the
I think
largest oil producer?
it's a weird case. I
Biden
think
shut
the
it all
suggestion
down.
that foreigners could be taking places of local people is a possibility. It's certainly something that was talked about in Australia. But one of the things, I think it's a government rule, but it might just be a university policy, is usually that they try to use the overage and the profit to do two things. One is obviously expand. So we've had this explosion, way more campuses. Like the university I went to, when I went there 15 years ago, it was 2 campuses. It's now like 15 campuses.
Right.
And the second thing is to offer subsidized places. So this was happening even when I was there. I was a kid coming from Sydney to go to this university out in Bathurst, but they were using that money to subsidize places so local kids from Bathurst could go as well, because otherwise you don't end up, actually educating local people. So there are things to mitigate that concern. I mean, I think overall education is usually good, particularly tertiary, because a lot of useful science comes out of university. So it overall seems to boost the economy.
Yeah, actually, I just pulled it.
I
and
just
said,
googled it. I just googled it.
States.
It says according to the NSF, 77% of international students expressed intent to remain in the United States and work after the conclusion of their opt. However, only 46% are able to do so. So only 46%. Yeah. So again, their intent was to stay, but less than half do. This was from December 2nd, 2022.
Yeah, it's certainly the case in Australia. Like I said, always it's like Pakistani, Afghan, all sorts of people are trying to get there. Like there's even been a thing where they have like fake degrees, like fake education places where they end up working. And yeah, a lot of them it's to try to remain in Australia. But yeah, it's not always that they can. But so it sounds like I'm vindicated, right? And I said most people come over and then they want to try and stay. And that's saying that is the case for 77. Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were going to interrupt.
No,
Go for it.
I mean, you're going on forever.
They would get a place in an Australian university, and they'd work that up until census date. Then they'd drop out, and then they enroll in an Indian-controlled college for a bullshit degree that doesn't exist, and go find a job. And they're still doing it. They were doing that when I was at university fucking years ago. These Indians.
Is it racist?
Exactly.
That's racist.
Again,
yeah.
that support.
Did he break up, or was it me?
That they are. I think it was you.
I
Again,
wish
that supports my case that they are trying to get a job and they're trying to stay,
Yeah, that's racist.
even when they're doing.
They need to stay at home.
Why?
I don't know if you guys can hear me, but it's only 77% that intend. The 46%.
Why should American taxpayer money be taken away from the children that live here and be given to these guys? Why can't they stay at home?
Who says they're given taxpayer money? That's the other point I'm making is the point that it seems Dicelo is vindicated, which is most of them are trying to stay. But B, they're paying for the education, they're paying rent, they're paying for food while they're here.
Yeah.
Are they being supported by taxpayers?
Look, dude, you're indoctrinated by this corporate system, right? Honestly,
You've got no fucking argument to make, so you just keep using these catchphrases.
No, that's what you are. You're indoctrinated in everything you do.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, and you're an idiot.
But you're towing the party line with communism and with the UN agenda, and you're in line with the government. You're backing up corrupt universities who are laundering money.
Just because you think you have this weird idea that the truth is communist. I'm not communist. I hate the idea of communism, socialism, communal ownership of the means of production is a fucking stupid idea. But you wouldn't. I don't think you'd know the first thing about it. But the other chap was making a point that they're coming here and taking taxpayer money. Do they take taxpayer money, or are they supported in any way with your taxes?
They use taxpayer services inevitably.
But such as what? What they drive
inevitably,
on the road?
dude. What do taxpayers pay for? The roads, the schools,
the thing
water, water.
You're in this middle class
electricity,
environment. You have no
services, maintaining the city. Are you really going to ask me such as?
Man, you like this is beyond stupid. You're saying that they're a cost to the taxpayer, and the best you've got is they're using
what
the
is
roads.
beyond stupid? Are you saying we're beyond stupid? Are you calling me stupid? Because I can
Yes,
call you
yeah.
names too. I can call you names too.
Cool.
We're not
Go
going to
for
do
it.
that here, though. We wouldn't want to do that here. That would suck.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
so yeah, eggshells. What employment are you in? Are you working or?
Yeah, I'm self-employed.
Industry?
Training.
Oh, you're self-employed. So you got indoctrinated at the university in this corporate international system of free immigration and communism and stuff. So now you're self-employed. So are you meeting like the average worker on the street? You would go to West Sydney or northeast Melbourne or into
Yeah.
Western Brisbane?
Yeah.
You go out to the
Work with
country, meeting the
posties,
people.
work with construction workers. I work with
Right.
retail, like flighties. I do a lot of work for Qantas, so cabin crew or
Right.
ground staff or baggage handlers. Like
So you're in
dudes that
accounting,
build houses.
finance.
Yes, I meet lots of people. My day to day when I was working was meeting a room of 15 people and getting to understand a bit about them, and then doing the same for a totally different company the next day.
Right. So are you all for this New World Order agenda?
I don't know what New World Order is. I'm just saying I think that statistics are that generally most migrants are actually are useful. They're a benefit to the economy. And all you and this other chap can do is come up with these like weird, poorly reasoned or not even bothered to be reasoned like catchphrase words like brainwashed without presenting any evidence for it.
What about the rain economy? What about the people in their country that need them?
So brain drain's a real thing. If that's your concern, that's a worthwhile thing to talk
What
about.
about the people in their country that need them?
Yeah.
If their country is so bad, what about all those people living in that so bad country? Do they not need to improve their lives too?
Sure, yeah, it's a problem for them. They call it the brain drain. Right?
You don't care about them. See, you're calling us weird. You're calling us this, but you're the one that does not care about them, and you're feigning like goodness. There is no goodness in this.
Yeah.
What do you mean I'm feigning goodness? You're having a weird tantrum.
What are we talking about?
Yeah.
What are we talking about? Education, broad education, exchange
It's
education,
this middle
or
class
what?
mentality that if they go along with the system, that they feel good and they're part of something, where they're just being lied to by the government and by these organizations. It's a scam. And when you point it out to these middle class people, it's a scam. They just deny it. And they go, "Oh, you're the bad one."
What are you saying is a scam? Repeat what you said. I didn't
the
know.
old Australian Ponzi scheme. It's embarrassing.
Now you need to be specific. If you need to be specific about it if you're going to label it.
Yeah.
Well, it's a Ponzi. It's a scam. They call it the university Ponzi scheme and the immigration Ponzi scam. And all we're doing is selling us out,
call it a
causing
Ponzi
massive
scam.
inflation because there's no housing or people can't afford housing. Now, for the poor people who didn't buy the house 20 years ago, it's now $1 million to buy a house. So no one can.
How does that relate to education? That indeed is a problem. But how does that relate to education?
It's all the same thing. It's government policies that we didn't vote for, that we never voted for. They were mandated
It just sounds like
against us.
It sounds to me, for all the world, like you're accusing me of thinking uncritically repeating somebody else's propaganda catchphrases. But every time you're challenged to show your reasoning on something, you return to something that sounds very much like parroted propaganda.
No, this is reality. This is the truth that's going on. And bringing
waves. So how is it a scam?
You're bringing waves
of
racist people from Asia and the Middle East. It's not going to help. Not going to help you. Instead, they're going to tat you on the head and say thank you. No, they're going to vote you out and exploit you. They're not stupid people, man.
I guess we're not going to get an answer from you then, right?
Because
if you were going to answer, you would have by now.
You have no idea.
Well, yeah, because you're being asked a simple question again and again. You can't answer it. What's a scam? In what way is education is educating people In what way is educating people?
It's a Ponzi scheme.
Foreigners.
Because
How's
I just
it a Ponzi
explained
scheme?
it to you. They're bringing people out. They're charging them for these degrees. A lot of them from India are dropping out and going into these Indian-owned universities and colleges, and the money's
In what way
flowing
is that a
back
Ponzi
to
scheme?
India. And then
How's
the
that a
ones that
Ponzi
stay in the Australian universities, they're selfish and they're racist and they stick to themselves
You can't
and they
explain it, can
exploit
you?
the system.
Going back to saying weird words, a Ponzi scheme is one where you use investors' money to pay back previous investors to fake the value of something. So a Ponzi scheme can be described as like something that's like the social welfare system, like superannuation in Australia, where essentially you're putting money away, but you're also putting money away for older people. But you were pressed to go, how's it a Ponzi scheme?
Superannuation
And
funds are
instead you
Ponzi schemes,
said they're bringing in racist Asian students. Like, you're just completely incapable of supporting your own views.
Who cares? I'm not the one. I'm the one
Evidently not you.
brainwashed by the government and the ABC. That's embarrassing. I went to university. I saw this shit going on. I couldn't believe it.
What did
Like,
you
this is
study at
bullshit.
university?
I'm not telling you.
I cannot conceive of how you could have passed a university
At
degree
the
when your
start, I
reasoning
thought, oh, this
skills
is
are
really
so incredibly
cool.
He
poor.
probably
This is really
majored in
fun.
moon architecture.
And then after a while, I was just like, oh my God, these people are really horrible and racist. And, you know, they're
But you can't
hateful.
describe what's racist about it.
It just is.
It
That
just
has
is.
a political
Right.
agenda.
Just is. Good, great. We've got all we're going to get from you then, it seems.
No, I want you to get out more, and I want you to start seeing truth. See
You want
for
me to get out
myself. I know
more?
what's going on.
So riding my motorbike around the world for the past year isn't getting out enough for you.
It's just stupid.
Just sitting
It's
on your
literally
ass.
dumb shit.
Okay.
You're riding a motorbike
You want me to
through
get
the
out?
freaking Olean Mountains? Well, that sounds like dumb shit to me. You know.
Sure. What do you do?
It's awesome. I think it's awesome what you're doing, Higgs.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, but you're not helping anyone. You're taking the money you made in Australia and spending it overseas. So you're a fucking racist.
So what? I mean, my job is helping people. I think that's what I make my money, by helping people. What do you do to help people? What do you do to earn a crust?
I educate people on the truth. On the
So you
internet.
go on Discord and rant about stuff. Does that mean I would be right if I were to guess that you're on welfare?
It doesn't matter what I do for money.
Oh my God, you're on welfare, aren't you?
I'm not saying anything. I'm not telling you what I do.
Can
So
we
it
keep the
doesn't matter.
conversation above board without throwing low blows such as that? I think we can do a little bit better than that, gentlemen. Well, not gentlemen.
He didn't seem to jump in when he was saying that I'm racist and that I'm not helping people. And then when I challenge him to show how he's helping people, he can't even tell me what he does.
He's spoken like a true communist.
What does it matter?
Because it evidently mattered enough that you needed to
Mate, I'm
establish what
Australian.
I do so that you could see if
Yeah,
I
no,
was
I'm not
worthy.
gonna look. The difference is I will never. I'm not a traitor, and I've vowed not to dish the country. And all you do is just attack it on every level. So I don't want you to come back here. You can stay in Albania.
How do I attack it on every level? I'm quite happy in Australia. I
So
think
push
there's
this corporate
stuff to improve
international
Australia. I pay
agenda.
tax. Do you pay tax?
You're not paying tax now. You're like you're in Albania or some shit.
Right. Doesn't mean I don't. I mean,
There can
I'm
only be one
40 years
Australian.
old. I haven't spent all of those years traveling.
Right.
Tell us about the moon architecture.
So who's in the group today? Who's in the chat?
Wait a minute. Moon architecture. Are you suggesting that the moon has a structure to it?
Certainly looks physical to me.
Bruh.
Are you trolling eggshells?
That the moon looks physical?
It's
No,
man-made,
why would that be
yeah.
a troll?
But
I mean, it could be man-made, but if it was man-made, it'd have to be made, right? It'd have to be physical. So you'd be disagreeing with Clown Joker as well.
Well, No, my issue with that aspect of it is that I agree that at times of the month within a 28-day cycle, it appears to be a solid, maybe potentially a structure. But the issue that I have is what happens between those 28 days, where it actually disappears and reappears, almost like clockwork. Oh wait, it is clockwork because the clock's in the sky. So that's where I'm like, should we design a vehicle to go land on something that disappears every 28 days? I don't know if that's smart. But that's just
It's
me.
never. It doesn't disappear to me. I mean, if I look to where the moon is, even when it's a new moon or whatever you call it, when there's no light on it, there's still definitely something up there blocking the stars and stuff. I mean, a weirder claim would be something that looks physical. If you trust your eyes and you trust your reasoning ability, you go, therefore it probably is physical, then disappears. That's a wild and weird claim. Like that it's less visible because it's not lit seems to me to be a more reasonable conclusion.
Well, but
How far
that's
away is the
where
moon then?
the observations start
Eggshells.
to become a formidable question, where you start to say, is the moon being lit? Or is it actually opening, closing like an eye? Because there's times where I see it in the morning sky where I'm like, wait a minute, I can like see through parts of it. Like one half of it is see through because I can see the blue sky. And then the other part of it appears to be just as it is in the night sky, just with a little bit different of a translucency. So the jury's still out from my perspective, anyways, as to whether or not this object is actually being lit or if this object is actually just appearing from a perspective type. Thank you.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so how far is the so-called moon above the flat plane then?
I don't know. I don't think we're on a flat plane. I don't know.
Well, you're on a
How far
motorbike.
it
You
is.
should know that motorbikes don't work on round curves.
Why would they not work on a round curve? I've gone over mountains.
Well, because you have to be constantly driving uphill. Constantly. It'd be annoying.
I mean, you evidently don't know much about motorbikes. Going up hills is pretty much the funnest thing you can do. There's nothing annoying about going up hills. If you were to tell me that because the Earth's round, I'm going to be constantly going uphill on my motorbike, I'd be like, fucking awesome. Because hills mean twisties, but if you're coming down them, you've got less traction. You're always on the brakes. It's a little bit awkward and uncomfortable. You're leaning hard on your arms. You don't get those awesome G-forces in your butt. But when you're going up them, it feels great. You can really get rip it out. The engine sounds beautiful. And yeah, don't think much of that argument, but maybe your next one will be doing better.
But I don't understand. So you traveled around the world and you look at a window of an aircraft and you say it's flat, but you call it round.
Yeah, basically, I use my reasoning skills.
Come on,
man. I mean, part of it's just what I was told, but I mean, I've explored the reasoning behind flat Earth, and I find it to be, frankly ridiculous most of the time. Like,
yeah,
most of it is just incredulity.
Yeah, but you could just stand there and say, "Well, I don't need to believe it. I can just say it's round." So that's just groupthink, and that's just
sure. I could say that, but I didn't. So yeah, if somebody said that it's a stupid thing, then sure. But I mean, I didn't say that. There's only one person here that said that.
Yeah, well, yeah. Did you see that Neil deGrasse Tyson interview? The guy is ridiculous. He's saying like the highest you could go is 63 miles above the Earth or whatever it is, right? So he's saying at 63 miles it wouldn't make any difference about whether it's curved or flat. And I'm just like, well, you just spent 20 years trying to disprove it was round. Now you're saying you can't tell the difference. So, and he's backtracking on everything. He's pedaling all over the place.
Sure, I don't really get the relevance, and I haven't heard the interview. Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying. Okay, all these globers.
Was it racist though when he said it?
It could have had racist connotations. Yeah, possibly. It sounded a bit. It sounded a bit authoritarian, and it sounded a little bit preachy. So yeah, some people might find it racist. Yeah, correct.
Communist?
He's definitely a communist, 100%. That's what all those deep staters push. It's a test. I just saw the comment in the chat. I don't know who this theory is. I've never heard of it before, but it's funny.
Fire, bro. Fire. Phire. Fire.
Oh, fire, gotcha.
Have there been any more flat Earth defections lately? Anybody else going back to the ball?
Now, are you legitimately in this server to actually debate this, or are you just doing this because what? Eggshells.
I don't understand. I don't know how I could answer that question.
But are you legitimately defending a globe in this server?
No, I don't really think the globe needs defending. The globe just is. I think good reasoning needs defending, and interesting conversations happen here sometimes. Not
Did
today,
they tell
but
you this
you
in
know,
university?
sometimes. No, like I studied theatre in university. It was about like doing circus shit and handstands and stuff.
Oh my god, really? So actually, you wouldn't have seen the real side of university then, if you weren't in like. I guess you would, depending on what campus you went to. What other courses are running?
Oh, policing, radio production, nursing, business, marketing.
Oh, right, so it's quite a large campus.
PR. Well, it was only like 3,000 students. Wasn't huge.
Yeah, I remember like the performing theatre arts type people and the actors. They were all very. They were just in a different reality, you know,
Yeah, big
because it
big
just
hippie
didn't
group
see. They
generally.
didn't see that. What's that?
Usually big hippie group, like the kind of people where
Yeah.
girls don't shave their armpits and they do hacky sack and in the schoolyard and interpretive dance and that kind of weird shit.
Yeah. It's a whole different vibe, eh? I didn't understand it. Because I had the wrong impression about university. I thought it was about challenge and, you know, opinions and freedom of speech and stuff. And when I got there, it was like the opposite. I'm like, wow, these people don't challenge anything. what the fuck am I? But there was more of a
I guess it
mentality.
depends. I mean, what did you study?
I actually did a lot of stuff.
Well, it's not. It's kind of a redundant conversation if you don't share which faculty you're in, because yeah, sure,
I
like you
found
go to the liberal arts faculties and they're usually pretty soft and fluffy, but I mean engineering's not, hard sciences aren't. What were you saying? Sorry, left line.
Yeah, I found college very challenging in every aspect. Discovered things talents I didn't know I had. I did far better academically than I thought I could. Blah blah blah. It was a great experience for me.
Nice. What did you study, left line?
Biology.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
So, do you say you're driving trucks now in Texas, left line?
Yep, sure am. Sure am. If I knew there was this much money in it, I'd have done it when I was 20 and would never have went to college. But
Well, actually, my older brother, he was driving trucks for 20 years and he retired. And I said, what the fuck, you retired? How much money were you making? He's going, a lot.
Yeah,
And
there's a
he
lot of
bought a
money
farm.
in
He
it.
bought a farm and shit. But you worked for 20 years and retired. I said, you gotta be fucking kidding me. So you must have like $1 million or some shit. And I was
Yeah,
just
my
like,
ba-
fuck.
my partner, it's been going right at 10 years that he got hooked up with the deal that we're on. I haven't been with him this whole time, but yeah, he's probably worth $7 or $8 million.
Woof.
Fucking hell. Yeah, but I don't like dealing with cops all the time, and it's just fascism in Australia regarding truck drivers and drug tests and books and apps and shit. It's just ridiculous. They weigh your trucks and inspections and drug tests. Fuck that.
It's also how you
Right.
keep the roads safe. The countries that don't have that shit have pretty awful crap going on them.
Nah, fuck the
Pretty,
cops.
Yeah,
Fuck the
it's
government.
pretty heavily regulated, and personally, I have a good rapport with the state troopers that I've dealt with, and when you're nice to them and you got a clean bill, they'll put a sticker on your windshield that when other troopers see
Really?
that sticker, they'll leave you alone. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Don't you want to just say fuck him though?
And what do you think about
Just
all
run
of
them
the?
over.
What do you think about all of the regulation?
It's highly overly regulated as far as like telling me when I can, how long I can drive, how much break I must take, and things like that. I'm, grown man. I know how to operate safely, but there's more than half of the drivers out here are the ones that need regulating, and that's why we all have to put up with it.
More than half, you reckon?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them that they're really many of them have no business being out here driving a big truck.
Yeah, I gotta get my shit together. You know what I hate about when you guys overtake me is that you spit rocks all over my freaking car. I want you to cut that out.
I don't get off the pavement.
Might just be upside down. The rocks kick up a little bit more.
Yeah, it's a Coriolis.
If I've got rocks happening, something's gone wrong.
No, I like truck drivers because they're some of the most aware people on the road. Like I'll be going for an overtake and they'll always have already seen me and like wave me through. Like I feel safe around truckers.
Well, see, that's I mean, it's a brain dead as far as like technical thinking and solving. That's part of why I like these discussions, because it presents physics and mathematics and gives me stuff to think about. But you have to constantly be hyper alert of everything that's going on around you, or you're going to end up killing someone or yourself, at least having a bad wreck.
Mm. Has a room gone dead? I had a phone call come in and now I can't hear anything.
It's quiet.
Yeah, I saw a truck driver in I think it was India whose brakes had failed. We got there right after the accident had happened, and he'd just driven his truck like up an embankment. It was almost vertical, and he looked pretty shook up. It was quite insane. See if I can find the photo. I think you'll like it, left lane.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty bad stuff. Witnessed a couple of really bad things.
Oh, yeah, I bet you would have.
You got some like large Marge stories?
I've seen him. There's a little Ranger. It was me and another big truck in front of me, and then a little Ranger passed on the shoulder, and I just saw dust in front of the truck in front of me, and then I saw that Ranger smack the barrier between the two, east and westbound, and the truck got up on the barrier and rolled over it, threw the guy out, and the truck in front of me ran over him.
Oh, no.
Yeah, popped him like a pimple.
Mm.
Probably one of the worst I've seen. Airborne motorcycles, airborne bodies, different things.
Jesus. Did it affect you much, or have you like seen that much now that you're like, oh, I'll keep driving?
Yeah, I keep driving it. If I think there's any way I could help the situation, I stop. I was an ambulance EMT for 15 years, so I've seen a lot of stuff there too, and it's my natural instinct to help. But if there's people everywhere and it's covered, I just drive on. It doesn't bother me too bad. One of the worst things bothered me. There was a state trooper who got shot between Deming and Las Cruces, New Mexico. He'd pulled over a pickup truck, and the officer went around to the passenger side, and the driver of the pickup got out with an AR-15 and shot and killed the officer.
Wow.
After that happened, that bothered me right there. I was thinking, man, if I could have just been there and saw that, I would have run over his ass, to keep him from shooting that trooper.
Yeah, but I mean, then you'd have the whole thing being, you'd have a totally different kind of trauma, right? Like, was he actually going to shoot? Maybe I made a mistake. Like,
Yeah, it could have been part of a meth ring. They're chasing you. You got like a drug vendetta on you. Just crazy twin brothers. Who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, I can understand that.
Like Breaking Bad type stuff. That would be bad news. Sorry, I walked on whoever that was. Van Dyne.
No, you're good. We both started at the same time.
Las Cruces near the like a crazy like downslope around there.
Going across the I can't think of the name of the pass, but Highway 70 going towards Alamogordo, into the White Sands. That's a pretty good climb and downgrade there.
I'm thinking it's like right where you're getting in from the east. Forget what that is, but whoa, that definitely set my heart getting a little crazy there. Driving there at night.
Yeah,
you're pretty much just like driving straight downhill, like for I don't know, just like 60 miles an hour, but it's kind of a little bit tough to tell like where the bends are. They don't like light up all the stuff properly.
Driving downgrade in a loaded truck is probably the scariest thing I do.
And like I used so much
Because if
gas
you,
getting up there that but like I used way too much gas and I was like, oh shit. I had some auto problems anyway, but I was like on E going down this thing, like trying to oh my goodness. And there's like all kinds of trucks going past me and I'm like, oh my shit. Oh man. Fucking hate I can't imagine how you do all that stuff. Although maybe you feel a lot more safe in a big truck than somebody in a
I'm I'm as
experience.
comfortable in this truck as I am my pickup. I'm so accustomed to it. It doesn't bother me, and very cautious in what I do. If you go down a hill too fast and you burn your brakes, you heat your brakes up. They call brake fade. The brakes quit working, and yeah, it's something bad's going to happen. So you just go off slow in low gear and don't get too fast. Don't let it get too fast. Just things like that. But it's all good as long as you do it safely.
I feel like just that line of work would make my hair go gray pretty quick. So I can avoid that.
Yeah, it's a long, drawn out week. It's a job. It's not any fun. Pretty cool. I mean, it's not. You could be doing worse things. And if you own your own truck and you got hooked up on a pretty good contract, you can make a lot of money. And I'm just trying to stack as much up as I can before I retire, so I'll have money to live on.
Yeah.
Retiring, is that coming up soon?
He's gonna go off grid.
I'm kind of shooting for 10 years, 10 more years, maybe.
Build a
Maybe
geodesic
less.
ranch.
I'll be spending the rest of my days flying around as long as I can.
That does sound cool.
Yeah.
Have you? Because you're getting your license, or you've already got it? Have you finished that now? No, it's not been going on.
No, I've still got to do a check ride. Federal inspector flies around with you, makes you do these things, these maneuvers, and there's an oral exam to take as well. But that's it.
Awesome.
That's all I got
You're pretty
left.
much there.
I got practice to do. I need to do some flying. I need to practice these things and become proficient at it before I do the check ride.
Yes, I was almost going to. I was like getting interested in being a chopper pilot. Not like as a job, just was interested in getting a pilot's license and was like, oh, I might. Because America is such a good place to do it that it makes financial sense to fly to America. When I was totting up the prices, it makes more sense to fly to America and then live in a cheap motel for like a month than it does to do the whole test at like, your local airstrip in Australia.
That's what I've heard. I've heard it's quite expensive over there.
Yeah. And the people you get in Australia, interestingly, your instructor is quite likely to be a recent graduated pilot. Like one of the first most available jobs you can get is teaching other people how to fly. I'm like, I do not want that. I do not want to get taught by somebody in like 50 hours.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
I mean,
America,
the education.
Go
ahead.
What I've just been told about America is you're quite often trained in America by some guy who's got like, thousands of hours because they were Air Force.
Yes, that's my instructor. He was Air Force. Yeah, as a matter of fact. But learning to fly and getting your license is not necessarily being a good pilot at all. Takes many hours and making the mistakes and gaining the wisdom and knowing what not to do or what to do if something goes wrong, things like that. A pilot that's not been presented with an actual engine failure, we do the procedure, but when shit goes south, you really, you have to do what you have to do exactly when you have to do it. There's, if you hesitate or delay the proper thing, you're dead. That's it.
Mm.
You know. And
Yeah, that sounds real.
experiences. Yeah, experiences. And man, you talking about freaked out. When I first started, and I was completely freaked out and flying the plane. I was flying it, but I was completely freaked the fuck out with it. We're just waiting on it to fall out of the sky at any minute. But now it's kind of got it it's in the seat of my pants. It's just jump in it and go now. And it's pretty cool.
So when do you think? When do you reckon you'll go for your check ride? And do your
I'm
oral?
shooting the end of the summer, maybe. My girlfriend's had 3 back surgeries this year, and that's really put a damper on everything. And so I haven't flown in a little bit. I'm going Thursday though.
Oh, nice. And do you go off to go somewhere, or do you just sort of go up and fly in a loop and then come back to the same strip?
No, I can go to, let's see, 5 different airports that I can fly around to. I can, fly from my airport to one down south, land and take off, and go to another one, land and take off. And you're cleared to solo to certain places and nowhere else.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And it's a big thrill to get in there and take off and realize that you're fucking flying an airplane all by yourself.
Yeah, it does. It sounds awesome.
And Coach was late for work today. Stupid.
Hasn't clocked on.
Man, trying to get at him on some AI stuff.
Were you night snacks? Were you here?
Where's that? No. Last night? No.
Yeah.
I was here but sleeping.
And Brian Leakey was wound up. He was cutting in conversations and over talking and stuff. And I slept about 9 and with my headset on. Listening. I want to sleep. At 4 o'clock this morning, guess who woke me up screaming? I woke up and I said, Brian, shut the fuck up.
That's smart.
I think he went.
I heard that shit happen. That was funny.
It's funny.
Eggshells did a real marathon in here yesterday. It was on from the time I started, about 6 o'clock Pacific time, till I don't know, must have been 6 o'clock at night till his phone ran out of batteries, I think. And he was just, I don't know how people can talk that much. There's not enough stuff to talk about in the whole world for me to talk for a whole day. It's amazing.
Go pretty in session.
I had a friend that had an airplane, lived in Eastern Oregon, and I think he built it, and it had like a paper fuselage or whatever. It was like metal framing, and then the skin of it was made out of paper or something. And he didn't have a license or anything. He built his own little airstrip out there, and he'd fly around. And he was a cowboy, and he had cattle out in the way out in the ranges out there. It's like desert out there, and he'd when it come to time to round them up, he'd fly his plane out and find out where they were all at, and then he'd direct everybody out to where they could get round up the cattle and stuff. But he really enjoyed that. But he said that one time he was flying it, I was talking to him, and he said that he had trouble landing it. He wasn't a very good lander, and he said he actually did an endo. He went like over the handlebars with the thing one time.
Oh yeah.
He didn't get hurt, but said it was totally terrifying. The weather up here in Oregon just incredible right now. We've had like the best May I've ever seen up here. We had like one day of rain the whole time, and like today it's supposed to be 70, and it's beautiful up here. It's really weird. Usually it's kind of drizzly and wet and sort of miserable up here in May and June. You get that June gloom, but man, this year is just incredibly beautiful.
Yeah, that's some of the prettiest country that I've been is Washington and Oregon.
Yeah, it is a really beautiful place. When the weather's nice, it's just incredible. But usually it's raining up here. There's like some kind of a giant bald eagle convention down here at the Lower Columbia. Today I drove past this one place, and must have been 30, 40 eagles gathered together out in the low tide mud flats of Young's Bay. Never seen that many eagles down here. I've seen them up in Alaska. There are hundreds of them, but here in northern Oregon, I've never seen that many gathered together.
Was there a salmon run or something like that?
Not right now. There's probably some salmon in the rivers, but it usually happens towards the end of summer. That's when they open up all the fishing, and yeah. But they're down here. They're usually just picking off birds. They swoop down and get little birds off the top of the water. Seems to be their main prey is birds. At least here, I know up in Alaska they get a lot of those hog salmon and stuff that come up the river that eventually die. They'll pick off a bunch of those.
I hope it's not personal, Left Lane. But it sounds, if I were to guess, like you are not religious. You don't think there's a God?
Who's that?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, creator possibly, but God in the way that it's talked about, no.
And were you, because just like when I first heard your accent, I was like, this guy sounds like he believes in God for sure. Were you already not religious before university?
Yes, yeah, I was raised in a Nazarene and Baptist church, and was actually a member of the Cumberland Presbyterian for till I was like late 30s. But and I was having questions and didn't like what I saw in the organized religion and the hypocrisy and things like that. And then I went to a college university in West Tennessee, and we studied the Bible, as literature, and dug deep into it. And it's just, it just kind of dawned on me, all these wonderings and questions I had were legitimate. And yeah, I would say over a period of time, from the time I realized, yeah, this is bullshit, to like me being able to sit here and say, yeah, I don't believe in that no more. It took some time for it to completely sink in that what I was raised up in and taught for 30 years was not the truth.
Mm. Yes, what you're saying reminds me of that quote, which is like something about reading the Bible is a great way to turn somebody into an atheist or something. I forget.
Yeah, I picked out all the contradictions. The first one I remember as a kid, and talking about Genesis, and we got to the part where Cain killed Abel and they banished him, and he ran across these other people, and I was like, wait a minute, there's other people? Where did they come from if God made Adam and Eve? And yeah, I'll never forget that. I never got an answer either.
Yes, it just suddenly goes. I had the same question. It's like, yeah, there's more people now. I was like,
Quick question: How long was the time frame between Adam and Eve's creation and Cain and Abel? How long?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay,
I
so
assume
time has
I assume they were
passed.
young men. They were young men, right?
Well, see, that could be part of your assumption. You assume they were young men, but even in that, how many children did Eve and Adam have?
So I don't know. I don't know. They didn't tell us that part, did they?
Okay, so you made some assumptions without enough data.
Well, you're making some assumptions in saying that Adam and Eve had more kids because it doesn't talk about it.
Okay, so the absence of it. I mean, if God commanded them to be fruitful and multiply, and in that, from that command, that means they had to go out and be fruitful and multiply. So you're saying because there's no record of them doing that, that means that didn't happen.
So they thought it was important to talk about Cain and Abel, but not the rest of them.
Okay, see, that's another assumption. You're assuming what the author's intent was when he wrote it and why he was trying to write it. So you think it's better for him to have described all of those people. So
No,
maybe he's trying to focus on something specific than he. See, there's not a lot of assumptions in why you rejected that. What it seemed to be contradiction.
No, it's not an assumption that they didn't write about it. It's fact.
I know, but you're assuming that they should have. And you're saying because they didn't, they're assuming then there must have been other people. That's just from what you just said.
It's just about making sense to me. Is what it's about.
Okay, it would make sense if God commanded them to be fruitful and multiply, and then they went about doing that. Then there would be more people around besides Cain and Abel.
But you get what Left Lane's saying, though. It's bit weird to sort of name some kids and then just like assume based on the be fruitful and multiply bit that we would know that there were others, but we don't get any information about who they are, what genders
If
they
I,
are,
if
what
somebody,
stories they have.
okay, so let's think about this for a second. If I'm writing a story about a specific person in a town, okay, but I only name the people that those people interacted in the certain individual people in the town, because they don't describe the other people in the town besides the ones they interacted with. That means there's no other people in the town.
No, because the town is presuming that we're assuming the existence of other people already. If you're talking about the providence of all humans, the first humans, then yeah, it makes sense to name them.
God commanded them to be fruitful and multiply. Now, either one of two things happened. Either they went about doing that and having other sons and daughters and children and everything else, or they didn't. If they did, then there would be other people in the environment. But if the focus is more on the story of Cain and Abel and not the how many people were in the world at that time, then it does still make sense. Because the author is not about trying to determine how many people are in the world or how many people Adam and Eve had. It doesn't say, it's not about that.
Well, I would think populating the world like that it would be a significant part of the story that would be told. Now, Cain and Abel stayed with Adam and Eve, and they did this, but they had these other children that went out to populate and make other towns, and that seems to me like it would be a natural part of the story.
Okay, well, if you go on and read the rest of the chapter, rest of Genesis, let's see. Let's go back to the scripture. I found out when most people have the contradictions, it's usually they focus on one verse or two verses and don't read more than that. So let's see, Cain and Abel's in verses chapter 4.
If we continue to read, I could bring up other contradictions too.
Well, we can do
like
one
the order in
if
Genesis.
you'd like.
That's one I found interesting. That it gives two stories of one is animals, then both man and woman at the same time, and the other version is Adam, then the animals, then Eve. So it tells the same story twice in two contradictory ways. That's another interesting one we can get to next.
Have you ever heard of time compression?
Nope.
Time compression.
Okay, when people tell stories, sometimes you do time compression. And also how the people in the first century, or not first century, or however, when the Genesis was written, their style of linguistic writing is very different than the way we do it today. Okay, so there's two factors involved in that. So if you see something that would seem contradictory may not be, because there may be other factors that you're not accounting for in the story. Like time compression. If they're not concerned about retelling the whole story again, they might compress it all into one. And it would sound like it's all happening at one time.
Is this relating to why there are more humans around?
No, I'm addressing your issue between Genesis 1 and then Genesis 2. But that's what you were talking about. But when it comes to even in that, it still does apply to Cain and Abel's story, because the author that wrote the Cain and Abel story isn't concerned about how many other people in the world and where they came from. He's more about telling the story of Cain and Abel. So he's going to leave out a lot of information that's not necessary for the story he's trying to tell.
So that's an assumption.
Assumption. This happens in linguistic and literature all the time. You said you went and studied this as literature. This happens in literature all the time.
But your critique of me is that I was making an assumption, and you're making assumptions.
Well, you assumed. Okay. Let's think about you're analyzing the text. You said there's Cain and Abel, and then there's these other people out there. Oh, okay. Where is that? Then the next question in your mouth, where'd they come from? Then, okay, you've got two options in that assumption. Either these people were there and they did not come from Adam and Eve, or they came from Adam and Eve. And also you assumed a time gap. You assume that it must have been a very short amount of time, but the text doesn't say the amount of time it occurred. So you made some assumptions and assumed there was a contradiction, but there may not be, and there is ways to explain it, but you didn't even look at that. You just assumed there's a contradiction.
No, they are contradictions unless you assume a bunch of other stuff.
Okay, show me the contradiction then in that text. Now, and I'll first of all define what a contradiction is.
To say that Adam and Eve were number 1 and 2, and Cain and Abel were 3 and 4, but there was 5 through 100 or however many others that didn't get mentioned, and so naturally, anyone with a critical mind would wonder, where did all those people come from if Adam and Eve were supposed to be the first ones? That's just natural. I mean, it's a legitimate question.
But okay, but even in your description, there's no contradiction. Basically, a contradiction would say, okay, there was an Adam. Oh, but there's not an Adam. But yes, there was an Adam. A contradiction is something that is contrary to a statement, and nothing you describe is contrary to anything. Just because you don't have the information, you're just assuming.
Yeah, it is. You can.
No, how's there a contradiction in that? Okay, I've already established that God commanded them to be fruitful and multiply. Either one of two options. Either they obeyed the command of God and went out and be fruitful and multiplied. If they did, that means there would be other people on the earth. Okay, you don't have a time gap between that command and the story of Adam and Eve. You don't know how much time has elapsed. 20 years, 6 months could have elapsed. A year could have elapsed. 3 years could have elapsed. 10 years could have elapsed. 20 years could have elapsed. 50 years could have elapsed. 100 years could have elapsed. You don't know. So you're making an assumption. You're making an assumption. I don't. I mean, I'm just saying is the text. Those two options are on the table. They're not contradictory. Either there are other people on the earth, or a time gap occurred, and Adam and Eve had other sons and daughters.
Yeah, I draw my conclusions based on what is provided before me, not without making any arbitrary assumptions of, well, these things I don't know, therefore blah blah blah. And that's what you're doing. You're making these assumptions that I'm going to explain this away by assuming that maybe Adam and Eve did have more kids that the guy didn't write about, and blah blah blah. You know,
well, you're assuming he should have written about them. Well, you're making an assumption he should have written about it.
I'm drawing a conclusion based on the information provided. You're adding a whole bunch of other information as an assumption to explain the story. That's what you're doing.
Okay. If I tell you, if I come into a story and I say, look, I had a daughter, but then I tell you 10 years later, my other daughter had 2 other kids. I left out a big gap of history, right?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean,
okay. So does that mean that history did not occur? It doesn't mean that. It means that we don't have that information. But you can't assume that information was not there. So you're making an assumption that information is not there.
You can't get past what I said, Paul.
I can't, because you're making an assumption that information. Okay, you're making it. Okay, go ahead. You can make it talk. I think I made my point.
Yeah, well, it doesn't say what he says. So he has his own religion. The Bible says she was the mother of all living before Genesis 4. So already answered that question.
See, and I agree with that. See, that's the thing. And that's what I just said too. And if you go on to read the rest of Genesis, it talks about the different genealogies. It talks about the other nations. It talks about that this people came from that people. It shows the group how the nations formed later on in Genesis. If you focus only on one verse and say, or this one little section, and say there's a contradiction here, without taking up the whole context, put it in the whole context of the book, you're going to miss something.
Yeah, that's why in Genesis 3, the serpent, it says that her pain and her conception will be multiplied. Well, you can't multiply by 0. That means she's already conceiving. And that's why then it tops it off with, and Adam named his wife Eve because she was not going to be, but was the mother of all living. And then the very first line of the next chapter is, and Adam knew his wife Eve. So she was not only already the mother, she was already the mother before they ever had sex. Thanks for playing.
More assumptions.
It's called reading.
You're-
You just have to have a kindergarten reading comprehension level, and you can too be a human being that actually gets some, life accomplishments. Thanks.
Yeah, yeah. I've got life accomplishments. I'm good.
Well, go to my
Well,
channel.
let's
Blood always finds its level, so that's where I have my evidence. Let's see where your evidence is.
okay. Let's use Harry Potter as an example. We'll use a Harry Potter story. Like I remember watching the movie. I'm just going to get back to him. Harry Potter. When I first watched the movie of Harry Potter, they're bringing him to his aunt and uncle, right? They're bringing it to him, and so they're giving him to aunt and uncle. The next time you see him, he's 10 or 12 years old. Now, I guess if I'm reading the story, because I don't have the data between his dropping off at his aunt and uncle to him first getting his invitation to go to Hogwarts, that means those 10 or 12 years did not happen, right? So I can assume that those years did not happen. Even within the story of Harry Potter.
The point that I made though is relevant for this one. This is a story specifically about the first humans that existed. So in Harry Potter, or talking about a town, or talking about your daughter, we already said that other people exist. So yeah, you miss bits. You're not explain every single breakfast that anybody had over the course of time. You are going to say anything relevant to it, right? You're not going to skip the bit where Harry learns how to be a wizard.
Well, here's the thing. Let's think. Okay, I didn't catch everything you said. Okay, see, there's an assumption. This is the story about the first human beings. Okay, so by you stating that, you're assuming the author's intent was to give a full telling of the story of all human beings across the globe. That's your assumption. Your assumption. But if that's not the intent of the author, if that's not the intent of the author, he has a different intent. He wants to tell a different type of story. He wants to focus on something different within his story, within his what he's trying to do. Then there's a different explanation for that.
Is it clear how many other people there were?
It doesn't say. It doesn't say. I'll know that. I'll admit that. It doesn't say how many people Adam and Eve had. It doesn't say all the sons and daughters. Like I'll go to the New Testament. It says if all the books were written that everything Jesus said or did, the world cannot contain it. That means the authors, when they wrote the four Gospels, weren't trying to accomplish writing everything Jesus did. They were only trying to focus on some very specific details. And we all do that. If I'm going to write a biography of John Adams, for example, I can focus on his political stance, what his political goals were. That doesn't mean that he didn't have a relationship with his wife, didn't have children, didn't raise children. That didn't mean he didn't cross the ocean. But if I want to talk about him and his wife's relationship, that doesn't mean he wasn't the president of the United States. That doesn't mean he didn't do things politically. It just depends on what the author wants to focus on.
It's just if it's a meaningful. The point I keep making is it seems like a meaningful detail. So, is there anything that specifically states that these other people were the sons and daughters of Adam and Eve, or could they have been brought about by God or some other means?
Well, going about what I can't remember who was it just talking just now.
Left Lane.
No, not Left Lane. The other guy. Is it Exo?
Yeah.
Anyway, it says in the text that Adam and Eve were the mother of all living, right? Or Eve was the mother of all living, which means not just some, but all. All is all, either all is all or all is none, or some, right? So that means these people that Cain and Abel ran across were from Eve.
Yeah, I was going to say that Genesis does state that they had other children. It doesn't name them. It doesn't say how many they had, but it does say that they had other children. And then Jubilees, a book that's not in the canon, but is, in my opinion, inspired because it was in the library of the Zadok priests. Jubilee states their names, gives you their names.
Was this after Cain and Abel?
Yes.
Yes.
Originally, Lane said that he found a contradiction in the fact that Cain went off and found a wife. Really, it would only be a contradiction if the Bible said that Adam and Eve had no other children after Cain and Abel, and then Cain went off and found a wife. That would be a contradiction. But to say that there's a contradiction when there really isn't one, there's no contradiction there. It just doesn't say whether Cain and Abel had other children. So it isn't really.
Yes, I think I agree.
From my understanding, right? The first generation of children married each other. So Adam and Eve's children married each other, right? But from then on, it was no longer brother and sister; it was cousins. And then I know it sounds crazy, but that's just the way it went.
Sure. So yeah, I kind of agree with him on this, Left Lane. I wouldn't call it a contradiction. I would say it's like a sort of important missing relevant information or something like that. But I wouldn't describe this thing that you're talking about as a contradiction. I don't think.
I would agree.
What other contradictions?
I would just say it's something that doesn't make sense. That they would talk about Cain and Abel, but not talk about all these other people that apparently came during or before Cain and Abel, but they just skipped talking about those kids. But maybe I don't know. It just doesn't make sense.
But the thing is, Genesis is a very quick summary of it's like a literal summary of what happened in the beginning.
So I do want to get also to the one where it gives two different orders of things happening. In one, it gives Adam and Eve are made at the same time out of dust or mud or something, and then there are the animals, then Adam and Eve, if I'm remembering it rightly, and then the second one goes Adam, animals, and then Eve is made out of his rib. Because that is a contradiction, right? That says that is both A and not A. Would you all agree that that's a contradiction?
I'm not sure what contradiction you're seeing there. Can you?
It's Genesis 1 and Genesis 4 or 2 or something. I forget. It's Genesis 1 and then like a few pages later. But in one of the accounts, Genesis 1, it says Adam and Eve, the animals are created, the garden's created, the animals are created, and then God picks up some clay or dirt or something. I forget. It's probably different in different translations. And breathes life into it, and that made the first two humans called Adam and Eve. And then a few pages later, it says the animals are created. Adam is created. He wanders around the garden. God creates the animals for him, but he's not pleased with any of them. So God then plucks one of his ribs out and turns it into Eve. That to me is a quite clear, stark, obvious contradiction. That shows two events, same event happening in a different order.
What you're saying isn't even true, though. Like, your premise is not even true. Everything that you just said, obviously, you've probably never even read the scriptures. Because if you read the scriptures, it doesn't say anything at all to what you just said.
Okay. Do you want me to get it from the Bible for you?
Sure. Yeah, sure. But there is confusion between chapter 1 and chapter 2 of Bereshit or Genesis. Because chapter 1 is a synopsis, right? It's giving you, it's like the introduction to an essay, right? It's giving you the introduction, and then chapter 2 just goes deeper into the details. But even then, it's just a quick summary of the creation account. It's not meant to be all exhausting. It's really a quick summary. That's why you're not going to get all the. You talked about that Adam and Eve were created before the animals, when consistently in every creation account, Adam and Eve were created on the sixth day. Whether it's Ezra, whether it's Jubilees, or whether it's Genesis, and all manuscripts.
Right, but I'm not talking about which day. What I'm saying is in the first one, the animals are created, then Adam and Eve at the same time, and in the second one, Adam's created, then the animals, then Eve.
No, show me where in Scripture it says that, because that's not true at
and
all.
God made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth, and after his kind, and God saw that it was good. And God said, let us make a man in our image and after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish in the sea, and over the fowl in the air, and over the cattle, and over all of the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. And so God created man in his own image, in the image of God created him. Male and female he created them. And the Lord God said, it is not good that a man should be alone. This is then now Genesis 2. And the Lord God said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him an help meet for him. I don't know what that means. And out of the ground, Lord formed every beast of the field, every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam to see that what he would call them. So Adam's naming all the animals. And whatsoever Adam called a living creature, that was the name thereof. And then it jumps back, number 1, created man in his own image. Number 2, and Lord God said, it is not good that he should be alone. I will make up. Sorry, this is doing the same thing. I think it's a different translation, sorry. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and as he slept, he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof, and the rib which the Lord God had taken from the man, he made a woman and brought her unto the man. So it's giving 2 contradictory accounts. That is saying, this one event, the creation of Adam and Eve, happened in an order that is impossible. Something cannot happen both before and after something else. They cannot both be created out of mud or dust or nothing, and in another one, one's created first and the other one's created out of the ribs.
Maybe they're created together, one piece.
Right, that would be agreeing with Genesis 1 but disagreeing with Genesis 2.
Well, no, like Siamese twins, and then he cut them in half. Androgynous being.
But, I mean, sure, but I mean, that we can reach for stuff that's not in the text, right? It could be time travel, it could involve a time traveler's paradox. But I mean, Yah just said, I don't know what the scriptures say. It sounds like the scriptures just backed me up, right? Giving 2 accounts with a completely different order of events. Are we not agreeing that's contradictory?
Yeah, I don't know. I was literally just looking into this right before I got on here. All these alchemists thought that human beings were like Adam was created as a female and male, like Aphrodite. I was literally it's the weirdest thing. I was literally just looking into this. I come on here and you're talking about it.
Yeah, interesting.
Like, these guys, these medieval guys, all these, I guess, proto-science, whatever you deem to call them, basically surmising that Adam was made a hermaphrodite, and when Eve was produced, Eve was basically like cut out of Adam or cut off, almost like a Siamese twin being cut off from the original twin.
That's actually not very uncommon when we're going back in time and we're looking at mythology, because one of the very common motifs is a twin being, androgynous being, a man. For example, Ymir in the Norse mythology, that's an androgynous being. And the same with Manu and Yimo. Yimo is the twin being in that creation myth and stuff like that. It's a very common theme.
Yeah, the Greeks had some sort of hermaphrodite theme as well.
Yeah, it's very, very common. That's my only point.
Did you notice, Eggshells, how in the second chapter 2 that you know how it goes like it goes like flying animals, then like beasts, and then humans or something. But in the second account, it's like Adam is created, Eve is cut off, and then Adam's told to name all the animals or whatever, or something like that. It's supposed to be like a reverse order or something.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason I'm raising it, because it's interesting, isn't it? Like if you sort of get into the ideology of it, I would say what it's presenting in the first one is man and woman equal, and what it's presenting in the second is man being superior, like the owner of the woman and having dominion over her as he has dominion over beasts. Like it's sort of, I don't think that one didn't say it, but I thought I read one translation that also said like he names Eve. So God doesn't name her Eve, Adam does, because Adam's in the process of naming all these things But it's quite interesting, isn't it? It says the second one is like God creates all of this stuff just to keep Adam happy.
But again, you're acting like the second chapter 2 is somehow a different creation account than chapter 1, when that's not what's going on at all. Chapter 1 is literally a synopsis of chapter 2, and they don't contradict each other whatsoever. That's just lack of wisdom, lack of interpretation, reading comprehension, whatever it is.
Explain to me the reading comprehension you get from that, because to me, like if I was in a police interrogation and they said, "What did you do last Tuesday?" and I went, I slept until 10, and then I went to the petrol station, and then I went to work, and then I go, no, I slept until 10, and then I went to work, and I went to the petrol station on the way home. They would go, that's not, one of those two stories is untrue, because you're telling the same event happening at a different time. So describe to me how you comprehend that reading, how your comprehension reading skills may well be superior to mine. I'm not following them. You've gone real quiet, man. I can't really hear you. Still, is that just me? I can't. Lion, you've got your mic. It sounds like you're miles from your mic all of a sudden. I don't know if you got your finger over the mic or something.
Yeah, I'm getting the same thing. We can't really hear you, Lion.
But it says the price is always good.
Same issue.
I think he's in his car, and he's on his car.
Yeah, you're using the wrong mic, or you got another headset plugged in. Is what's going on.
But isn't like one a 7-day account? Would the second chapter be considered the 6th day, or would it be like the 8th day? I guess it would have to be the 6th day, because he said it forms human in the 6th day, and the second chapter is an account of human beings being formed out of dirt and stuff. So maybe
it's
chapter
just recapitulation.
Maybe chapter 2 just fits into the 6th day, whereas chapter 1 is a 7-day process. So I guess the second chapter would be a more specific zooming in on one of the 7 days is what I'm thinking.
It could be,
Yeah,
but what day?
You give a little information, then you go and do it again, then you give more, then you give a little bit, like a headliner, World Trade Center attacked, and then the story is, a plane is flying. Well, I thought the Trade Center was attacked. Well, yeah, we're telling you more details. That's just, that's normal.
But that's the difference there would be if you were to say New York was hit and then Pennsylvania was hit, and then as you read into the article, you're like, no, Pennsylvania was hit first. So it's fine that one's more detail or what.
There's no contradiction in the Bible, though. It's just very simple reading. There's no contradiction. It's real simple. This has been proven by scholars for 2,000 years. But if you believe in evolution, you can't understand basic English anyway. That's what the problem is.
I'm just inviting you all to explain which one's true.
Yeah, there's no problem. Yeah, it's just basic fundamental reading. Yeah, one comes after.
Okay, so I'm reading it,
and 7 is the last day of the week. There's no problem.
I'm not concerned about which day it is.
Yeah,
you're focusing on which day it is because that's
the point. That's okay.
Right, but shouting there's no contradiction.
That's the point. If you're an evolutionist, you can't understand any of it. You don't even understand your own belief system.
Well, don't go down
We're
that
not talking
road.
about evolution. We're talking about contradictions in the Bible.
That's the point. If you understand evolution, you can't even think. You can't understand basic literal math. You can't understand biology, let alone the Word of God. If you understand,
but if I believe in God, I can have tantrums.
No, you're literally hiding from reality.
Yeah, you just shut down.
I know you can't let me talk. I'm never here. I'm never talking.
Yeah,
and it takes me 30 seconds to expose the fact
that
if you believe
this
in
is
evolution,
what you do.
you will hide from morality.
Yeah, because you just flip out, man.
You're hiding
because
from
you just
morality.
flip out.
I'm just pointing it out. You're hiding from morality. It's fine.
Really poor impulse control. Okay, so in what way is it not contradictory? Because
you don't even have a claim.
There's even
there's even a claim. He just said in which way is nothing contradictory. How stupid! These guys insane.
That's not a question.
This is even talked about by.
If you think that something is contradictory, where's the contradiction? Please point it out.
Yeah. Okay. So the contradiction is.
Please point out the contradiction to me, so I know what you're talking.
Never will. This is
typical sure.
Evolution.
So the order in which things happen change in different accounts. One is animals, then Adam and Eve at the same time. The other is Adam, animals, Eve. Both are using about
Why?
the same number of
Slide again.
words.
It doesn't say that. I'm
I'm
sorry.
really
It's
sorry.
very
Really
simple. It
sorry.
doesn't say that. No, he
Sorry. It gets really
remade.
annoying, doesn't it? This must be really
Well, you
annoying
have
for people to
why?
listen to this kind of thing
That's what
happen.
evolutionists do. Evolutionists cannot read. They can't
I
He's
even
read.
read
literally
the
lying
human
because
muscles.
it
They
doesn't
can't
say
read.
that in Genesis 1, bro. Show me where in Genesis 1 it says that Adam and Eve were
Did
created
your
before the animals. It doesn't
Somebody's got
say
to
that.
have
did,
to take him out.
did your mic? Maybe you disconnected from the
Well,
session. I feel like I just read it out a few moments ago, but let me go back and read it out again. If
Yeah,
that's
I'm all
what
ears.
you want.
I'm all ears. If we could just
Sure.
give the floor to eggshells for a bit to read what we're talking about, that would be
Sure. Or I can also just copy that bit and then BibleBot will put it in the chat. But the first one is after God made. Sorry, hang on. I've just turned my phone around. And God made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and the cattle of their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth, and after his kind. And God saw that it was good. God said, "Let us make a man in our image." Us and that's interesting. After our likeness, let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all of the earth, and everything that creepeth, every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So man created God in his own image. In the image of God, he created him, male and female, he created them. So he clearly is saying he's finished creating the beasts, gone into detail about which beasts and kinds and all sorts of stuff. Then he's making man and woman, female, he created them. And then in the second one, he creates man, and he says it's not good that he should be alone. I shall. The spelling, the wording of this bit is weird. And I will make and help meet for him. I don't know what that means. Maybe it's just a typo on this website.
so it's a type of helpful.
And
It's like someone who's helpful to you, basically.
yeah, that's what I think it is. Like, yeah, beast of burden and things you can eat and be friends with,
No,
and that'll carry you and stuff.
it's not like that because obviously a man has more carrying capacity than a woman. You ever heard the term like "let a woman's hands" like put out? Like there's certain things that like women might have more dexterity. They have a different like
Oh no,
emotional intelligence. So they're
sorry
helpful
for
in ways that men are not as good at.
sorry for jumping in, but no, what he's saying, this is leading into him then going, it's not good that Adam be alone. So now I'm going to create the animals and the ground. So he said, I will make and help meet for him. And out of the ground, the Lord formed every beast of the field, every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof.
Exactly.
And
Not
then
the same
the Lord
semantics,
God
exactly
said,
different.
just let me finish. And the Lord God said, it is not good that a man should be alone. This is
Wait, can
pages
you
weird. It
start? Can
jumps
you go
back.
back? Can you repeat? Can you start from the beginning of this Genesis 2 part again, real quick? I just want to hear it. You
Sure.
said he formed.
And the Lord
Okay, go
God
ahead. I
said,
just want to.
it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make and help meet for him. And out of the ground, the Lord formed every beast of the field, every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam. And as so I don't know, in a previous one, he's naming all the animals. This one jumps in straight to this bit. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept. And he took of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which the Lord God had taken from the man, he made a woman and brought her unto the man. So it is not just giving it in different order; it's giving a different motivation, right?
I hope you find a claim for a contradiction. There's no contradiction. If you find one, though, let me know.
I mean,
Okay,
what it is,
sure.
it's
So
an
can you answer me this question?
interpretation.
Just
Hold on. You're interpreting that because he basically just relapsed, right? Or not relapsed, but he just re-summarized how everything was created from the dust of the ground, and that Adam named all the animals. That somehow that means that he created all the animals after he created Adam, and then somehow that contradicts the original account in chapter 1. You're interpreting that because he re-summarized the fact that he created everything from the dust, including Adam, that somehow that means that he created all the animals after Adam. That's not what the scripture is saying, bro. Again,
Scripture clearly
just
says it's
falsely
after Adam.
interpreting.
He's making them for Adam.
No,
In
he's
Genesis 2, he's
summarizing
creating
what
them
he
for
just
Adam.
did.
It is not
Listen,
good that he should be alone.
you don't understand that Adam was created on the 6th day, right? Before the Shabbat, the 7th day, which he rested from all his works. So the fact that
Sure.
Adam was the last thing he created, he was just summarizing how everything that he created all the days prior came from the dust of the ground, right?
Okay,
So
if
just
this is
because
not
he's
a
summarizing what
contradiction,
he just did, does not mean that he just created everything after Adam.
Right.
That would be contradictory to everything that was just
yeah.
written, and the Hebrews aren't that retarded, dude. You're
No,
retarded.
he's
Okay,
still
so can I just
exactly. He was
ask?
still
Can I
alone.
just
That's why I
ask a
said he was
question then?
still alone. After the animals were made, he
Can I
was
say
still alone.
something real
Exactly.
quick? Can I say something real
So
quick?
can I
So
just
like,
ask a question then?
wait. I'll go real quick and then you go eggshells. But
Right.
so I think the argument from eggshells and Lion's side would be like if I said like, yeah, me and my wife had a child, and then me and my wife went on vacation. And when me and my wife were on vacation, my child that we had, I named. See, I did not have the child after the vacation. I had the child before the vacation. But during the vacation, in the description of the vacation, I described the child which I had, but I didn't specify at which time I did. Because in the first
No.
one, in the first hold up, I'm like 5 seconds out. In the first one, they actually have like a date. They have a time, right? They say man is created on the 6th day, beast is created on the 6th day, right? So they're saying they're giving us a time or whatever. Whereas in the second account, it doesn't really. He says like animals formed of the dust of the earth, but he doesn't say when. He doesn't say he's doing it right then and there. It's like if I say, "Oh, I have my kid that was born." Like I'm on vacation and I have my kid that was born. You're like, "Oh, your kid was born on vacation?" No, it was born before vacation, as I specified earlier.
To use
Can I get in?
your vacation one, it would more be like saying we had a kid, and then after we had the kid, we went on vacation. And then when I asked you again, so hang on, you had the kid and then you went on vacation, you'd be like, no, sorry, we went on vacation, then we had a kid after that. So the question I want to ask the room is, when Adam, imagine yourself being Adam, when you open your eyes, is a woman standing next to you opening her eyes for the first time at the same time? And are there animals in front of you? Or when you open your eyes, are there no animals, no woman, and they come later? Which or is it both?
Can I get in? And I'll try to. I think this might answer this a little bit. I think again we're doing something. I've said this a lot. We're imposing something on the text that may not be there. Okay, like we're imposing our 21st century understanding of time on the text. And I just posted a video from Inspiring Philosophy that makes a very good argument that even in the ancient world and even other cultures of today, their understanding of time is very different. And also, the second part of the story could be focusing on something that is said in chapter 1, where it says that God gave man dominion. So in a sense, in the second chapter, when he is focusing on man, he's showing that he is preeminent in creation. Even though he may be the last thing created, he is showing the supremacy of him in creation. Because he is over creation. So,
I'm just not hearing an answer to my question. When Adam opened his eyes,
it would seem
were there animals or
contradictory.
not?
Because you're looking at it from a 21st century understanding of time. Hold on. You're asking the question within the concept of the 21st century understanding of time. But if those people that wrote the book have a different understanding of time, and they're also trying to communicate a different type of message, back to what I said before, then if you're looking at it from that perspective, it would seem contradictory. And I'll give you another example of today. Have you ever watched those movies where they flip back and forth between past and present, and you really don't know what's going on in the story until the end of the story? And then you start realizing this is all flashbacks, where time is out of sequence, things were out of sequence. It doesn't seem to make right, but when you watch the end of the story, it makes sense. You know why the writer of the movie did that. Because he's trying to tell a story. He's trying to unpack something within the story. The authors of the Bible could be doing the same thing, and I think they are doing the same thing. But you're looking at it through the 21st century lens, and you can't do that. You got to look at it through their lens and how they see it, not how
I
you
still
see
think
it.
causal events. I can't conceive of something where causal events, right? Because we're talking about causal events, right? In the second one, the cause, some of the reason he is creating these things, including Eve, is to please Adam. So it makes not a jot of sense that these causal events switch around. And I don't understand the argument about they've got a different idea of time unless you mean causality turns around.
No, go watch the video. Go watch the video. Go watch the video.
I'm sure you have answered it and I just missed the answer. But no, I'm having a conversation. You can watch videos if you want, but I object to that style of conversation.
Well,
The question is, if you're not comfortable answering it, that's fine. Somebody else might be comfortable answering it. When Adam opens his eyes,
some biblical scholars don't see any contradiction in this because the nature of God is temporal. God can create something to please something before he creates the thing he's creating that's going to be pleased.
Sure, some biblical scholars do see a contradiction in this. Would you agree with that?
Some of them are evaluating. Some of them have tried.
Zero. Name
some
one.
Okay, answers in Genesis. I've got the page open in front of me, and they're talking about how it's a
Okay,
contradiction.
I'm waiting for a name. That's not a scholar. That's not a person.
I'm not playing name a scholar.
If you believe in evolution, guys, perfect example. You'll go insane like this, guys. You'll think that Answers in Genesis is a scholar. I rest my case. Thanks.
Well, and also let me go to the causal question.
Yeah, this.
Hold on a second. Let me go to the let me ask.
Crime against humanity.
What I was going to say was
ask the question. Is
Can
anybody
I address the causal chain? I'm trying to. If the room will go silent, I'll try to answer it. Again,
the question I'm asking is not about the causal chain. The question I'm asking is when Adam opened his eyes, were there animals or not?
Okay.
It's in the Bible.
Okay.
What's it say in the Bible?
Yeah, I mean, again, okay. You're thinking causal chain.
Why are you guys such cowards about the Bible? Do you like the Bible?
I'm trying to address it. Everybody's talking over top of me.
It's so sad.
Well, I'm trying to have a conversation, but I'm letting everyone else
get in and stuff. Wait a minute, Noah, what's his claim? Thanks. Yeah, where's the contradiction, Noah? We're still waiting for that.
Sure. The contradiction is it giving two different causes of events, such that you're not able to answer the question of when Adam.
There's only one cause of all the events of causes are God.
He's just going to deny it all. He's going to deny the contradiction.
This is what I'm talking about. People, this is
such a clear.
People are criminals. They're literally promoting crime, just denying what it says. That is a crime. That's perverted. That's criminal.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, let me. Can I address this? Can I address this? I'll try. Okay, when Adam opened his eyes, the animals, for him to name the animals had to be there. Right?
Yes.
For him to name them, they have to be there. Okay, so when he opened his eyes, at that moment, when he first opened his eyes, there may not have been any animals around him. It could be a first-person observation. He could have looked around, there's no animals, and then the Bible says that God brought the animals to him, right? So they could have come to him from a distance. Oh, there's a cow. There's a cat. There's a snake. There's an ox. There's a reindeer. In his first-person perspective, they probably weren't there. And if he's appeared in the ground, and he was the only thing around in the ground, and it says the Bible says God placed him into the garden. It placed him there, right? So he was maybe created somewhere else and brought him to the garden. So then he would say, in his mind, it could have been, God just made the plants. Oh, now here comes the animals. God must have just made the animals. That could have been it. Right. First person perspective of Adam.
So the animals are already there when he's born. So we're going with Genesis 2, not Genesis 1.
Did you not hear me? I'm trying to give you an explanation. You asked for an explanation. If he was not, and he was made, no animals were around. He looked around, there was no animals. So in his mind, in Adam's mind, there were no animals. And if he was just maybe out in the salt plains somewhere, and God brought him out, there's no plants around either. But then God placed him there, and then the animals showed up, and then in his mind, it all was created.
Yeah, it says he was lonely. It doesn't say that there was nothing else in existence, and to assume anything else is a religion. And if you believe in evolution, you have to have all sorts of religious beliefs, and you have to go after the Bible because it's the only truth. There's no mystery.
Yo, can I?
Truth that contradicts itself regularly.
In chapter 2, I'm just looking at it right here, and it says. So it starts out, thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the hosts of them. So everything's done. The seventh day God ended his work. God blessed the seventh day. These are the generations of the heaven and earth which are created in the day. So on verse 4, it talks about the 7 days previously mentioned. Then it says, every plant of the field under the earth and every herb of the field was in the field before it grew. So there's plants, right? But then later in this very chapter, it says Adam was taken, he placed Adam in a garden and basically replanted a bunch of plants. So it's the Lord planted a garden eastward of Eden there, but he already had plants, as you could see from verse 4. There was, in verse 4, you could see that there was, in verse 5, I mean. In verse 5, you can already see that there's plants that exist. But then in verse 8, you can see that he plants more plants just specifically for the garden, the place where he put Adam at. So
where does it stipulate it?
if I'm about to fucking mute whoever that is, if plants can be created, and then later in the storyline, God can put new plants in a garden, could animals not have been created, and then specifically for the garden he makes more? I mean, it wouldn't be outside of the abilities of someone who's all powerful, right?
Sure.
Yeah, what you're saying there seems reasonable. It doesn't sound to me like a contradiction. I mean, I've made it clear what the contradiction is. I'm just not clear on what the answer is to it. All I hear is people angrily, repeatedly saying it's not a contradiction.
Are you talking about specifically about women or animals? Let's do it one contradiction at a time, because you mentioned like a bunch of
let's
stuff.
go with animals. So animals is a good one because many Christians who believe in evolution point at that one to go, well, it already clearly shows an understanding of evolution because it understands that animals preceded humans, right? Which, I'd call a stretch, but I get it. So yeah, which is it essentially? Because it sounds like Exo went for when Adam comes out, there are no animals. There are already animals, sorry.
So we're talking specifically about Genesis 2:18 to 2:19, basically.
Yes, I think so. Genesis 2:18, certainly. I don't know where it's up to, yeah.
2:19 is more about it because it says in 2:18, and the Lord God said, "It's not good that man should be alone. I'll make him a helpmeet." Okay. That's what happened. God sees Adam's lonely. He wants to give him a helpmate, make him a helpmate. And out of the ground, the Lord formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, brought them unto Adam. Yeah, so my issue here is, as I pointed out with the plants, there was already herbs on the earth, but then God had created more plants in the garden itself. So like I said, with the herbs and plants and stuff, could it not be the same for an animal? Could you not have animals elsewhere in existence, but in the garden he's going to produce more just for Adam?
Hey, the thing is that there's second and third corroborating accounts. If you have trouble interpreting the Genesis account, Ezra also corroborates the Genesis account, and Jubilees does too. And it's very specific. Jubilees is incredibly specific, and so is Ezra. So that there's no doubt of how the creation event occurred.
And I'm just gonna stick to the King James version with eggshells on this one because I'm not really familiar with that other stuff. But yeah,
well, Ezra was included in the first King James Bible, first edition.
Oh yeah, Ezra's 2 or whatever, right?
Yeah.
King James uses the word Easter. I don't know about that.
Oh, that's interesting, does it?
That's true. But the King James version was based off of previous compilations like the Geneva Bible, Matthew's Bible, Coverdale, Tyndale. They all had Ezra in it.
Yeah, I'm just sticking to the King James because I'm a man who speaks English in the modern era.
I'm gonna ask
and I don't know any other languages, and that would be the best Bible if you speak English, right? If I could speak German, I would go fucking read the fucking printing press ones or whatever. What is it? The
if you're gonna
Gutenberg
make
press or whatever. But like, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, what English version you have that's better? You let me know.
ESV. That's a better translation. They actually use more modern and ancient, more older Hebrew and Greek manuscripts than the King James did. So the ESV is one of the better modern English translations of the Bible.
Yeah, ESV is one of my favorites. Go ahead.
Line in the Book of Jubilees. Can you tell me what it says? What day Earth was made on? Can you look that up? In the Book of Jubilees.
Unfortunately, I'm in the middle of. I can't right now, bro. I wish
We'll
I
do
could.
that
I
later
really do.
then. Okay, we'll
Yeah,
do
yeah.
that later then. I got to look up this ESV now. I bet they left something out. Just there's no such thing as a good English version. That's why I think
It's one of the better
2000
ones. It's one of the better ones because they use the Dead Sea Scrolls. They correct some of the textual criticisms.
Well, yeah, but they're still going to make the same basic mistakes. They all make the same basic mistakes. Yeah.
Yeah, like leaving out the Apocrypha. That's their biggest mistake.
Well,
Well, to me, one of the biggest mistakes is to have a book that requires translation.
Anyway, yeah, you're gonna be surprised about that eventually as well. That there are going to be some people waking up, and there are some ancient deceptions as well. There's some 2,000-year-old deceptions. So
Wait a minute, a book that needs translation? Or what'd you say?
Yeah,
well, yeah, coming from the people that don't believe in the word. Coming from the people that don't believe in the word kind. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so when you're a scientific person and someone in Germany does a scientific experiment, he writes it in German. You're saying that's a horrible study because it's written in German because I'm English. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I
the same
said.
argument you're making.
No.
That's the same argument you're making.
There's a cool way to tell what I'm saying. There's a neat trick. Do you want to learn it?
Yeah,
Listen
go ahead.
to what I'm saying.
I already know what the neat trick is.
Go ahead.
Listen.
I'm listening.
I'm not saying I'm well aware that humans are limited in that they can only write in one language. But why does an all-powerful being require translation? All-powerful creator should be able to write it should be able to just be like blank pages.
We're not the one
Hold
having
on
the problem. We all can read it.
I'm sorry you get so triggered, Exo. It's understandable
that you
it's fine. Struggle a bit.
You can't read. I know you can't let anybody talk. You have a religious belief, and it seems that 5 out of 6 people here agree, and you don't. You're the one with the religious
here,
belief.
let me
You
address.
have your own belief system.
I bet most of them don't agree with you. I bet most of them don't
here's
agree
the
with
thing.
you.
We'll find out. Yeah, everybody's going to agree that Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior. Actually, everybody.
Okay, let me address this.
Everyone's
So your assumption is, hold on a second. His assumption is because God is all powerful, he should write a book other than one that is written in Hebrew and Greek. Is that your? Is that
I don't know about the other than. It's getting into double negatives, which is getting a bit confusing for me. So if we stick with the positives of what I am saying, it might be easier. I'm saying an all-powerful being would have, among his many powers, unlimited powers, among them would be the ability to write such that every human was able to read it. So it could be a language that we can't write, but we can comprehend for some reason.
Yeah, it's not like there was book
Okay.
burnings in our history or anything.
So he's
to every nation of the earth.
well. Here's the thing. Again, hold on a second.
Guys, wait, no, you hold on. I'm gonna go real quick, and then you can go. Isn't it written by human hands, though? Isn't it written by Moses, a bunch of prophets, and then a bunch of apostles who had to speak one language? They don't have some,
right.
like Paul didn't.
Well, isn't
two more
Hold on,
seconds.
Paul.
Paul only knew like what three languages or whatever. So how can he write it in modern Chinese if he lived in Rome? It doesn't make any sense. He's a guy.
Okay, you're actually making a good point. So I apologize for that. I thought you were going to go in a different direction. So, but again, it's Eggshells thinks he knows the best way things should be done, and he knows better than the creator. Oh, he doesn't need to write it. That's his argument. He's saying he knows better than God because God should have made a language that everybody understands. That's what he said, right?
Didn't God create a language that everybody understands and then did the Tower of Babel and changed it?
Exactly.
Well, again, you got to read the story on what happened. You can pick that up. Why did he do that? Why did he do that? Why did he change the language? Why?
God was mean.
Because he was upset with them creating the Tower of Babel.
Wait,
I thought.
But God didn't create that language, didn't Adam? If Adam's the guy who named everything, he would have been the guy creating the first original language.
That's a good point.
Would it not be him?
Well, according to the scriptures, the language of heaven is the ancient Hebrew. So even before Adam was created, there was already a language in place, and it was given to Adam, that same language. You don't have to believe it. That's what the scriptures teach. The tongue of creation is the beat language.
So what? Okay, I don't know where you're citing that from. I would like to see that. I'm curious. I haven't heard that before. But what would it mean then for Adam to name the animals? Is naming not like the creation of language? Like if there's something that I discover and I give it a name that's unique, am I not creating language?
I think that's a solid point. I would agree with that.
And
Like
also,
language, I mean, certainly nouns are just the names of things, aren't they? And I would also say verbs are the names of actions.
Okay, let's. I want to go back. I want to address your point about a language that God can do something. Like He has the ability to do something. Have you ever read Acts chapter 2?
Probably not. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't.
Okay, because there's a time, and God has the capability and willingness to do this, that there were a bunch of people from all over the world gathered in one place, and they all heard their own language and the gospel and that was being preached in the temple. Even though so in a sense they heard the gospel in their own language as the apostles were praising, and I can't remember. If anybody wants to read it, that's fine. I don't have it in front of me. So God has that capability, and actually, I know stories of today. I knew a guy that I knew in the military that they were in I think it was in the Philippines, and one of the guys that was in this group did not speak the language, was not a native speaker to the country. Okay. Mm-hmm. But they were in praise and worship at that time. And all of a sudden he began to speak. I think it was, I don't know if it's Filipino. I think it might have been Filipino. So I might be getting the details wrong, but the idea's there. He began to speak fluent Filipino, let's say. And there's stories of this happening. And the term in that in the Bible is called the gift of tongues. So it can happen, according to what you're saying. So it does happen or has happened. And I'm not saying that God can't do that. He can do that. But there might be a reason why, when it comes to the text, when it comes to the biblical text, he chose not to do that.
Right.
But he does have translators. There's what people call translation.
It even says God lets people be deceived by themselves and shit, right? So maybe it's something similar to that. Like he has like a revelation or revealing. A revealing means that it was hidden. And then it even says like a great delusion is led upon people. So if people are led to be deluded, why wouldn't people be led not to hear something because it's in a different language? It's not meant to happen. You're not meant to hear it yet.
Here's the thing. God is not, just like people say, the laws of physics aren't required for your common sense. Like it doesn't always have to make sense, right? God doesn't have to make sense to you and do things that you want him to do in the way you think he should do it. Because if he could do what you would want, then that would make you him. But he is himself. If I said that right, I think that came out pretty bad. But I think
I get what you're saying, which I think is reasonable. Like an all-powerful, I've often thought the same thing, which is like if I was, let's say I could create life, the choices I made would be incomprehensible to the life I created because whatever life would be necessarily far less complex than me.
Well, and let me give you another theological understanding. The way the atheists understand all-powerful and the way a lot of people that theists believe and all-powerful are two separate things. Okay? For example, in the atheistic, I'm not saying you're this way, but the atheists I've come across, and even some people I've come across, all-powerful means God can do absolutely anything.
Yes.
And that's not. No, it doesn't. Okay, and I'll tell you why.
That's what it means to me.
Is what I said. Right, but so you go with the first one. See, people that understand, like within a theistic worldview, don't see it that way, and it's not that way. Because there's certain things like God cannot not exist.
Are you sure that all of them don't, or that some perhaps do?
Well, most of the people that I've seen and heard, and maybe there might be different on this panel, but the scholarly people, the philosophers, the people that I look at that high level, don't look at it that way. And logically, it doesn't make sense. Like for one, the Bible says God cannot sin, so there's something God cannot do. And if the laws of logic are based in God, that means God can't do things that are illogical. For example, he can't exist and not exist at the same time. That's logically incoherent. He can't
He
do
can't
that.
create
So
a
that
rock
means
so
there's
heavy he can't lift it.
exactly that's logically incoherent. So he can't do that. So there's some things. So all powerful means he could do all things in what can be done in creation, and he can all do all things that do not conflict with his nature. That's what all powerful means in my definition.
He's
So when you say
bound
all
by his
powerful,
own. He's bound by the promises he has made and the oaths that he has made, the covenants he has made. Like he's not
there's
going to
another one.
transgress his own word, his own law, because that would make him a hypocrite and a transgressor, which he cannot do.
And that God cannot lie. If he is truth, that means he cannot lie.
Hey, yo,
But see, the funny thing, go
yeah,
ahead.
right to hand. Can I ask you a question though? Do you really believe that dude started speaking that language fluently?
I got a
You know what I
bridge
mean?
to sell you.
Yeah, because like I have a hard time with any of that personally.
Sorry.
You know what I mean? Like I call bullshit hustle all day long on that crap. But it's because it's a disrespect to what the creator is, bro. In my eyes, I think when people start going and reaching, it's like, man, that sucks.
Well,
It's
here's
like
the
it's a
thing.
disrespect to the, like, God helps those who help themselves and shit. That's what I think. Like, there's no like, I don't know, man. I don't know if there's like an angel that's gonna come and push the car away. I don't, you know what I mean? I just don't fucking know.
Yeah, well,
It's hard to
did
advise.
fuck? I mean, think about it like this, dude. Abraham didn't have a Bible. He had to just directly interact with God to get to know him, right? And the Bible is literally just a historical document of people who've interacted with God before. But like the objective is to do it yourself, right? And they're just it's like if you wanted to learn to build a house and you're looking at the history of house building from all of time. It's kind of like that. The Bible would be history of interacting with God
Well,
throughout
yeah,
all
that's
time. It's a history.
that's
It's a
where
history
I
book
did.
written by people, dude. Like it's
Oh no, and I
they're people
agree.
who lived in a country, different countries, long time ago in different areas and did different stuff, and they wrote down what they did. And this particular collection of books is about a bunch of people who interacted with God, right? So like that's all it is. It's at the end of the day, it's just a book. But what you're supposed to do with it, the instructions that it gives you, are like the most important instructions of all.
Well, yeah, check it out though. But like, this is where take for instance, like the idea. Like I've always taken philosophical umbrage with the idea that like that God was born and that God was crucified and that we should drink his blood and eat his body. You know what I mean? Like and like to me that's like the allegory of wisdom passed down in some kind of parable thing. You know what I mean? Whereas there's some people that take that to be quite literal. Do you know what I mean? And I wonder where the truth of the matter is, because is it a book that was given to us by our ancients to give us allegorical wisdom to understand the depth of what is creation and i.e. the study of God? Or is it this literal history of somebody who wore sandals and you know what I mean? Like I just don't know. And it's like, I think when we get lost in like
Well,
the
some
hustle,
of the books are just
it's too
poems.
easy for a hustle, is I think.
Some of the books are just poems. Some of the books are just sayings. Some of them don't even have a story. Like it's literally just a collection of books, but they all pertain to one thing, and it's interacting with God and
Well,
righteousness and
here's,
stuff.
I guess my question again. I'll start with my initial question: is do you believe that the guy was speaking in fluent Korean because the Holy Spirit moved through him, and he was? Do you believe that?
I personally don't know. I don't believe either way. I don't even. The whole situation itself could be fake or it could be real. There's just a claim. There's no evidence that I can base
Right, but
my
based
judgment
on
on.
like your logic, based on like the logic and the skepticism that the good Lord blessed you with. Do you know what I mean? Like, what do you think? Like,
Yeah, but
that's my thing, man. It's like the good
here's the
Lord
thing
gave me
though.
some skepticism, dude. I don't know.
Here's the thing though. Stranger things have happened in my own life, so I could see something out of the blue that never happened to me actually happening. Like if someone
I
said like,
can't
"Yo,
break it
like
down
I
into
just seen a,"
percentages. How about this percentages? What do you think? Yes, it happened. Versus no, and I'd like to hear right the hands too. Forgive me to make light of it, but I find that there's nothing else to do with this shit.
yeah, like I said, I don't believe either way. I take it. I've heard of it. I haven't seen any evidence for it, so I can't make a judgment on it. But like I said, I wouldn't just automatically discount it because I've literally seen crazy shit happen like in my life, and it's just like I don't like I could believe that someone could speak another language without actually learning it. Like I think that's probably possible. I mean, they might be able to do it
I
with
mean,
these
I
fucking
think in a way
mic.
that's like racist because it's like me being like a zabba da booba da boo.
They teach a fucking GBT. They teach a chat GBT fucking computer thing to fucking talk to you, and it's not even a human being. So you think a human can't have some sort of language fucking thing? Like, dude, they're doing all kinds of crazy shit.
Well, I think that's a calculation thing by AI. I don't think that I innately can tap into the language stream of consciousness. You know what I mean? And just fucking all of a sudden be speaking a different language. That's just me. I think of it more like, you know,
Can I get in?
I've always felt like this, man. Like let's say like we're walking through the woods, right? There's two types of fucking people. If I see tracks for a deer, I see deer scat. I see that there's a branch that's been whatever, and I see everything's really fresh. And I say to the person next to me, you know what? We go around that corner, I guarantee there's a fucking deer sitting right there. Now, if we get around the other side of the corner and fucking, I just say to them, like, you know, there's a deer. We get there and I show them that there's a fucking deer, and they go, how did you know? I could point out, hey, there was these tracks, there's this scat, there's that branch, da 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 da. And because they didn't see it, you know what I mean? Because they didn't see the scat, they didn't see the track, they're gonna say that's bullshit, blah 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 blah. And so the alternative is I could turn around and say, well, actually, magical fairies whispered in my ear that there was going to be a deer over there, and the fairy people talked to me and told me. You know what I mean? And like people will accept that fairy people story quicker than the idea that they missed the evidence of the deer around the corner. Do you know what I mean?
Can I get in? Can I get in? Hold on.
Hold on.
You get in. I
Real
want to
quick,
get
real
in.
quick.
No, I want. Okay, go ahead.
Well, you have to start
All
out.
right, cool.
You have
No,
to
I just
start
want to say
out
that
by
obviously,
answering. Hold
clearly,
on. You have to
clearly,
start out
hold
by
on.
answering whether or not the guy was speaking Korean.
Well, dude, listen. Clearly, you don't believe in miracles, right? You don't. So I can't help you, bro. But I can vouch for the miracles in my life, things that have happened that are insane. You can't. It's just not mere coincidence.
Hey, brother,
I
I
know.
tell you what.
Well,
I've been in nature
let
long
me get
enough where
in.
I appreciate God's miracles, man. I'm just trying to say,
There's so
like,
many
when it comes to
missionaries that I've come in contact with that I've seen so many things happen in their life. I met people in jail that like while they were running from gangbangers and getting shot at, they were praying. They were praying. They ended up diving into a river while getting shot at, right? And then at the other side of the river was a missionary van waiting for the guy to get in and dip out. And the guy just knew where to be at the right time. He felt it through the Holy Spirit. He knew exactly where to be. A Puerto Rican nieta, right? Gangbang. And when he was jumping fences, he had a Santeria chain on that while he was praying, the Santeria chain fell off. Like, what are the coincidences, right? And then I had a girlfriend who was she had this red string around her ankle, right? That she swore that it was protecting her, but it was like I forget what they called it, but it was like her protection. And I was like, no, like don't take that thing off. And all I did was I prayed in Hebrew. I said Baruch atah Yahweh, and I touched it with my hand. That night, it fell off of her. Right? She called me. She works at UPS night shift. She called me in the middle of the night, freaking out, saying, because mind you, this bracelet this ankle bracelet was on her for like 3 years. It never fell off. The day that I prayed over it, it fell off. She was freaking out. She's like, "What'd you do? What'd you do? What demons are you worshiping?" I'm like, "I don't worship no demons. I worship the Most High Yah." And that was evidence of who Yah is and his power. Because she thought that this thing had power to protect her. And I'm like, this is stupid. And she had a Buddha necklace on too. And we were, while we were dating, I was like, I wasn't pushing it on her, but I was showing her that who the real Elohim is. But there's so many things like that, bro, that happened throughout my life that you'd be like, wow, like maybe there is a God.
Well, here's a funny thing I want to get in, and I like your stories, Glenn, of y'all. That's good. The thing is, you know, people want evidence for God, right? They want it. You know, like, and you're questioning the story that I was told. I was told it was actually second or third hand, so I will admit that is a problem there, and I admit that. But there's an essence to, I trust the person that gave me the information. Yes. Does he have reason to lie to me to tell me that? No. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, so if he's telling me
Why
true
no?
information, why would he? He's a friend. He had nothing to gain from that. Was he lying to become my friend? He was already my friend. He was just telling me a
He's lying
story.
because it reinforces your belief in God, because you think it's true yourself.
Okay.
There's many reasons why you would say something that's untrue without necessarily having malice or some direct,
So
obvious.
he is telling me a story he is lying to me to reinforce to me the story of something I already believed. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, that's what I think church is.
What was his motivation?
Church is people gathering with one another to reinforce things they believe. I mean, I think that's what this room is.
Okay, you didn't hear what I said. He purposely lied to me to reinforce something I already believed. Okay, what he's teaching about who Jesus is about the truth. Jesus says, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. That's who Christ is. That's what he's about. He's just a friend. He's not a church leader. He's not some televangelist. He's not somebody that's trying to get money from me, trying to get something from me. He's just a friend. So he's lying to me to reinforce belief. That doesn't make logical sense, because then he was not a true friend. He was lying to me. A true friend would not lie to me. So then right there, he was not a true friend. But if the story is true,
get to the story.
I'm trying to, but they jumped in about that. I'm trying to make a point.
Yeah,
people want evidence for a miracle. They want evidence for a miracle, but within the line of Yah, or I give you a story, it's automatically skeptical. And I get that to a certain extent. But if these stories are true, then that's your evidence that you guys have been looking for.
What is that? What's the actual miracle?
That someone spoke a language that they did not know, and they spoke it fluently.
Okay.
Would that not be a miracle? Someone that never studied a language, never went to school for it, never lived in that culture, never lived in that society, but began speaking the language fluently. Would that not be a miracle?
Sure, it could be a miracle. I mean, my feeling is
it's also during a prayer session.
Yeah, exactly.
That's also part of it.
To me, miracles are like, I mean, to me, I just often think they're fanciful retellings or misunderstanding of probability. That to me sounds like a fanciful retelling.
Oh. Okay, so you're saying probabilistically, in a prayer meeting somewhere, and we're praying, whatever they're doing, the odds are there is going to be someone that doesn't know a language, doesn't know the language, will all of a sudden speak the language statistically. It's going to happen. The odds are it's going to happen.
Is that what I said?
I thought that's what you said. It sounded like what you said. But what did you say then?
Right. I've got a neat trick. Do I need to remind you of my neat trick for figuring out what someone's saying?
Just tell me. I'm repeating back what I thought you said. Go ahead.
So I think it's that sounds to me like a fanciful retelling. Right?
Okay. Fanciful by who? Okay, so
stories. You can never investigate them. You're never there at the same time. They're either made up or just a misunderstanding of probability. That's what I think.
So you're saying my friend had he made up this fanciful story. So back to he lied to me, or he misunderstood something. If he was at the event and he saw it happen, or he was told by someone that was at the event, you're saying they embellished the story. They made it bigger than it really was.
Yes.
To tell him than him to tell me. So you think that's what happened?
That's generally the way it does happen.
Exactly.
Really?
Have you like, is what I'm saying in principle, like, it sounds like this is like beggaring belief for you. Like, what? People exaggerate? Like, yeah, that's all I'm proposing. That there's maybe some
you're
people...
exaggerating. You're exaggerating now then, right? Everything you're saying is an exaggeration. Are you? Are you exaggerating right now? I'm asking you. People exaggerate. You're saying, and Left Lane agrees with you. People exaggerate. I'm exaggerating. So I guess if we're all exaggerating, it's possible that they all exaggerate. So you must be exaggerating, right?
Now you're going to the irrational for your side of the argument.
No, I'm not. I'm still manning your argument.
You think
Yeah,
that's sort
I
of steel
mean,
man is you need to
Fucking
go back to
hell.
steel man school.
I
I
mean,
know because I think people.
wait. So this guy is not even. He's like the third hand account, right? We're getting the third hand account, not even the first hand account, and y'all are arguing that you know better than him. None of us know what's really going on. We're all just speculating over this fucking thing that we have no
Exactly.
evidence for. So
Exactly.
it's
But
kind of like nobody has any authority. If anything, this guy who brought up the story has the most authority, but at the same time, it still is just hearsay. So there's really no point. There's no point in really debating or saying like I know more about it than you or whatever. It's just we have to take the claim, and without any evidence, we don't really go any further. That's it.
exactly. That's you've summarized my point exactly. That I've got no evidence for this claim. Sounds. It's. Oh,
Right.
sorry.
So the claim has been noted. Now we don't have to fucking debate over it. We can go on to the what is the main fucking subject, miracles or like fucking Genesis 2. Like I don't know why y'all are fucking wasting time on shit you can't debate something you can't debate a claim you're just hearing about now.
Exactly. Right. But all that needs to be true for my case to be plausible is that sometimes people have true things that happen to them that seem amazing. And then as they retell the story, they, whether intentionally or unintentionally, whether sort of willfully or just, for other reasons, exaggerate that story until it becomes something that is pretty much impossible.
Every Sunday at the Pentecostal church, the women get the spirit. They dance around speaking in tongues, but nobody can understand what they're saying.
Yeah. Like, which is more probable? That's happening and somebody's going, oh, that's real Korean, or like like somebody's able to know a language without learning it. Like it just doesn't seem that.
Okay, that was just completely irrelevant though. What Pentecostals are doing is not speaking a different language. They're fucking they call it something else. They're not.
Yeah,
Wait,
but
no, don't
isn't
interrupt.
that
Don't
with
interrupt me.
regard to
Don't
speaking in
interrupt me.
tongues?
Don't interrupt me in the middle of my refutation of what you're saying, like you do every time. Every
Yeah.
time you're like scared of getting refuted. You have to like chant instead of hear a logical
Move on.
refutation of what you
Go ahead.
claim.
Proceed.
Yeah. So
Proceed.
here. Yeah. Thank you. So basically, what they do at a Pentecostal church is not like they're not transmitting information to each other. They're not communicating. They're not speaking a language one with each other. Someone's not making a sentence and having a meaning and passing that meaning to the other person through language. They're making noises that sound like an audible language but have no actual meaning to it. So
It's a
there's no
mockery.
actual message to it. There's no message. Whereas the case of what this other guy was saying was that an actual message was transmitted from the preacher to him in another language. It's a completely other thing. So what you just mentioned really is irrelevant to the actual subject.
Well, I mean, it could be interpreted though if a witness to that event, and I've witnessed it, scares the fuck out of me. But they could say, "Oh, they spoke in tongues." I don't know what she said, but she spoke in tongues. Now, could that story eventually get embellished to the point that this woman spoke in some foreign language?
So the thing is with the Pentecostal churches, that all started in the South, and it happened right after the Beatles went on their spiritual journey to the Middle East, and they brought back Eastern mysticism. If you track the whole speaking in tongues in Pentecostal churches, that never happened. We had the Quakers that came here, the Puritans, the Pilgrims. They all came here with their Geneva Bibles. Nobody was speaking in tongues like that. That literally started around the 60s. You can track it where it started, exactly what church it started to too. I don't remember. But the thing is, like, what they're doing is they're flopping around on the ground like a fish, right? That's not from the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is sober understanding. It's not the author of confusion. What these people are doing is a mockery. And it's basically what the Hindus do, in India they do something similar. It's called the Kundalini awakening, where they basically flop around when they reach spiritual enlightenment.
Yeah.
And that's where it came from. It's not, it might seem to be godly, but it's not anything related to what happened in Acts 2. in Jerusalem 2,000 years
Well,
ago.
I guess I'm using it as sort of as an allegory to what event actually happened that this person spoke in tongues, and could that a story have been maybe embellished a little bit and it got printed this way, you know?
But
Nah, it's a completely different thing. If I went to someone who only speaks German and told him a whole story and he understood the whole story, that would be a miracle. What you're referring to is if I started laying on the ground, spasming, and making noises out of my mouth. They're completely different. It's apples and oranges. It's
it's
not even
babble.
like it's not even the same.
They
Listen,
they
They're
call it
babbling.
speaking in tongues though.
wait. Me fluently speaking French to someone, even though I've never spoken French or fucking learned French in my life, or me fluently speaking Chinese to someone, although I've never learned Chinese in my life, is completely
Yeah,
different from me just
but
going blah, 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 blah.
Babble.
that's
It's
about what they
babble.
do. That's about what they
Well,
do. That blah 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 blah. But
exactly.
they call it speaking in tongue is what they call it.
Yeah,
They
it's a
don't call it
mockery.
babbling.
It's a mockery, is what it
Yeah,
is.
but there's a difference between being able to speak a language other people can understand and then just,
That's
spouting
true.
gibberish.
That's true.
It's
Exactly. It's not even
just
that
for me
hard
to
of a difference to get. I feel like you're just like playing dumb or something. Like, I don't understand it. Like, listen, it's really easy to understand. I don't understand why you're wasting time.
It's theatrics what they do. And if you don't have an interpreter, Paul says you need an interpreter. If someone's truly speaking in tongues, it's an actual language that can be understood, and there's usually somebody in the room that speaks that language. It's not this mystery language.
I mean, this. Have you all heard of Hitchens' razor?
Hitchens.
I've heard of it
Hitchens'
before, but
razor.
tell us again, Eggs. Tell us again. I
So
forgot that.
Hitchens, it's named after Christopher Hitchens, a sort of famous atheisty dude, who and basically it goes like this: that which is presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
That's what I'm
Basically,
saying. That's what I'm saying about the claim.
yeah, if you've got something that clearly shows that this definitely is the case, then we can sink our teeth into that evidence and question the evidence and go, well, maybe this was happening, maybe that was happening. God, that is really good, Korean, but maybe they, went to sleep next to a Korean radio every night and or maybe they lied because they've started a YouTube, something channel, or, we can dig into it then. But this at the moment is just like devoid of anything.
It's just hearsay. It's just a story.
Yeah, it's
To be
just like,
noted,
oh,
and
this cool
then that's it.
person claims this cool thing happened. I've got no way to prove to you that it did. Okay, cool. I use the same method to claim that it didn't.
See, this goes all the way back to where the conversation started about me talking about finding contradictory information in the Bible and reasoning why me and the Bible parted ways. And to this day, I guess my most recent question is, why did he ghost his people? Where did he go? We've got this book telling about all these events and things that happen, and all of a sudden they stop happening. What happened? Where did he go?
It didn't stop
Yeah.
happening, bro. That's the problem. You don't believe in miracles. That's your lack of faith. That's your problem.
Could be.
I've seen miracles happen in my life. I have a friend whose aunt, right, had a baby, and the baby came out. The lungs were premature, right? The lungs weren't working. They were literally premature. The baby could not breathe on its own. It was gonna die if it got unplugged. They decided to unplug the machine, and they gave the woman time to mourn, so they left the machine running for a couple days, and the woman stayed next to the baby for 3 days without eating in constant prayer. And they have scans of the lungs before and after. The lungs literally matured in 3 days, which is literally a miracle happened. The doctors were about to submit the woman for a psychological evaluation because she was literally not eating nothing. She was just sitting next to the baby for 3 days. And the lungs formed and they unplugged the machine where the baby was supposed to die. The baby was breathing on its own. The doctors are like, there must be a mistake here. Like these images, these X-ray images of the baby's lungs must have been from another baby, they said. Because there's no way it could have been from the same baby. So these miracles still happen. Just because you haven't experienced it in your life because you lack faith doesn't mean they don't happen. And at the end of the day, it's an
Indeed,
anecdotal.
that is
Anecdotal
compelling proof
testimony.
that Krishna is real and the one true God, and nobody can deny it now because we've got
Sorry,
evidence
I'm
that
not
Krishna
going
is
to
real.
entertain that, but just letting you know that miracles happen.
It's an important point, isn't it? Why does this give evidence for one God over any other? Why
I'm
does
not
this
going to
give?
get into that. I'm not getting into that.
You're not able to. Is your
Watch
problem?
this. So I said a prayer in the woods, and I said, Father, help me to get a wife. I finally realized I'm supposed to have a wife and children, and help me find a wife that's younger than me with no kids, wants to have kids, and wants to follow you and know the truth about where we live, etc. And then I opened up the Bible, and the first sentence that I read was, out of the whole book, the first sentence that my eyes saw after opening the book was, the Lord said unto Hosea, take a wife and children.
So it's talking to Hosea.
See what I'm saying? So
He
I
doesn't
said that
scream much
that
That
anymore.
fits perfectly into the category that I was just saying. When people talk about miracles, I think it's either fanciful stories or a misunderstanding of statistics, of probability, and that I think
really,
falls into the wrong
what's the
category.
probability? What's the probability?
I don't think I wouldn't put it in
I
miraculous
wouldn't want
category.
to.
So
I
I
wouldn't want to
brought up
poop on that
examples to
though.
show that you guys are disingenuous and have bad faith, and you fell for it because it's easy to manipulate people without honor. So all I had to do was show that you
Get into ad
immediately
homs.
dismiss
Okay,
it.
cool.
How's it? My argument isn't an insult. You don't even know what ad homs are. So you
Yes,
immediately just
bad people in bad faith. Saying that I'm in bad faith is not an ad hom. Okay,
You are
in a
because you
faith-based
did.
discussion.
You
It doesn't matter whether you
responded.
think it's true.
Dude,
It matters
Exos,
whether it's
why
an
are
ad
you
hom, which it
interrupting
is.
me so much when I just started talking? I'm just going to mute you. Stop interrupting me. You do this every time you're in here. You're a grown man. Okay, so you responded with the ad hom by saying that I didn't understand statistics. That was your argument back.
Yeah.
Saying I didn't understand. So you're the one that used an ad hom because that was your argument, right?
It's not about you. It's about what you're doing. I think you don't. I don't think you understand the probability. I don't think you could even stack up the probability of that happening. We tried last time you brought it up.
Hey, what's the probability of me opening a 2,000-page book and the first sentence I read out of the Bible saying that the Lord said, take a wife and children, right after I said the first prayer in my life asking for a wife and children? Can you do the probability for me? 2,000 pages. Go look up how many times in the Bible it says, take a wife and children, right? Then I randomly open the book, and the first sentence I read in the middle of a page says, the Lord said, take a wife and children. And it's the first prayer I said ever asking for a wife and children in 30 years. You want to do the statistics for me since you understand it so much better than me?
Well, I don't think doing the statistics would show you my case one way or the other, because I'm not saying I know probability. I'm saying you don't. So can you tell me the probability that you have already worked out and determined this to be miraculous?
Yeah, so if you look at the amount of prayers I say over 30 years, you have to guess how many it is, but it's many hundreds, right? And then you combine it being the one time I ever asked for a wife and children, and you look at the amount of times that the Bible says take a wife and children, which is like not many at all, right? You may think it's a lot because you don't read the Bible, but directly saying that, it doesn't say that very often. And then 2,000 pages, if you look at like the amount of words on each page or the amount of lines on each page, I did do something like this back in the day, just because of people like you, though, not because like I don't lie to myself. So I'm able to acknowledge that obviously isn't just a random coincidence. That I then find my wife a few months later, and that our conception date landed literally on our wedding night, right? So like I'm not retarded, so I don't have to like do mental gymnastics to try to justify moral degeneracy and stuff like that. So I just accept it for what it is.
I mean, personally, I draw my line. I wouldn't say to you that's not a miracle to you. I understand you think that's a miraculous event, and I accept that, and I've got my own opinion about it, but I'm not here to try to change your mind or tell you that that wasn't a miracle. And if you find peace in that, you know, I'm fine to let you have that.
No, I'm
You know,
asking you. I'm asking you to address it. I'm not asking you to give me your opinion or change my mind. How are you going to change my mind? I lived it. I have a wife and a baby girl in the back seat that's beautiful and 5 months old. I don't need you to change my mind. I want you to be honest and actually address the events honestly.
you can't
instead of
detect
one
my
way
honesty
twisting it.
because I don't believe it's a miracle. You can't detect my
Explain why.
honesty because I just think it could have been a happenstance, a situation that happened, and you think it's a miracle, and I don't, and that's it.
So
It's
that's what I'm
nothing to
saying.
do with
You're not. That's
honesty or
why I said
dishonesty.
I never
It
said you
doesn't
were
have to do
dishonest.
with me being a
I said you were
degenerate.
dishonest. Yeah, it
No,
does
I'm
actually.
not.
Like it's much
No, it
easier to
doesn't.
justify moral degeneracy when there's not a God. But
And see, this brings it to my second point. That the reason I said that is I'm giving you that. If you see that as a miracle, that's fine. I'm fine with that. I have no argument against it. I'm not going to argue with you and say it's not. But you're going to turn around and attack me and call me dishonest because I disagree
I
with you.
didn't do that. Now you're being dishonest right now by lying and claiming I said you were dishonest. When what I actually said was, I'm just
Did you
asking.
just hear what you did with it?
Dude,
He
XLs,
said,
you're not.
"You're
No one's
attacking
going to
me."
be hearing what you do at all on here for the rest of the day if you keep interrupting me.
So
No,
he said, "You're attacking me and calling me dishonest," and you said, "No, I didn't. That's dishonest."
That's right. To lie and claim that I said he was dishonest is a lie. That's dishonest. What I said was, I'm not asking you to convince me of anything. I'm just asking for your honest response. He then started lying and said that I said he was dishonest. No, I'm literally asking for your honest response. So now you've given your quote unquote honest response by saying you think it's just a coincidence. Okay, so would you admit that that's an incredibly improbable coincidence?
Would you think that it would make me a moral degenerate because I disagree with you?
I didn't say that either. It's a straw man and another lie. I didn't say that you disagreeing with me makes you a moral degenerate. I said that when people want to justify moral degeneracy, they have a belief system, right, in their head, bias. So anything that could ever be interpreted as a miracle, they immediately and instinctively handwave dismiss it without critical assessment. That's what both of you guys did. So can you please admit that? Would you think it's an improbable coincidence, or do you think that it would happen a lot?
And you called that you called that to be morally degenerate to deny that as a miracle. Basically, is what
No,
you
I
just
didn't.
said.
Now you're just lying again. Like, and this is why. See, you're proving the moral degeneracy.
Lordy me.
You're saying Lordy
Proving the
me
moral
because you're
degeneracy that
lying.
you're not calling us.
Yeah, that's right. You're proving that it does apply to you by consistently twisting my words, even though it's recorded and there are many witnesses, right? To be in the state of mind where you can just blatantly lie about what was just heard by an entire room of people, I mean, that's pretty degenerate, right? I mean, I never said that
But you're
because
not.
you disagree with me, you're a moral degenerate. I never said that you were being dishonest. I asked you a question and you twisted everything I said to be a victim.
But if I disagree with you, you're going to say it's dishonest. If I disagree with you, you called that the fact that I would disagree with you, that I wouldn't be honest, and it would be morally degenerate. That's basically what you said.
No, it's not. See, now you're saying basically what I said and what I'm going to say. So now you're building your whole entire insult of me on what you think I'm gonna do and divine my intention. So this is all a bunch of like games and tactics, right? Like you could just
You
have
said
an
it, man.
honest, normal adult conversation. I did not. What I said was that what I specifically said was I don't have to do mental gymnastics to try to dismiss everything so that I can justify moral degeneracy or no accountability. So for me, I just accepted it for what it was. Right now, you took that as some personal insult. That's a you problem. Maybe you know the dog
You
that gets
changed
kicked.
what you said.
No,
If you
do you
go
want to
back,
bet
if you go back and
$500 on
listen
it?
to it,
Do you want to bet money
yeah,
on it?
yeah. Well, I mean, you could go back and listen to it, but in essence, the way that I derived what you said was, if I disagree with you, I'm being dishonest, and in that being morally degenerate. And
Dude, it's a
I mean,
subjective thing. How could that? No, the part that would be dishonest is for you to not address the specifics of what I said, like both of you have been doing for 5 minutes, right? The
Well,
part
then
that's dishonest is for you to twist my words like a little girl and pretend to
No.
be a victim. You just twisted my words. Admit that you lied about what I said, Lifeline.
No, you need to remove the dishonesty and degenerate from what you're saying, and then we won't misinterpret what you're saying about being dishonest and morally degenerate.
Yeah,
okay. So if you hear the word degenerate and you think it's a personal attack, then maybe there's something that's going on with you. But what I actually said was, for me, I don't have a bias against there being a God, so I don't have to just try to explain away everything so I can justify a lack of accountability or moral degeneracy being acceptable. I didn't say that you were doing that. Okay, I was explaining why, in my mind, I don't feel the need to instinctively just dismiss everything and not be honest, meaning that I look at all the details and try to really think about what the odds of it are. Both of you guys just said you knew it was a coincidence, but you haven't even actually thought about what all the details I said and how they stack up to make it incredibly improbable. You guys can't even say out loud that it's improbable. Eggshell said it's very probable.
It depends which way you slice it, but opening a book at a page that seems meaningful to you seems to me about as probable as you'd get. If you could do it on command is when you I'm just, it's really difficult because if I interrupt you, which I'm sorry for, and then stop, you threaten to mute me, and then you just do the same thing.
Hold up. I just want to say one thing. A miracle is not a miracle if it's a miracle on demand. Then it's just science.
Okay,
right. That's kind of my issue, right?
Eggshell's comment was useless. Just to clarify, I didn't interrupt you. You paused. I started speaking. When you continued, I said, okay, go ahead. My bad. So stop crying and see if you can actually, you misrepresented what I said again. Can you address what I actually said? What you have to do is say, just opening up a book and finding a page that seems meaningful to you. That's not what I said. I said I read a sentence that specifically states, the Lord said, take a wife and children, after the first prayer in my entire life, asking for a wife and children. So the fact you have to spin it to vaguely recollect that it's just some page that's loosely relevant and important to you subjectively shows that you're not being genuine. So can you respond to the actual point, please?
Sure. Well, what's the actual point? The point seems to me that this is a question about probability, and you're saying you've crunched the probability. I'm just curious to know what it's usually a 1 over something. What probability did you come up with?
Millions. And it requires, I think I actually have a screenshot of it, but it requires some speculative numbers, which I just explained a second ago, right? Like how many times have I prayed before, so that you can see, well, okay, 1 out of, say, 2,000 prayers, I asked for a wife and children, because I've never ever done that before, right? Sure. And then I specifically asked for a wife and 4 children. And then I opened up the book. The book is 1,800 pages long. And then I look
how many times does it mention take a wife or something to do with childbirth?
Yeah, it's less than 20 times, and that's being lenient with phrases that are even I'm trying to be as honest as I can about it. The reason I did that too is because I wanted to truly figure out myself, right? What the odds were of it being a coincidence. So it's if it says something be fruitful and multiply, you can say, oh, well, that answered my prayer, right? So I tried to look at those phrases. I mean, there's a decent amount of times, maybe 20 or something, I can't remember the number, that I thought that I would sufficiently interpret it to be an answer. Okay. But this one is very direct. It literally says the words, the Lord said, go take a wife and children. After I said, I want a wife. And in my prayer, I'm asking if I'm supposed to get a wife and make children, right? That's what I'm asking in the prayer, because I thought that we're in a crazy time in life, and I wanted a blessing to make children right now. And it's
can I direct you to answer the question, because this is a long answer I'm not hearing. Right, let's stack up the actual probability. So it's a book of 2,000 pages that mentions marriage 20 times.
Well, that's a lenient number. Yeah, that's me giving more to that, what I would think. So yeah,
okay. I would just do 20,000 times. I would just do. Oh shit! I dropped my phone. I would just do 20,000 times, however many lines there are, and then that's the probability that you're gonna like open the book and point to one of those lines, right?
Right. And
Yeah,
the
That
other one
line,
you've got to
that
do is
one line.
how many times you've prayed is not just how many times you've prayed. It's any one of those times something relevant to the prayer you just made could have popped up. There's no reason why this about a wife is more special than when it was about what job to do or something like that.
No, you're not understanding. No, the reason that it's about the amount of times you pray is because this is the one time I prayed about a wife. Okay, so it's like out of all the prayers I said, and then open the book, right? Only one of those times did I ask about a wife. Okay, so it's out of all the prayers that I can be like, oh, the Bible answered my
You don't
prayer.
understand my
So why was that prayer answered? You would expect that the prayer that you pray for more often would be the one that's answered, because that's the one that you want more.
All we
Percentage.
get is diversions and
Yeah,
disingenuous tactics in this conversation. It's super suspect. So
You just insult people. Just stick to
that,
the argument rather
how
than
does
getting to these
that's not an
nasty
argument? It's a red
insults.
herring fallacy. How is it an
So,
argument?
so here's why it's relevant. Because if you prayed one time about a wife, and that's the time you read it, sure, that stacks the odds in one way, making it less probable, making it more miraculous. But if you pray regularly about a job, then that prayer could be responded to with looking in the book and seeing something about a job, right? Something carpenter. Okay, I'll become a carpenter.
Red herring
So now that
fallacy.
reduces the odds, right? Where every time you're
No.
praying for something, anything related to that prayer could pop up. Whereas you're only stacking it one way. It's got to be this only one is miraculous, and none of the other ones, had it happened a different way, would have been
See, so
miraculous.
this is a red herring fallacy. So, you're now you have to get the answer of it's up to the creator what he wants to happen in your life, right? So just because you say a prayer doesn't mean that's what the creator wants to happen, and that's all irrelevant. And the fact you guys immediately have to divert to, oh, what about the other prayers you said? Why weren't those answered? What about when you talked about a job? Just shows that you guys can address the actual point. There was not one
I'm not
insult in
addressing the
there.
point right now. You're
I'm just saying
insulting
the
rather
chances.
than addressing the point.
Yeah, let's just get to the topic. Stop this. The chances that you would open that book up though and read that line would be 20,000 or 2,000 pages times however many lines there are, and then one in that many.
Yeah.
So it is freaky. It is freaky though that you would ask for that specific thing, and then that is the. I mean, I don't know how you factor that in or whatever, but
Yeah.
Well, and
So,
then I
so
also
you go, it's
accounted
like 1 in 2,000 times. Then across your whole life, every time you pray, presuming you're praying roughly around the same time you're opening the Bible, you're rolling that dice again. So essentially, it gets to the point where if we're calling it 1 in 20,000, then that means if you pray in your life 20,000 times, it's an odds-on chance it'll happen.
Huh. That's funny, man. You're funny, bro.
Hey,
The way statistics work, I'm sorry.
Oh wait, I'm gonna make another point though. This is where it makes the odds get, because this is actually just for like someone with like, they have to just actually be open to hearing it. It's like I'm not trying to really debate it with you because it's subjective at the end of the day. But the part that also gets crazy is like, bro, I was like on tour when I did this, right? And then I end up meeting my wife on tour. Then we get married, and when we find out she's pregnant, they track back her conception date and it lands on our exact wedding night. So for me, that's
That
part
happened
of
to
you
me.
guys. Like I get that you guys will just say it's not, but it's because you're looking for a way to dismiss the fact that this was clearly a spiritual intervention, something metaphysically responding to energy that I put out about a wife, and it was answered through that book. And for you, that has too many serious implications. So you have to compartmentalize and muddy the water.
But that last bit you're saying is true of both sides, right? If I'm right, and this is just probability at work, that seemingly impossible things will happen multiple times in any given human's lifetime, that's just the nature of how probability works. If I'm right, that completely destroys your worldview. So if you're saying, oh, you're only disagreeing because that would be detrimental to your worldview, yeah, ditto for you. That doesn't
If
break.
you were right, it wouldn't destroy my worldview. If a coincidence happens with the Bible, that doesn't mean there's no creator. How would it destroy my worldview?
Yeah, he's right about that, eggshells.
No,
Hey,
because
I
his
have
his worldview in this is sorry. Somebody can try and say something. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's real quick, because I'm busy and I just want to comment. What, like probability things? I have a similar prayer, story. Whereas my first time I earnestly prayed to the Father, my entire bed shook. Now I was in San Diego. I was like, oh, there's an earthquake. So I texted my friend. I was like, oh, did you just feel the earthquake? No, I didn't. And then I realized nothing else shook in the house. Not my lampstand right next to me, my bed. It was only my bed that I was praying on that violently shook. I mean, what's the probability of that? You know, I mean, what is the definition of supernatural then to you?
How's your mental health?
It's great, actually. I'm very sane. Thank you. I mean, come on, seriously. That was absolutely a sign. It was a wonder. It was a miracle. And
Look,
it was,
if only
in
your
my
bed
view,
shook.
the Father
Real quick,
saying like,
question,
yeah,
question.
this is the path you should take, you know? Okay, go ahead.
All right, so why would you think it's an earthquake if only your bed shook?
Well, I didn't realize at first that only my bed shook until after I confirmed
she
with
just
my
said
friend that it
So
was
later
not
when you
an
recollect
earthquake.
it,
Yeah.
like the stuff on your end, like on your bedside table, nothing else shook. It was just your bed.
It was literally just the bed I was on praying on. Yes.
Yeah, she said that she talked to her friend and then she realized, oh wait, it was just my bed.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
What's the probability of that?
I don't know. It's very hard to do these kind of probabilities, but it's worth it. But I mean, the same as Left Lane was saying. I like, and the same thing as the first time Witsit brought up this opening the Bible thing. It feels shitty. Like there doesn't feel like much gained by going, here's what's not miraculous about something that's special or important to you. So it's not really a game you want to play. But if you do really want to know the probability of it, then you need to nail down what made the bed shake. And then you just need to go, does that event that causes beds to shake happen? What frequency does it happen? And then across a city, across a country, across a world, across the entire Christendom, how often do people pray on their bed? And that's the thing. Like always these things are just that it happens to you makes it feel special. So you will defend tooth and nail that it is special. And great, it can be special to you. But it doesn't necessarily, like, to me, a miracle is something that odds couldn't explain. Like, odds couldn't explain somebody suddenly speaking fluently in a language they've never learned. That, to me, is impossible. But something that's very improbable happens every day.
Yeah, so this is the truth, right? This is just like what people that defend the globe do. They've created, like, their foundational statement in a way that there's no way to show them anything. Like when I say, what would falsify the globe? And every baller goes on mute. No one can even
No, I would say a
articulate
map.
something aloud.
A map.
A map would falsify the globe. Okay.
Yeah.
So
a map with correct distances. I could go check it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So every time I ask for like a test we can go out and do that doesn't require us survey the whole world.
No, can just be a local part of the southern hemisphere that I can go and test.
I'm just trying to make a bigger point, right? So like, and I can still man your guys' position,
Ruined
which is that what people
somebody
do
in the room
they
that
say
proves that's wrong.
Okay. All right. You just let me know when I can. Okay. So, like, this is the stillman of what your guys' position is, so we can save time. What people do is they pray and they have a bias that there's a God. So when their prayer doesn't get answered, they're like, "Oh, well, it must not be in God's will." And then when they can find any loose way to connect what happens to their prayer, they say, "Look, it's a miracle. God did it." That way, yeah, that way you automatically don't have to ever truly address the possibility of it being like an actual response from a creator, because you have a fix-all answer no matter what. You can say that talking point as if it equally applies to all people. It's a concept that has some logic, right? So then you just say that no matter what. That way, there's nothing that anyone in this room could tell you about saying a prayer and opening the Bible that would mean anything to you. The odds could be 1 in 500 million, and you're like, well, there's still an odd. There's still one. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
Because
So
there's
there's
6
no
billion
point.
people on the planet. That one in 6 million happens multiple times a day, and the point about it is, here's what would be miraculous. If this kind of stuff happened only to Christians, then I'd be like, oh wow,
Now we're onto something. But interestingly, it happens to Christians, but not Muslims. But it does happen to Hindus. Why?
Well, it does
Because
happen to Muslims. What are you talking about?
Hindus and Christians believe in miracles. They believe in godly intervention. Muslims do not believe in miracles. So it doesn't happen to them. They
That's
crunch
not
the
true.
odds.
I've talked to Muslims.
Hold
I've
on.
talked to Muslims that say they
What do you
get
mean?
answers from Allah. So
Is that incorrect? Maybe I'm incorrect on that. But
Yeah, I don't know if you'd call it a miracle, but God does answer your prayers, and He does intervene.
right, but miracles, specifically miracles, do not exist in Islam. Isn't that right?
No, miracles exist, but it depends on your definition of miracle. If you're talking about like a big kind of, obvious miracle like the prophets did back in the day, walking on water, or feeding an entire village with a bowl of milk or something like that, those types of things. Allahu Alam, God knows if those still happen. But
I
like,
thought it was
answering of dua, I don't know if someone would term it as a miracle or not, but it is intervention, and it does exist.
The point still rests, which is it happens to people who believe in these things happening. Like you can even see this with ghosts, like who's seen a ghost? And the people whose hands go up neatly coincide with people who believe in ghosts. And you're like, what? Isn't that weird? That it's not weird that ghosts are appearing to people who believe in ghosts. It's weird that they're not appearing to people who don't believe in them. But to
no,
me,
maybe
who
that's
doesn't
why they
believe in ghosts,
believe in the ghost, right? So that's what I'm saying. All of the talking points are actually illogical and just affirm the consequence that you want to believe. What if they believe in the ghost because they had the experience?
If there is,
in terms of
if there are wicked forces at play, let me just interject. So if there are wicked forces at play, and there are righteous forces at play, if the wicked forces already have you in the bag, right? They already have you in the bag, and you love your flesh so much you're gonna worship yourself and worship the creation. Do you think they're going to present themselves to you? I mean, why would the robber let you know he's in the
I'd like
house?
to finish my point if that's okay. Which is
Why would the
when
robber
I've
let you know he's in? Answer the question.
okay, with a quick
Answer the
interjection, North. You've done your
Why would
interjection.
the
Now,
robber let you know he's in
if
the
you don't mind.
house? If you could
If you don't
answer this question, this one question without cutting me off, and once you answer, I'll finish. Why would the robber tell you he's in your house?
Cool, great. But the point about the ghost still stands because it doesn't matter
No
which
answer.
side
No
of whether they
answer, right?
believe. No, I'm finishing what I was saying. If that's okay with you, because I've had this happen. We're up at the farm, and always weird shit happens at the farm because there's possums on the roof and foxes and wind and stuff like that. Is you'll have something happen, and some of my friends will be like, "Oh my god, that's freaky." And what I do, and my friend Claire, who's also a skeptic, do is we stand up out of our seats and we go over and take a look. Right, and the other people I notice stay sitting there, like they don't want to check, they don't want to tip the scales, they don't want to find out the probability. They're just like, "Oh, it's magical," and then you go outside and you're like, "The broom was resting against the door in this weird way, and it suddenly pushed the door closed," and you're like, "Oh, okay." The miracle goes away with inspection, and notably, that's also what happens when you test these things scientifically, like James Randi does.
People do attribute things that naturally happen to the spiritual realm, and we see that all the time. But people are counterfeits. I mean, this is more prevalent than ever. We have people claiming to be what they're not, right? And so people will make a lot of claims. What you need is not someone to give you an example of an experience they had. You need to meet those people that experience those things and perhaps have an experience yourself, or else this whole conversation is just unfruitful. There's no point to this, and you're no Paul, bro. When you start bringing up people's different beliefs, you're not going to have them fight each other. Paul did this with the resurrection, people who believed in it and people who did not. For you to come in and say Muslims don't believe that the Creator answers their prayers, that's the most ridiculous statement you could ever make.
I didn't say that. I said believe in miracles.
Y'all works in
Muslims do
a lot of
believe in intervention.
Technically, you said both. You said believe in miracles or divine intervention.
You know what I mean? So I'm not going to stop talking. There's no moderators in the room that are going to help me out. I know that for sure. So I'm just going to keep talking. So,
well, maybe, brother, maybe moderate yourself, and then you wouldn't have to be moderated, right?
It doesn't mean that the Creator will not speak to those people or answer their prayers. It doesn't matter what religion they're part of. He has called people out of all kind of twisted beliefs that they are in. So I could give you all kinds of examples all day long where there is no physical thing.
Dude. Go for it.
So I could give you examples I could give you examples all day long about things that you could not attribute to the physical world and those things happening. But I would rather you have the experience if you're not too much of a coward. Would you like to meet me anytime soon?
No, you don't sound that much
Don't make
fun.
it weird, North.
Well,
But
can I
the
offer
point,
something
the
real
point you
quick?
raise
Yeah,
is
no, hold up.
go for it,
You said
Issa.
get in eggshells, and then you got next.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, no, I mean, just because I think I'm in defensive eggs at this point. Because really, what we initially started this, if I'm not mistaken, I've been in and out, is the idea that somebody said that they overheard somebody at a church meeting in a foreign country where they don't speak the language, all of a sudden start speaking fluent whatever the language was. Now, it was just generally associated with the idea that it was because they were under the influence of the Holy Spirit, right? It was the impetus. Now, what I proposed the question of was that who actually believes that this person actually started speaking the language fluently? Because someone who does believe in God, right? I'm skeptic about it. I think it's more of a hustle than anything. And I find it interesting that we wind up defending these quote unquote hustles and dividing ourselves amongst them and overlooking actually what is the simple truth of being able to praise the creator. So like the Christians get mingled, or believers, if you will, in these things get mingled up arguing about whether or not miracles can exist, and kind of avoid the topic of that we're trying to get to, which would be the idea that the creator exists. Now, whether or not you're going to superimpose divine interventionism on something is a completely personal experience. I think we could all agree.
Yeah, but what
And
actually happens? Sorry, go ahead.
oh no, go on. Yeah, go on. Take it.
I'm saying what actually happens is if anyone ever mentions something that could be interpreted as a miracle, people immediately feel the need to come in and say that they know it's not, and that's what actually happens. That's why I brought up one that I know that if you're honest and if you actually think about the odds of what I said, to just immediately, as in don't even think about it, immediately dismiss it as it's not any type of metaphysical intervention, just exposes the bias. So that's what actually happens.
Right, but also
it's not like someone just sitting back and they're like just naturally and honestly
But
skeptical.
the argument, here's the thing though with it, and the argument in that defense is all in their defense, let's say, is the notion that because you were seeking it out, it made itself apparent to you, in some other means. Now, I would directly attribute it to the creator because that's the kind of person I am, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it would be remiss of an intellectual to not consider, you know what I mean, the alternatives. And I'm just
No,
saying,
I
like, you know
did
what?
though. I did. That's why I did.
I'm
I
sure
actually
you
did
did. No,
math.
and I don't think you're you're a foolhardy. I don't think you're foolhardy. I have I have my own beliefs because of my own experiences that I just don't get to elaborate into because you can't explain it. But the point is that
Yeah.
like you don't. But and those things are left to be sacred for you and your family, whatever. But like but the notion that we're gonna superimpose and say that no, this person was definitely speaking in tongues because it was possible, and this is why they do it, and I just think we wind up defending things that aren't necessarily pertinent to the better parts of the conversation, as you know what I mean. And you wind up in this divisive conversation about whether or not miracles existed and whether or not an angel helped a mother move a vehicle off her child. I don't know, but like you know what I mean. I just think all of that is derogatory to the grander thing, man, and that's why
Well,
defending
what could be more derogatory than pretending that there isn't some type of metaphysical energy that intervenes
right.
in
But
this
here's the thing, though,
world?
too. What could be more
That's the
derogatory?
epitome of arrogance.
Hold on, though. What could be more derogatory than attacking the skeptic based on his lack of faith?
No, it's not even about that.
But do you know what I'm?
I'm
But do you know what I'm
attacking them
saying,
based
though?
on a disingenuous approach. Like I don't
Well,
care
Why
if
is
they
it
believe it
but
or not.
also,
disingenuous?
but also in return of the huckster by taking advantage of someone's naivety. Is also taking, you know what I mean? And by the naive person's sincerity, all of a sudden you're calling that person a liar. And I'm not calling the naive person a liar. I'm saying you got duped, but then they're like, you're saying I'm a liar. And it's like, no, I'm saying there was a huckster in the mix that took advantage of your fucking naivety and innocence and lovingness and you being a fucking sheep of the Lord. And fucking you're now operating on Satan's wishes, you fucking idiot.
Right. And I want to raise another point.
Right.
Like,
He said right.
there is a reason. There is a reason why, before anybody gets to the end of their miracle story, I've already got my mind made up. And that's because right before you said it, I said I think they are fanciful tales or a misunderstanding of probability. So obviously that's the frame I'm listening to it through. I don't think there is anything surprising then that you tell a story in which probability plays a major part, and I don't immediately go, oh my God, you're right. I need to sit and think about this for 45 minutes before I come to a conclusion about the
You
existence
always
of
have to
God.
say
It's like, no,
stupid strawmans.
I'm
No
sorry.
one said
Away you
anything
go.
like that.
No, away you go. Away you go.
He's just being
Insult.
Okay, no
fun.
problem.
Interrupt.
No
Go
problem.
He's
for
just
it.
being
No,
fun.
no, he's
That's your
not.
fault.
So he says, yeah, there's whenever I immediately start, when I hear you talk about a miracle story, I immediately don't believe it. The reason is, as if somehow that's justifiable behavior to just immediately interrupt someone explaining something and tell them that you know it's not real before you even hear it. It is immense
I didn't
foolishness.
interrupt you. If
It's
you're complaining about interruption, you interrupted me just now to
okay.
say this.
Okay, so you interrupted me 4 times when this all started, and it's
yeah,
immense
we're interrupting
foolishness.
one another.
How about we just not interrupt each other?
It's immense foolishness to make a determination about something prior to even knowing what it is. Okay, I can't imagine anything being more foolish than that.
Except in the example that I specifically gave, where I said, here are the 2 caveats for that, right? A fanciful retelling and a misunderstanding of probability. And then you tell me a story that we've already discussed that comes down to probability. Why would that give me time for pause? It's like if I said to you, hey, Whitsit, in 2 minutes time, I'm about to tell you a scientific article that proves unequivocally that the Earth is spherical. I get, if you say to me, I would absolutely sit and consider it and consider maybe that the Earth is round, I'm going to call you a liar.
Yeah, but
right?
you're
So your 2
projecting
options
your
are,
own dishonesty onto me, though.
well, I mean, I think that's what humans do. I think when you call people all these names, you are calling yourself those names. So yes, I think
You're not
that
the
is what
arbiter
happened.
of truth
I'm
here or something
acknowledging my
like.
bias, though, and I'm suggesting you have the same bias.
No, having a
Absolutely
bias
unbiased.
is not the same, bro. Yes, every human has a bias. Okay? They have current conclusions that they hold to be true. When they hear information that goes against it, they immediately are skeptical or have a bias against it. All humans do that. That's not what you were doing, though. You were letting us know that you already know for a fact that it can be explained simply with probability.
I never said that.
Just saying the word probability doesn't somehow give you intellectual high ground. If someone gives me evidence of a globe, I look at it. That's why I don't believe in the globe and you do, because I've looked at all of it. So every time someone claims that they have evidence for a globe, I immediately go look at it. Am I cutting out? Like, I just want to, in conclusion, on a regular basis, I step back and say, could I be wrong about the Earth? On a regular basis. This is a fact.
Good. On account of the fact that you are, that's a good idea.
See, there you go, right? Because you can't address the actual point, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I know Issa likes you and stuff, and there's a part of me that thinks you're cool, but it's like you do not have good faith interaction here, bro. Like, you don't respond to the meat of the point. You always do something like that.
So, I mean, that was a joke. I'm sorry for that. I do feel that we would probably get on if we met. The point I'm making is simple. I've heard that you've told me that story. We've had this debate in the past, and I've said the last time we had this debate, this is a probability issue. So I don't think there's anything disingenuous. I don't think there's anything stupid. I don't think there's anything retarded or dishonest, as you keep using those words, as much as I encourage you not to, because your argument will get stronger if you abandon them. To go, hey, unless you've got some more information this time, like some evidence or as I keep pushing at the actual stats that you've crunched to show this probability, unless you've got something more, then yeah, my position on it remains the same. What you're talking about is something that is long odds, but as I keep saying, with 6 billion people on the planet doing multiple actions every day, 6 million to 1 odds happen multiple times every day, thousands and thousands and thousands of times across the day. Long odds show up, right?
That's not how
the
odds
odds
work.
are that long. The odds are that long on winning the lottery, but still every time somebody wins.
That's not how odds work, okay? You don't just say, oh, there's this many people, so there we have those odds, okay? How many people said a prayer about a wife and then opened up a book, okay? Way less than 6 million. Let's try 10,000. And now you want to talk about every day, okay? So when we just baselessly use the word probability as if it is like a consistent refutation of any claims of some supernatural intervention, it's just dismissive. And I'm classifying it as disingenuous. That's what I think. If you want to take personal, like, you know, like feel like you're a victim or something, whatever. But I just feel like it isn't a genuine approach. Meaning, I'm like, if someone tells me a story and they're a Muslim, I don't believe in Islam. If someone tells me a story and they're a Muslim and they tell me this, it's like,
Is that my end or Witset's?
I think he
We
cut out,
lost
man.
him.
Yeah. So here's a better question that might open it up to the rest of the room, because you said something relating to this, North. Do we think that other people, sometimes some people, do what Issa's talking about? They're hucksters. They fake these stories, which is not what I think Witset's doing. And
Of
do
course,
we think that people sometimes misinterpret probabilities
of course.
as
Yes,
being longer odds than they are? So we
yes,
agree in
yes
principle
to
on the
both.
base.
Let me just try to answer you. Yes to both of
Go
your
for it.
answers. And so, you know, for what Witsit needs to just recognize this: what it takes for each individual is their own individual experience. Nothing you convey to them about your experience is going to convince anyone in this room. They have to experience themselves. A lot of people don't even want to know a creator. They don't believe in the spiritual realm. So, do you not believe in any spirits or anything of the spiritual realm, or you just everything's physical, right?
Yeah, physicalist, materialist. Yeah, generally, I'm a skeptic.
So,
And my
if you
principle of the
ever,
question I was asking was just basically same thing I would say about gods.
well,
Many
let
of
me
you
ask you
here
this.
disbelieve other people's miracle stories, but you believe in some.
That's
Many of
sad.
you
It's
disbelieve in other
sad.
people's gods. You believe in some. You're one. I just go one step further.
I think it's sad that people just believe other people by the experience and how profound it is. But uh, to me, you need your own personal experience. And so, what my question to you is: if you don't believe in the spiritual realm, and you have all of these people who do believe in the spiritual realm, you have videos, which some are edited, some are doctored, some are just hucksters, like you're saying, but some are not edited. Now, what do you think of those? What do you think about what would you think if you met a man and you went into a house and things started being thrown around and you could go in and investigate and there's no fishing line, there's no wires, there's no nothing. And what if that man told, the spirit to leave the house and you actually seen the spirit? What would you think then?
The first thing is I'd question my mental health in reality.
Okay.
If enough were presented, I would certainly become curious about whatever the person gave as their proposed cause of that thing. So if they said, I'm an expert in poltergeists, this is definitely a unhappy spirit that hasn't yet sought closure or something like that. But the
I'm
problem
just
with
saying
all
the
of these,
experience
which is my
itself.
point that I raised, the point that I raised before is like, what's interesting is remarkable things happen to people and it always makes them cling to their already chosen faith. So the Hindus have Hindu miracles. To me, if something was miraculous in a god and there were different gods, the miracles would either only happen to one person or they would appear in such a way that it was undeniable that it was this particular thing. Whereas for me, they always end up looking like hucksters or a misunderstanding of probability.
You got all those variables, man. You have all those variables. I'm asking you, if you were in the room, right? Now say there's 20 people in the room. They all have no history of mental health issues, no history of anything like that, no history of drugs, and they see the same thing. And they get bruises or bite marks, right? Some of them get bruises or bite marks as you see the spirit going out or a shadowy figure or whatever you see, right? Now, if that were to happen, would you say there must be a spiritual realm, or would you say we all have mental health issues, or maybe it's just a place we're standing? This place we're standing causes people to have mental problems, so maybe we shouldn't stand here. But how many excuses would you make? I'm just saying, what would convince you? Would the experience itself convince you of the spiritual realm? And if so, maybe that's what you need to try to shoot for.
an experience itself, like I can't know. We'd never know what we'd be convinced by. This being involved in flat Earth has always made me more and more convinced of that. That people tell you this would convince me, and then that is presented, and then the goalposts toddle on down the road. So I don't know is the honest answer to that. But certainly, if something like what you're describing happened, that would make me far, far more likely to consider that a spirit realm or a metaphysical, other existence happened. But I couldn't tell you accurately where that is before it happened.
I posted a video in here the other day. I don't know if you've seen it. I don't know if it was a CC camera, but people have said it's not been edited. And I'm not saying it's 100% or not, because I've had my own experiences where I've seen things and felt things and done many things. But I would say this: I can post it again if you want to see this this man who's about to get robbed, right? And the robber comes from behind him and grabs him and throws him on the ground. And then a spirit comes out of the man and attacks the robber, and he runs away. What would you say to that? Either it's edited or what?
Yeah, I think I've seen that one on. Yes, definitely send it. But there's a cool guy that does those kind of videos. So yeah, definitely send it, because I'd like it. It's not called Dr. Disrespect. That's the streamer, but somebody Dr. Disillusion, I think he is.
How about the old case of the girl who had bite marks appearing as these doctors were watching her? She had bite marks appearing on her back and scratch marks out of nowhere. What do you think of that? You think the girl was doing it to herself?
Haven't heard of it, but
How
like I
about
said,
the
I think they
engineer?
generally fall into two categories: fanciful retellings and misunderstandings of probability. A spirit coming out of somebody is clearly not probability, but a fanciful retelling or somebody editing some footage.
Well, I'm saying
that's it.
videotape of a girl having bite marks appear on her back, right? And you have people who are in the community of psychology are standing by watching. I would also say, what do you think of the NASA engineer Ronald Hunkler, whose life story as a child is what the movie The Exorcist was based on, because he was possessed as a child? What would you say to that?
This is becoming a gish gallop, man. I don't know what I'd say to that.
Oh, you don't?
It's just you saying lots of things that are fanciful. We're not like just present
Ronald
the first
Hunkler,
one. That
he
would
just
advance
died
the
a couple years
conversation.
ago,
Otherwise,
right?
you can just keep going. What would you say to that? What would you say to that? What would you say to that? The first
Well,
one
if you're not
sounded
going to
really
say anything to it, it's
just
no
pop it,
point. But I'll just share the information since you're not going to respond to it. Ronald
pop
Hunkler
it in the
died
chat.
just a
Pop
few
the
years.
video of the guy and the guy's
Hey, guy,
spirit coming out of his body and
when
bashing some
someone's
people.
speaking, why don't you just shut up when someone's speaking? So Ronald Hunkler died just a few years ago, and they wanted to let this information out, not before he died, but as he died, that he was the reason for the movie The Exorcist. So it was based on his life story. And so I find that quite interesting. When people want to talk about, people with credentials and people you should listen to, like engineers and astronauts. Let's look at Lisa Nowak.
Yeah, I got a question though, man.
I
Here's
mean,
the other thing.
we can look at all these
Part of the
people, but
dilemma
it's
is why
ridiculous,
would
man. If you're
someone
not going to
listen to?
respond, it's cool. If you're
Hold
just
on,
going to
brother.
get
Why would
caught up, you're
someone
not going to
listen to
respond, it's
someone?
cool.
Brother, come on, man. You've been speaking for a minute. Why would someone listen to, let's say, like a pro-Christian message with like a sense of self-righteousness and like no manners?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, a lot of people, a lot of people accuse people of being self-righteous. What is righteous? What is it? Saying the right thing, speaking truth, speaking out against lies, sharply rebuking
But it's
people
also arrogance, right?
who
It's
are
also
just
arrogance.
provocateurs. When you have provocateurs and people who just mock and people sharply rebuke them, and then you have, the little white knights that come in and say, "Oh, people are just self-righteous and look at them, they're on their pedestal." No, some people are just righteous, bro. Some people just love truth and they hate the lie and they hate provocateurs and they hate mocking people. Some people just can't stand that, bro, and it needs to be called out, don't you think? However, there
I mean,
are
I think
self-righteous people.
I'm curious. The first one sounded interesting. Why don't we just, rather than getting into the whole obliquely kind of but not really insulting people, just present the evidence of a guy's spirit coming out of his body?
Oh, you want me to post that video, man? Yeah, I'll try to find it and I'll post it.
That'd advance the
And like,
conversation.
Hey, can I
certainly.
say something real fast? So maybe we can Yeah, I was just listening. I got a call in the middle, but I just want to make a couple points I was making. Right. So, for one, if you have a conversation about something that's metaphysical, it cannot be tangibly or physically proven. Okay, so there's no experimental, empirical validation of that, which means from the beginning, a prerequisite to have a discussion like that is good faith. Okay, everyone get
But you're
all on
just
their
going to get
feelings.
back to
Don't get in
accusing me
their
of speaking
feelings.
bad
Don't get
faith.
all in their feelings, dude. Stop. Okay, you don't have to get all in your feelings saying, "Oh, since you didn't have bad faith." I'm just making an objective statement. Okay, if you're trying to,
Insulting again. I'm astounded you are not aware of that you're insulting people when you're insulted. I don't think it's the case. I think you're aware that you're being insulting, but because you do it obliquely, you're like, oh no, I should be able to continue. That's reasonable. It's not.
who
It's
did
rude.
I insult?
If you're not aware that you're insulting, I don't know how to help you, man.
No, I'm objectively not.
You indicated he was arguing in bad faith.
No, I didn't indicate anything. See, this is what you guys have to do, and you're going to interrupt me again, and I'm going to mute you. If you interrupt me for like the 15th straight time, I'm just going to mute you. So what you guys do is you cut me off so that I can't make my point, and then you say I indicate or imply or what you think I'm going to say or I was about to say something or what I really meant, so that you can just dismiss the point and lie about what's being said. Okay, it's like a 5-year-old tactic. So if you guys would like to stop interrupting me and pretending I'm saying something I'm not and twisting my words, that would be great. Okay, thank you. So when you're having any type of metaphysical conversation, it can't be empirically or tangibly proven, which means that it's going to come down to some type of like subjective determination, which means it just requires immense amount of good faith to hear the other person out and be genuinely interested in whether or not it could be true. If your standard of evaluation is like empirical, tangible validation, well, then automatically the conversation is futile, right? So I was just pointing that out. So then I was saying that to say what I was saying a second ago. Like if I hear someone that's like that believes in Islam and they're telling me a story, right, or whatever they believe in, like I know automatically if they're trying to tell me a supernatural thing, I have to approach it like that. Like I have to just step back and be like, okay, I'm gonna have to end up making like a subjective evaluation of like what are the odds or what makes the most sense or what could happen or what do I think, right? Is possible because that's what the conversation is, right? So when they tell me all this stuff, like an Islam person, like someone who's in Islam, I just listen to it and then I try to think about like, okay, there's two options. One is this person's lying. Two is if that happened, like what are the odds? Like could this have been actually a supernatural intervention, right? So that's my whole point here is it comes down to like a subjective evaluation. So this isn't like a Earth Awakenings debate, flat Earth, where's your measurements conversation. That's why I'm saying it's not for everyone. That's not even why I mentioned it. I was asking not because I knew that, not because I was naive enough to think that there'd be some way I could present it where you guys have no out, where you have to say, "Oh, that was a supernatural miracle." Okay, That's why I was jumping out and saying it just requires good faith. And when you guys are cutting me off and then strawmanning what I say, and then saying stuff like, "Well, oh, you just vaguely opened a page that kind of resembles something that you prayed about," people do that all. Like that's like not good faith. Okay, like if you're twisting what I say. So then that means that the conversation can't go anywhere in this particular subject. Okay, rant over.
Accuse the other person of arguing in bad faith.
There's the video, man, and I'm not claiming that the video is 100% real. Of course, just as I said, it could have been edited. There are many videos edited. These things do not negate my experience. And my experience, when you watch movies, right, and you see these movies and they talk about the chill bumps and people, getting really cold when around these spirits, I've had that experience. I've experienced a lot of things that I wish I could share with you, but I think I can only share them with fellow believers. But a lot of movies really do show you things that actually happen. These are not ideas that just pop up in their head out of nowhere. They get these ideas from somewhere, right? So to live in this world that we live in, with all the experiences people have had around you, and not to be aware that a lot of people around you in your immediate community have had spiritual experiences. It's just pulling the wool over your eyes, man. You're doing it yourself. You're closing your eyes to what's there. If it is there, you really don't want to know. And it's kind of like I've brought up in the past. It's kind of like this. You have to believe he is before you even ask him anything. A lot of people think that they can beat on their father's door and demand an answer. Your father's not going to
Sure.
answer the door, bro.
That'd
Calm
help. It would
down,
help
be
knowing that.
humble, stop acting like adolescent children. That would be the
Sure.
way you need to go if you want true answers. If you
But it
even
would
seek
help though,
them.
right? If God was turning up all the time to continually prove his existence back in the day, it'd help that we don't. Yeah, looking at that video, that absolutely,
Turning up all the
obviously to me
time. There are
looks
men
like
who didn't.
CGI. If it's okay, I'm
Bro,
going to finish. If it's okay, I'm going to finish. Going
go
back to
ahead.
what you were saying, Whitset, the question I laid at your feet is: do you think it is good faith in arguments to accuse your interlocutor of arguing in bad faith?
I want to
Given
respond
that
before before you say anything. I want to respond to something you just said.
given that it is a claim that cannot be evidence that it's like evidence to be false.
Before
You're
you
just saying, I
answer,
think you're a liar.
I want to respond to something. He just popped up everywhere and showed himself back in the day. No, look at Moses, for example. Look at Abraham. There are men that spoke to him one time and then didn't speak to him again for 30 years, bro. You
So he
don't know what
turned
you're
up once in
saying. So
someone's life. Yeah,
you
once in
need
my
to
life would be enough.
really inform yourself on what the text says about him before just making presumptions about him and saying it was all the time, bro. He's popping up everywhere.
Turning up
You really
in an
gotta
individual's
get it
lifetime
together, man.
is all the time. Yes.
Okay.
Get it
Let me.
If there's
together.
more than one person, if there's more than 365 people, that means no. Hang on, that's not how that works. Sorry. If there's more than that times the average lifespan, so 80. If there's like a few thousand people, that is literally every day. That's the kind of probability I'm talking about.
Look around in your
I mean,
community.
Whitset,
Just
I
like
think
I
you make
said.
Whitset. If I can go to the point about calling people in bad faith and dishonest and degenerates and stuff.
Let you just rant about it again before I can address it, please.
So I just think your points would be stronger if you didn't do that.
Okay,
Like they
so
just become weak
listen to what
and
I said.
argumentative and pathetic.
You didn't listen to what I said, right? So, like, I made that whole explanation for a very reason. You didn't even listen. So,
Yeah,
in
like
this
that.
particular
That's what I'm talking
context,
about.
dude, am I actually going to have to mute you to
Yeah,
speak?
that too. Threaten as well. That's good.
Does anyone in here think I'm being unreasonable, that I'm getting frustrated that Eggshells continually interrupts me?
No, bro, and he's bringing up individuals, and then he wants to talk about a bunch of people, right? So it's a bunch of people, and let me spread out the God popping up everywhere amongst a bunch of people and not individuals when we're speaking to him as an individual, right? And then I told him to look around in his community, and a lot of people have spiritual experiences, so I addressed that. He's always just trying to change it up just so he can hear himself speak, but his tactics are not very good, man. Not at all.
I'm gonna ask Eggshells, please not interrupt me, man. Like I'm doing stuff.
Sure.
I can't. I'm sitting here trying to say something, then you interrupt me, and then it's like, oh, I'm sitting here in the middle of the parking lot trying to take my time to say it for no reason. It's very frustrating.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair enough. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Okay, so what I was trying to say, right, is you kind of prove my point, which is like, is it fair to say it's bad faith when in this particular situation there's no way to actually prove it true? That was my whole point, right? Which is that understanding that at the beginning, right, means that if you're going to approach the conversation with good faith, you can't revert back to that at the end, because that's the good faith I'm talking about. Meaning, if you're giving the person the leniency of understanding, oh, well, this entire subject is not like a physical, tangible proof conversation. Okay. So it's bad faith to like respond that way. Now, sure, you can say you won the argument. Sure, you can definitely say you didn't prove it. That's fine. But that's why I'm saying this conversation requires good faith to even take place. Good faith, as in, I know it can't be tangibly proven, but this is going to come down to a subjective determination where we just honestly look at it like, what are the odds of it? Not just how can I present information that says, well, you didn't tangibly prove. Okay, so that's what I was saying. That's what I'm saying. It's all I'm saying. Like, really, the conversation shouldn't even take place, right? Unless someone's in agreement on that. Because like you can always revert back to saying you didn't prove it. Of course not. You can't tangibly prove it.
What's it though? The thing is, I look at like some of the arguments or whatever as much like, and I really I classify myself as a believer. I also think the good Lord gave me skepticism. The thing is that freaking it could be looked at, a lot of the propositions about the speaking, all of these things, as the same way that we look at the globe. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
No, I don't.
And
I don't know what
that's
you mean.
my thing, and where like I look at it from a principled perspective. I have to look at it that way because I try to look at everything that way. And what makes
Okay.
it through the sieve of what's collecting bullshit and what's getting through is what matters. That's what
Okay, but it's
matters.
not
Is
like
that
the globe. The globe is making a real physical claim that can be tangibly proven. The actual
right, but there's
subject of
also,
the
but hold on, but
conversation
what is Josephus? What is Josephus? You're like, I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, where does the
what?
tangible, you know what I'm saying, brother? Like, there's tangible claims
No.
made from literalists throughout, and that's
Okay,
kind
but
of
I'm saying, yeah, but I'm saying like the globe claims something that can be physically tested. When we're talking about like spiritual intervention that cannot be empirically and tangibly proven, you could always say
right.
it's
But
just
then some people say pray harder.
okay. But this is my
Do you know what
point.
I
If
mean?
you have good, yeah, but you're not like no one's addressing the actual point though. Like as in the good faith would nullify the response of it's just a coincidence, no matter what's said. If no matter what's said, if it could be 1 in 7 trillion odds, but you can say, well, it's just a coincidence, eventually it would happen, then that means that the entire conversation is futile, and I classify that as bad faith when it comes to this discussion. If someone wants to just disagree with me, that's cool, but it's just a fact that if you're just no matter what happens, you can say it's just a coincidence, and you're not going to look at it honestly and be like, wait, those are very improbable odds stacked on top of each other, and consider, did something else happen that made that? Is there something else I don't know about the way this world works that makes it where your consciousness can find information in a book or something, right? Like if that's not even on the table for you going in, and you know you can just resort to just saying coincidence, then it's bad faith and it's the lazy way out. People do this with the globe as well, right? When you start stacking up all the coincidences of the heliocentric model, they don't really care the specifics or what the odds are or how improbable it is to stack them all on top of each other, because no matter what, when you spend all the time to say it, at the end of it, they know they're just going to say it's just, well, coincidences happen. So it's that's, in my opinion, bad faith.
All right, but okay, let me ask it a different way. Do you get accused of arguing in bad faith as a flat earther? Or intellectual dishonesty is the one I hear people often say. Because I argue against
Yeah,
when people do that.
it's happened.
Oh,
If
you're just
anytime someone
lying, you got
says
to
it,
lie to flirt.
yeah, exactly.
Do
I
you
asked them
think
to
it
specify
advances
what I lied about.
Do you think it advances and improves the conversation? Do you think like, oh, I'm so glad they said that. That's allowed this conversation to really flourish?
Well, it depends. Actually, it does definitely help it definitely helps the conversation be productive if someone's actually being disingenuous and intellectually dishonest. If it's just a
Have you
talking
ever seen
point
that happen?
to discredit the other, yes, absolutely. Because when I'm debating someone on camera and I point out that's a red herring, you're not actually answering my point. You're avoiding it and switching to something else.
No.
Now, okay,
You're
so
not
it's
listening.
like,
You're not
I'm listening.
listening. I'm not talking about you saying it. I'm saying when somebody else says, oh, these flat earthers, they're intellectually dishonest, do you think when globers do it, it is a valid and reasonable and beneficial technique?
No, holistic characterization to dismiss someone is never beneficial, but that's not what I did.
Well done. I'm not
That's
saying
not
you're
what I
doing
did.
that. I'm saying, no, it's not about holistic. It's not about whether it's valid. It's just about, does this advance the conversation? Is this a useful thing to say? Do we have better conversations
Yes.
after you say this? And invariably, when you go into this whole thing of calling people degenerates, they say you're insulting. You go, no, I'm not saying you're a degenerate. I'm just saying what you say leads to degeneracy, which is kind of different in some way.
No. What I'm saying is obviously, if you think there's no God, then moral degeneracy is just a subjective determination. It's justifiable based on your own opinion. This is a fact. Okay. If people hear the word degeneracy and immediately feel personally attacked, like that's like some soft leftist little girl. I don't care. I'm not like capitulating to people being easily offended by words.
I'm not arguing for that though. I'm just saying that it's cancerous to the conversation, and that I think you can do better.
Okay, but what I'm
Not that
explaining
I'm
to you, it's
upset.
not though. Let me give you an
It's not
example.
that I'm upset that you're saying it. It's not that my feelings are getting hurt. It's that it just makes it, like, particularly if you don't like getting interrupted, it makes it 20 times more likely you're going to get interrupted. And then you do get interrupted and you go, well, look, I was just calling you a degenerate liar, and now you're interrupting me. What the fuck's wrong with this guy?
But
It's like,
you're
well,
lying.
that's what happens when you call people a degenerate liar.
You're lying right now. I didn't call someone a degenerate liar. See, that's what I'm saying. That is a lie. So this is the perfect example of this is like Ed Freeze, right? So Ed Freeze comes in here and he enters the conversation with 0% intention of having a productive, intellectually honest conversation. And a lot of ballers will admit it, but some of them will get quiet because they enjoy it secretly, whatever. But objectively, everyone knows that this dude comes in here and he'll never address the point specifically. He'll always shift the burden. He'll always just ask for your source and he won't look at it. He's just in here to antagonize and not have a fruitful conversation. So he's a perfect example. In that situation,
sounds like what you're complaining about.
I'm almost done. Please
Sorry.
stop. So
Sorry.
in that example, right, if we have two options, one is to go back and forth with Ed Freeze for 3 hours as he's intentionally doing that the whole time and you'll never get to a productive conclusion, or option two is from the beginning, call out once he does it. Look, you're being disingenuous. You're running us through the mud. We're not going to have a productive conversation like this. Please be intellectually honest or just disengage. Obviously, the second option is way more productive. Either we waste our time for 3 hours with Ed Freeze or we call it out at the beginning and don't allow it.
The point stands. If you don't want to, it's interpersonal feedback. This is no longer a debate about the existence of God. It's just me giving you feedback about the effect it has on me personally, and I suspect on other people you do it with, and the effect it has on the conversation. If you're not receptive to that, that's fine. We can move on.
Okay, can you at least acknowledge that in a scenario where someone is just hypothetically is not like trying to directly respond to your point, and they're kind of like tactically subverting it or like weaseling out of it and moving around it, that obviously that engaging in that and just allowing it to fly is going to be much less productive than both parties just going straight at the point directly and being honest with each other. Like, don't you agree?
I mean, it's astounding you're asking me that question. My point is about the efficacy of conversations, and I'm saying what you're talking about is problematic and reduces the quality of conversations. And you're like, but isn't it better when somebody's reduced the quality of conversation to reduce it further? No, I don't.
See, dude,
no.
now
Even if you think somebody, even if you think somebody is being, because I don't think you're lying when you say it. I don't think you are like deliberately going, I'm going to call this person dishonest, even though I know they're not being. I think you honestly believe they're being dishonest. The point I'm trying to make to you is nobody hears that and goes, oh, you're right. I was, you got me. And then the conversation improves. That's the challenge.
There needs to be a new rule, right? When someone is, say Wit says something to you, right? And if you say something like, well, what you're saying really is, if you start off like that, you need to be muted if you're going to continue it and lie about what he just said, or add words to it, or add words to it, or take words away from what he said. If you're not going to say word for word, let me finish what I'm saying, bro. If you're not going to say word for word what he said, and you're trying to build a straw man, you need to be muted immediately, warned, and if you do it again, you just need to be kicked out of the room for 30 minutes to an hour or a day. Because I'm sick of it happening, because these little back and forths go on and on and on, and we don't actually get to a topic. And that's the whole objective that a lot of these people coming in, that's what they're trying to do, bro. They just love hearing themselves talk. They love these kind of conversations. It's ridiculous, man. Get on with it.
Right.
Get on with it.
I'm trying to get on with it. I'm trying to get on with it, but you're like stopping to go, hey, let's stop stopping the conversation in an unhelpful way. All I'm saying is like,
mute the guy right there. Just mute him. Please.
Just let me continue. Just let me continue.
No, I don't want to let you continue telling me what I said or what I was trying to say. No, I don't want to let you continue doing that. If someone wants to mute me, they can. I don't want to let you continue.
Bye, North. I'm not talking to you anymore. The conversation wasn't with you anyway.
About what he said. Don't tell me what I said.
Oh, then shut the fuck up. Stop telling me how you're going to shut up.
All right, everyone chill, man.
The point's this. Even if the person is being dishonest, I've never come across somebody who self-identifies that way. I've never come across somebody who goes, oh, you got me. Even if they are, even if I'm confident they are being dishonest, I've never heard somebody go, you're right.
Meet like the flat earth, bro.
That doesn't matter, though. Like,
have you heard him say that? Have you heard him say
your argument is that if someone's choosing to be dishonest but won't admit it, then we should just not call it out. So we should just let it happen
that's not my
for
argument.
hours and hours.
Hang on, North just had a proposal. North just had a proposal when somebody misrepresents the other person's view, they should be muted. Are you sticking by that, North? Because Wixit just misrepresented my view.
No, I
You
didn't. How'd I
should be
do that?
muted, bro. The guy who was just asking me that, you should have been muted when you tried to do it to me. You should already
How
be
did
muted. You shouldn't
how
be
did
able
I
to say what you're saying
misrepresent
right
you?
now, clown.
Unable to be consistent.
How did I misrepresent you, dude?
Fucking
What you're
stupid.
saying is that since some people, I've never seen someone truly think it or admit it, so calling it out is not productive. That's your whole argument. I didn't misrepresent anything. So what the conclusion of that is that then since no one's going to admit it, right, and no one truly thinks it, then calling it out is not productive, meaning you shouldn't
Yes.
call it out. Okay, so then
Yes.
if you don't call it out, what happens? Then it just keeps happening.
You're
So I didn't
nearly there,
misrepresent
man.
anything. I didn't miss.
You're
Okay,
nearly
so if
there.
it just keeps happening, you're now suggesting that it's more productive for the conversation to be someone just continually doing that because they won't admit it. So we might as well just sit in here for
Basically.
5 hours.
Well, I'm not saying do nothing. That's not what I said. That's misrepresenting what I said. I just mean calling them a liar or a degenerate might not be the solution. I think if you do want to know my solution, I'm happy to share it with you. The solution for me is make it clear to them in a way that's not insulting. So ask them questions or encourage them or challenge them on the logic of the thing they just said.
Okay,
Don't
so
call
I
them a
didn't
liar.
call anyone a liar or degenerate. And whenever someone is misrepresenting, I say it's dishonest or intellectually dishonest. So we can move on. Like, sure, I get what you're saying. In general, I can take like a piece of it, right? Meaning like being less combative will you get more flies with sugar or whatever, right? Like, yeah, okay, I get it. So, but the actual point here is not being addressed. When we're talking about supernatural things, okay, like it requires an immense amount of good faith. Like, it's not a conversation to have in a real contentious, like dogmatic setting. That's my point. It's like the conversation doesn't even have a place there. It doesn't belong there because the people that are just going to try to win an argument in that situation, they're automatically going to always be able to convince themselves they won because they can just say, well, where's the physical, empirical, and tangible experiment that proves it, right? And like flat earthers do this a lot as well. But it's a little more permissible because the globe is claiming things that should be testable. Okay, that's what I'm saying, dude. It's like this is the truth with all kinds of things. If you want to talk about like something supernatural or metaphysical or emotions or anything like that, dude, it requires both parties agree at the onset. Like this is a metaphysical conversation. Okay, so now we're going to have to make subjective determinations. We're going to have to reason logically with one another and come to something based simply on philosophical deduction and logic. There is no test. There is no experiment. So then if once that's laid out and it looks like one side's more logical than the other, if that person just reverts back to saying, can you prove it with an experiment, basically, then it's like, oh, well, that doesn't seem very genuine because that we both know at the beginning of this convo, due to the topic, that can't be done. Right.
So I think that point you're making is really valid. If we're making claims that are metaphysical, that essentially, like what you're saying, I think is reasonable. Which is my criticism of miracles are they are fanciful retellings or long odds, and it's unfalsifiable, right? Because if it's not long odds, then I'm just immediately going to call it the other thing, and it doesn't allow for a that's fine. That point is absolutely valid. All I'm saying is about the point of calling people dishonest or degenerate. But yes,
well,
I think generally
I conceded to you on that point, right? Like
you did. I'm being very rude. Yeah, generally I would agree. There's not the last time we had the conversation about God, or 2 times ago, I said exactly the thing Issa said before, which is basically I'm a flat earther when it comes to God, which is, I'm asking for that physical evidence, and as you're rightly pointing out, it's not going to be forthcoming because you're asking for physical evidence of a metaphysical thing.
Yeah, it's like if God really existed, you couldn't get what you wanted, which means what you do if you approach it that way is you nullify the possibility of discovering something that could really be there. If God truly existed, you're not going to be able to bottle him up physically, right? So like that's not a good standard of approach to determine whether or not he exists because it's basically solidifying your conclusion. That's kind of my whole point. It's like it's a form of cognitive dissonance. Maybe I'm not saying it to you personally. I don't know how else to describe it. Though, where you bottle up the convo in such a way that you can ensure your conclusion. Like flat earthers do this as well. Globers do this as well. But you can never get to the truth or discover you're wrong about something if you create the parameters of discussion in such a way that it ensures your conclusion be the only viable outcome. Right?
Yeah.
Like you can never learn something that way.
Yes, I fundamentally agree. I think it's as I'm a person who's a physicalist, I don't think the metaphysical exists. So yes, I will always reach for a physical explanation, a materialist explanation for something, even if it seems difficult or improbable.
Right, which is why I would never come to a debate setting and be like, I got proof of God. I opened the Bible up one time. I've never done that. I would never do that. That would be ignorant. Okay, it's like just one of those good faith things. Honestly, my only intention with bringing that up, because I'm being like completely honest about it, and if anyone's honest, in my opinion, at the least they would say it is a crazy coincidence, right? You'd be like, well, if you look at the odds, because the dismissal of just like, oh, well, you can open up the book and it says something similar to that all over the place, and you could think you could read into it or whatever. I get that argument, but it's kind of like a vague dismissal, right, of everything that falls under that category when there are nuances. This one is very crazy. I'm like an analytical person, so this has happened to me a couple times. And when first I wasn't even really a believer in the scriptures at all, and so I literally went out of my way to try to prove to myself it was just a coincidence. Okay, but my only intention with bringing it up, because it's purely anecdotal. How could I prove God for you by telling you some anecdotal story of me in the woods? Right? It's only in an attempt to like motivate someone else to be like, wow, dude, if that's even possibly true, like let me go test it myself. Like let me go see if that's true myself, because even the slight possibility that this dude said a prayer and there was some type of spiritual intervention that answered his prayer is insane. So like I'm only trying to inspire someone else to go try it. Like, that's it.
If it's all physical, man, what's the mind? Is the mind physical? I bring it up all the time, bro. I mean, you can't touch it, right? You can't show it to me, right?
I think the mind is I guess the way to put it metaphorically is the mind is like the wind, where the wind is like, you go, what is the wind? You're like, well, it's molecules of air. You're like, no, we've already got a name for that. It's air. You're like, oh yeah, but when it's moving quickly, like moving quickly compared to what? Well, compared to me. What if you're moving quickly? No, I'd still call that wind. I think the mind is what the brain does, or the neural matter of the body does.
It interacts, but so we wouldn't say the mind is the brain, right? We wouldn't say we can take the brain out and then we can dissect it and cut it apart till we find the mind. We can't do that, can we?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So being that you can't see the mind, you can't touch it, you can't show it to me. Is it physical?
No, I don't think the mind's physical.
Okay, so right here we got something that's not physical, but you believe in it, right? You believe the mind exists. You're having your thoughts right now and you're conveying them to me, right?
Mm-hmm. I think
through the physical. So
Yeah, I think
without the unseen, could the seen thing even move or speak?
I'm not following your logic there. Like the
So you're
mind for
saying
me,
that the mind is what the brain does, right?
yeah,
Is that what you said?
perfect, nicely done. Yep.
Okay. So would the brain have any activity whatsoever if it wasn't for the mind?
To me, it would go the other way around. The mind wouldn't have any activity if there wasn't a brain.
Well, we can take out the brain, right? And we can look at the brain, right? But you can't take out the mind and look at the mind. So you're not running tests on the mind, are you? So the question is, and it may seem like a ignorant question, but a lot of people like to ask which comes first, the chicken or the egg. Well, which comes first, the mind or the brain? And what comes first, intellect or order? I mean, you could go back and forth on these things all day long, but we've already established that you believe in what's physical, but you didn't include, you didn't consider the mind being non-physical until I guess you were just asked. So now you
No.
do believe in something that is not physical, right?
No, physicalist doesn't only think that physical things exist. Like magnetism is not physical; it is a property that
I
emerges
didn't say
from.
anything about magnetism, bro. I'm
Oh,
asked you if you only
is-
believed in the physical things of this world, and you said yes.
No,
So,
I didn't. I said physicalist,
so you
which I'm
believe in
trying
the
to clarify.
spiritual.
I'm trying to clarify for you what it means, but you need to let me finish. I think that things that are not physical still exist, particularly because we give names for things like guilt. Guilt isn't physical, but do physical processes give rise to a feeling that we label as guilt? Yes, that's the way I think about it. So it's like the analogy I've come up with in my head only now, so it's probably going to be shit and fall down, but let's stick with it until it does, is I think tennis exists. But tennis isn't a physical thing. It's what tennis players on a court with rackets and a ball do. So
Yeah,
can
but
I dissect?
yeah, but
Tennis, no, but can I
again,
dissect it?
yeah, I get what you're saying, bro. You don't have to keep going. So, I mean, I would just go back to what you just said about the wind, right? The wind is something that's unseen, but you're arguing against yourself, man. You're making points to argue against what you just said about the wind and what you just said about believing things that are physical. I'm not talking about, bro, you do this all the time, don't you? So I just want to stick on not talking about any sports activities or any activities that you do at all whatsoever, or activities that other people do or animals do, or that creation does at all, right? I'm not speaking about any of those things. Do
I
you
can't have
believe only in the physical things you can touch,
no.
see, smell, or do you believe in unseen things interacting with the seen things? Do you believe that that happens? And if so, which started happening first?
So I need to be able to talk about things that do things, verbs, because
No,
nouns.
that's not the topic. That's not my question. That is
Oh,
not my question. You don't need to talk about things that are not my question.
right.
Because I'm trying to get a question answered,
Sure.
but I don't think I'm going to get it answered because I think you're just going to continue to change the subject and change
You
the
sound like a dick
change the
though
whole
while
conversation,
you're
man.
doing it.
You're just an asshole, man. That's
Just let
your
you
problem.
know.
I think that nouns do verbs, and what I
I
think
couldn't
is
hear
that
the other guy, man. I would rather hear the other guy. Could you stop talking for a minute? What the other guy say?
he's telling you sound like an asshole.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I was just saying, like you're trying to get the answer to a question, but you're going about it like just
Well, what do you want me to do,
obnoxiously.
man? I've
That's
been in
all
here
I'm
for like 10
saying.
minutes trying to get the same answer, and I'm not getting it right.
I've been here for hours.
I mean,
I just take it on the general attitude of the room.
Sorry,
I got you, brother.
stuff you want to do, man.
I'm just trying to get an answer, man. I mean, obviously, I don't think I'm going to get one, so I'm just going to stop the conversation, right?
You
But
are
I mean,
getting an answer.
You're good, brother. You're good.
if you think I'm acting like an asshole, man, I think you're one of those self-righteous people that comes in and just laughs about everything and thinks you know everything. I think you're just self-righteous yourself.
Cool. Yeah. What a self-righteous thing
no
to
doubt.
say.
Yeah, no doubt.
Dude, I have an ego. No, dude, I'm a self-righteous asshole all fucking day. It's all good.
I get it, man. I hear you every day. Yeah, I get it.
Anyway, I think that.
But I'm saying, yeah.
Speaking about
most
ego,
self-righteous,
what the ego and what
biggest
is this
asshole
voice that you
person
hear
in the world.
what's that?
Lion of Yah.
What is causing that voice, that inner voice?
So
No
I
idea, man.
know it when I see it, you know? So I know it when
Can I ask Eggshells a question? Yeah,
Sure.
can I ask Eggshells a question? You
That guy
so you
has
don't
some
think
problem with his
anything
ass, man.
you don't think anything immaterial exists?
No, that's what North thinks I said, but despite me correcting him twice, now that misconception is spreading. No. As a physicalist, I think that physical things give rise to other things, but that's why I'm using the example of verbs like tennis. To play tennis is a verb, but physical things give rise to that, like players and balls and courts.
Okay, so
Absolutely.
hold on, okay.
Verbs exist, and I think that the mind is the verb of what the noun, the brain, does.
Okay, so you don't think anything of a noun, like a noun can't be immaterial. A noun has to be physical.
No, that's not it either.
Okay, so you're saying, so you do think something immaterial exists, but it's the material that gives rise to it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying, so then that answers North's question. So you think the material gives rise to the immaterial?
Yeah.
Okay, now you think how that could be potentially problematic. I'll have to think about it. But if you really think about it, that's that because there is things that we are immaterial, like the color orange, right? It's not a material thing. And if I say how much does orange weigh, you can't give me a weight to it. If I say how much does the number 2 weigh, you can't give me a number to it, right? Because that's, and another thing is that means information is immaterial, right?
I don't understand these arguments because it sounds like going, if I ask a dumb question, you can't answer. It's like, yeah, because it's a dumb question. What would that prove? I'm so lost.
Well, that
with
means
that.
At least in some. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't think numbers weigh things. Like, were you under the impression that I thought numbers had weight?
No. I'm just saying I'm trying to get to help North get his question answered. You know, mine and his worldview would say the immaterial gives rise to the material, but you're the bottom up, which means you mean the material gives rise to the immaterial.
Oh, so
that's
I
what
can
you
give
have
you
to
examples. Can you give me examples of your one?
Am I one?
Yeah, so I can give examples that we would both agree that don't require any special sort of a particular worldview to go, air molecules exist, but when they move in differential to something else, we call that wind. So it is actually the differential of air molecules that causes wind. Or tennis is a thing that we have a label for, but it's a thing that tennis players and rackets and courts do. All of those, you're like, yep, yeah, immediately get it, right? Unless I'm explaining myself poorly. Do you have any other examples? Because the one in contention is God, the immaterial thing giving rise to the physical. Do you have any examples of any immaterial things giving rise to material physical things that we would both
and
agree?
it happens all the time. Yes, it happens all the time.
Awesome.
You do it all the time. You don't even realize it. You can have a thought of a girl, and your body will have a physiological response. The thought is immaterial, right? You can't weigh that thought. It doesn't have any substance that you can do with it, but it can have a physical interaction in the world. I can have a desire to defend. Desire doesn't weigh anything, right? But it will cause me to interact in the world by defending my family, defending my neighbor, to do something that may do something else. So immaterial things can have influence and give rise to things in the physical.
Right, but to me, that thought to defend my family or the arousal of seeing or thinking about a sexy lady happened in a physical place. That if I destroy that, so if I set fire to your brain, no, that's wildly violent. If I just deleted your brain or blood choked you out, right? Suddenly, bang, that thought about that sexy lady would cease. And you'd wake up confused.
That's your assumption. That's your assumption. You still may have the thought, but you have no means to which to carry it out. It's like the information to run a program or to run an operating system or a robot could be on a hard drive. All the information is there, but it has no means to carry it out.
No, I don't think that's the case. I don't know if you've been choked out or air choked or blood choked out, but like to me, my experience was just deleted time. Just suddenly I was like, oh, what's going on around me? Like I was sort of waking up for the first time with all of my memories already. So what I'm saying is your example of the immaterial giving rise to a physical phenomenon, I'm saying you're pointing at something that's already physical, which is something that is emerging from a brain. The challenge for you that I'm trying to lay at your feet to answer is, can you give me an example that I cannot locate back to something physical except for God?
Okay. For one, okay, if a thought is material, but you said it's immaterial, right? A thought is immaterial.
The thought's immaterial, coming from a material place, which is called a brain.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is I had the arousal and then I thought of the girl. Not the
No,
thought of
that's
the
not.
girl created the arousal. So which is it?
Let's return back to the neat trick of figuring out what it is that people say, and that's just listening to what they say. I'm not saying what came first. I'm just saying where it came from was a physical place that was in your brain. And my reasoning, the logic I gave for why it came from there, is because if you interfere with the brain in the middle of that process, it no longer happens and it doesn't give rise to that phenomena anymore. So what you need to be able to point at is another non-physical thing giving rise to a physical thing. Right? And it's a problem for the whole first cause thing, because the whole first cause thing, the prime mover argument for God, disagrees with this argument. If you're an argument from first cause that every effect must have a cause, and we cannot have an infinite regress of causes, therefore there must be a first uncaused cause. What you are saying is this happens. It must happen. So then if we use Bayesian logic, which Tim introduced me to, what I'd heard of before, but I've never applied it to this discussion before, is you're saying this thing must happen. But the only example I can give from it happening, from something physical rising out of something that is non-physical at its start, is the one thing that's in question. That makes it very improbable that that's the correct answer.
Well, hold on. Let me just interrupt you real quick. So like the idea that Elohim or the creator is not material, that's a presupposition on your part, because yes, he might not be accessible to us, but it doesn't make him completely immaterial. He is made of a substance. That substance is metaphysical. Now it's a different substance that what exists in our existence right now. So just because he created us, right, separate of this material world, of this time frame, doesn't mean that he's not himself immaterial, right? With that being hold on. With that being said, we are made in his image and his likeness, and like a fractal pattern, we have the ability to also create and manifest things into existence from just a thought. Our thoughts are immaterial, literally. They have no substance. But from that thought, everything in existence exists, like light bulbs and computers and telephones. At one point, it was just the thought of a man, right, to create a light bulb, and then it was brought forth and manifested into existence, into the material world from the immaterial mind.
But it comes.
Well, and even
my main point, it comes from a brain.
well, the thing is that what is a brain? Well, hold on a second. What is a brain?
It's squishy grey matter. I ate one last night. I ate a lamb's brain last night. No, night before for dinner.
Okay, but see, that's the argument that y'all's making, and even I would somewhat make, is that you're. I mean, so no matter what, you're saying the brain is always the cause of whatever thought you have.
Saying the mind does not exist without the brain, which he's just making guesswork of that because he has no
I know he
idea.
doesn't.
He has no
I
idea
hear
that
it.
that's a
And he's
fact. He's
married. And he's also
presupposing
married
that.
to. Well, he's also married completely and wholeheartedly to materialism, which means nothing but the material exists. So the thing though is, again, if and that's why I go back to the beginning argument. If the universe came to existence, which means all space, matter, and time, that's all material things, right? So something that brings into existence cannot be of the same substance, which means go back to what y'all said, it's of a different substance. So it's not space, matter, and time. So if there's something that is not made of space, matter, and time, this thing that we would term as immaterial would bring the world into existence. So now, if that's the case, if something immaterial, not made of space, matter, and time, can cause the universe, why can't a immaterial thing within me cause me to have a thought? That can logically follow. But see, in your argument, no thought can occur unless there's a neurochemical process that has caused it. So something like I didn't have a sexual arousal, but somehow the way the chemicals fired in my brain, I had an immaterial thought that went up into the immaterial, created this thought, and then went back down into the material and caused me to have an arousal. That's the logic you have to. That's what you have to infer.
No, again, you do this. You do this. Have this problem of not being able to do an internal critique. If I would give you any guidance on how to have these conversations in future, it would be to practice this skill of having an internal critique rather than an external one. If you already practice that non-physical things can give rise to physical things, then it's logical that you presume that continues to happen. That's fine. All I'm saying is, unless you can point to me another example of this happening that we can agree on, that's that thing happening.
Breath gives life. You take the breath, the life is no longer. So breath gives life, right? Can you see it? The wind the ruach blowing into the nostrils, right? So when the spirit's blown into the nostrils, if that stops, what happens?
I mean, maybe you take a breath.
When do you take your first breath? When do you do that? Is it as you're being formed?
It's a good question.
Or before you're being formed, right? So think about that.
Before you go off on that road, I want to go back. I said I analyzed your what your statement says, and I took what you said and I was analyzing it, and I was saying this is the outcome. Okay, so you said already earlier in the conversation that the immaterial gives rise to the material gives rise to the immaterial. Am I correct in that statement?
Yeah, nicely done. Thank you for that. That was good.
Okay, now, but I said an immaterial thought can give rise to material things. Okay, now, if I apply your principle to this, an immaterial thought given arousal in the body, you would have to say, in your argument, some chemical process occurred in my brain, okay, that created an immaterial thought. So it went out from the material into the immaterial, created this thought, and then went back. Then this thought went back into to cause me to get aroused. That's the logic of your premise.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Tell me I'm wrong. It's not.
Yes, you're wrong. Yeah. I'm sorry if you might start breaking up because you're breaking up on my end. I think it's me. But basically, I think those things start in the brain or throughout the body, and they come from the physical, are represented in the non-physical, and then they come back to the physical in terms of arousal. And an example evidence I have for this case that I'm making is that this might be an overshare, but I'd always been curious about testosterone. And so when I was in Thailand and it's available over the counter, I was like, give me a bit of that. And so I've been taking a bit of testosterone lately. Now, physical change, i.e. putting a molecule into my body, has caused exactly what you're talking about, an increase in the amount of minutes in my day I spend thinking about sexy ladies, and that causing a physical response. So what that gives for me is evidence of the case that a molecule, a physical thing, going into my body gives rise to this non-physical thing, which is thoughts about ladies, that goes back into the physical in terms of incredibly turgid erections. Some of the best erections in my life. Now I'm definitely oversharing, but God, they're good erections.
That's okay, because honestly, you just said the exact same thing I said. Instead of the brain, you use testosterone. So you're saying, to me, let's say somebody doesn't use testosterone, which does happen, okay, and they can have a thought or sit down and not have any thought of anybody, conjure a thought into their mind about a wall, and they can have the same kind of arousal. Same thing with the mother. And first time I learned about this was in anatomy class, and they said a woman just thinking about their child, child not in the room, no stimuli, no hormones, nothing. Just their thinking about their child will cause them to lactate. Now, in your argument, that means you got a kind of a feedback, which means you started it by injecting testosterone. And I'm also not saying that the body cannot affect the mind. I'm not saying that, first of all.
We're going to need another
I'm just making the argument.
Like wash all those other overshares out.
Well, I don't think anything we've said necessarily is necessarily too bad, but if we were getting into other things, I think it'd be really bad. Anyway, so my point is, even in that scenario,
there's nothing in a woman other than her thought process that generated something physically occurring in her body. So that would debunk what you just used.
Right, but the point I keep making is you are giving examples of this happening to a woman in her. What would defeat my case is going, it still kept happening after all the neural activity stopped, i.e. she was dead. Right, and then I go, okay, now you've shown my case is wrong. But saying this thing that starts in the physical, i.e. a woman and her brain and her what do you call endocrine system, gave rise to something non-physical, which is a thought of her child, which went back into the physical. That's still the point I'm making as a physicalist. I think that's where it starts.
So even her, before she lactated, no, his argument is but what he's saying is before she lactated, there was a chemical occurred inside of her body that generated her thought of her child, and then she started to lactate thereafter. Now, see, here's another counter positive. Let's think of the negative. Have you ever been with somebody or doing something with somebody, and then a thought hit your mind like you're not supposed to be doing something, or you're not supposed to be doing whatever it may be, and all of a sudden that very thing that you're in the middle of shuts down immediately. So it's like it almost like it shuts it down.
Came up to the land of the living, out of your spider world. Want to go out?
What?
Go out?
That was sick. That's the sickest hot mic ever. You talking to a pet tarantula?
That was awesome.
Oh, sorry. I was talking to my cat. I forgot I was on. But turgid erections and lactating nipples. This is really getting good.
Well, I'm just saying. But the thing is, and you counter. Well, let's go back into this though. But if you can also turn it off to a thought, that means it's the thought in control. Then you would have to say something physiological created the thought to shut it down, and then all the functions in the body cease. That's what you'd also have to say, right?
Yeah, I think when all of the processes of the body cease, when there's no more hormones and electrical impulses running around, it's very similar to when you're choked out or knocked out, in that it's just sort of blackness. It's missing time. It doesn't exist to you as an individual. You kind of exist, thoughts and feelings and the other things that you've been to other people, but yeah.
Okay, so you're saying as long as now, what about this issue? Now let's analyze that. What about when people they're unconscious, and I'll just go straight into NDEs. I'll just jump straight into that, which means they are unconscious. They're not aware of the world around them, right? In your sense, they would have no cognitive ability because all their cognitive function is shut down. So, but they seem to have awareness of things that are not just inside the room, but things outside the room.
Yeah, they're good. Particularly the ones where they're like, I saw this thing and it was on a bench over there, and then they go and see it on a bench over there. For those, it goes back to what Issa was saying. I would need personal experience because I don't know how much they end up being fanciful retellings or, versus reality.
But like I've
go ahead, Paul. I was just saying there's no good faith evidence because I've heard stories. I've known people personally that have encountered things like this. So if those things are not, if they're just fanciful stories that they're making up in their minds, then again, it goes back to what I would say, or what I would have said earlier if I would have been when I could speak. And no matter what level of evidence you are given, it's not going to be valid because you've already got a presupposition against anything immaterial already. So anything that would give rise to the immaterial, something that's outside the physical, you would automatically dismiss it.
Unless, all it needs to do is present itself in a way that can't be dismissed like that, which is hard, right? Which is indeed hard, but that's, as much as it's evidence for your case, it's evidence for mine. That we're saying, no, these miraculous things happen, but they just never happen when you can test them because I want to do this scientifically, right?
saying, look, they might exist. I just want them to be able to do them on command. And then
Okay,
go,
so
okay,
I would
hold
love
on,
to
hold on.
see
Let me
some
ask
of
him a
you
question real
guys.
quick. Real quick. I'm sorry, real quick, please. So how can you hear without ears and see without eyes? What is causing that? And then that audible voice that you can hear yourself, you're conscious. If you ever try like yelling, right, in a room that's very quiet, and you yell with your conscious, you just yell. Try that, and then tell me, can that audibly be picked up? Is there any tool that can pick that yelling up of your inner conscious yelling? Right, just practice it, and then what is causing that biochemically, that because you reduce everything to chemicals. So what is causing that conscious yelling? And then can you see it in a computer screen when you yell? Right, what is causing that?
What do you mean? What's I guess I'm not 100% on what you're asking. It sounds like what you're talking about is a sort of belief that when I have this feeling that I'm yelling psychically, can people hear me? And is that
I've
really
done that.
happening?
I've done that. So how wild is this, man? I'll give you an example. I'll be real quick, right? So I have a cousin, and he lives about 31 miles from my house. Now, I'm at home one night. I'm dreaming. I'm in a gunfight. I run out of ammo, and I'm screaming his name in my dream, and I'm screaming his name because I'm out of ammo and I need his help. So the next morning, I get up and I'm like, man, that was wild. I just woke up out of this dream, and I was in it for a couple of hours. It seemed like. So I drove 31 miles to my cousin's house, and his friend's sitting on the stoop, and his friend smoking a cigarette, and he looks at me. He says, "Bro, your cousin is crazy." And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Man, he jumps up in the middle of the night, jumping up on his bed, looking around, asking where you are. He can hear you, and he's coming." So, yeah, is that possible? Yeah,
Sure.
and there's many other examples. That's no coincidence whatsoever. But yeah, those things are possible, man.
Another one like that, actually. If we're into personal oversharing, my grandma lived on a beach in Australia called Bungan Beach, and mum then bought it off Grand's, and we were down there one weekend. And I was 5, my sister would have been 7, and my youngest brother would have been like 9 months old. And Mum sat up in the middle of the night and she went, "Something's wrong with Freddie." And she went downstairs and Freddie was dead. But she knew before she got downstairs that he'd died of cot death. Dad tells the same story, that she just sat bolt upright and she went, "Something's wrong with Freddie." And yeah, went down
Well, it's
and he
like
died.
like a mother's got an excuse, so it's like part of her cells.
Yeah,
Brothers
there could be
do
could
the
be
same thing.
explanations for these things that we don't understand yet. I'm not like people I think mistake the idea of physicalism to go, or therefore you think you know everything. It's like, no, that's not what physicalism is. It's just going, I think the root cause might be physical, which is, yeah, it could be part of ourselves.
There's like I have this neighbor, she's like 90 or something like that, but she describes this woman that she knows of. She's so neurotic, she's worried about her children all the time. She's got nerve endings outside of her own body that are agitated. You know what I mean? But like, does that happen? I don't know. Like as a man, I don't think we would experience it, but maybe like women might. Maybe that's why they're so weird.
Well, here, I actually, you just
Sorry,
brought
I
up
stopped.
something. It's okay.
Cool.
You just brought up something that
No, no
is
offense,
kind of,
Blaze. You're not weird.
that to me says something that a lot of these stories, the coincidence of it, right? I've heard somebody, I've got a story I've told on here before, and I'm not going to overshare if it's becoming too much, but where it would seem to be beyond something physical can explain it. Now, even, when we, the old adage that comes from the scientific, it says, unknown technology could be magic, basically, right? So you don't know how something's done, so it's technically magic if you don't understand it. Now, here's the thing. Okay, now here's the thing. if God is the creator of this world, right? He designed it, made it, sustains it. He could work within the physical world in such a way that he can, in a sense, using the very physical laws itself to accomplish whatever he chooses. Like even from the Bible, like the parting of the Red Sea, you know, in the old movies, they show Moses just hold up the staff and the water parted,
I
right?
saw a recent movie. Seemed
Hold
plausible.
on a second.
Sure. Cross
Hold
the
on a
Red
second.
Sea.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Hold on a second. But if you read the story, it actually says a wind came from I think it was the east wind, blew for like 7 days. So in a sense, it's the wind that parted the sea. It says they passed on dry ground. Now here's the catch. Here's the rub. How did Moses know where to go and what location at what time for the wind to blow?
He's going to blame it on God.
What? How did you tell me? How would Moses know in the Middle East 2,000, 4,000 years ago,
Yeah.
know what location to be at
That's
what time
after
of
all
day
the
to be
signs
at?
and stuff. That's after the locusts and the frogs. That's after he called all that shit, right? Then he's like,
Exactly. And all that was natural
let
too.
me show you this.
Frogs were natural. Locusts were natural.
Around that area, Matt.
So my point in this is the part of the supernatural act. Part of the supernatural act could be the knowledge of knowing when and how and at the command.
Could be.
So I mean, like even Jesus calming the storm in the New Testament.
Was it?
When did he know when the storm was going to calm?
Jeremy, you're roboting, bro.
Wandering
Just
around
put him in
that region for years and years, though, before that.
He's back.
I didn't catch anything, Jeremy. You're roboting very badly.
Right, but wasn't he already wandering around that region for years and years before that happened, though?
No, he wasn't. They wandered after the fact. They wandered after the fact.
Anyway, like if the wind blew a certain way, I mean, I live in South Carolina. I don't know which way the wind's gonna blow. But this is obviously. Let's just cut to the chase. They're gonna say, okay, "Do you actually know this story happened? You're just using the book to prove the book."
Well, I'm just giving that as an example, obviously. But I mean, all these things could be natural, maybe explained naturally, but it's the timing. You know, what I mean, the timing of it. Like I'll give you my example. I wasn't going to share too much, but I'll share my story that I've shared on here before. I didn't care to.
Well, you hope that it was supernatural. That's some evil shit to be happening, right?
Hope
to pin it off on somebody else because somebody.
This is just. I can already answer whatever you're about to say, Paul. It's just anecdotal. It's just a coincidence. So, with 6 billion people, the odds are it'll eventually happen.
Oh, that's right. The hand. Is this what that is?
No. This is Witsit, and I'm just telling you what
No.
is going to be.
The other person. Not you. I know who you are. I'm talking about the other person, not you. I know who you are. Well, see, that's the thing. So no matter what they give as evidence, they're not going to accept it. So they're not going to want. Yeah.
I'm saying you have to kind of at some point in time there is some wisdom involved. Like that's why I wasn't trying to be ugly when I'm saying it's just one of those things, right? Like you have to be at least to the point where you're like able to entertain the possibility that it's not just materialistic, and then ask yourself, well, what would that look like, and then try and figure it out. If it's just like for sure, it's not possible, and you can always resort to saying that it's just odds, and there's no cap on the odds. There's no way you're going to ever say something convincing to somebody. Like what's the cap on the probability, right? Well, nothing, because technically you have 6 billion people and you have this many days. Anything can happen at least once. Like can anyone here articulate what would surpass the amount of materialistic odds that would make you consider it was supernatural? No, they won't give you that number probably, because it's just easier to just say probability without any specificity.
No, it's simple. Just something you could explain with odds.
Well, here's another thing. Like, I mean, like I was in here talking about like a detective a while back, and I was saying like you see a dead body in the room, right? And you say, well, that body's dead, and the detective comes in. It died. No, that person just died of natural causes. Okay. Now Chase actually jumped up. Even if it was a murder, Chase would argue, oh, that was still natural causes. He actually said that. And I thought that's really interesting because, like, what would be the case of an intelligent agent killing somebody? Because people have to, you're deaf, and we all have to obey natural law in the world. That's how we function. So even when you're deaf, some natural function has to be interrupted. That can either happen with no intelligence involved, or it can happen with intelligence involved. Now the question is, what of the two is the most reasonable explanation, right?
Human intelligence and our actions, me killing someone, is still part of the natural world, Paul. I'm not supernatural, I'm not metaphysical, therefore me murdering someone is still the natural world. I exist within it. That's the context I was using the
I know
word
what
in,
you're
so
saying. I know what
let's
you're saying.
not misrepresent it, please.
Okay, so when
I wonder if
you
there's
walk
any
into
odds
the
that
room, well, okay. Now, when we say natural causes in a murder scene, what are we saying? Okay, so what are we saying?
Yeah, I get the medical context where someone just dies of like old age, or they have a heart attack or stroke or something, and the medical doctor will label that as a natural cause of death rather than a homicide. I understand those distinctions, but the context in which I was using the word natural in that case is just that not supernatural and not metaphysical cause of death.
And so, yeah, the thing that we kind of say supernatural and metaphysical, and we kind of put this in esoteric up there somewhere, but I would say an agent more specifically. So, like, an agent is a murderer. They murdered intentionally, right? And so, if Moses knows where to go at the right time to do a certain thing at the specific time, there seems to be intention in there. Okay. Or like I've told my story on here, like, how did my wife know at that specific time that my father was going to die through a dream she had? You can say, oh, that's all natural, but there seems to be the timing of it seems to be intentional, which means there was something beyond that, something purely a naturalistic cause could or account for. That would be the argument I would make.
So
Not necessarily
there's
supernatural.
there's also an even nastier get out, if I want to sort of make your case easier, is there's a nastier get out as well for the physicalist naturalists, which is it is entirely possible that natural processes do give rise to such weird emergent stuff that it looks supernatural. Supernatural means it is beyond nature. It is not of the natural world. It doesn't mean, therefore, we can explain it readily in front of you on demand. And some of the challenge is there might be things like that, like as it sounded like. I'm not sure if it was Chucky or JA. They sometimes sound the same. I think it was Chucky. It could be something in humans that know that another human is in peril. How would it happen? I don't know. Could it be molecules? Could they smell something? Could there be some sort of electrical impulse, like a radio transmitter? I don't know. I don't think that's the case, but is it possible in a physicalist world? Yes, absolutely.
Well, and I will say this along those same lines. I've actually there were several, when my father died, when my aunt died, actually a couple of my aunts died, the day of or around the same time, and I had no knowledge or awareness of their death whatsoever, but I had a deep, foreboding depression that would set over me for no explanation, and I could not shake it. And I've had depression before, and I've been able to shake it, but usually those scenarios I could not shake. So now you're argue that there's some physiological, metaphysical, or not metaphysical, but some field that we're picking up on when somebody dies. That's what you would have to argue, the materialist, right?
It's not what I would have to argue. It's just that I'm contending that it's a possibility.
It could be a possibility.
Well, I'd like to bring up too a mother's intuition. It's like I don't know how many times I've just all of a sudden be like, oh, I need to go check on the children, and it's like, they're up to no good or something, or there was like a potential danger, and I have no idea how to explain that.
Yeah. But the challenge is that the things that are presented as God, I'm trying to want to say this in a delicate way without sounding like an asshole, but I'm not very good at that, is do we end up just pointing at things we can't understand, and are they argument? Does it end up, or does all of it end up being an argument from ignorance?
Well, I mean, do women have a higher preference of like just knowing shit sometimes?
It seems that way. It does seem that way to me, but it also seems like they think they do, and that makes their knowing shit sense sometimes worse.
They've learned this technique over time, or it's evolved, an evolved trait to
be an evolved, right? Sure.
Shit's gonna, and then they trick us into dying first.
Well, I would think the evidence that theist or atheist or anybody would be looking for is agency. What's the evidence of agency?
What's the evidence of age? What do you mean? What's the evidence of agency? I'm not understanding that.
Okay, like a murder. Let's back to the murder thing. It's a murder has intention. Like it was premeditated. They knew they were going to do it, or they did it out of rage. There was intention involved in the murder, right? And so, what would be the evidence if you were looking in the world around you that there was intention in the world around you, or the events that are occurring? So, if God is immaterial, but he has, and I think he has revealed himself, there would be evidence of his intention in the world. So what would that intention, that evidence for intention look like?
The problem with that as an argument, if I'm trying to be charitable about it, which I am, is the evidence I would ask for would be counterfactual, and what I would say is likely on the other side is the same. By counterfactual, I mean you would point at something that is not the case and go, but this would be the case. If you were right, the world would be different. Because one that Tim sent to me that I thought was really clever was, what would the world look like if it really was designed for humans? And it would be that you can live in more places, that food is more bountiful, that there aren't places on the earth that are so cold that you'd freeze to death. That could I, essentially the question would be, could I design or devise a world that was better suited to life than the one we're in? And immediately we could go, yeah, absolutely.
You got much more things to consider, my friend. You got so many variables to consider when speaking of such things. I wouldn't get all your information from Tim. You seem to be quoting him a lot lately, and he quotes other men. I'd be careful with that guy, man.
And also, I really don't know what to do with that. To me, it's not super useful. He shared with me something that I thought was very interesting, and it answered the question that was asked, which is essentially what would the world look like if it was designed? And I would say, yeah, it's a great question. How would I design the world if I was a designer? And that's my answer. It'd look designed. It'd look like people doing
what
stuff.
Kind of people you're designing it for, and what's your purpose? Depends on a lot of things. Depends on what they're going to do with their life, what kind of people they're going to be, the things you want to have. I mean, so many variables to consider. Again, like I said, man, quoting Tim a lot. Maybe Tim could speak for himself.
Well, let's analyze. I want to analyze that just from even human invention. Okay, I want to design a car for Formula One racing. Okay, I want to design a car for that. So what would I do? Well, we'd probably low to the ground, low weights, probably big tires for gripping of the road. I want speed, so I need a probably good powerful motor. I want aerodynamic because I'm racing. But gosh darn it, I can't drive it in the jungle. That must be imperfectly designed.
Well,
That car is imperfectly designed. I know.
Individual.
But it's limited to where it can live. It's limited to where it can operate. It's limited. It should be able to limit. If it's a perfectly designed car, it should be able to operate in any environment.
Sure. As a limited individual, you would be limited in how you could design the car by the laws of physics. If you wrote the laws of physics,
could you make a car that's both good at Formula One and make any trade-offs for riding through the jungle? I think so.
Well, see, the thing is, though, the laws of physics that you designed, that you set up, and the laws of chemistry might limit the things that you could design because of the laws of physics, the laws of nature, the chemical laws that are in place might limit what is capable of. Not that what you're capable of doing, but what is capable to be done within the creation itself.
Right.
I'll be right back.
Hey, I
Like
been
it's
listening a while, been enjoying. I believe that the world was designed perfect and that it experienced a fracturing and that we're living in a fallen state and that everything that we enjoy as human beings possibly we're infinitely better. The taste of a good steak if you eat meat, or making love to your wife was better. Sunsets were beautiful. This whole conversation to me is really interesting to think about free will, because Eggshells, it's beautiful. He has the complete free will to choose his life path and what he holds in his mind to be true. And I think it's funny, believers in a creator or believers in the God of the Bible are pleading with him to think about it a different way, because I think that we believe that one day we'll
yeah,
be
that's
held
neat. But
accountable.
I want to talk about that Moses thing real quick.
I was almost
So
done.
Moses just left.
Yeah, Moses.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
That was really rude.
My bad. It's probably me, I think I'm roboting, so my bad. Go ahead.
You could have been delayed or lagged. You probably didn't even
Yeah,
speak.
I mean, I'm not trying to preach. I'm not trying to preach at anybody. I'm trying to say free will is awesome and it is amazing, and I believe that the followers of the Messiah in the room think that it's more beneficial to live for something outside of themselves and to honor and glorify the creator of this place. And for someone that wants, themselves to be God, or basically if you think of their body as like their container, holding their mind, holding their spirit, their will, their emotions, if they're self-glorifying and it feels good to them, that's totally an option. That's a choice that can be made. And I'm just enjoying hearing everyone talking and pleading. And I just was going to say thanks for sharing your thoughts.
Right. Yeah, Jeremy, on the Moses thing, it's almost like all those things that come to pass there. It's almost like you could do them. Like if you could raise a bunch of locust babies, or you could like make a bunch of tidal pools or something like that. Like some of these things are approachable. You know what I'm saying?
No, just as far as the story of Moses, like I thought the story was he left Egypt, went and lived with some people for a little while, and then came back to get his people.
Yeah, that's right. He went to live
So
with
I'm
his
saying,
family.
like, he knew about he was like in the region where they split the Red Sea or whatever it was, the sea splitting event.
Yeah.
He was like familiar with that area before he brought his people there, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Just a
I mean,
couple of weeks back.
It's right
Well, in
there.
the Christian
next to
Bale
Egypt.
telling of it, he gets lost at the end, and he doesn't really know where he is. So he just has to have faith he's at the right place, and then it just parts.
I like
That's
snacks.
Christian. That's what Christian.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, wasn't he familiar with that area though before he just brought his people there, or was that the first time he's ever been there?
In the movie, it was the first time he's ever been there. It probably is exactly accurate. So
I like snacks.
that's as much as I really know about it. But I watched that movie like pretty closely, and it's but the pestilence and all that stuff, like you could do that, if you were like trying to resist like being held, right? You just make it really uncomfortable because you would know how the land works because you work it. That's what I'm saying. But you wouldn't want to take credit for it at all. That's another thing. Mm-mm. That makes sense to nobody here. I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't following it. I've got to be honest. I like the
I'm
first
just
one.
saying, like, all the bad things that happened to the Egyptians, that eventually they're like, yo, you guys just get out of here. We don't even want you. That for the Exodus?
Well, Exodus is an interesting one because I was just in Israel, and then I was like, oh, I'm interested in reading Bible stories and stuff. And Exodus, you know, most archaeologists, most biblical scholars, and all of that kind of stuff no longer consider Exodus real, because there is not just is there no evidence of Exodus, so there's no evidence, no good evidence for a significant number of Jews living in Egypt. What they do have is evidence of where they were. So, like, these people weren't there; they were Canaanites, because we've got villages in ancient Cana that look exactly the same as their homes, and we can go through their garbage dumps, and they don't have pork in them, so we can see that they are somewhat different to the existing Canaanites who are there. And some pretty good evidence where they're like, yeah, we don't.
It's all speculation, but what we know about Christian Bale is in the movie, it goes down a certain way, and you could question it in that retelling of it. Are the other ones more accurate? Probably, maybe, but I mean, the story is the story, right? We just go with what the narrative is. Sorry.
We don't look for better information.
Sacrilege. Sacrebleu.
The frogs and all this, the plague of all the stuff, that's all that's all a deity doing that. That's not stuff men could do. You know what I mean? Or is it? Is my question. Like I'm boomeranging this one.
They did it in the movie, then men could do it because they did it in the movie. And God didn't do it in the movie.
No, in the movie, God does it.
No.
Movie, God's also like a little kid. So what are you supposed
When
to
they
think?
made the movie, I don't even know what movie you're talking about. But when they made the movie, people did it, or is God in the?
No, when they did the movie, it's God that takes over, and he's like, "Let me show you how it's done, kiddo." And then he fucks up all the Egyptians real bad with like flies and mosquitoes and things.
Who made the movie?
I think Chucky is trying to say that the Egyptians watched that in the movie, not in real life.
No, I'm saying God didn't make it in the movie. While they were making the movie, God didn't have to do it. People did it and pretended God.
Special effects, Chucky. This is Hollywood. They can't wait for God to go to do this stuff on command to make a cameo appearance. What do you think he would charge you? Fucking get out of here.
He's got everything.
Fees would be, even his per diems would send any reasonable production company broke.
Thank you.
Was that Dio per diem?
Per diem, you know, like your daily, you get given like a daily amount to spend on hamburgers and stuff.
I know, it's a Dio per diem.
Dio per diem, yes. Godly per diem.
He has no experience in contracting deities.
No, not you know. That's not what per diem means. Per diem is. That's not what per diem means.
It means per day.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. It means per day. It's a joke, man.
Yeah, it doesn't mean when you get money for meals and stuff. That's when you get money for meals and.
Sorry, I thought you were done, Jeremy. I thought you paused. Sorry.
Sorry. Get it out, Jeremy.
Get it all out. Per diem generally means per day.
Tell us something we already know.
You did this.
Yeah. You get given a per diem. Is the joke?
Did you mean you meant his retainer, right? Or his per day?
Yeah, per diem. Like, I don't know. If you worked on, like when I used to work on movies and stuff, you get your pay, but you also get it particularly if you're off site, if you're like away from your home somewhere, you get a per diem as well.
But he's not away from home. He's everywhere.
Anyway, before this, you got to get God decided contract here, and this is going to be tricky.
This is.
Yeah, but it's local for him.
Like, who's going to hold him to it any fucking way? What if he decides to not show up? You're going to fucking take him to court? Listen, Chucky, this whole thing's crazy.
He also fills your minority count. He also fills your minority count because he's all raised. So that's
whack.
perfect.
If you don't understand that this is ridiculous.
In my description, I am the only one, so there is no minority smaller than me.
Yeah, can I get back in? And it seems like this has gone off the rails. I was going to say, somebody
Please,
said
Paul, get us back.
the majority, the majority of people over in Israel are saying that they don't think the Exodus, whatever occurred. Is that what I heard said?
Yes, they no longer think. I'm going to sort of summarize it, word it poorly here, is like essentially sensible people or scholars or something like that no longer think that Exodus occurred as it's described in the Bible, i.e., 600,000 Jews missing from Egypt, including one of the other reasons I didn't get to just now was they have pretty good Egyptian records, and they're like, given the Egyptian records we do have, we know which king it would have been in, and there's no evidence of that being the case.
Okay, so when you say, see, the way you phrased it, you kind of set yourself up for success. You said the majority of sensible scholars, which means if anyone contradicts these majority of sensible scholars, then that small group that may have some evidence, there must be quacks. That's how you set this up, first of all. Second of all, there is a guy, hold on, there is a guy.
All you need to do is just present the evidence rather than get into this bit. But I'm about to. Sure.
Okay, there's a guy named Ron Wyatt. Ron Wyatt. He actually went out to try to prove or try to find out if the Exodus had occurred. And you can go on YouTube and find his story and his videos and his evidence. He actually has the evidence of other people that actually went behind him to see if what he said was true. He actually found a location on the side of Egypt across the Red Sea where it would seem to accommodate a large group of people, and also found what would seem to be glass in the sand, okay, at that location. And also when he even scuba dived into the lake, out into the water, he actually found what looked like over plural chariot wheels. Okay, which means that something would have happened there. So you got two seems to be two pieces of evidence of, because it says the fire of God or the cloud was a fire, pillar of fire. I think a fire would turn something into glass. So it seems like you have evidence for that. And then when he went to the other side, he actually found a pillar there that was actually seemed like it would date it back all the way back to Solomon, and it was like a monument for what would have been like Solomon would have put. This is where the Red Sea crossing occurred. And he also found in Sinai the mountain what it seemed like the top of the mountain. I think he had a picture of it in the video. It looks like the top of the mountain was scorched, like it was burned. So it seemed like you can scrape your hand. I think he said he went up there and he scraped your hand, and it was only on the surface. So like the top layer was burned, which that means that God came down to the mountain. So that would seem to me, if he's legit, that would say that would be evidence for the Exodus. It would be archaeological evidence.
Glass, a chariot wheel, and something else means 600,000 people for over 40 years. Got it.
Well, first of all, think about it though. The glass on the shore, that was glass. A tremendous amount of heat would cause that. Well, the Bible describes a pillar of fire. It says that the Egyptians tried to cross behind or to go after the Israelites. Okay, so
either a lot of heat or a little bit of litter.
Excuse me?
If this is strong, then that's cool. Like, I don't want to just spend my entire evening playing Age of Empires and shitting on people's beliefs, but here we are. To me, that's good evidence.
You can change games. You can change games. Play Diablo 4 and shit on people's beliefs if you want.
That's true. I could just switch games.
You do whatever you choose. You do whatever you choose. Either accept or deny the evidence. So it's up to you.
But the thing for me that is like evidence of 600,000 people leaving Egypt, like that is back in that day, that prehistory day, is a fucking monumental number of people, for which, like, it would have basically sent Egypt as a civilization to its knees, right? There would have been
just for the
and there would have been pottery, there would have been archaeology, there would have been all sorts of stuff. But when archaeologists have tried to trace it, they just find nothing at all supporting the case. And what they do find in the contrary of it is strong evidence they were Canaanites. The evidence they were Canaanites is some of it I just said, which is they found that the people's dwellings when they turn up in Israel are very similar in design and style in design and style to ones from Canaan. They also find that their initial language is basically Canaanite. Their alphabet is Canaanite. And then I forget, some of the others were good as well. But I mean, there's lots of really good evidence that it's just like, no, these people are not they haven't come from Egypt. There's no good evidence they come from Egypt. There's good evidence that they do come from somewhere else. So the evidence that there's glass in the sand, that could be this, and this scorched thing is like, could something else have scorched something? Or could, let's stack up the probability on the other side of it. This group of people left Egypt, but somewhere...
Shit, bro. Yo, my man, how long is this going to go for? Are you wrapping it up, or what's going on?
Sorry, fair enough. Yeah. What I'm saying is in probably no evidence for it. The evidence that has been presented is really terrible evidence.
Okay, so it really comes down to is what.
Hold on, before we go on real quick. Yo, before we go on real quick, don't want the audience to carry on thinking per diem is when you get money for a meal every day when you're working away from home or some shit. It's called a stipend. Per diem is when you just get paid per day by the job for the job you do. Just carry on.
No, it's compensation. It's like a tax credit.
The joke was about movies, and when I worked on
Google the definition of this and look it up. This isn't difficult. I was just wanted to let the audience know that wasn't correct. Go ahead, but carry on with whatever you were on.
I worked on movies, and on movies, what they call a per diem is a thing that you're given only if you're away from home, and it's for meals and ancillary expenses. I actually still get it as a trainer. Sorry, it's still called.
I get it. I get it daily. I get per diem. And because it's so complicated to keep up with all of your meal receipts and Coca-Cola receipts and everything like that, they give you, I get $63 a day. It's called per diem to cover expenses for meals and whatnot. And that's how I use it on tax
20,
credit.
40, or 100, right? Left.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can,
per diem.
Okay, different things, but maybe some places call it different things. However, people work at my wife's work. They get a per diem. That's just for the job they do per day. They're not buying their meals or anything. There actually is a term for when you get money for meals. It's called a meal stipend or a stipend. So whatever your goofball job called it, I mean, I don't really care. Just as long as the audience knows that that's not always what they call it or what it's actually called definitionally.
It's
anyway,
government reimbursement.
People here,
that's what that.
And believe Jeremy.
So weird tantrum to have, man.
Well, anyone's free to Google it if you want. You can just go Google it and see that that's what it means. So go ahead.
Sure. I don't doubt that some people think differently. Your case rests on the suggestion that they don't.
Yeah. Well, as long as we're rolling back the clock, I had a problem with what Demon Stride was saying about, Dumbledore and other faculty of Harry Potter not knowing about Voldemort, because that is clearly evident that they knew what was going on. They were trying to keep a lid on it.
That's true. You can't disprove that.
So I just think if you're not going to be able to use Harry Potter correctly, then you shouldn't be comparing it probably to the Bible. Then that's my critique. Thanks.
Is he going all the way back from this morning's conversation? Is that what he's doing?
that was a continuation of yesterday's. Demon Stride used Harry Potter, and then Eggshells recycled Harry Potter into the conversation to compare it to the Bible.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, at least let's be fucking accurate with our Harry Potter.
Okay, awesome.
Thanks.
So back to the Moses thing. That was the first time the Moses ever encountered the sea that split. Like that was the first time he was there. He wasn't familiar with that land at all. Because you acted like when I said that, Paul, you were like, "No, you."
Oh well, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, it's the timing. It's the maybe he knew the location, but then he would have had to have lined up all the other events to coincide. Like he knew when the frogs were going to come. He knew when the sky was going to be dark. He knew when the Red Sea was going to turn red. He would have knew when the locusts would have showed up. He would have had to know all that. I know. I'm just saying.
Splitting of the sea, bro.
I get it, but then he would have to, right, I'm saying, but that's the precursor. And then he had to leave at the right time to make it to the Red Sea and also time it just right. So when he knew when the wind was going to blow at that specific time and location, to know that the Red Sea was going to part at that time. It's a lot of logistics. It's a lot of logistics. Or it didn't happen.
Or the tide just moved it out at a certain time every day. Maybe the water table was lower, so Moses and his people could have walked over it, and the Egyptians or whoever with the heavy chariots and shit got stuck in the mud and couldn't chase them. Got trapped. The tide came back in. Crazy.
So they embellished. Let's go back to what was argued earlier this morning. So they embellished. They just added that the wind blew for 7 days or however long it did. I can't remember off the top of my head. So they embellished that part. So really, it's what you said.
May or may not have embellished.
What's that?
Yeah, I don't know what they may or may not have embellished. I'm just telling you another feasible scenario for what could have happened. Moses was very familiar with the area. He knew when the tides were coming in. Maybe the water table was a little lower so that when the tide went out, it was you could walk across it, and the chariots just couldn't handle it because obviously it's not dry ground underneath where a body of water is.
Okay, now you got to account for all the data in your. Hold on a second. You got to account for all the information in your scenario. Now, okay, yes, Moses did grow up in Egypt. Okay, so that means he probably didn't know the area. So we'll give you that one. But guess what? That means Pharaoh also knew the area. That means more than likely all his chariot captains and commanders would know that as well. So if they know the tides of the time, they would say, "Okay, guys, Moses is making it. We can, if we time it just right, we could probably make it too. Because if we just wait for the right time, we can make it across. Because they know the area just like he does."
Can we please maybe
the chariot operators are from out of town and on a per diem.
This is there. They got per diem that month. They got stuck in the mud.
Or maybe they knew that if they didn't leave right then, and hold on, Eggshells, let somebody else get in for a minute. You've been going all day. Or maybe they knew that if they didn't chase them right then, they would lose them. So they were trying to get it in before the tide came back in, but they just didn't make it.
Well, I tell you, there's pretty smart Egyptians, I guess.
They're pretty
Well, if you don't chase them, you're going to lose Moses. And if you're taking a risk chasing them, yeah, maybe the tide comes in, maybe they didn't have it timed perfectly. Who knows?
Okay, well that's feasible. But how did he line up the timing of all the other plagues as well beforehand? How did Moses say, okay, I'm going to deliver the people. Let's think about this logistically. Okay, Moses goes into Egypt. Guys, I got this plan. I'm going to deliver all the people. And I want to get them out of Egypt. So now I want to create some miracles. I want to get some events to occur so that these people know that I'm trying to bring them out. So let's see, what can we do? What can we do, guys? How about some frogs? Let's do the frogs, dude. Let's do the locusts. That'll work. Let's turn the Nile into blood. Oh, and also to kick everything off, let's just turn my snake or my staff into a snake. Now we got to do it all coordinated because we got to be we know the tide's going to occur in Egypt or at the Red Sea at the specific time. We got to line, all this stuff's got to line up and work. And then we got to be at the Red Sea at a certain time with all these people.
Well,
Really?
other than the Bible, is there anywhere that says all these things? Other than the Bible, is there any other text or anything that says all these things happened?
Exactly. Is there a chance that this is a fancy people?
So the Bible's wrong because it tells this fantastical story, right?
I'm just asking if there's any other book
No,
that, or text or whatever that tells this.
Well, Eggshell would say no. Eggshell would say no, and they actually just proved it.
there are plenty of fantastic stories that are true, but it tells a story that seems to be untrue.
So it's telling a fantastical story that's untrue.
Seems to.
Well, I mean, it looks like it.
So
Yeah.
because it doesn't feature presupposition.
No, it's just at the same time, if you're interested in like the history of Julius Caesar and all of that, like ancient history, people having prophecies that come true, like wildly improbable prophecies of exactly the same ilk as the Bible, they're like happening every other week. Like the number of messiahs that are around the time that were rising from the dead and raising the dead themselves and all of this kind of stuff. It was insane how often it was happening.
Can you quote me one that a prophet predicted his death and said, "I'm going to come back out of the tomb"? Can you quote me one besides Jesus?
I can't quote you one on command, no. But I mean, the point
that you can't prove. Right.
People claiming this happened regularly, and that it's a fanciful. Like, do we know it was a prediction or was it a postdiction? That's an important question. Did they say this is going to happen before it happened, or did they write in their book hundreds of years after the event? Oh, this guy already knew this thing that we know happened because it's in history.
So it's
was
kind of
going
like
to happen.
predicting sunsets and
Well,
predicting even though they've happened a million times before.
Well, he said it. So, what the thing is, if everything's happening like you said, these prophecies are occurring all the time, then it sounds like it's a natural event. So really, so it wouldn't be a supernatural event if it's happening all the time. And then second of all, if you're talking about later dating, like this was written after the fact, then you're getting into what you would have to argue legend. And even Bart Ehrman, when quoting Paul, says Paul was not written hundreds of years after the fact. Paul was written within a few decades. And so for legend to work its way in to Paul's writings would that's a stretch.
I'm not. It's.
I don't know. Weren't Egyptians carving shit into stone at this time and whatnot? I mean, all these miracles, they surely would have carved this into stone or something.
Exactly.
Well, let's think about this for a second. Okay, in these writings. Okay, well, let's think about the writings. Go ahead.
Leaving Egypt.
Okay, let's think about this for a second. When most people get onto a stone or write stories, they want to write their wins, right? They're going to write how we conquered, how we did this, how we did that, and how we succeeded in these campaigns. You want to build up the Pharaoh, the king, to make him in best light. Do you really think that the Pharaoh that time is going to waste his time and energy and resources to document one of his probably greatest defeats? Do you really think he would do that?
That's true. I think that's a reasonable point. He wouldn't document this massive. But would you see archaeological evidence of like these people turn up in Israel and you can see their homes and what their homes look like, and the design of the homes is not at all similar to the people who designed their homes in Egypt. What it is similar to is Canaanite homes. So if you go to Cana and you go, not only do these homes look the same, but we can find homes that have no pork bones.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about that. Okay.
I thought
Let's
the
read the
story
Bible.
was told the second time in the Ipura Papyrus, wasn't it?
Tell me about. I haven't heard of that one.
I'll look further into it for you. But I was speaking to Jeremy. I think the Ipura Papyrus also gives the plagues.
The thing is that a lot of the names in the Egyptian narrative, like you're not gonna find Joseph. It's gonna be like Imhotep. You're not gonna find Moshe. It's gonna be some other name. Even the name of Yahweh was found in the hieroglyphics, but it's not gonna be like Yahweh It's the Egyptian hieroglyphic equivalent. So it's a lot.
I want to.
Go ahead.
I want to analyze Eggshell's thesis. Okay. Now he says when we go to the land of Canaan, we look for Egyptian style homes, right? And so, and they don't find any, right? But if you go back and read the text, they didn't build anything really. They drove out the Canaanites from their cities and towns. They drove them out, and then the Israelites occupied already existing towns. So you wouldn't necessarily see evidence of any Egyptian building because they're already occupying already existing buildings. And they may have already been using existing pottery and existing tools that may have been left behind.
I think you've got what I'm saying backwards, is if you turn up in a new place where there's nothing and you go, let's build houses, the assumption is you'll build the houses in the way that you've become accustomed, which is you're going to build them the way you're used to seeing these homes from your homeland, right? And from memory, one of the two, I think it's Canaanite homes, bizarrely, have the front door in the roof, which I still cannot conceive of and haven't seen a recreation of. But apparently you climb up on the roof and then you go down through a manhole. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me, and I'm not sure which one it is. So just ignore that for now. But they were very different in their design, whether they're wattle and daub, whether they're square, whether you have the bench around it. The idea is they turn up in a new place and they build houses in a certain way in Israel, and you go, wow, that's not at all what the houses were like in Egypt at the time, but it's exactly what the houses were like in Canaan at the time. And they're speaking Canaanite with a Canaanite alphabet. So there's no record of Egypt, and there is from Canaan. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so let's say,
but no connection to cocaine.
Okay, I mean, that's just that. Now you say there could whatever other explanations could there be. Your only explanation for your thesis is this wasn't from Egypt. There was no other explanation there possibly could be for that, right?
No, that's not what I said. If I meant that, again, return to my neat trick, I would have said that. What I'm saying is, if you stack these probabilities on top of one another, it becomes far more probable that they were Canaanites that mistold the story of their origin, which is very common, than it is that there was this exodus from Egypt. There may have been some Jews that came from Egypt, but the suggestion that it was 600, remember there's a number that's given in the Bible down to one, it's 600,392 or something, insanely specific, right? So not only would you have clear
plurality of them anyway, right? It's
Say
not
again?
like, I don't know, man. Wow. It's not just one ethnotype, is it? Isn't it several types of people that are getting together into one sort of religion? So it's kind of a mix a little bit.
Exactly. The land of Canaan occupied modernized Syria and Persia and the Mede. You had all these people groups living in the land of Canaan. Does that mean that they're Canaanites? No. Abraham lived in the land of Canaan. He was from the land of Aram. Aram is located inside Canaan.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying nobody ever came from Egypt. It's just the story of Exodus, the story of the origin of the Jews. There is no archaeological evidence for it, and there is strong archaeological evidence for something to the alternate.
Well, how long were they supposed to be in captivity?
I don't think that's given, but the one that they were always looking for, the 40 years wandering the desert, they were like, we should have pottery, we should have something. You don't just wander for 40 years. You build settlements or you make garbage dumps or something. And we got no evidence for that, and that's started the hunt.
But sorry to interrupt you, Eggshells. But the response from Christians is normally that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So you have that.
That's true. They would have been putting up tents and stuff, and been on the run.
That there is no evidence they came from Egypt, and there is evidence they came from Canaan. Because I think what you're saying is absolutely true. Just going, well, we don't have evidence from Egypt is until you can show where they do come from, until you've got an alternate theory.
Eggshells. Have you heard of the anti-Egypt narrative?
No, go on, tell me about it.
Okay, basically, because most people like you, I'm when I say like you, I'm referring to the topic, not specifically you personally. Most people in this sort of discussion, right? For example, the first things Christians would shout at you is that, are you trying to tell me that there were no Jewish slaves in Egypt? But if you expand it to the wide picture, the anti-Egypt narrative basically says that anything that is mentioned in the Bible that mentions Egypt did not happen. We are talking about Genesis, Exodus, Kings, Chronicles, all the way up to the Gospel of Matthew. Anytime that Egypt is mentioned in the Bible, it did not happen. And that counters the absence of evidence, absence, so-called apologetic. Because the evidence of absence, right, that sort of that phrase is true from one source. But if you are talking about multiple sources, so if you look at Egypt, right, you got the Akkadians to the northwest, you got the Libyans to the west, you have I think the Syrians to the east, I can't remember, the Babylonians to the southeast, and all the other smaller tribes, all the surrounding countries, archaeological evidence, right? There's no evidence of anything that happened in Egypt in the Bible. So that's actually it's just a bigger picture. We're not just talking about Moses and Exodus. Sometimes people, both people who debate against Christians and Christians themselves, concentrate purely on Moses, the pyramids, the slaves, the Pharaoh, and stuff like that. But it's actually everything that mentions Egypt in the Bible. That's the anti-Egypt narrative.
Okay, and so this is fascinating. You clearly know. So do you follow the anti-Egypt narrative? Because I thought many people did come from Egypt. I thought there was a strong Jewish connection with Egypt.
Again, no one is saying that there were. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I got a bit of lag on my side. No one is saying that there were no Jews in Egypt. So what you're saying is actually not wrong. But with respect to, like, for example, there's this server. What I'm telling you is actually what I just overheard. There's this server called Politics and Religion, right? And they had an actual archaeologist and an actual Egyptologist, two men, right? One who was working in Egypt and an Egyptologist who was researching in a university in America. They were in one of the channels. Two of them against, I think it was roughly 28 Christians. It was fascinating to watch because two of them basically gave out their facts. And for all of the apologetics that normally came along, especially the absence of evidence, are you trying to tell me that there were no Jewish slaves? They're trying to give evidence of chariot remains found in the Red Sea and stuff like that, right? When the Egyptologists and the archaeologists finished their short 3-minute spew, like what I just mentioned to you, right? And then they started to give citations and referrals, including, for example, I forgot the pharaoh's name, extra biblical evidence. I think his name was, never mind, I'll just look it up. But anyway, to cut a long story short, all of the Christians, especially the hardcore moderators of all the other channels, it was fascinating to watch. They had literally no response and they kept quiet for most of the time. So that's actually what I just overheard. I'm not an expert myself, sorry.
No. I think it's very much it's not no Egypt. I very much agree with you. The bits that I read were like there were definitely Jews in Egypt, and definitely some of them ended up in Israel and started calling themselves Israelites. It's just that it's just this all or nothing thing. Whereas the all is 600,000 people, which is nothing nowadays. That's a small town nowadays. But back then, when civilizations had virtually no running water and it was very difficult to build a big city, like that was like when people were like Angkor Wat was a huge city. Angkor Wat was, I think, only 1 million people. So that is half of the biggest city known back in that era just wandered off one day, and there's no evidence of that.
Well,
and that's
like,
I'm sorry, I'll let someone else speak. Was someone going to respond to Eggshells?
I was just thinking with the Israel thing, isn't Israel's a person in the Bible, right? Jacob, his name's Israel.
Yes. In some translations, yes.
Is it? I did not know that. There you go.
So yeah, when you call him an Israelite, usually that's like, someone, a descendant of Jacob.
Right, like a Jacobite or something.
You see, Eggshells, I know your narrative for the 600,000 figure, right? And the thing is that Christians will tie you up for hours. You see, some people believe that it started out from Egypt at 50K, and we're just talking men only. We're not talking about relatives, parents, children, as well as women and wives and single women who are not yet married. So 600,000 is just men, but some apologetics say that figure is actually the ending number when they finally reach the chosen land. They're saying, some people say that those Jews who exited from Egypt when they fled across the Red Sea, right, was only numbering in the 30 to 50,000, and over 40 years that grew to 600,000. So you got various so-called number games going on around there. I prefer to look at the bigger picture. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good. Good
besides,
call. I like
how did they gain those numbers?
Yes.
How did you go up 8 times?
I'm sorry, Chucky, you're roboting.
Better? How do your numbers increase 12 times in 40 years?
I don't know. I would have to look it up, but maybe one guy could have like 5 kids and you just multiply it from there. 1.5 generations and stuff like that. I don't know, but anyway, you can look it up. Assuming a man is someone above the age of 15, we're not talking about legal age or driving age or drinking age. We're talking about man age, as in the Bronze Age times.
Yeah,
you're just talking about the fucking limit age.
I'm just referring to what's mentioned in the Bible, 600,000, that figure, and then they add the word men down there, so it can be construed to be many things. I'm not defending nor denying that claim. I'm just responding to Eggshell's point about when you want to play number games, right? A lot of things can be construed and interpreted.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's a very good point and well made. I agree with all of it.
And Eggshells, just to round it off, I'll try quickly to recall what I heard from that interesting session I overheard. Something about, I think it was in the Book of Kings, the Egyptologist was mentioning about Pharaoh's daughter being married off, I think, to King Solomon. And he brought up the various things that he basically listed over 20 reasons why a Pharaoh's daughter, number 1, would not be married to a foreigner. Number 2, would not travel out of Egypt. And number 3, various things, basically. But then the Christians basically took a devil's advocate, and the Egyptologists, being charitable, right, granted, fine. Let's assume that because King Solomon was special, it would be possible that the Pharaoh's daughter would be married to him. And that's just one mention of Egypt in the Book of Kings. My favorite is the Book of Chronicles. If I can recall, in the Book of Chronicles, right, there was a huge battle mentioned. It involves something like 1,000, I think it was 1,300 chariots and over 60,000 soldiers. It's equivalent of the modern day of, let's say, 80% of the US Army going to war in that time, considering the hardware, right? But the thing is this, right? Because the fight it was not one battle, because one Christian brought up an apologetic. He mentioned various battles in England whereby the battle took place, but there was no evidence found of that single battle. However, the battle that took place in Chronicles with all those chariots, right, took place over a span of 3 to 6 months across 12 cities. And we are talking about a 16,000 army made out of not only Egyptians, but Sukkites, Cushites, because I play Homeworld, I remember that name, Lubins, and basically it was a multinational army. And the thing is, right, the archaeologists basically said that he not only did archaeological work in Egypt, but the surrounding region, and they found zero evidence. That means there would have been, for example, at least one widow saying that my husband died in this battle, or maybe a city saying, one of the 12 cities that got invaded, there's no mention of it at all. So basically, that's why this battle that happened in the books of Chronicles involving Egyptians, he said, could not have happened. And these are just 2 I just remember. And then we lastly have the Gospel of Matthew, all references to Egypt in the Gospel of Matthew. I can't recall what they were, but it's the same line. It didn't happen and could not have happened.
Yeah. So to clarify, I think it sounds like this, but I just wanted to ask that it sounds like you're quite confident as well with this not from Egypt theory of Exodus.
No, actually, I'm an agnostic in the sense that a lot of people, for example, there's a wide spectrum. Like, for example, I can steel man the 6-day creation of the earth, right? I've had like 10-hour discussions on single verses in the book of Genesis with Christians, and it's been very interesting and enlightening. My point to you, Eggshells, is that some Christians believe that many stories and passages, right, in the Old Testament are not meant to be taken literally. So, for example, some stories, or maybe all stories for that matter, could be taken as metaphors, allegorical, or even just parallels and stuff like that. So the thing is that for me, right, whether or not stuff really happened in Egypt, I think the focus should be more on the New Testament rather than the Old Testament.
Yeah, fair enough. Because I can understand. Yeah, if you take stuff as allegorical, I completely could understand how you go. Well, it's not that we come physically from Egypt; it's that physically, actually, the majority of us come from Cana. But spiritually or ideologically, we come from Egypt in that a significant number of Jews, because the suggestion as I read it when I was in Israel was the vast majority of Jews came from Cana, but there was a subsection that came from Egypt who had escaped slavery. That you go, maybe ideologically we are all Egyptian. Nowadays, people like change their picture to Ukrainian.
Sorry,
Israel
Eggshells. When you say we are all Egyptians, I'm making fun of you, by the way. This is a joke. Please don't take it seriously. My next statement. Are you a race apologist in the sense like all pharaohs were white and stuff like that? That would be funny.
No. But just like all I mean is just the idea that, like, could it be the case that like these people turned up from Egypt and were like, we were treated like absolute shit specifically because we were Jews, and the rest of the Jews were like, we're all Egyptian Jews. So they sort of coalesced around this story of like, we escaped this oppression, and that became the overwhelming narrative.
Yes, you're totally right.
You bring up a good point. Hold on. I just want to say that even according to archaeological consensus, Egypt had like 30 dynasties that all varied greatly by who took over Egypt. So like originally Egypt was owned by, Ham's son, right? Through Mitzrayim. Yes. And they were basically black. Like the first Egyptian dynasties, when you go to the furthest back that you can possibly find in the archaeological record, they were black. And then they were usurped by people of a lighter color, which some would say, I would say it was the Shemites or Shemite mix that basically conquered Egypt and pushed the Nubian Egyptians southwards to Kush. And then they were usurped by Persians. And then the Persians were usurped by Greeks. So like Alexander the Great conquered Persian-controlled Egypt in 332 BC. And then it became the Ptolemaic dynasty. Right, so this is very complex. And hold on. I'm not saying this is what the archaeologists say. I don't even know if this is legit, but I'm just saying that this is very like all these dynasties all had different rules, and their pharaohs had different understandings. So like when you plainly say, "Oh, well, Pharaoh wouldn't give away his daughter," like, yeah, which dynasty?
Lion, I already conceded, or rather, the Egyptologists already conceded that it would be possible. But let me just quickly respond to Eggshells. I recently found out, and I did not notice that. It is highly possible that King David was white with red hair, literally Caucasian white with red hair. It's mentioned in the Bible, apparently, in 3 passages that I'm trying to find right now. And basically I totally agree with you, Lion, by the way. All the dynasties, they could have different rule sets and everything. But if you're talking specifically, for example, the movie Netflix, that documentary called Cleopatra, right? Basically saying that Cleopatra was black. The intersectional periods of when black people were ruling or in control of major parts of Egypt, right? It seems to be a very small segment, but with respect to the Bible, right? That the same challenges arise here.
Yeah, actually, the last dynasty was black after the Greeks.
This is it comes back to the flat Earth thing, which is what the room's about, which is, if we accept that a small number of clever people could trick the Earth, trick all of the people on Earth about the shape of the Earth, which you can go out and test, then pre-internet, not pre-writing, but pre-literacy, like when very few people are literate, could you trick people into thinking they'd come from Egypt? Probably not the first generation, but like, let's say 3rd, 4th generation of these people living in this land that they call Israel, and you're trying to, unify them in such a way that they behave better and do what you need them to do, and da 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 da. Like, essentially, if people in this room agree that you could trick somebody about the shape of the Earth, wouldn't it be easier to trick them about their origins and the kind of stuff we say in the Bible?
Yes.
Yeah, like it's got to be an easier con to pull. If you can go out and defeat the shape of the Earth with a P900, what is the early Israelites' version of P900? How do they do archaeology and history?
Sadly, we don't have records that reach that far back with respect to the shape of the Earth. And I'm talking about recorded experiments and data. Yeah.
Yeah, how do you do P1000 in Roman numerals?
So many X's.
Isn't it just an M?
Yes,
Yeah,
the
so
insane
PM.
God. But the insane story I remember hearing about how there were like guys whose job was basically to be a calculator. And apparently in ancient Egypt, you'd be like, look, this guy wants to sell me 30 cows at $10. Neither of us can figure out what the fuck that means. So you would go to a guy and pay him, and he would, because the Arabs invented the number zero, so you didn't have a repeating decimal system back then. You just had like, it's this many fingers, and then it becomes this many hands, and then it becomes this many like grains of sand or something, and the grains of sand meant 50 and da da da. Like, and so he had to sit there with this quite cool thing like an abacus to like do the maths for you to then go, right, you owe him this many, gold pieces or something. Like, what a world to live in. That you can't multiply without somebody else's help.
I think some people in this room can relate to that.
Oh, shots fired. Just
I
when
was
I'm
speaking
ready
for
to go.
myself. Speaking for myself, of course.
Kosho wakes up.
Didn't need to. A simple life. Rather than counting imaginary numbers while slaving at work, they were able to see their fruits multiply before them, their children multiply before them. Before them, not while they're at work. Their animals, their food, their happiness.
I still think multiplication makes sense. Like with your animals, my family has a farm. Like you still go, this many rams and this many ewes equals probably in a good season this many lambs. I still think it's useful, even if you can see what you're doing. I mean, I must say, it just sounded like slightly it was an argument for A, not having a job, and B, not understanding maths. So I wanted to defend both. Well, I'm going to use this opportunity to defend being so verbose and speaking so much, because when I stopped, I felt very quiet.
Wow.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay.
I said something to eggs, but I don't know if you heard it.
I only heard
I I asked how your bike was running.
I can't tell if there's something wrong with it or something wrong with me. But
What's it doing?
Well, it's just that when I get on my girlfriend's bike, which is exactly the same model, it has way more pep. I can hop a wheelie accidentally on her bike, whereas mine, I need to be like, "Come on now, you can do it."
So have you looked at
Clutch.
the? Yeah, it could be clutch, or check your sprockets. Look at your sprockets compared to hers. Like maybe she's got one more tooth in the back and one less tooth in the front. You got to look at the front and rear sprockets and compare, because that's gonna account for a lot of torque.
That's exactly what I thought it was. I was like, "Oh, she's obviously on 13. I'm on 14."
Also, look at your tire size. The diameter of your tire is going to play a part too.
Yeah, check that too. I think it's just that I'm not good at looking after my bike. But no, it's been good. I did the Trans-European trails where they link up all these nice dirt roads through our 20-kilometre section. Right through the river, like the whole time you're bouncing over red rock, and it's not river stuff that busy. Chilling out in South Florida. But it is good fun. I've got Tuesday on push bike.
It's hard to make out what you're saying. Could be me. I don't know. I'm in Hollywood, so I might have a bad signal.
Oh, you can't hear me? No. Why am I in Hollywood?
Sounds like your microphone might not be next to your mouth or something.
Oh, you
You're just not coming in that good. Could be me. Can anyone else confirm it?
He is a bit muffled right now.
Must be like an Albanian sandstorm going on or something. It's like
Hang on.
teachers.
It comes.
Try again.
Hang on. Let me just try and get it from the right.
That sounds better.
Okay. Yeah, no, I've been doing a thing called the TET, which is a trans-European trail where people link up dirt roads. And day before yesterday, it was just 20 kilometers of riverbed, which was awful and awesome. I loved it.
Was it like loose on the top soil, like real loose or something, or was it hard packed?
Yeah, like actual riverbed where there is a track that goes through it, but because the river twists and bends through those round white river stones, it would just suddenly disappear, and then you'd be like through that like black sludgy kind of river sand, and then bouncing back over round rocks and stuff. I must have dropped the bike about 20 times, but it was such a good day. I really love bad days.
Yeah, on the loose stuff like that, you don't really want to have your knees tied up against the tank. You want to let the bike move around and just try to go with it rather than fight it. That's what I found to be the easiest for me, at least.
I need you riding next to me, reminding me of that, because I'm not. Yeah, that's exact. I try to fight it, like the bike just bucks and goes left, and I'm like, not left. But like I know, I might let it bounce left, and it'll come back. It'll come back. Just be cool, man. Just be all loose and shit.
You got to throttle through it. It's a fine art between riding out of control while simultaneously being in control. It's like a fine line between those two.
So, actions.
you talked about would it be able to trick people into believing a certain thing about the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my response wanted to be 10 minutes ago, but I don't know what happened. Like, kind of weird things happened, so I couldn't really talk. Anyways, my response would be: do you think that you can trick people into taking something experimental into their bloodstream?
Oh, sure. Yeah, like the proposition on that topic, which cannot be discussed. 100%. Yeah. Could you? I mean, I don't think it's intentional, but I do think that's been the end result. I don't think that there's something nasty about like depopulating the earth and all of that kind of stuff. But do I think that quote unquote elites, I think unwittingly, but they could have done so wittingly, forced the vast populace to do something that was against their interests, and then kept doing the same thing to sort of hide their failure? I think that's what I think happened.
Well, you've gone a bit too far there. I'm just wanting to answer that simple question with: can you trick people easily? And I think we have seen the past 2 years, people can be tricked easily.
Sure, yeah, people can be tricked. Like we've got a room full of people that disagree on the shape of the Earth. Like that's one of the most objective things you might get. And
well, I think it's suspect that if the Earth is truly the shape that they claim it to be, a ball, that it needs to be repeatedly advertised through movie intros, through logos and companies, through backgrounds on smartphones and so forth. Or almost every device you use nowadays.
Hey,
that I
can I
must
ask a question?
I don't. Evidently, you can.
Oh, forgive me, bro. I figured you'd be polite enough to give
I
me
just like making that joke. I'm not upset you asked a question.
Yeah, it's when you asked it. Look, I was just gonna say though, like, could you not see the Damn, I got lost in having fun with you, dude. Forgive me, I fucked up my question. But like, Jesus Christ, I'll be right back. Hold on, dude. Carry on. Forgive me so much.
Sorry, man. I hope that wasn't me.
No, I was just trying to think of like how to counterpoint your question. You know what I mean? Because like I had a question in your favor. I felt like, and I just want to make that.
Well, while you're thinking about that, I'll say the globe reminds me of that girl in high school that would call you and just say, "Hey, do you like me?" Eventually, maybe you guys would going out, you develop perhaps slight affection for her, maybe start developing a relationship. Before you know it, you find out that she's not what you thought she was, but she's still looking for that reassurance. That
Oh yeah, hold on, I got it. Forgive me.
Ah.
You're not wrong. You're not. Forgive me, but like, yeah, what would be the
I'm bridging
benefit?
the gap so you can connect it. Go ahead, please.
I'm just saying, what would be the benefit of, let's say, tricking? Like, I'm just saying, like, we always look at it so skeptically, right? Like, let's say the system had your best interest in mind. Why would they make a solid point about they know what the shape of the Earth is?
Why
From
would
a good
they?
point, from a good perspective, why would they do that? Like seriously, I mean that to Professor Clay or Clay over here. Like, what would be the benefit of like if you could just look it through the lens of a sincere benefit, what would be the benefit of telling society that you know what the shape of the Earth is?
Well, same as the value of telling me what diseases are caused by, or like the nature of bacteria. It's hopefully to improve their existence. Whether that's the case is a good old question, but if the Earth is round, the start of it is interesting. Like nowadays, it's academic because I've crossed the globe more times than Captain Cook did, and I haven't needed to know the shape of it, but he did. So a government going, "Hey, it's a globe of these dimensions. Here's how you can figure out where you're at on it." is absolutely, to me, beneficial because you increase your dominion over it. Like it's all about colonialism, right? Like at the end of the day, it's profit's king. Where
But what would be the actual, like, let's say the Earth isn't a globe, right? And like, let's say like they would know this fully. And
sorry,
I say
I
this to the
misunderstood the
flat earthers
question.
because I have my opinion as to why secular cosmology is actually a good thing. I'm just curious, like, if anyone else could see it through the lens of it being a good thing.
I see. So the question you're asking, to clarify, is the Earth is flat, but could there be beneficial, positive reasons why they pretend to us that it's a ball?
Yes, and would it not, like, let's say to the intellectual, right, who understands that maybe society isn't going to get certain things, like, it would be satisfactory for them to be able to know the truth and not necessarily have to proselytize it.
Yeah, Star Wars is more fun to watch.
All right,
That would be one positive claim for the globe.
man.
If you're a Star
It
Wars
could be.
fanboy, it's just much more fun because then it's not just all fictional.
One could be, if I were to answer your question, Issa, could be a perceived intention of like, if we get them to believe this thing, then they will be more cooperative. So we can, like, arguably, this is one of the reasons why Judaism took over, because a lot of, if you read the early commandments, seem to not deny the existence of other gods. It just seems to be like somewhat like, stop fucking worshipping them, which is like, there are other gods, but you shall worship none of them before me. And one of the interesting suggestions about that is it's very hard to get people to cooperate when they are all worshipping different gods, but it's very easy to control them if there's one. So a similar kind of idea, I guess I'm going for, which is what if it was about control, but control in a good way, control to get us to cooperate.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that for better or worse would be a good thing. You know, it's like, I mean, good is relative, I guess, but like, you know, I look at it like the idea of a secular cosmology as being a good thing personally, for society. Do you know what I mean? Like for
Okay.
society, and
Tell me
therefore,
more about that.
what's that? What do you mean?
What do you think about a secular cosmology could be good for society?
Well, I think it's good because it gives us a baseline. That it's a baseline that begins with the premise of skepticism, i.e., it denies any religious connotation. It takes it kind of pushes all of that off the table. Now, for your inner self, you can always reapply it. But for mainstream society, a secular cosmology is a good baseline to begin the conversation. I think the problem we're facing is the intellectual inability to move on from that baseline. Not that it's, I just think there's more romanticism involved than we'd like to give credit to, but yet also we can't be too romantic and believe every, talking evangelist. You know what I mean? Either it be for the globe or for anything else.
Well, hold on a second. Taking that point, if I may, for a quick second, just to say, like, are you guys trying to sussing the idea of what makes flat Earth sexy? Let's say.
No, I don't think so.
Or
It sounds
what
like he's
makes
more asking like if the why would they lie question, but it sounds to me like Easter is asking a question of if you said if you asked the why would they lie question, but you said imagine they're good, then ask yourself the question why would they lie? Is that the
right.
gist, Easter, or have I got it wrong?
Yes, man. No, that is the gist. You're always right on the money, bro. I like you're so good.
Because when this question comes up, I think about the idea of it pays a massive nod to the creator and a simplistic design based on gases, a closed system, things of that nature. That's the thing that I absolutely love about just discovering how this realm works, placida of it. But I apologize if I prefer just the original observation.
Like, yo, I just think that like the God gave us this distinction between like like the skepticism is holy in its own right, and it needs to be put in, and it is a public thing. What you believe is a private thing, you know what I mean? And there is a never ending battle between the oil and water effect of what is public and what is private, you know what I mean? It's always and I just think that the baseline of a secular cosmology gives people a starting point and a paradigm to work from. But I think it can be misused like any other thing.
Yeah, I mean, very cool points you raise. I always do.
Yeah,
Why
bro,
we get
you're
on.
fucking right, and I'm so glad I hate to get here when you're getting shut down for certain things because I think you make such good points, Segs. I really do. It's like what I believe versus what I have to be principled about, and that's what I think people. It's like understanding that difference too. It's like that capacity. Capacity is so huge. How are we addressing each and every one of these topics? I don't know. Forgive me. I'm just rambling. I'm smoking some herb and vibes out. But like that ability to like secularize your own self in relationship to logical facts or facts presented to you, or you know what I mean, and then be able to culminate a grander view of the thing through let's say a more divine state of mind. I don't know. But
is this just a philosophical angle at it? Because I mean, you could raise a child in a home and tell them that they live in a boat, but isn't there value in the truth of where we live? If Mother Earth is an extended topographical plane, we don't know where the boundaries are. Ball spinning in space.
Well,
isn't there value in the truth though?
I think check it out though. I think when you're talking about, let's say, like the shape of the Earth in particular, regarding like let's say children's awareness of it, I think I often presented it like I have some family members that weren't my kids, and somebody would bring up Santa Claus or something, and I always feel like it's wrong to just try to stomp down the myth of Santa Claus to like some 6-year-old that's really waiting on fucking Santa Claus. So like in that sense, it's like and I always thought to preface everything what I've always said is, well, the story goes that the reindeer will land on your roof and you might hear them. I don't know whether it's gonna, you know what I mean? And like in any of these realms of fantasy, whether it be an infinite plane or whether it be a fucking globe Earth, it's about, well, this is what they say. What do you think? And that's the difference, and that is the whole fucking complete difference. Because, and this is what tells you where you're onto something that's good or onto something that's bad, is that when you can't fucking question something, that's when someone insists that you can't fucking question it, you need to fucking question it. There's something wrong here, and it's like you're catching somebody in a fucking lie, and they don't want to get caught, and they're gonna ridicule you and do everything they can so you don't fucking peel back the onion. And when you see that, you need to fucking, as a proud fucking, as as the brothers might say, it's like as a citizen of the world in the essence of fucking truth, you need to fucking step up and wreck it. And like and that is the heights of skepticism,
Shit
and that's
going
why.
wrong. The question you can't ask, that's the one where you're like, whoa, why the fuck not?
Right, man. What are you hiding? And that's where everything comes into, and that's why we're all here, because essentially, there's globers that think that flat earthers do that. There's flat earthers that see NASA is doing that. And then we're all trying to fight on the same righteous breath, but at the same time, we're in the different directions. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I like your response, and I agree. Like how you laid out Santa Claus to the kids is you were teaching them to critically think. You weren't pretending it was a true story. The funny thing about me is I told my kids Santa and the Easter Bunny are mom and dad, and there's a story that goes blah blah blah, and then I tell them about the Earth. Well, it's taught in schools that it's a spinning ball in space, but you might have to do your own research as you grow up to what this realm really is. And I don't say, "Hey, it's flat." I don't tell them anything.
See, but I tell you what though, I'm kind of a little different even, because like my thing is like, hey, yeah, man, daddy's a fucking flat earther, dude. You know what I mean? But what do you think about it? You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be anyone that I'm not, let's say, around fucking anyone.
Right.
But at the same time, I'm going to say, but what do you think about it? Like, you know what I mean? And if you can't match me on fucking intellectual or scientific data about it, then like really, bro, you're just, hey man, you're just not cool enough for the conversation. But I'm going to be who the
And
fuck I am.
that's
But at the same time, I'm going to give them the direction and the choice to be able to fucking choose. Well, daddy's a fucking nut job because he doesn't think we went to the moon. And I fucking love Buzz Aldrin. I don't know, but I'm not going to stop my kid from loving Buzz Aldrin and having fucking dinosaurs in their room and shit. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, my
well,
kids have dinosaurs now.
Right.
Go
It's
ahead.
like whatever, dude.
Thanks, man.
Whatever. Like they're not fucking. That's not what it's about for them. It's like I used to always feel it's like this is the other thing about government. I always used to give and I would recommend we all give a little bit of lenience to is the idea that government is like a fucking some father that's like single and fucking has a baby and fucking he's lost his job and everything's going downhill and the baby says or the little baby says well, daddy's everything gonna be all right. Well, what's daddy going to do? Is he going to fucking break it down for his 6-year-old daughter or whatever? That everything's falling apart. He fucking can't make payments on the truck. He's about to lose this, that, the foreclosing on the house. Or is he going to fucking say, baby, everything is going to be
Fine
all right?
going, of course. You know me, I always figure it out.
Right.
Yeah,
Or
it's
you're
a
going to say,
great,
yeah,
it's a
you're going to
great
not
analogy.
even, right. You're going to hide those bills. You're going to make sure, no, you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to fucking just be like worrisome about it. And I feel like, when people all get about going to Antarctica, because I think it's a flat disk and all the rest of it, is I'm like, and I always ask flat earthers because it's fun. Well, what are you going to do when you come across the spider people? And they're like, what? You know what I mean? Well, yeah, you don't know about the fucking spider people outside the perimeter and all the rest of it, and why the government maybe doesn't want you to go past Antarctica? Maybe like if you go out past Antarctica, you're going to hit like a web, and that web is going to turn on all those little spider people that are going to come and destroy our whole colony here on the fucking plane.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Yeah, like, could you be like, what would you do if you worked out like, look, it is a flat disk, but it presents itself in some ways as a globe, so it gives us a good out to pretend it's a globe. But if people work out it's a globe, they're going to do some shit, and they'll come across the spider people, and they'll fucking
hey,
die.
if they're not, look,
and then we'll get invaded by the spider people,
right?
And you'll have fucking done this with all your fucking curiosity. You'll have doomed us all.
Yeah, and I just think, right, exactly, because of your curiosity, you know what I mean? And then someone's going to come along and say, that's just propaganda. Like, you just can't win, until, like, let's say, like, people were starting, like, if the military turned around and told you, look, dude, there's spider people, there's ant people, there's fucking all this shit going on, and you'd be like, wait, what? And you're like, yeah, I know, and you're going to be like, do I believe this? Do I not believe this? And they're like, dude, you know what I mean? Like, what if that's the case? What if they're not letting us go in Antarctica because you're going to walk onto the web, and as soon as you hit the web, everyone's going to know where we are. You know what I mean? And they've like, I just don't know. You know what I'm saying? And I think those are more, this fun stuff for the books, like for fiction almost. But I just think people don't necessarily think everything through, and I'm victim of it myself. Shit, I went up on YouTube talking about flat Earth.
How did that go?
Oh man, great. It's culminated into where I am now with you, Eggs. So I'm not too bad.
Actually, Issa, what you just said reminds me of Sherlock Holmes. In the first chapter, in the first book written by Arthur Conan Doyle, I believe Sherlock Holmes said something like, whether the Earth is round or goes around the sun, even if the Earth was not round and went around the moon, or rather the Earth went around the moon, it would not make a penny worth of difference to me or my work or my life.
Yeah.
But zombies and lizards and aliens, yes, that would make a difference, Issa. So I agree with you. There's a difference between Santa and flat Earth and the aliens and zombies you mentioned just now. Yeah.
But see, I hear stuff like that, and that makes me think that people start to cop out on the idea of God, the Creator. Like when I was having a conversation with my aunt about that, and she's like, well, it doesn't make a difference to me at the end of the day. And I'm like, well, you believe in God, and I'm going to tell you that he made this thing on the second day called the firmament, and when you understand that, it brings you closer to him.
Well, Nietzsche.
Hold on, Ice, give me a quick second, my dude. I'm just saying that from the standpoint of the observation of it, I'm getting closer to the thing that I believe created me by the observation of his creation. To me, I think that's like almost like divine messaging in a way. Please, Isa, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say that Nietzsche, I mean, it's so important, so much so that Nietzsche said when they took the sun from being the center, that's when they killed God. You know, like people take his line that God is dead out of context from complete and utter. It was because of science taking the sun out of the center.
Perversion, exactly. The idea of Baal, B-A''A'-L. They've introduced this Baal, and they say, no, 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 the thing that was created on the fourth day, yeah, that's what we're going to worship. Wait, what? What about the first 3 days? What about the waters? What about containment? Where did all that stuff go to?
I mean, this to me is some of what makes my case, I think, for the Bible's wrong, which is we seem that we get to a point where we accept, and this is one of the ones where Easter and I first agreed, is we get to a point where we accept that fallible or greedy or just men could use their power to deceive humans.
No, and again, I'm sorry to be so quick to dismiss that point because of the idea. I'm going to present you with a law, which is the second law, thermodynamics. You have to have containment of a medium that we know we interact with because we can measure it to the consistency of the 10th decimal point, 14.7 psi observed at sea level. So with that, and the law being an observation, which nobody can't say nothing to, you can't hand wave a law away, because if you don't contain it, you're going to have entropy on your hands. And we don't even have to go further than Genesis. It's literally the first column created on the second day to take what he's taking credence for to say, he's like, I made this. And we have a law to back it up. I think that's pretty cool from my observation of the relation of God. And you don't even have to go past the first page. Sorry, please go ahead.
Well, I mean, one of the things that I think is challenging about that is, like, I don't want to be an asshole when I say this because sort of it does run the risk of lending itself that way, but it is the fallacy of the Solon concept, which is if you rely upon the science or conclusions of people who are drawing those conclusions from a worldview that is incompatible with what you are suggesting, or more so that the things that they are using to conclude that worldview preclude the possibility of your worldview being valid, then that's a fallacy of stolen concept. And what you're doing is not that, but it's very close.
Whoa.
Which is, you've got these people who are confident that the world is a globe, that gravity exists, that all of these things are as they think they are. And they go, we think hot goes to cold. We think there is an outward pressure from hot that goes to cold. And yet they construct that in such a way that they go, we're also confident of how this interacts with reality, such that it doesn't contradict reality. It explains the reality we do see around us. And you're like, but this disproves. I start with their premise and I end with the opposite of their conclusion, which is, if the first law of thermodynamics disproves that space can exist in proximity to a vacuum, then you go, well, how did the people that came up with this law of thermodynamics, particularly considering it's still taught in universities today, to people who are making rockets, how did none of them work it out? These people teach this in class and none of them go, hang on, but how is there a vacuum next to gas? But that bit doesn't make sense. Then you need to get these liars who are undergrads, willing to lie about the structure of reality.
I look at, what about, we were kind of getting into earlier, how about people get into the miracles of, let's say, religion, and some huckster takes advantage of some naive person that's willing to take on that theory and condemn everyone else. The problem is that same individual come this time in history is now some university-educated person who believes they know the weight of Polaris because of some doctorate, you know what I mean, paper that supposes it. This is what's weird, and that's why the point of the flat earthers is that this dogmatic approach that used to be used by the Bible got converted to be used by science with the same principles in mind. And therefore you have and what's even worse is that in this scientific secular position, you have the potential for the atheist super soldier, because the atheist is the state's super soldier, because there is no morality other than the state's quote unquote science or history.
Yeah,
It's
and there's good
the same
examples of
fucking.
that, right? Like Albania was the world's. I'm in Albania right now. Was the world's first atheist state that said, like, not that God just doesn't exist, but it is illegal to propose the suggestion that God does.
Wow, that's crazy. What state is that again?
Albania.
No shit. No shit. I would think there's like a Christian fucking foundation out there. They probably. I must
Christian
have been something
foundation.
worse.
So they were called amongst the Romans. They were called Illyrians, and then they were overtaken by the Ottomans. So they were Muslim, and they're now 60% Muslim. But during Hoxha, who is a communist guy in the 60s, he banned religion. He was like, if you openly study religion, you'll be put to death. It sounds like
That's that Marxist position, and that's what's saddening. That's what's so weird with us, as like flat earthers remarking on modern day society, which condemns these Christians, which condemns any kind of etherealistic definition. You know what I mean? This is why, we're looking at it like science has been co-opted by these same fucking communists that would have done what they did to fucking Albania.
You make me concede things I don't usually like to or want to concede, but
I love to hear
fuck you a
that.
little bit. But there is an uncomfortable thing that because I hate communism. I hate this ideological, because it's deriving and is from an ought. It to me is the absolute antithesis of good reasoning. But it is undeniably true that people who believe in my atheist worldview also propose communist ideas that just every time, if you're interested in science and skepticism and following the evidence, every fucking time you go communist, you end up just killing millions of people.
Yep,
And then
and that's why
killing hundreds of thousands more for suggesting that you're killing millions of people. They film it, you kill them too.
And this is because of this is why, like I said earlier about the secularism being good. It's like religion is good because it superimposes also a certain set of morality on people that without that direction really would not know which way to go, man. And that's the problem with the state, is that the state is willing to, because it's a capitalistic, almost every state is inevitably capitalistic because it's the only function of conquering, right? So there's this, but there's good and bad in all of it. But at the same time, the communist perspective, because it removes any sense of religion and has while it says it's doing it for the good of the people, like any other state, it is demolishing everything around it and lying about it. And that's what's unfortunate, is that you have to call it out in every fucking way. Because even me, as let's say someone who has faith in takes on certain scriptural beliefs, just because there's immediately I get lumped in with whatever group of people are also espousing that faith. And so I think same way with for your case, it's you can be atheistic. I mean, I get it, but and you shouldn't be condemned for it, And that's the trick, is that both sides need to learn not to condemn the other for holding the belief, especially regarding something that is an idea. I used to always say, and I used to, just the idea, who are you to, by what authority would you tell me what I can or cannot think?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And by what logic do you the presumption that I find quite interesting is when you always hear atheists do it and I hear Christians do it, where they go, if based on your worldview, you would consider X, and it's like you would consider X to be true, like because the thing you were saying about like maybe religion is good, because that thought pops into my head. Now, I want to preface this by going, I do not think this of people, but I'm still going to say it, which is people go, but you think it would be okay to murder babies? And in my mind, I'm like, so no, given I have no objective external morality, I can't tell you that it is wrong to murder babies. I can't, because I don't have external moral values. So that doesn't exist. What I can tell you is I really, really don't want to. And I really, really don't want you to. And I'm kind of concerned that that's the first fucking thing you brought up. You know, like, you want to go murder babies. But the problem I have is I'm like, I know you don't. I know you're just concerned that I do. But it is this, like, it's again, like this external critique idea that you're getting to, which is like, maybe we do kind of need religion, or maybe we do kind of need like a belief in a ball earth or Big Daddy telling us what's okay, because there are some freaks out there that want to go murder babies.
Well,
And
like
we
going
need
back to what
not-
Odysee was saying with the Nietzsche quote about God is dead and stuff like that, I guess that kind of it brings up the idea that it can die for some people, let's say, and that's sad, maybe, right? So like you need some kind of like grounding in sciences to therefore kind of like have reason to continue on. If you're just like, oh yeah, without a God, like we're all screwed, you know what I mean? Like man needs to have salvation through his own mastery of shit.
But you need, and what does salvation mean to you, I guess, would be a good question.
Like, why put in any work for this anymore? Kind of like that's salvation, I guess. You know.
But
Like,
what if you were like A, already saved, or B, couldn't be saved, or
it still doesn't. You still got it. It's like on enlightenment. On the way to enlightenment, you chop wood and carry water, and after enlightenment, you chop wood and carry water. But we always have to do that.
I like
just
that.
the bits of living, and so I think like really, if it's not going to be that a creator soothes you if you need it, that some other philosophical construct must then take the place of that so that you don't get crazy. So that's why science is like the egoic kind of qualities in science are dominating the largest and smallest of everything. Like there's nothing that science can't know because it's basically the atheist's like window into God, if you will. So, what do you think about that?
Say it again. Can you say it again in a different way? What the atheist window into God? Like science is like the way of exploring what reality is, and God is reality. Is that what you mean?
Like without some kind of access to what you might consider to be like a higher order, that you would ultimately just be like kind of depressed that there's nothing that you know can be done to change how things might be.
Yeah. No, I do agree with that.
Like salvation is just a reason to keep going. Like, oh, is this really worth it to do tomorrow again like this? Like, right? That you have to have some kind of faith that it's worth. Like whatever you're doing is worth it. I guess you know.
Salvation to me has always struck me as really selfish. In that somebody pointed out to me, it's like, what if you could, let's say you're a parent or just a really caring person.
I mean, the word's like
I could save my mate who I can see going down the wrong path, but I believe his soul is good, or my daughter or my son or something. What if I could choose to go to hell instead of them? Because that's like, it's not without precedent, right? That's exactly what Jesus did.
Yeah, I could be way off
Jesus
in
did
my
it once for everybody.
Maybe my language is like all off here, but I just look at it like salvation isn't per se like oh, I'm saved by Jesus and now I'm going to take the red carpet to all the way to heaven. I don't look at it that way. I look at it like as having peace of mind that like it saves you from, I guess, I don't know, just like considering like oh, what if I just burned it all kind of thinking, you know, like that we have like internal reasons to continue on, like something wholesome enough to like keep it going.
Because I think we've already got that. I think that most people regardless of their faith, are like, I still want to have a happy family. I want us all to be healthy. I want us, like, I want. Typically, the interesting thing to me is that they want their generation, and in some cases more so the next generation, to be happy and healthy, and then after that, their caring seems to just take an abrupt stop. Like you hear people talking about like, well, I need to make these sacrifices for my grandkids' generation, but you never hear them going, my great grandkids are going to really appreciate me. But yeah, the salvation in a more material sense, I guess, is also where we're crossing into.
I just mean it's like a coping mechanism. Like salvation is like a salve, like on the burn of like existence. Like, oh, life's a bitch, but like, oh, there are good things. Just wine coolers or whatever. I don't know. Whatever the benefits in life are that make the bad things kind of like tolerable. So to me, that's that it really that wraps it all up for me. So I don't know. But I don't have that either. So, but I have to find my own salvation. You know what I mean? Like if it's not going to be delivered to me in a Bible book or something like that, I have to find philosophical reason to be a good person. You know what I mean? Or to not be jaded and super shitty, right? Because then you kind of like lose any semblance of being like a human. Become like a profit concerned psycho or something or whatever else. I don't know. So yeah, some kind of balance, man.
So what do you think about the proposition I raised before then, Snacks, that like if you could lie about the shape of the earth, if you could concoct a lie very big, an easier lie to concoct would be that the earth's flat rather than that the earth's round?
Could you say that again?
Essentially, like, if we're saying there's a proposition that people could lie about the shape of the earth, wouldn't the easier lie be religious folk in the early sort of 10th century lying and going, no, it's flat, rather than people in the 21st century going, no, it's round?
I don't know. I'm not sure to answer. I think like I don't know. Lying is probably got to be one of the first skills people ever picked up.
Well, yeah, Orwell, like Orwell wrote about, and what up, Snack?
Yeah.
Orwell wrote about, he said in 1984, he goes, "What makes you think it's beyond our mathematicians to have the stars either far away or close?"
Yeah.
And so, like, the idea that we would, like, either one is ripe for manipulation, and really, you can never confirm, like, you can't even confirm where the horizon is, right? Because what's the horizon other than a figment of your perspective? It's like, come on, bro. This is interesting.
No, I don't agree with the horizon. I used to, but then I was watching Black Sails, and I thought there was a really cool example where they're planning on like it's Black Sails is based on like true characters from back then, like Blackbeard and stuff, and Jack Rackham and these pirates that did exist. And this guy's planning on hitting I'm gonna forget its name, but it'll come back to me. But one of the like these free towns they had that was actually like on a Caribbean island, but it was run by the pirates, and the British weren't in control, and the Spaniards weren't in control. But the British had taken it over, and they're like, we're going to do an attack, but we need the time when it'll be. And he's like, right, all we're going to do is sail to X distance, 6 miles, and then I'm going to have a guy climb up the mast and watch them from over there, because they won't be able to see the hull of our boat from that point. But we will, if we climb up the mast, still be able to see the town. So I think that's the thing where you're like, I can make a geometric guess. Probably one of the things I was asking myself the question when I watched it, like, is he accounting for refraction? He probably doesn't even know what refraction is. He probably doesn't even know
the shape of the Earth, he probably just knows if I sail 3 miles, they'll see me. If I sail 6 miles and climb up the mast, they won't. But regardless, it was an interesting point. But I do think it has an objective impact, the distance to the horizon.
Indeed. That's the whole point of the crow's nest.
That's the whole point of what? Sorry.
The crow's nest. The crow's nest is that spot at the top of the sail, top of the mast.
Oh, right. Yeah. It's a crow's nest. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's where you'll see somebody before the person down at the bridge or on the deck sees you. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's also got to do with mirroring and all kinds of other things, because if there's a mirroring effect, you would see the top of the mast still. I would imagine that the angle changes, right? So
Yeah, I certainly think there's a challenge of are they taking into account refraction and where would you see what? But the idea of I can sail a whale and at a predictable point I will no longer be seen, but if I climb up I can see stuff.
Well, no,
To
but
me,
what I
puts
mean,
to bed.
well,
Sorry,
no,
go on.
Well, I was just saying, with the element of the horizon. The horizon is just a, it's what you're perceiving at that particular distance based on how far you can see, i.e., with your eye, and i.e., your elevation and how far you can see. But I don't think, but the horizon is just relative to your positioning, wherever you are. And if somebody's standing next to you, then they would see the horizon. It's the same thing too. They may see it otherwise.
Yeah, that I'd agree. Yeah. Yeah, it's your perspective from that position.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think mirroring and stuff is interesting, and I found it always interesting that I just always thought it was interesting if you sit at a table and you look at the end of a table and you have a coin right in front of your eye, and it travels the distance of the table away from you, it will also cut in half, and you will only see and when it comes back to you, you will see the top of it. And so with that effect, to me, is a microcosm effect of potentially how we would view things.
Yes, if that happened, yes, I don't think that happened. I think the only way people can make that happen is by putting the lens in the wrong spot or using a hump in a table.
What's the wrong spot? What if it always?
If you put the center of the lens below the level of the table, then when the coin's at the front of the table, it will appear in its entirety, and as it shrinks back from you, it will appear to set. It will also get smaller in size, which is also an important thing. Its left to right diameter will shift, but all you need to do is just go. The problem is it's self-defeating in that you go, the way that I test if the lens is bang in the middle of the level of the table is by putting the coin all the way at the back of the table and going, can I see the base of it?
Okay.
See, but I think the microcosm of the table, I think it blows out of the water all of that proposed curvature for me, especially in light of you take, for instance, in plain sailing navigation, right? They completely don't have there's no reason to calculate for curvature, let's say, in 600 miles. And I just that coupled with the idea that the table thing with the the top up, I think it just blows the globe's explanation out of the water for me.
Well, there's a GIF. There's a little GIF in chat that shows with proper alignment where the lens is properly aligned with the edge of the table, and the quarter doesn't disappear.
Let me see. I have to look to the chat, man.
Yeah, that's exactly what I expect. Exactly as Left Lane's posted. That's what I think you would get on a flat plane, and that's what I think you do get on a flat plane with a properly aligned lens. The question needs to be, it's this is why I'm fascinated in the whole discussion and why I always bring up falsifiability. The question isn't, can I get the wrong result sometimes? It is, can I never get the wrong result? Can I try to get the wrong result and fail?
Yeah,
Did I
I
get
don't.
that right?
I don't know. I've never like anything I've done in relationship with the coins. I don't know. I haven't seen like what is considered to be the proper, like is how far across also too is he going on a table? Like it doesn't the way I've seen it, and he's zooming in with it as it moves away. I wonder if he didn't stay in the same.
That zoom looks secondary to me. It
Well,
doesn't look like
I'm trying to say like if you were like because he's zooming in and following the coin out. It's like it's kind of like it takes away from the initial perspective of where you are that would remain fixed. So therefore, his zooming in using a lens is like me zooming in over the quote unquote horizon and seeing a fucking boat. So like him following that coin while he zooms in nullifies the idea that it would appear from a fixed position as though it were getting cut in half or whatever. And it's really like it's kind of shit like this actually that I don't know why it's even done because it makes your point look like you're just reaching, to be honest, because he shouldn't be following that coin with the lens if you were to get a true fucking take on
it
what
looks to
the
me like
effect
lens is
is
saying
that we're
still,
talking
but
about.
sorry, I'm
So
cutting off him.
that one I think is, globe earth debunked because if that's no, I'm kidding, but like that doesn't do it for me right there because he follows it in and it doesn't make sense that would be the fixed positions perspective of something disappearing from the bottom up. It's some fucking lame attempt, actually. Actually, I'm offended almost
Oh God!
that was fucking brought to my fucking attention because
But
there should have been a
shouldn't
fucking.
zooming in bring the
I don't know.
coin back?
I think that's
I think
stupid,
he's
bro.
zooming in. I mean, two points. I think he's zooming in digitally in post. But secondly, the point I'm making about falsifiability is what I think flat earthers do, what I think we all do, flat earthers is an example of writ large, is look for an example where I can show something that would throw out the other person's evidence. Like I can, if I film this in this weird way on this special day, bang, I get the result I'm after. And I count that result. Whereas a proper falsifiable, like if you're interested in falsifiability or science, you go, do I always get this
Well, the
result?
problem
Can
is,
I
Ed,
show that
here's
this
the thing.
result is undeniable?
Listen, man. This is the case in point right here. Look at this example that was just put forth to try to dismantle this idea that things are going to disappear over the edge. If you do this yourself with remain a fixed position with a long enough table that's flat, you're going to the coin's going to cut in half. This dishonest bullshit is what would, I think, for me, it's evidence that these people are fucking just full of shit. But the idea is that, to then get tricked on that by somebody who's not going to then, because my thing is every time I fucking delve into the actual meat of the matter, it's always some of this bullshit for the argument of the globe. It's never some honest observation that I can even back up myself. There's usually no microcosm. Like this is so fucking
What
offensive.
what is what is
Oh my
dishonest
god.
about that?
Left
Like
lane.
the
If they
cereal
got
bowl.
left lane, you're the naive old Christian soldier that just bought whatever the priest told him in my eyes, because this is some bullshit, dude. You can't see the fact that him zooming in is going to change the way that looks to you on the same way I would zoom in on a fucking boat that's over the horizon, and then
Right.
I just
Let
think
me
I
let
don't
me
know.
ask you this though. So you're talking about the video where you got the coin on the table, and as you zoom in, the coin disappears.
Bro,
Compared to that.
as he
Right, but
zooms in
wouldn't
on
wouldn't
it,
the coin become more into focus if all it took was zoom to make something
I'll tell you what,
disappear
bro,
over
I
horizon?
don't care enough to try to elaborate this. Point, I don't care enough, dude. I'm just saying
Oh
it looks like
wow.
shit, smells like
Well,
shit.
there's a logical uh, uh, dichotomy right there. You can't zoom in to pull something back from the horizon, but also zoom in to make something disappear.
Dude, if you remain, if that little GIF, right, were to remain in one perspective and the table were long enough, and he didn't zoom in as the thing moved away from it and followed it, it would disappear from the bottom up. The fact that
The
he
point I'm
zooms in on
making.
it, listen, man, the fact that he zooms in on it is what takes away that effect. Therefore, it's a stupid fucking thing to propose as evidence for what I'm fucking even referring to, man.
But in the
The
flat
point
Earth
I'm making
model,
about the
shouldn't zooming
digital
in bring
zoom,
it back?
if
No,
I
you
can
just remain
clarify
in a
for you,
fixed fucking
Optics, it's
position,
not.
and you don't overcomplicate it and try to be a fucking globe religious fucking nut job.
It's just optics.
what I'm trying to say about the digital zoom, though, Asa, is what I think is happening in the GIF, and this is just a guess, and it might be apologetics, and it may well be me just trying to sort of come up with excuses. Is what I think is happening when I say digital zoom is he's done that. He's taken the shot from a fixed.
No, dude, he's got a
Looks to me
fucking.
like he's taking it from a fixed
No,
lens,
no, 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 no,
and
no.
then
I
what he's
have a
done is
fucking.
just
I
let
had
me
a
let me
P900. I had a P900. I know what he's doing.
let me finish though. Which is, I think what he's done then is zoomed it in his camera in post because the actual aspect ratio changes, and you can see that it takes up more of the screen. So
I
it's still
find
a black
I have to
and
call
white.
bullshit though. Unless his digital zoom. I mean, look, his digital zoom would have caught up the pixelation thing from maybe. I really don't know how he's what tech he's using, whatever the fuck it is. My thing is, my innate fucking thing is based on if that's even not totally fucking manipulated. That what he did was as he moved away, it was zoomed in on it to keep that position. Now, if I'm wrong and that's not what he did, I don't know. To me, innately, I've done this for myself. And that's not what I've experienced.
If you didn't keep like fine focusing it, I mean, if you just shot it to infinity, then you wouldn't need to kind of refocus your zoom. You would just shoot it to infinity. If you shoot it with something that's for close up, if you move it too far out of that focal plane, it'll disappear. You won't even see it.
Yeah, what would it take? Because I would. You're one of the few people I do this for. Like, if I managed to do the same thing and didn't do any of the zoom, just kept my phone camera at its same focal length, I managed to show that I could show a coin. What length would the
Eggs,
table
do
need
it,
to
bro.
be? You're like, okay, that's pretty good proof.
I would take your word on a fucking experiment.
I don't like phone cameras.
How long would you like a table to be?
I don't know, 6 feet, like a regular dinner
Okay.
table.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. I'll take a
You
look
know what I
out.
mean?
Next one I see, I'll give it a go.
Yeah, I mean, if you can, I'd love to see it, and I'd love to see do it half and half. Don't do it like above the table. Do it like you would or I don't know, half and half from that perspective.
I would
what I
shoot it from the
think I'll
center
try
of
and
the
do
lens.
is get the correct perspective,
do it
which is
from a
trying to
couple
get the lenses bang center of the table as I can. But then what I'm going to try and do as well is do from below the table to give the effect that I think you're expecting, and then I'm going to try it from above the table to get the opposite of that effect, which is you still see the surface.
So if you just imagine that the center line of that lens should be that you're basically dipping the lens halfway. So it's like that center of the lens is shooting center to the
Yeah,
object.
it's like when you have a camera going into the water and you can see part of the water and part of the air.
Yes. Bang on. Good
Just keep the
description, Dennis.
camera level. Just keep and also do it. I mean, I love the idea of doing it from different spots, but just make sure your tripod and everything is like just leveled off with what your perspective is in proportion to the table.
Oh yeah, we gotta make some globe earthers today or what?
I mean, I trust you would do it that way anyway. I really don't think you would be remiss, but I just would say I would ask that of you. Because the
It's just
problem, and I only
perspective.
say this. I only say this because we've seen countless motherfuckers who are just anti-flat earthers come in with fucking bullshit. It's like even like this little fucking GIF. I'm telling you right now, Eggs, when you do this, you're not gonna. And from my experience, I've yet to see it not happen, dude. So that's why it makes so much
an
fucking sense.
anti-glober?
What's up?
Would you consider yourself an anti-glober?
An anti-glober? No, I'm willing to take all position. I would consider myself, just a man, right? I don't know, man. I'm not like in it for that, but all my fucking senses tell me that this shit's flat, and motionless, and fucking all that shit.
I've got that Orwell quote loaded up.
So what makes somebody an anti-flat earther specifically? Because is it just
like think like how about this?
not
When someone
agreeing,
makes,
right?
how about this, bro? If I make a YouTube video and somebody like makes a fucking like straight up like retort answer point for point to anything that I've suggested and fucking goes on at length about me and fucking then tries to prove everything I've said about fucking wrong, even though maybe there's no way to prove, then that would be to me like an anti-flat earther, man.
So any flat earther that makes a response video of any glober, they are now an anti-glober in your mind?
It depends what their intention and what their video's about.
It just sounds like they're either a glober or a flat earther. Putting anti
Well, I don't
in there.
necessarily. I mean, I'm not. I mean, does it? It also sounds like you're trying to pigeonhole me right now, right? Is that right? Right? It would
Well,
also
if you,
sound like
if
he's
you,
trying to.
what
It would
Ethan,
also
I
sound like
agree
he's
with.
trying to falsely
but
label
if
me
you quack
like
like a
some
pigeon and
fucking
walk like a
terrorist.
pigeon,
You know what I mean? What the fuck?
What
No.
if you like the color blue, you're
The point
anti-red?
Ethan's
Glober
making
terror. What are you, a Glober fucking terrorist? What's
you
going
gonna
on?
cry about
What do
it?
you
the
don't
point
like people
Ethan's
who?
making is valid, which is you've got like the other way this term is used is atheists and anti-theists. Like I'm an atheist and I'm an anti-theist, which is I don't think there's a God, but there's like this vast majority of people who don't think there's a God don't give a fuck about it. But I'm the kind of motherfucker that doesn't believe in a God that will go into a chat room full of people who think there's a God and argue with them. Right? I'm a dickhead. I'm an asshole. I'm an
Right. Well, you know what? Hey, man,
anti-theist.
we're the people that changed the world, dude. And honestly, like that's how I always felt about flat Earth. Like flat Earth is the initial dickhead. We started this fight. Like, you know what I mean? Walking up and going, "Oh yeah, you landed on the moon? My fucking balls, you did."
I'll always
You know what
remember
I
your
mean?
quote. I'll always remember your quote, Issa. Flat Earth is the hell to die on. Quote Issa.
What is it?
Yep.
Oh,
It's
dude, flat Earth
it's
used to be my hill to die
punk
on, dude.
rock.
I was in the battlefield long before, man, in the battlefield fighting for flat Earth and fighting for flat Earth to not look fucking like a religious retarded movement, because that's why all the things are about, like, you know, it's about like, look, the gravity does not mean gravitation. We need to assess language. Like I used to feel like everyone is suffering from fucking what do we used to call it, Snack? What the fuck is that thing when people had a stroke? They fucking can't label words and shit. The fuck was the word? You know what I mean? They're suffering
Oh,
aphasia.
yep.
People
I
are
know the one.
suffering from aphasia, dude. They have the misuse, misunderstanding of fucking language, and because of that, we're off into the weeds for no fucking reason. And really, what our society is craving is some kind of direct assessment at the reality of this shit. And that's why I used to feel like me and Cathexis used to have a really cool show, and we'd break all this shit down and talk about it. But a lot of people don't like that. You know what I mean? And they're retarded. And then you come to realize, like, wait a minute, why am I trying to wake up these people that would fucking kill me? I mean, they killed Pythagoras, for God's sake. You know what I mean? And then here they are arguing on his behalf.
We agreed with him. We just needed to kill him so that we could tell you what he really said.
Right, what he really meant.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the problem I have with the scientism and all the rest of it. And that's the problem I have with atheism. You know what I mean? Is that it lacks depth. It lacks mystique. It just poo-poos the art. It poo-poos the artist. It poo-poos
And
the
many
notion that you're well, I mean, like, you know, it does in a lot of ways, man. I mean, you know, it
100%.
poo-poos the mystique. I don't know. Not that you're not supposed to be skeptical, but you're also supposed to recognize that there's a mystique in life.
Well, there's a cool guy called Alain de Botton who is like this staggeringly unattractive man. He's like he's quite good looking, but he's determined to be like, no, I've got weird teeth and I'm going bald, and you're going to fucking
I
put up
love
with
him.
it. I'm
I
still
love
going to
him
go on your
already.
television. And he's a philosopher and did these shows about philosophy, and he did this cool thing about like I think he called it Ritual for Atheists, where he was like, as atheists, you've gone, well, there's probably no God. And so you've thrown out God, but what you've also thrown out is marriage. And what you've thrown out with marriage is weddings. So you've thrown out Christmas, you've thrown out Easter, you've thrown out weddings. You've still got funerals, I guess, where his point is like what you end
Right
up with
on.
as
I
an
love
atheist
it.
is no ritual, no ceremony where we go, here's the day on which we all say these words and do this thing or something like that, and how that can end up, even if the substrate or the sort of the God doesn't exist. It's important that we have these cultural practices we all do, and we gather on these days and we do these things, and maybe that's important. And maybe as atheists we need to go, do we need to create new rituals or preserve old ones while we figure that out?
Well, yeah, that's what's so cool with I gotta say, it's why I've defended the globe to some extent. It's like the idea that it's secular cosmology. It's a baseline for with which all of us can celebrate our diversity in our own way. You know what I mean? Like you can be but yet also maintains the decency to have, let's say, the holidays throughout the year where it recognizes all the different religions. I mean, really, like that's why I like fucking, you know, the good old land, you know, the land of the U.S. of A. You know what I mean? Like fucking American principles in that regard, and those foundational ideas that are fucking timeless, really. You know what I mean? Like, I think the secularism is not that bad because the theism is also dangerous too. But there needs to be, you know, a grander discussion of things. I think that people are craving it and they're going insane trying to find it. That's why flat Earth is so potent, man. Is that it answers these unanswered this like feeling that something's wrong. And part of that thing of something is wrong is like, i.e., believing that you're spinning on a fucking ball, but you don't feel like you're spinning.
It sounds like doublethink.
Yeah, man, it's fucking Orwellian as fuck to me, dude. You're gonna tell me that, like, you know, it's like you're gonna tell me, no. What it is, you just don't understand that you're spinning, but you don't feel like you're spinning because of general relativity. And holy fuck you, dude. Like, just fuck you right off the bait. You know what I mean? Like, right off the bat. Like,
No, come on. I get at a philosophical level, I get what you're saying, but I think you would agree to me that that the globers make pretty good things of, like, you know, the example I often use is my dad was a very wealthy autistic man, and he had his own train, and I would wake up on the train because he had his own carriage, right? And I would wake up in my bedroom and be like, I'm not sure if I'm moving, nor am I sure which direction I'm moving in, because a train passing right next to us would make the same like vibrations, and once you're moving at a constant speed, provided there's no, you know, when you're moving at constant speed, i.e. no acceleration, it feels the same. You get that, don't you, at a logical level? What I think you're objecting to is that somebody tells you can't disagree with that.
yeah, I mean, like, I guess that is really my specific point, but also even on like you know, if I were to be sincere, do you know what I mean? Like, if I was being sincere about the topic and like trying to really, like, it, to me, it's just nonsensical. Do you know what I mean? And that's where, like, I mean, I can be willing to back off and say, hey, you're permitted, you know, whatever you want. But, and like the sincereness of the dialogue, it's like, it's like, I feel for people that would accept such a premise, even though it goes against everything that they've fucking directly experienced. Because, I mean, you know, traveling and being in a car and watching things, you know, optically move differently, you know, and all that kind of stuff. I just think it's not, it doesn't extrapolate to the way that you would move on the Earth
So
in the
you're
Kepler
incredulous to the
dynamics of
claim.
gravitation.
You can't see how they would be, therefore they can't be.
No, I understand the heliocentric model, and that's why I reject it. You know what I mean? Because, but I get it though. Like, you know, the potential for it being that way is there to some extent. I just think of the globe and the whatever is more of like, it's the, you know, that concept of the map is not the terrain. You can look at it this way, but that's not really what it is. That's all. Like, I think a globe is, you know, the globe is a useful tool in a way. You know what I mean? It can sit on your desk. You can look at all the Earth and do everything. I just don't think that that's what it is that we live on.
What did you say again? You said you understand it. That's why you don't believe it. Is that what you said?
He said he understands it. That's why he rejects it. But could you try it? Because it seems like you strawmanned a lot of the globe points. So if you do understand it, you could try steel manning it instead of straw manning it next time you know, are claiming that you know.
I think I steel man for the globe well enough, bro. I steel man for people who believe in the globe when given the opportunity. However, if you'd like to know my sincere opinions and have me fucking, you know, divulge what I really fucking think, and I'm just alluding to that because me and Eggs are friendly like that. I really generally, I don't get too animated about these things anymore. I try not to anyway. But in the same stroke, to me, I'm willing to, you know, mince words with Eggs in the sense that, yeah, I think of, like, I'm saddened for anyone who fucking thinks that they're spinning on a ball, yet they can't feel it, and they're gonna try to say that they're spinning. I just
should be able to feel it though.
I think you're suffering from some kind of neurological.
Do you think you should be able to feel it?
Is that part of your understanding? What
you know what I mean? It's part of yours, right? It's part of yours.
I'm asking
though, right?
you. Do you think you should be able to feel it?
Let me ask you a question, Chuck.
Yeah.
Are you spinning right now, but you can't feel it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you know, there's one thing. It's one thing to say I'm not sure. like when you're talking about when the train illusion eggs, you said your autistic dad, autistic dad didn't know whether he was on a train, or he said he wasn't sure. Right? There's one thing to say I'm not sure if I'm on a spinning ball, but to say I'm totally, definitely spinning, but I have no feeling whatsoever. That's the confidence that comes with it is the puzzling part.
Yeah.
Well,
So
with
that's
evidence
something
and
you
the
and I.
best you can
That's
do
something.
to prove it to
Your
yourself,
perspective.
though, like.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Exactly.
Go ahead, man.
No, I'll just say, like, you know, it's not just that we're claiming it. There's actual evidence. There's actual tests you can do. There's data driven from it. So, I mean, for me, it's a little more incredulous to just go, nah, because I feel like it should be this. I
Right.
feel like
That's why
what
we've
you've
been here
done.
for 7 years talking about it. We're just completely incredulous. That's the reason, right?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean demonstrate. I meant new perspective finish. Yeah, I kind of like. I generally agree with you. I'm not. I agree with you, and Easter and I have agreed on this. And I, in fact, think that some of what's given rise to flat Earth is a problem with not science, but science communication or science followers, where people go, "It is proven that X," and that's some of what made me divorce from the left, where the left wing are like, "It is proven that," like when I hear people go, "It's proven that gender is a social construct." And I'm like, so what we need to do to prove things is A, test them, but before A, like A-1, is define them. Can you define those words? Then can you tell me the test you ran? And they fucking can't. And that's kind of the point to me, which is I think the problem with science communication is going, we've proven that A equals B or X is Y or something like that, where the honest person, the honest glober should go, it is overwhelmingly probable that we live on a globe, and here are the reasons that I think that. But I could be wrong for a variety of reasons that are within and without my ability to discern. So I may be wrong. We could be on a flat Earth. Like one of the ones I gave up before I even got into the debate was like, could we live in a simulation? Yes. Could that simulation exist on a computer chip? Could that computer chip be physically flat? Yes.
Eggs. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Sorry.
go for it. Sorry.
But science communicators aren't talking to you and me and scientists, right? They're talking to children and the less
Well, I think you'd want them to talk to.
That's what I want them to talk to.
Yeah, kids don't want to talk to
We
you.
shouldn't be going
You're
to
not a
them
science
for
communicator.
evidence, right?
Say again. Sorry. It is a little bit difficult to hear though, Chucky. Go again. We shouldn't be going to them for
we
evidence.
shouldn't be going to them for our understanding, at least for most things that we have some knowledge about, right? We should be going to other experts. These guys are experts in their field, but they're not wide. They're experts in their field, but they're also wide knowledge, pretty good understanders, if that makes sense. Right.
Who do you mean though? Who are you referring to as the experts in their field?
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson is an expert in whatever running the Hayden Planetarium, but he's generally knowledgeable in most other sciences, but not expert, right? So
this is where I
he's going to
side.
dumb it down. Yeah.
So, well, this is where I side with the rest of the flat earthers, which is like, hey, Neil deGrasse Tyson gets chosen more from popularity and consensus than he does from science. Like, all he needs to do is be like published a bit, and then he's like the guy that says shit. Because to me, Neil deGrasse Tyson is a fucking blithering idiot. Because he's clearly a very clever astrophysicist, but he says these outlandish things that continually get shown to be
quirky and fun.
Yeah. And like this
They
guy's wrong.
engage kids and want them to make kids want to be scientists.
Yes. Which I do. I like the idea. I like the idea of people going, I want to do that thing more. But it's just that question of, because to me, a real scientist would be like, when, like one of the best ones, like a clearest example was when Neil deGrasse Tyson is like, well, I like flying in planes because when the plane runs out of petrol, it glides. But
But a chopper falls, and it's like, okay, you're a physicist, and this is a physics question, but you haven't looked at the first thing about it, which is, what does a pilot do? Like, before you've even started learning what a chopper pilot does, you read the book, and one of the first things you go is you're going to need to learn how to do an auto-rotation landing, which is when you tip the nose down and use a downward speed to spin up the rotor blades such that you can wash off that sort of stored energy and do a auto-rotation landing, which is like a sort of controlled crash landing, where you spin up the blades fast enough that as you hit the ground, you use that spin to slow your descent and sort of gently belly down. Where it's like, he's a physicist and he's giving us physics answers, but they're ones he pulled out of his backside based on vague, shitty things. And you're like, that's not science. And the flat earthers hold science to account in a way that they're right about. He does. He just says incorrect shit regularly.
But he also makes jokes that go over people's they don't go over their heads. They don't realize it's a joke. He's not even the one who said it was pear-shaped. The other guy did, and then he agreed and repeated it.
Do I get the joke?
He said it was chubbier.
Yeah, a little chubby on the bottom or something. He didn't.
Yeah. And then the other guy said pear-shaped. He goes, yeah, pear-shaped. And then flat earthers ran with that. He's trying to make it fun. Bill Nye was actually a comedian, was he not? As well as being a Boeing engineer.
Yeah, forget Bill. Yeah, Bill Nye. One of the who was the other one?
Don't mix fuck, what are they called? Improv comedy actors with actual comedy. That's not the same.
Oh, you're right. You're right. He was an improv comedian.
No, I mean,
He's an improv guy.
Carrot Top's probably is qualified to do what Bill Nye does. He's just not like parroting the script.
We see Carrot Top
work at Boeing.
Props and all. He's still more of a comedian than any improv comedian. He still had to prepare the jokes.
I feel personally attacked.
You mean he's prepared that garbage?
Yeah. I mean, prepared garbage or not, it's still prepared. Whereas improv is, made up on the spot, and that.
I bet you
might say something stupid.
Every piece of garbage probably got multiple jokes, bro.
Yeah, well, improv comedy and stand-up comedy are both respectful in their own rights.
They're the same.
It's not, neither are easy. To write jokes takes skill, and to come up with stuff on the spot in response to other people is skill as well.
Yeah. I just take offense.
What's it mean to come up with something on the spot? You just think some shit you never thought before, and then you say it. That's coming up.
No, improv. There's a lot to I teach improv as one of my training techniques to get people to be better in meetings in corporate stuff. I teach improv, and it's a fucking valuable life skill. The fact that it's just viewed as here's a way to make a funny scene that you haven't planned out is the dumbest, weakest application of it. It's exactly. You might you.
Tell me more about it. I'm just saying, a lot of times when you're improvising, it's you practice things to be good at improvising about, not that you start improvising something spontaneously.
Yes, improv is almost a contradiction in terms, which is I went to see an improv night where they did improv comedy for an audience. And I was laughing and shrieking at one of their bits. And the guy who took me there is yeah, I've seen them do that before. And I was suddenly you what? Isn't that breaking the rules? And it's no, they'll they know a bit that works. And so they'll lead back into it and somebody recognizes the opening gambit and then goes with that old bit they recognize. And they might have switch the setting or something, but it'll be an old joke in a new format. And I'm oh, that's kind of not improv, but it is. That is improv, but it's not. It feels like a cheat. Talking too much again, aren't I?
I've always wanted to take one of your classes.
Take one of my classes.
Can you? We need to talk about AI at some point. Maybe not now, but it's happening soon.
Duly noted.
Oh, we're going to get some Issa music. Okay, if Issa's going to play music, somebody get ChatGPT to read out some lyrics about a globe Earth versus flat Earth song.
Hey, speaking of
How about
improv,
this?
I'm sure
Yeah,
Issa
how
can
about
do
this?
that. I'm
Well,
sure Issa will
actually,
be able
yeah.
to do that on his own.
Yeah, let's write a
Improv.
uniting song. Hey, how about this? You think you're spinning, and I don't.
That's why we need ChatGPT to write you lyrics right now.
Believe in a vacuum, but I won't. Said, well, you think you're spinning, and I don't. You think rockets work in a vacuum, and I won't. But what has that got to do with our price of food? Oh, what has that got to do between me and you? Oh, you think you're spinning and I don't. You think rockets work in a vacuum and I won't. I said, you believe Buzz Aldrin went to the moon. And man, I'm telling you that spacesuit would have blown up way too soon. Oh, but what does that have to do between the price of food? Oh, what does that got to do between me and you? Oh, you think Himawari sends you pictures? And you believe that they're floating around the Earth in the ISS? Oh, well, you think that you're sticking to the underside of the ball. But didn't you know that Einstein broke Newton's wand? Woo. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, dude, we got to do a song together.
I like,
Doing it right now. You take the next verse.
I gotta remember fucking. Well, yeah, I gotta remember the. Oh, no doubt, no doubt. I gotta give you that. Hold on, let me get my capo back on. I'll give you that. You give you the next verse, bro. All right, carry on.
You do the baller side.
Go for the baller side.
One time.
You think it's
You're
flat,
just
and I don't.
incredulous. That's all.
I think we might be spinning around a big old burning sun.
Well, I just gotta say, I think that's kind of dumb.
That's what. They tell you we might be living on a topographical plane. I think it's plain to see that's not the case.
You believe in space, which is a
No.
lie.
Whoa. Boom.
Gonna have us a big old great debate.
Yeah, I like the.
I was
Oh,
feeling some Flat Earth Man vibes. I just duck out.
Oh no, Flat Earth
About to say
Man.
something about Nasser.
I like go
Duck
on
out.
home and you go, but go on home.
Oh, or how about on the moon again?
Got no fucking
Can't wait to get on the moon again.
What is that one?
That's a good one, Snack. Just can't wait to get on the moon again. Haven't been there in 50 years.
But I can't wait to get on the moon again. Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a nice one. I like that.
One time.
Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years, we'll fight you without fears. And you fight you with that. Go on home and you go, but go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own. For 400 years, we'll fight you without fears. We'll fight you for 400 more. And if you stay, angry baller, if you stay, you will never beat flat earth with what you say. So go take the ferry, the curve it has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, angry Glober, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? For 400 years, we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. Oh yeah, and if you rage, angry Glober, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, oh yeah, I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Yeah, go on home, and go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years, we'll fight you without fear. We'll fight you for 400
You guys want to hear a fun fact?
What do you got?
It's going to annoy most people in this room, though. Did you know that Jax, I don't know how you say that, Jax Picard? How do you say that? I don't know how to speak French. Jacques, there you go. They don't know how to spell, by the way. French people don't know how to spell. But, yeah, Jacques Picard.
Oh,
you know, he went to the Mariana Trench in 1960. And the next person to go was James Cameron in 2012. Right? That's a total of 52 years, I believe. That's a fun fact.
Weren't they like related or something?
No, I don't think so.
I feel like they were something.
Do you mean Augustus Picard or
no, his son?
Are you talking about Jacques Cousteau?
Jean-Luc Picard?
No.
Yeah, I was
those are
thinking
three
Star
different
Trek
Picards.
There's Jean-Luc Picard, Jean-Luc Picard. No, I'm just joking.
Two of them
Rene
were named
Picard, his brother in the show. No, but you're not talking about Jacques Cousteau. All right.
No. Two Jacques Picard and the Picard from Star Trek are both named after Augustus Picard, the guy from he went up in the hot air balloon or in the helium balloon.
Yeah, Picard in Star Trek famously loved oceanic floor bullshit, tectonic plates and such.
Yes,
and butthole.
Earl Grey, tectonic plates. Yeah, all that.
All I know is you ballers, we have to give you a little bit more credit than we usually do, because without you, well, I don't know, maybe a lot of you make more flat earthers than we do, but at the same time, if flat earth ever gets popular, if it ever goes mainstream, it's going to suck. So I guess we have to give you credit for at least helping to not let that happen. It's because it might really suck, even though
Well, I'll
we have
give
to
you
tell the
my
truth.
Venmo, PayPal. Y'all can start, donating. I'll keep it up.
That would be interesting, actually, if Flat Earth took off, and you would have this brave group of you guys who are the Flat Earthers being like, these guys were willing to say this shit when everybody else was like, you're crazy, and da-da-da. And now the rest of us just accept it. But yeah, who would be, like, all of us as the Globers would be these weird Odysees that we're like, who the fuck were those guys that were presented with all the evidence and still disagreed with it and turned up day after day to argue against observable reality? We would be
Oh, man,
famous for being fuckwits.
Giving me nightmares right now. I couldn't imagine being like that.
Well, it's like the Catholic Church in the 1600s.
Well, strap in.
1400s.
Tighten up your
Yeah, get
seatbelt.
ready, guys. I think it's too late, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's already happened.
Coach would be sitting here talking about, I was with them guys the whole time. Check my records. I've been in the flat Earth game for years.
That's the beauty of
You'd
being
be
perpetually on the fence.
famous for being a Glober.
Not quite.
I mean, to be fair, for some, it's not the easiest deception to unravel, and there's a lot of complexity to it. So it's not. In some ways, you could say it's easy to see and so on, but in other ways, I do think there's a lot of layers and complexities.
What's easier to understand, that the Earth's flat or calculus?
Yes.
Calculus.
Feel it in your plums.
I got plums.
Wait, you're saying what's easier to understand, calculus or that the Earth is flat? So, like, you're saying something that takes a lot of study and complex reasoning and mathematical aptitude, or go outside and just realize that you're not on a spinning ball. There's nothing that's telling you that you're on. Come on.
I thought you were going to say or calculus.
The better question is, why do you take a science like calculus and disrespect the fact that it was given you by a flat earther?
Good point.
Was it?
Newton was a flat earther.
That's funny.
Yeah, who came up with calculus?
It was Newton.
That's debatable, but yeah, it was Leibniz and Newton.
No flat
Primarily
earth.
Leibniz, but Newton.
Can there be
Yeah,
a
kind of
equation
back
that's debatable in calculus, or is could you come up with an equation that has no answer, or you couldn't find an answer to in calculus? Because that's kind of the thing. Is like, could you use calculus and know calculus to make a definitive proof of something? And would that be easier to do or harder to do than understanding the Earth is flat? And how is it easier? Like, all right, I've tangled it too much.
Well,
Yeah, what
even
is calculus?
deeper.
That's the bit I need to start at.
Even deeper, the entities selling the globe, they're flat earthers. So you're
Everybody
actually
talks about
believing.
trig,
You're
not so
actually
much
believing
calculus.
flat earthers. You're believing flat earthers that it's a globe. They know it's not a globe.
Do you have any proof of that? Because that's a funny claim.
I know the geologists that I know at my university that make claims about the globular shape of the Earth don't seem to me to be flat earthers.
No, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the actual powers that be, as it were, the entities that actually have promulgated this entire thing. I'm saying they are flat earthers. They know it's not a globe. They know
Yeah,
it's
but they're taking the data
How do you
from
know
the
that?
geologists at like universities and stuff, right? It's those people who are making the original claim that there's a globular shape to the Earth. Then government agencies run with the data.
Oh God.
the worst.
You can't do that, Gio. Like, you can't start a conversation and complain that somebody doesn't already agree. Come on, you can do better.
Well, the whole thing is like I think we all almost have to agree. If it is actually a stationary plane, then the people involved in creating the idea that it's a globe probably knew it was a stationary plane, and they had to do like some very careful reverse engineering to make it seem as such mathematically.
Why couldn't they
Yes,
just
right?
be convinced
We can all
that
agree
it's
on
a
that,
globe?
right?
No, I don't.
At
Why couldn't
least
they?
Eggshells was honest enough to agree with that.
Sure.
I want to hear
Okay.
the person disagrees with that. Go for it, Demon Stride.
Yeah. So, I like just because I make a globe and I sell a globe, I can make anything and sell anything. I don't have to believe in it. So, to tell me how you've come to the conclusion that they must have known, is it just because they're making maps and somehow they have like an ultimate knowledge of the shape of the Earth, like they're godlike and
Well, no,
somehow?
they lived under biblical times, and like the biblical times were under imperialism, right?
And so, how did they know the
And so
shape though? How did they
imperialism.
definitively know?
Well, that was the thing, is that's why they wrote and spoke about it in such different ways, but they had the science of it, and the reason they were so concerned about it was they lived in a religious community that thought the Earth was flat. You know what I mean? So like the
I mean,
people, they lived in a day and age when most people accepted that God created like a flat Earth, like it was the footstool of mankind. You know, so like that's because that's also part of
So
what
the people.
that's what imperialism connotates with the biblical idea.
Wait. So the people that discovered that the Earth's a globe couldn't make a map for the globe Earth because they lived in a religious flat Earth society.
Well,
So
like,
somehow they had the tools to determine that it wasn't flat, and yet they want to keep. Like, why would?
so
Like
let me ask you a
your
question.
analogy
Let me ask
doesn't
you a
hold up.
question. Let me ask you a
You're
question.
getting
Was
a bit
Galileo?
backwards, I
Oh, let
think.
me see. Was Galileo imprisoned?
I have no idea. I could look it up for you though.
Yeah, I think he was.
Well, I think he was, and I think it was because he was going against the predominant view of the time that the sun, you know what I mean, like moved around the Earth.
Sorry, Issa. I think you've misunderstood the question that
Maybe
Gio's
I'm
asking a
mistaken.
Demon's
I'm
Bride,
mistaken
which
somewhere.
is, presuming the Earth is flat, could the people who have promoted this globe Earth theory have been globers or flat earthers? And I kind of agree with Gio on this, which is you must know what the truth is to be effective at deceiving people. In that, like, if you're saying I'm giving you my alibi for the night
How about
of the
this?
robbery, I have
I
to
think
know the
you want to
robbery
know what
and
I
the
think,
night of the
Eggs?
robbery in order to be effective at deceiving you as to where I was.
Well, all right, yo, check it. So, like, at the time of, like, let's say the French Revolution, right? Like, when was Newton exactly? Right? Like, I'm trying to think of the years or involved or whatever.
1665 he was
So all of
born.
these, like, these Renaissance concepts and all these things and what were to come in the future, I think, like, take for instance the French Revolution, right? Which like actually gave us the metric system, right? So like I think they were in the works to build an alternative. Yeah, the metric system was given to you by the French Revolution, if you didn't know. But like anyway, so like, and it was made to abolish, from what I gather, there's sentiments to abolish what would be the imperial system because they wanted to get rid of everything that was of the king and of the Bible and everything like that. That's why I think people are more pawns in this atheistic adventure than they're willing to admit. Because the thing is that like these people then decimated and I think possibly crafted this secular cosmology in those times. Now, whether or not they accepted those things, like to the point of whether they were willing to create something to deceive, or whether they were just innately trying to solve things, I think they accepted the premise of the Bible and the rest of it sincerely, which includes a flat Earth and all the rest of it.
So what tools did they use to determine the shape of the Earth back then? Why are they hidden from us now?
Well, it's not hidden. It's kind of fucking obvious to some of us, I suppose.
Right. So what tools did they use? Because we can show the Earth the globe, but somehow that's the deception. So I want to know how they showed the Earth.
Wait, hold on. Wait, you can show the Earth is a globe. This conversation should be over by now. You should have done that. We should be like packing it up right now if you can do that.
Well, I mean, you don't have to believe the evidence that's in front of you. Kind of like what we were just saying. Like it's kind of the same thing. Like we have all the evidence. We've shown it to you, and you've just disregarded it.
Wait, hold on. You're saying you don't have to believe it. We have the evidence and we've shown it to you. The most honest Glovers. Hey, wait.
There's
Just
videos.
a second. The honest Glovers in this conversation have to admit that it's just the evidence that makes them believe it. There's nothing to show that proves it's a globe at this point.
Yeah, there's nothing. There's no proof. There's just lots of evidence.
The evidence points that way. Yeah, for them.
Yeah.
It sort of sways in whatever way, but it's not.
Yeah, it's one direction towards the truth. Yeah.
It's not definitive though.
Towards what you think is the truth, but when you add that in as if the truth is already determined, and it's not.
Right, but I'm just asking for one piece of evidence to swing towards the flat Earth position and have it, be backed up by experiment and data. Other than just going out
How about every single second of your experience every single day? You experience a stationary level Earth every single day of your life. How about that?
I'll go back to the train analogy that we talked about. So how do you separate the two and know that it's not moving?
Actually, can I say something about that very quickly? Because I heard you guys talking about that earlier, and again, this is probably going to annoy most people, or they might not agree with it. But I actually think it's the opposite of what Issa said. Like the observation, like the understanding that you're supposed to be moving, but you don't feel it. That's actually not contrary to every other example. It's actually in every other example, you would assume that you were moving. For instance, if you were on any vehicle, a bus, a train, or anything, and you looked out the window and everything was moving around you, the first assumption would be that you were moving. You'd have to explore it further to see that you weren't.
But
So
you
in
are
every
moving.
example that you're familiar with, the moving
Hey,
one
that's
would
it. Yo,
be
Coach,
the
that's an
assumption.
interesting point. That's an interesting point.
But you are
I
moving.
dig your
Like,
idea. I can't accept it, but I dig the idea.
And I want to add to that point, which is if you take either the creationist or the evolutionist and you conceive for a moment that we could be on a spinning ball, you just go. So you need to sort of do an internal critique of this idea, which is we are we are evolved or created, and we're on a spinning ball. Why would a creator or evolution give you the ability to experience that? Right? Because there are many things like radioactivity or things. There are things that exist that you cannot immediately sense. And it seems that whether it be evolution or creation, you can only experience things that are useful to you, like how far away is something. And if it's within spear chucking distance, you're pretty good at guessing it. And outside that, you're not. Imagine God creating you so that you woke up every morning going, "Holy fuck, 1,000 miles!" You know, and you all of your
Can
day
we
was
just
like, "Oh my god,
can we just please let Gio address Kosho's retarded analogy?
What? Oh,
free Geo."
No, I don't know. Oh, maybe I did try to jump in after that. Oh, I was just saying. Well, I was just saying, Coach. The thing is, you are actually moving in that case. You're just on a bus that's moving.
That's my point.
That was all.
I know, but that's my point.
That we see the sky moving, and then we don't know whether we're moving or not.
Well, right, yeah. In that example, like let's say we're not moving. Let's say we're not moving on the Earth. But still, in every the point that was made before was in every example, like that you're experienced with, you wouldn't imagine that you
Yo,
were
but
actually
Kosho,
moving. But, yeah.
hold on. Let's say like this, right? Let's say I look up at a tree, right, and I see a bird flying by me. Okay, I look up the tree and I see him jump off the thing and he flies by me. Am I to assume that I'm moving because I see this bird fly from branch to branch?
That's a good point.
Because my thing is like,
that's
if I,
because
you're
you're
right.
saying
If I, maybe if I was already admittedly on a canoe in the middle of a lake and I saw it and I thought, wow, like my perspective's changing and he's flying across the fucking sky. Like, but at the same time, no moment in my existence or intuitively anything am I going to think to myself like, wow, I wonder if I'm moving sideways and the bird's just sitting there in the vacuum of space and like,
But
oh my fucking god.
because
To me, that sounds
because you've
silly.
invoked a stationary. You've invoked a thing that's got a differential. Like a better test is to go, what if the tree and the bird are moving past you at a steady pace?
Right, but I'm saying
Like
intuitively, innately. Here's the thing: is that innately, when I see the bird leave and go to the other branch that's across the pond or whatever, right past me, if I'm standing, you know what I mean, standing on solid ground even or whatever, I'm not going to intuitively think that I'm moving away from the bird or that whatever. I'm thinking it's flying away from me. Same thing with the sun. Is that I see it wake up, I see it come up in the morning, go across the fucking sky. Why would, if anything, especially when I don't feel like I'm spinning at all, why would I assume that it's not moving? And to assume that it is,
you wouldn't. But if it was all going one direction, like if you were like, why is everything I encounter sliding left at a steady pace, and some things is moving back and forth, but still generally I can see that it's got this, like it's on a treadmill going left, seems to be going that way.
Right, but just like, I mean, but I could make up.
Wouldn't it at a certain point become logical that you go, maybe actually everything's staying still and I'm going right?
Right, but it's not intuitive. It's not like, let's say, like Coach was saying, like if you're in a vehicle and something's moving past you, you're gonna, intuitively feel like you're the one moving down the lake, let's say, or down a stream, let's say. Like, I'm just saying that when you see something in the fucking sky go from point A to point B, at no point are you thinking to yourself, "I'm moving through space," unless you're on some LSD and you're fucking, reading
I
some
agree.
modern science, quantum physics bullshit. But if you're gonna realistically, you're never gonna think that. Same
I
way with
agree
the
with
sun.
you.
The sun is like the eagle. That's what I'm.
I agree with you, but we're not. In your example, there was a point A and point B. And the example that I think we see with the sky, it's point A and point B and the bird are all moving together. And in that example, you see the tree, the birds, everything moving around you. The feeling is that you're moving, even if you're not. Like even in the case of you being on a train and there's two trains beside you moving, to your side, you'll sort of think you're the one moving.
I kind of look at it like this. If I was lying down in the forest and a whole flock of fucking birds just kept on going over my head and face, I might get lost and disoriented and think that I'm falling or something because all these birds are, you know what I mean? But at the same time, like I would know and be able to go, I can feel that I'm not fucking moving and these must be a bunch of birds. You know what I mean? Like at no point am I just going to abandon reality and be like, I was falling, man. Like, that's what I think. The globe Earth, that's what the globe Earth asks of me in light of the idea that, like I said about the eagle and the sun and all the rest of it, is it's asking too much and demanding it too fucking hard.
Right, because I also think like if it was only the rotation, the 1,000 mile an hour, like from like a geocentric Earth, from a geocentric globe concept, let's say it's a globe that's just sitting in space, but it is moving, it's rotating. It's only rotating. It's not moving around the sun or anything. It's only rotating. That would be a little bit more possible, I guess believable maybe, or something, just because it's like only the rotation of the Earth itself. Just it's like being on a massive merry-go-round. Like, would you feel it, in terms of that? But when you add all these other speeds, it's like literally millions of miles an hour. Like you're going like tens of thousands of times faster than like the speed of sound and shit. Like 877,000 Mach is the speed. When you add up all those, that's what starts to get to a point to where to try to convince someone of that speed that's where it just gets beyond.
Most people get the
just had
idea
that
though
same
that
analogy in my head, though,
speed is
right?
relative.
Yeah, like
The,
no,
the
the
speed
whole
is
idea, like
relative to another car on
okay,
the
this is
highway.
perfect, right? H-Cells is saying that like we're in line for the roller coaster, right? And this is a massive roller coaster. It's so huge you can't even see the end of it, right? The loops are so big they go into the clouds, But we're standing in line and we're like, okay, so Kosho comes up and he's like, see, mathematically it shows here that you're not going to feel a thing when you get on this roller coaster. But we would have to get on the roller coaster to actually believe that that's the case. Looking at the math, we're like, oh, it's a roller coaster. We're going to feel that. I don't believe you. I'm going to have to get on this thing to prove it to myself. The math's not going to do it.
Sure. Well, math would do it for a roller coaster, though, right? I think I could easily, like, despite not already knowing the maths, I think I could dig up on the internet an equation that would go the radius of the turn times the speed you're traveling through it or something equals here's how many G-forces you'll feel versus here's what it's going to feel like. And some with a tight turn at a high speed is going to be like, yeah, it's going to feel like your brain is in your butthole. And at very slow speed, it's going to be like you don't even notice it.
Really? So you're saying a roller coaster, even if it went really slow, which is not even the claim of the globe, we're talking about Mach 3 or whatever Geo was saying, right? So it's not slow, but you could say it's relatively slow compared to the whole, and that the consistency of it, there's no acceleration, which there actually is in the globe model. Regardless of all that, you know what a roller coaster feels like. You're not going to think that you're going upside down doing loop-de-loops and have no awareness of it. It's going to seem like you're just fucking sitting there on the ground. There's no comparison that you can give of any kind of an example of people doing kind of loop-de-loops upside down all over the place in all these different directions without feeling a thing. There's no comparison.
It's not without feeling a thing. It's just, I think we would all agree that, like, if I sat you on a office chair, I think we would all agree that there is a rate at which I could turn you so slowly you wouldn't be aware that you're turning.
Do you know what a scaling fallacy?
If I was spinning you around on an office chair as quick as I could, you'd feel it.
Are you aware of what a scaling fallacy is? The scaling fallacy.
Tell me about it.
You aware of that? Scaling fallacy is assuming that one small example of something is just the same as a larger example to the extreme.
No. Well, what I'm saying is the opposite. What I'm saying is you would absolutely notice a large number of spins in a chair per minute. But I think we would all agree that if I were sitting you in an office chair, and also remembering this, not accelerating you from zero, but just picked an arbitrary number. So I was spinning you fast, spinning you slow, and then picked a number where I was like, I'm going to do one revolution every day. and you're blindfolded, I think there's a point we could get to where you'd go, yeah, I can't feel it. I can't tell if I'm spinning or not.
If your chair was
Like
as big as
anything
the
I'm
Earth,
sensing is the bearings or something else. But then if I took off the blindfold and you went, the TV is going past me at a rate of once per day, you would go, that's a pretty good reason to presume I'm spinning once per day. The rest of eternity,
hold on.
the rest of
Eggshells,
existence is spinning
I
once per
just
day.
explained the scaling fallacy, and you're back to the one revolution of a chair with all the different speeds of the Earth. You don't see that that's a scaling fallacy.
I think that you think it's a scaling fallacy. I don't think you've adequately explained how.
Well, if the clock they say that the hour hand of a clock goes twice as slow as the spin of the Earth, right? The rotation of the Earth, right? That scaling fallacy there. If the clock were as big as the circumference of the Earth, the tip of that hand of the clock would be moving at literally 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah. Here's what would settle the
One
question whether
revolution
it's a
doesn't make it
fallacy.
slower. Just
If
calling it one revolution doesn't actually make it any slower.
Here's what would test the proposition. If I do in a greased up, oiled up, well bearing office chair, is there a rate at which I could be turned and blindfolded you, sorry, is there a rate that I could turn you where you wouldn't be aware of it? Because if I fly off, is there a slower rate? Is there a rate? Let's say I was turning you once every 100,000 years. Would you feel that blindfolded?
Another scaling fallacy. You're just continuing on instead of
No,
acknowledging
but you're
that's a
just
scaling
saying
fallacy.
scaling fallacy. I'm
I'm not
asking
just
you a
saying it. I
specific.
told you exactly why it was a scaling fallacy. Because if the clock were as
So
big
why
as the
is it a
circumference of
scaling?
the Earth, we're talking about 1,000 miles an hour rather than the speed that your chair would have to turn to go one revolution in a day.
Right, but we're
Right?
going to get to the Earth. But you're just
Totally
saying
different
scaling
speed.
fallacy to avoid answering the question. Do
I'm
you
not
think
avoiding.
there is a minimum point? There's going to. I think we would
We
all.
all know
Any conscious,
Dude, you
any
gotta
logical
let.
point is.
Go ahead.
Yes, you could be on a roller coaster that's going a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a mile per hour, and you would not feel like you're moving.
Yeah, that's obvious.
There's a
There's no
lower
debate. I
point.
don't think any flat earthers are unaware of that.
Right. So there's a lower point at which you would no longer be experiencing that rotation. You would no longer be aware of it. The question is, at what point would that be?
Yeah,
Right, but
and then
that's a very
add
slow
in
speed.
multiple directions too. Add in different directions and different speeds and then all that too.
Because that's a
Without
very slow
vectoring that.
speed, though. A fraction of a mile per hour. I just took this screenshot because I watched this video that Santos. I guess this was like a behind the scenes from the Level With Me movie. That I don't know if this part made it onto the movie or not. But anyways, I just took a screenshot of it because he kind of just uses this little whiteboard and he just shows all the. So it's like Mach 1.3, the little M at the bottom. So the Earth rotating on its own is Mach 1.3. The Earth going around the Sun, Mach 88, 66,600 miles an hour. And then the Earth going, or the whole solar system going around the galaxy, and the galaxy going around the center, the great attractor. So I mean, the third one is 550,000 miles an hour, which is Mach 718 times the speed of sound. And then the final one, 650 millimiles an hour, is 870,000 Mach. That's 870,000 times the speed of sound. So that's not a slow speed on a roller coaster. That's an immense speed. Now I know that you might try to claim that the size is so large, but that's still a speed. Like you can't really separate large size from an actual speed.
Hence, scaling fallacy.
What needs to be accounted for is not just speed, because speed is relative. Speed compared to what? Whereas rotational speed is something. Rotational speed is revolutions per minute based on the diameter. Then it does mean something. But if you're just like, you're traveling at 1 billion miles an hour compared to something that doesn't exist, it's like, great, okay, cool. Like an arbitrary point at galactic center that has no bearing on my life. Yeah, I'm traveling at 1 billion miles an hour compared to something that is theoretical. Sure.
There's like 15 reasons why that's wrong.
It's
what I said wrong.
right. And when you quote these high speeds, you also have to take into account the scale, right? Like you're talking
Yeah,
about
you
the
would hope.
scaling fallacy while doing it, right? It's Mach 88 or whatever, but the distances are massive, so the forces involved are not. They're like minuscule forces, and that's why you don't feel it.
Scaling fallacy once again.
Yeah, I mean, if it's your belief, I mean, I understand people believe in things in terms of just a faith. Because I mean, if somebody told you it was 10 times faster than this, instead of 870,000 Mach, it's 8.7 million Mach. I guess if you're believing it, just any number would work. Just plug in any number and just you're just gonna believe anything at that point.
Yeah, but right, you quoted a big number, right, to try to say that this is some scary big number that we should be feeling. But
I never said it was scary. I never used the word scary. So
Yeah, implying what he was trying to do isn't really necessary.
You didn't.
Even though interruptions are a problem, in a way, I understand people wanting to interrupt when someone says that. When someone says you said this and that, and I didn't say that.
Yeah,
so. I never said anything was scary ever. You said that. If you're scared of numbers, it's your deal.
You quoted the number to give people the impression that we should be feeling this without quoting the distance, which is the other important factor.
But you don't have any proof that that distance is even a thing. And that's a belief system based upon a theory and conceptual ideas of what it might be like if the distance was so large. And like I said, you could plug that into anything. It's just like it's like a fabricated model that you could just plug anything into. It doesn't have.
And just saying, even those large numbers relative to a larger number being slow or being so consistent, we have no idea. Well, unless we're actually on that spinning ball going that many different speeds, but we have nothing to compare it to where you're going in those extreme speeds at consistent rates and not feeling a thing. We don't even know what that would do to the human body or the human mind or anything.
Well, that's what I was going to ask was, forget about those speeds. Try to, I don't know, explain to me at least, what is it that would allow you or cause you to experience that speed or any lower speed, any speed at all? What would give you that? What are you going to, what's going to happen to you that you're going to experience that? If you're going 10 miles per hour, 1,000 miles per hour, a million miles per hour, what is it that you're experiencing?
Change in direction and acceleration are the two things that we know for sure we would feel.
Right.
And there's both those things involved in the globe model, even though they say it would be minuscule compared to what you should or shouldn't feel on a larger scale. But it's a scaling fallacy, and that's the problem.
No, it's not a scaling fallacy at that point. Now we've identified that speed.
The scaling fallacy.
Well,
You're
Santos
committing the scaling fallacy when you just mention a number without mentioning the scale. That is the scaling fallacy. Stop trying to spin it like Kosho's doing it.
Well, Santos says in this video, which I don't know, Coach, or if you know, or if any of you guys know he was saying that at Mach 27, like physical matter just is annihilated, just absolutely combust. Like you know, anything past Mach 27. Although he was kind of like searching for the number in his mind, so I don't know if the exact number. You know, I don't know if he's exact on if it's 27 or 32 or 25 or whatever. But that at like Mach 27, he was saying that physical matter just completely erupts. So
that could be true.
Right, so that's a speed. No matter what the distance is, it doesn't matter how far it is. That is a speed. If physical matter combusts and erupts at Mach 27, to claim that we're actually moving Mach 870,000 and all of our physical matter is perfectly together, that's a bizarre belief in my view.
Yeah, but let's explore with that statement, because I don't know if that's true, but let's say it is Mach 27. It disintegrates. Mach, yeah, exactly. Mach pertains to a medium, so that's the speed of sound through a medium.
So now we have to believe in a medium that we can't validate.
Well, no.
I could tell you that there's a medium that you could. There's a medium that is. You could just make up anything. Like there's a medium that you could do something else into where something else is happening, and then expecting other people to believe that.
Oh no, he's incorrectly using Mach.
Yeah, he is, and you can easily validate the medium.
So the globe is going at the globe is going at a speed of Mach that all physical matter would disintegrate.
No.
However, the globe has an atmosphere around it that totally changes everything, protects everything, so that something can go 870,000 Mach and not be disintegrated because of an atmosphere surrounding a globe, even though the globe is doing that and the globe is made of the matter.
No, we're not going 876,000 Mach. That's the answer. He's incorrectly attributing Mach to something that it doesn't pertain to.
But he's also talking about objects going those velocities in our atmospheres, and they disintegrate because they're colliding at such a high velocity with the air molecules in our atmosphere. That's why the matter decomposes.
God. Jeez.
So it's it's our
Christ.
atmosphere is. Jimmy, what's wrong with you?
I gotta go. I'll be back. I'll catch you guys later. You're what's wrong with me. I'll be back later. Bye.
I think the level of severe condescending tone gets to Jeremy J.A. So you've gotten worse with it. I don't know what's going on with what it is, but it is unlistenable, man. It's bad.
What was condescending?
What was condescending? It's just
come on, Gio.
I don't know why. It's like
I have no idea what you
rather
mean by
not-
condescending.
Yeah.
Yo, Gio. Jay sounds like what's his name? Forgive me, Jay. What's his name? What's that? John Malkovich.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Well, John Malkovich is cool. John Malkovich is cool, and Jace isn't even in the top
enjoy listening
5.
to you, though. I happen to enjoy the snobbery, so just for the record.
Yeah, but I gotta tell you, there's people who are there's people who are much more condescending than that, and nobody says a
I
thing.
think you just personally don't like me because I point out where these arguments kind of fall apart.
No, it's your
And so now
snideness.
you're saying
No, it's a scummy tone, man.
I'm
It's
down, John Malkovich.
condescending, and you're taking shots at me, calling me names rather than the information.
Like
No, I think
Rudolph.
it's ironic that you're
Rudolph
laughing.
the
All these
red-nosed fucking
extreme,
reindeer.
it's that these extreme claims. It's just so ironic because like you're saying that these things are like so matter of fact in the way you put them. Like you're laughing at anybody that wouldn't believe these extreme claims that I'm totally saying are completely real, and you're just stupid for not thinking that.
Hey, hold on, man.
You know,
Hey,
like,
guys.
that's what-
New
But I
perspective.
wasn't saying
He's
that
allowed
at
to do
all.
that, though.
I was
He's
just
allowed to do
giving,
that.
He's allowed to do that.
I
It's
was
just that it's ironic.
giving information.
Well, I guess there's like a scale of condescension that someone could have in their tone, but you tend to like slow your words down and butter up the condescending to the maximum level.
I
where
love
it
it.
sounds like you're
I
talking
love it.
down. You're
Hey, I
talking
love
down
it.
to people so severely that like to even have a conversation, like it feels like you just think everyone else is the scum of the earth beneath your brilliance, and you must just talk slower to slam it in. It's just.
And we know what? To be fair, though, on their side, it must seem like when we're like, "Are you kidding me?" This is like, there's a, like, because we do that a lot, where it's like, you guys are ridiculously dumb
Yes,
to
you
think
do.
that that's true.
And there's someone who's
That's
way
not
more
what I
condescending,
think,
dude.
though. I know, right? But anyways, that's not what I think. This is just how I talk. Like if you're going
Were you
to
gonna say me,
assign that
Kocho?
I'm being condescending, like that's on you, man. I'm just speaking. No one in my real life, I talk to them the same way. They all enjoy speaking with me. They don't say that I'm condescending or talking down to them. I'm just providing information.
Well,
Oh,
I've
come
heard
on!
you.
You
Even the way
Talks to me the same
sometimes
way
you're
in
laughing.
private.
Sometimes you're laughing under your breath when you're talking. Like, come on! This is obviously known. Like, I mean, that's because that's where you're coming from. Like, you've studied this stuff for a long time. It's been a matter of fact to you for a long time, and that comes out in your voice, regardless if it's intentional.
All you guys do that as well. Everyone does that.
Sure,
I do it.
Sure, makes sense. Okay, fair
Okay.
enough.
Anyway,
let's move on from that.
Yeah, new
Hang on,
perspective.
Kosher, who are you saying is more condescending? I feel like that was a shot at me.
No, it's not. It's not. And that's I mean, I don't want to call people out, but it's kind of obvious. There's someone on their side that they revere and is the most condescending person in this server. But that goes without saying.
I mean, the person who calls you a retard.
Hey, just because he slams dunks on you doesn't mean he's condescending to you, okay?
Regardless, the new perspective. Earlier, I asked you about how you experienced the speed. You then moved it to, well, maybe not the speed, but the acceleration and the changing of direction.
Change in direction, yeah.
Which is
So we have
acceleration.
multiple directions and multiple
Right,
changes,
okay, but
multiple different
regardless. I was recapping what you said. You don't have to say it again. I was just saying, you said those two things. Okay, so let's move away from speed then. You don't experience speed, you experience acceleration, which I agree. So instead of describing those speeds as these huge numbers, instead describe the acceleration. You'd find that they're extremely small. Extremely, extremely small. Imperceptible.
Scaling fallacy.
It's not a scaling fallacy. That's a measure of what you can detect with your human body.
The scaling fallacy to me, if I'm going to guess at it, having not yet read on it, is the opposite. It's failing to scale. It is calling something by absolute numbers when absolute numbers don't matter in that example. That's what I'm going to guess the scaling fallacy is.
Let's say you got a frog in a blender, right? And the blade turns once per day, right? That blade's not going to cut the frog up, right?
Exactly.
But you make that blade as big as the circumference of the earth and put the frog in front of it, it's going to slice the frog in half.
Why?
No, it's not. The frog's going to sit on the blade and not even be aware that it's turning.
No, it's going to go right through him because it's moving faster than the blade was moving at a small scale.
But where's the frog sitting? That's the problem with the scaling fallacy.
At the tip,
Where's
at
the
the
frog
tip of the
sitting?
circumference. At the tip of the circumference of where the blade's coming from.
Right. So the blade is coming past it. What's the frog sitting on?
Let's say the frog's sitting on the earth, right? At the circumference at 24,000 miles or 22,000,
So
whatever
now you've
the
got a differential.
is. Now you got the blade coming around at 1,000 miles an hour rather than the speed it was going when it was really small.
Right. Now you've got a differential. You've got the Earth, and you've got a blade coming past the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour. Now we agree, but the point Kosho's making is all of these things are the one thing. You do not have the differential. The point he's making is that you need a differential, and that's what I'm guessing, having not yet read into it. That's what the scaling fallacy is about. You need to find the differential.
Yeah, I posted a more accurate. Somebody had this meme that describes. Hold on, it describes the speeds. So I went ahead and I adjusted it to describe instead the accelerations. You know, if you can see, there it is. Yeah.
No.
So you can see that the speeds, which are irrelevant, as you agreed in your perspective, whereas the accelerations should be talked about, even though they're different directions. You add those vectors together, they're still not very much bigger, if not smaller, than that 0.034 meters per second squared, which is just barely perceivable.
Yeah, we have change in direction. We have multiple different speeds. We have, acceleration. Exactly. All these things are included in the globe model, right? But to scale, you'd say that'd be imperceptible, right? Because of the small examples that you're giving. You're saying
forget about scale.
It wouldn't
forget about scale. Just look at the value of it. Look at forget about the scale. Put it at the scale that it's at. This is the actual value that it's at. No matter what scale you're at, that's the value it's at. So the question is, can you perceive that value? The answer is no.
Well, on a small scale, no. But on a large scale, we don't know.
On any scale, you cannot perceive that.
How do you know?
Because they've tested what the human body can perceive. And
on a small scale.
No, on any scale. That value. These are the values. I don't know. There's no scale needed. These are the actual values.
Talking about.
We're
talking about millions. We're talking about Mach 30. What is it? Mach something. Where the matter should be destructive. The matter wouldn't even survive at that speed. But then on a small scale, we can see that it wouldn't really matter because the atmosphere and everything else, or the medium, is going to make it all good, and the acceleration is minuscule. It's a scaling fallacy, bro.
So we've explored what you're talking about, and Mach, which is irrelevant. We can talk about speed. When I asked you about speed, how it's experienced, you said yourself that by the acceleration and by the change in direction, which is another acceleration. But regardless, so I went ahead and I posted a meme which had the speeds, which are not the relevant factor, but the acceleration in blue, which you agreed is the relevant factor. Those are the actual values. So there's no need to think about the irrelevant values. Think about the relevant values, and they're extremely, extremely small.
You don't get what I'm saying about a scaling fallacy at all? You really don't?
There's no scale. I don't know why you keep saying that. There's no scaling necessary.
You're kidding me. You're saying that all of these speeds are like ridiculously unimaginable speeds are just as good as these other speeds that we've tested human bodies' perception with. And you're saying there's no scaling fallacy.
You remember when you agreed with me when I asked you how you'd experience the speed, and you said by virtue of the acceleration?
Or change in direction, yes. We have multiple directions. We have acceleration changes. We have all that with the globe model, right? But then you're
Okay, so
saying because relatively speaking, it's small. It does. You wouldn't feel it because we can prove it.
not
Look at this
relative,
small scale example, and then there we go.
not relatively speaking, just in general, the thing that you would experience, which is the acceleration, that number is small. Not relatively speaking, in general, that number doesn't change. So in general, that number is small.
But you
Number is
have,
below your human perception.
okay. Can you understand that when you do vector maths, right? When you're taking all of these different directions and speeds and putting them into one consistent direction and speed, don't you see that there's a fallacy there?
No.
Well, obviously that's the reason that you believe it.
Yeah, so what you do is you take each arrow. One of the arrows would be 0.034. One of the arrows would be 0.006, and so on and so on. Whatever direction those arrows are, you combine them, add them together. The value that you're going to end up with is going to be some direction, and it's going to be either just under or just over 0.034. That's going to be the entirety of those values added together. So that it doesn't change.
We have different directions, right? Because the spinning Earth, right, and just the rotation and the spin of the Earth, right? You got the rotation of the Earth, and then you got the orbit of the Earth, right, which could be going opposite directions. Right. But then you're putting them into you're adding them together as if they're one direction and it's one thing rather than two things.
Yeah, you can add them together, or if they're going in opposite directions, you can subtract one from the other. Like I said, you would end up with
so mathematically, you could say that it's just one motion.
Yeah, that's how you add vectors together.
But is it really just one motion?
Yes.
Oh God! I mean, mathematically, you can say
I'm
that. But can you say that in reality?
I'm the condescending one.
I know. I'm sorry. You're right. I actually straw man that point. We are very condescending to you because it's so extreme. You guys do have the burden of proof on your hand though, because it's an extreme claim. I'm just saying reality's like it seems. We're stationary and level. It's everyone's experience. You're saying no. It's actually the opposite of that. You're going millions of miles an hour in different directions, and you just don't feel it. It seems like you're saying yes, right? But it's not that. It's the opposite because of math.
Yeah, but I feel like you're having an internal conflict because you remember saying that the way that you keep on bringing up speed, but I asked you how do you experience that? You said acceleration. So I don't know why you keep saying the speed when we've narrowed it down to what you would experience. And so when talking about the acceleration,
I know the trick. I know the
it's
trick
not a
is that
trick.
well, it is the trick of the mind. If it is stationary, it is a trick, right? Like say we're on a stationary plane, right? Then all of these mathematical reasonings would be the trick to get you to think that it's the opposite of what it seems.
Well, I just took a corner in my car, right? So I was going both east and north, right? So I was going two different directions, but I was only going in one direction, right? Because the vector addition of my car just points me in one direction. It's a northeasterly direction.
Right.
Because that's
right. I know the
how
example. Just
it
like
works.
right. Yeah,
But
like
you're
you're
telling
thinking
us
that.
it doesn't
I understand.
work like that.
No, I'm saying that's a small example of the way you're having to think about all these different directions at ridiculous amounts of millions of miles per hour. Right? You're having to think of it all as just one direction in the same way that small scale example of being in a car or being in a plane in one linear direction is just the same. It's a scaling fallacy. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's on
Whether it's
you
true or
to
not is not what I'm
provide
saying.
the
I'm saying it's
evidence.
scaling fallacy. Whether it's true or not is something we can't prove or disprove, I guess.
It can't be a fallacy if it's not true. But it's on you to provide the evidence that there's a difference between me traveling in a car and what the Earth as a whole is doing, right? You can't just say, "Oh, you're just using a small scale example, so your whole thing is nullified." No, you
No.
have to
Wait, no,
provide
wait a
the
minute.
evidence that
Pointing
makes
out a
a
fallacy.
difference.
Pointing out a fallacy isn't to say it's untrue. It's just a fallacy. It's an argumentation fallacy. It's saying it's not necessarily the case because the scale is not comparable. We have nothing that's on that scale to compare it to.
But
So it's a scaling fallacy. I'm not saying throw it out the window. I'm just saying it's a fallacy in reasoning, and that even if you're right, it's still a fallacy.
You're just saying it's a fallacy without any basis behind it. You have nothing, no evidence, no experiment, no logic to point to actually back up that it's a fallacy, that there is a difference between scales, right? That's what you would actually have to
I
do.
wouldn't think that. I would think you of all people would know there's a difference in scale.
How so?
Because you do all kinds of experiments. You can't just say that one scale is just as good as another. You realize that just logically, anybody should know that. Changes
but
all your factors when you scale things up.
When there's a difference in scale, I can show that difference in the scale.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying is missing here. The showing that there actually is a difference in scale is the part that's missing.
Well, I said like the frog would, if that little blade was going at one revolution per day, it's the small scale of the blade, and it's hitting the frog. It's just gonna bump the frog. It's not gonna slice him. But if he's at the end of the circumference of the Earth, and that blade's going one revolution per day, it's gonna slice him in half. It's one example.
I think you're misusing scaling fallacy.
Okay.
Well, it pertains.
If you don't get it,
to you.
if you don't
it
get it,
pertains-
I'm not going to belabor it. I think everybody else here gets it. At least that I don't know if anyone else wants to chime in what I'm talking about.
It pertains to
That's
what you're doing
Geo was
now.
talking about. Geo was talking about. The reason I brought it up is because the Geo is talking about these Mach speeds that matter's not even supposed to be like containable at. But then you're claiming the medium somehow is. What was that about the medium again? That was an interesting claim.